Chapter 1. The Last Chance for the Undrafted Player? July 17th, 2017. Las Vegas, University of Nevada, Las Vegas, Cox Pavilion. The NBA Summer League Finals have commenced. The Lakers and the Trailblazers are poised to contest the ultimate championship of the Summer League. The arena is teeming with spectators as players engage in their pre-game warm-up, generating a cacophony of excitement. All eyes are naturally fixed upon the players warming up on the court. Among the numerous Lakers warming up, a young man with yellow skin and jet black hair is diligently practicing his shooting. At the tender age of 19, standing an impressive height of 2.13 meters and weighing 105 kilograms, his physique appears somewhat slender. With chiseled features and a handsome countenance, he seems rather inexperienced amidst the multitude of American players. The young man is focused on his shooting drills, exhibiting a serious demeanor as perspiration beads on his forehead. Given the significance of this match as the Summer League Finals, the venue has arranged for live commentary by TNT. Hey, who is that Asian-looking kid on the court? The commentator, the legendary Charles Barkley, inquires. Who are you referring to? Responds his longtime colleague, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal. That lanky Asian player. Barkley gestures toward the young man. O'Neal, peering down at his notes, responds, Lin Yifan, I hope my pronunciation is correct. O'Neal practices his Chinese for the camera. Is this a forward from China? It's been quite a while since we've seen a Chinese player in the NBA since Yao and Barkley remarks. China certainly has some impressive big men. O'Neal reflects, recalling the towering Yao Ming. Barkley glances at his notes and quips, really? A big man averaging merely 3.2 points is considered impressive? O'Neal squints, well, I could score an average of 32 points in these Summer League games with my eyes closed. Haha, don't kid yourself, you're averaging 32 instances of goofing around. Barkley laughs heartily. O'Neal raises 4 fingers and falls silent. Hey buddy, I know you have 4 rings. Stop bringing that up. Barkley's jovial expression fades. He then glances at the Asian young man and shifts the topic. But I have no recollection of this Asian lad. Which draft pick was he this year? I don't recall either. Indeed, no one would have any impression of an undrafted player. This young man is named Lin Yifan. Upon his arrival in this world, he discovered he possessed a height of 2.13 meters. Born into a basketball family, his parents sent him to America to pursue basketball during high school. From that moment on, his aspiration was to ascend to the NBA stage. To this end, Lin Yifan declined invitations from American college basketball programs and joined the NBA Development League's Ignite team in 2016. After a year of experience, he gained considerable game knowledge and built a stronger physique. As one of the most promising young talents from China, he participated in the 2017 NBA draft, hoping to be selected in the mid-second round. Regrettably, he went undrafted. Despite possessing commendable static athleticism, Lin Yifan's physical attributes are quite common in the NBA. Moreover, his lack of strength and physicality made it challenging for him to adapt to the league's intensity. Many teams sought immediate contributors and lacked the patience and space to develop a rookie. At this juncture, Lin Yifan had the option to return to China, where he had already received a lucrative contract in the domestic league. With good pay, little work, and being close to home, returning sounds appealing. Come back, we've got everything arranged for you, his parents urged. These Americans are blind, they can't see your talent. You might have better prospects back home. Many around him, from family to media figures, encouraged his return. However, Lin Yifan resolutely chose to sign a Summer League contract and continue his pursuit of the NBA. I believe I can play in the NBA, it is my dream. If he could deliver an outstanding performance in the Summer League, perhaps he could secure an NBA contract. This is Lin Yifan's final opportunity as an undrafted player. Yet, the harsh reality is that no one holds high hopes for him. After signing a Summer League contract with the Lakers, Lin Yifan averaged merely 8 minutes of playing time. Lakers Summer League coach, Dom, viewed this Asian kid as a burden. This Asian kid looks weak, he clearly can't play basketball. It must be a marketing decision the higher-ups forced this player onto my roster. With so many talented young players on the team, I have no reason to put him on the court. Due to the coach's lack of trust, Lin Yifan remained on the bench, only getting to play during garbage time. On the sidelines, veterans like Julius Randle and Brook Lopez were present. They were no longer rookies and were exempt from participating in the Summer League. This kid is so thin. With such poor quality, how did he get a Summer League contract? Look at him, he seems like he would shatter upon contact. How many turnovers did he have in the last game? He played a few minutes in garbage time and contributed 3 turnovers for airballs and 2 fouls. Don't worry, this game will be his last. After the Summer League concludes, he'll surely head back to China. Randle contemptuously commented on this young player in the same position. Like Randle, most of the Lakers' young players had little faith in him. On the court, Lin Yifan seemed to be invisible. The spectators overlooked this Asian-faced young man. All attention was directed toward the performances of several Lakers rookies. Second overall pick Lonzo Ball had played 6 matches, achieving double-doubles in 2 of them, averaging 16.3 points, 7.7 rebounds, 9.3 assists, and 2.5 steals. Thanks to his stellar performance, the young Lakers squad had advanced to the Summer League Finals. Thus, the main attraction of this match was whether Lonzo Ball, the second overall pick, could maintain his impressive form. However, Ball was absent from the warm-up players due to a calf injury sustained in the previous game. Prior to the game, Summer League coach Dom announced that Ball would not participate due to his injury. This added an element of suspense to the Summer League Finals. The spectators' focus naturally shifted to other potential rising stars within the Lakers. This year's 27th pick, Kyle Kuzma, and 30th pick, Josh Hart, had both displayed commendable performances in recent Summer League games. In addition, last year's second overall pick, Brandon Ingram's presence, meant the Lakers still had a considerable chance in this Summer League final. On the sidelines, numerous NBA scouts were observing the warm-up players. Scouts from various teams sought to identify role players suitable for their squads in the upcoming season. Hey, who is that guy? I've never seen him before. How did he get a chance to make the Lakers roster? Are you referring to that guy from China? He's an undrafted player. His presence in the Summer League is merely a result of China's vast market. But he's mistaken the NBA is a meritocracy. Without talent, there are no opportunities to play. Indeed, this kid is too green. How much does he weigh? Looks like he's barely over 90 kilograms. Too fragile. Moreover, during training, his core strength is lacking. Without physicality, no skill is of any use. Watching him dribble makes me laugh. He turns the ball over with every pass, and he lacks the strength to shoot consistently. In competitive games, his shooting will be even worse. He can only play off the ball as a forward. He merely floats around shooting from the perimeter. He is simply not worth developing. With such poor physical attributes, even with a massive market, it will be hard for him to secure a contract. That goes without saying. Players like him are a dime a dozen among white players, let alone black players. Those undrafted players all hope to make a name for themselves in the Summer League. It seems unlikely he will earn a spot. However, I do admire his dedication. This guy trains diligently, consistently practicing his shooting. In my view, talent outweighs hard work. He possesses no potential. There's no need to waste time on him. Let's see if there are any other players worth noting. The two turned their attention to the Lakers bench. One cannot deny that the Lakers roster for the upcoming season is indeed promising. The offseason trade of Russell to the Nets was a clear indication of their belief in Lonzo Ball's potential. Brook Lopez, acquired in the trade from the Nets, serves as a valuable reinforcement. Concurrently, the Brooklyn Nets acquired the 27th pick in the draft, selecting the forward, Kyle Kuzma. Additionally, there are players obtained in recent drafts such as Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, Larry Nance Jr., and Jordan Clarkson. The Los Angeles Lakers currently embody a youthful and dynamic team. Their aspirations are firmly placed on this year's draft, having secured the second overall pick, Lonzo Ball, the 27th pick, Kyle Kuzma, the 30th pick, Josh Hart, the second-round pick, Thomas Bryant, and undrafted player, Alex Caruso. What the Lakers seek now is an influx of talented prospects brimming with potential. They aim to assemble a vibrant, youthful team replete with numerous promising assets. The management eagerly anticipates witnessing the remarkable performances of the rookies in this year's Summer League. As the team's president of basketball operations, the legendary Magic Johnson sits courtside, accompanied by the Lakers' current head coach, Luke Walton. Both of their gazes are fixed upon the players warming up on the court. Our newcomers have shown remarkable promise this year if we continue this approach to team building. The resurgence of the purple and gold dynasty is imminent. Magic Johnson observes contentedly, prompting a nod of agreement from Walton. Indeed, I can envision a bright future for the upcoming season. Naturally, we should also consider the undrafted players. Perhaps we might unearth a hidden gem. What about that Asian kid? Magic suddenly inquires. Walton furrows his brow as he glances at the young man with the Asian visage. The competition for the final roster spots is fierce. Walton remarks, Lin Yifan is of decent height, but otherwise quite average. Watching him play feels like observing a passionless automaton. He lacks the creativity essential for basketball. Oh, Walton continues, Lin Yifan also demonstrates a deficiency in passing ability, which is crucial for creating opportunities. If we were to treat him as a finisher, he proves to be inconsistent. Moreover, we already have plenty of finishers on our team. Magic Johnson sighs meaningfully. This is the last game. Let us see how he performs in this one. Even considering the allure of the Chinese market, we cannot afford to sign a subpar player. With that, he casts a glance at Lin Yifan and resumes chewing his gum with determination. The game is about to commence. Let us observe closely. Chapter 2. System Activation, Full Court Vision. The game begins. The Lakers have enlisted Josh Hart, as the point guard, stepping in for the injured Lonzo Ball. Hart has displayed commendable performances in the preceding matches, scoring 32 points in the last game. However, with the team's core, Lonzo Ball, orchestrating the offense, their play was notably fluid. In this game, the Trailblazers have focused their defensive efforts on Hart. As a facilitator, Hart committed 6 turnovers in the first half, and by the conclusion of the second quarter, the Lakers trailed the Trailblazers by 10 points, with a score of 51-61. Shaquille O'Neal astutely commented, "Josh Hart lacks organizational skills. He is far more suited for offensive play." In terms of offense, Hart was closely guarded by the Trailblazers, finding the basket elusive, managing to score only 5 points in the first half. Without a proficient facilitator, the Lakers' offense stagnated, particularly on the perimeter, where Ingram and Kuzma struggled to find quality shooting opportunities. In the second half, Coach Walton assigned Caruso to take on the organizing role, instructing Ingram to assertively attack the paint. The Lakers center, Ivica Zubac, a second-round pick from the previous year, stands at 2.16 meters and weighs 109 kilograms. As a robust inside presence, Zubac possesses solid low-post skills, though he moves with a degree of slowness. After a year of development, Zubac and Ingram have developed a strong chemistry, and the team has begun to mount a comeback. By the end of the third quarter, the deficit had narrowed to just 3 points, with the score at 74-77 in favor of the Trailblazers. In the preceding 6 Summer League games, Lin Yifan averaged less than 10 minutes of playing time, primarily during garbage time, with an average of only 3.2 points, 2 rebounds, and 1.1 blocks. Driven by his competitive spirit, Lin Yifan's defensive blocking ability has emerged as a highlight during his scant opportunities on the court. Professional athletes, after all, do not have the luxury of garbage time. However, Coach Walton believes he lacks the necessary physicality for NBA-level competition. Despite averaging 1 block per game, this achievement comes at the cost of an average of 4 fouls and 3 turnovers, with most errors occurring during passing attempts. More critically, Lin Yifan's lack of game experience gives his performance a rigid and passive quality. As Coach Walton remarked, he plays like a robot, devoid of creativity, merely waiting in the corner for a pass to shoot rather than creating opportunities. In the Summer League Finals, Coach Walton hesitated to deploy Lin Yifan. As the game neared its conclusion, Lin Yifan remained on the bench, anxiously awaiting the coach to call his name. Suddenly, a crisp voice resonated in Lin Yifan's mind. "Ding dong, the system has been loaded. The host has been bound," activating the ultimate basketball career system. Lin Yifan was not unfamiliar with the concepts of transmigration and systems, yet he felt a twinge of skepticism. The ultimate? Such claims often turn out to be the most misleading, do they not? How about something practical? Is there no starter pack? The system's starter pack has been activated. The starter pack is being generated and distributed randomly. Please select one from 5 options. A selection of 5? It seemed rather arbitrary. Lin Yifan picked one at random, filled with anticipation. "Congratulations, host. You have received the PG Point Guard Starter Pack." His expectations shattered like glass. A point guard pack? Wait a moment. I'm a center, aren't I? Why was I given a point guard starter pack? Can this be exchanged for something else? Basic attributes have been generated. Please review your stats. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yifan opened the attributes panel. Name, Lin Yifan. Gender, male. Age, 19. Nationality, China. Evaluation, age is authentic. Static attributes. Height, 213 centimeters. Weight, 105 kilograms. Wingspan, 221 centimeters. Evaluation. Height and wingspan are above average, but weight is insufficient to withstand NBA-level physicality. Dynamic attributes. Speed, 5585. Agility, 6585. Jumping, 5680. Stamina, 5280. Strength, 4580. Evaluation. Flexibility is acceptable, but strength is severely lacking, rendering one ill-equipped for the rigors of NBA-level competition. Technical attributes. Offensive ability. Close shot, 5580. Mid-range shot, 6580. Three-point shot, 4580. Free throw, 7580. Dunk, 5085. Layup, 5085. Low post, 5585. Passing, 3575. Ball handling, 4070. Non-dominant hand, 4580. Catching, 6085. Offensive rebound, 5580. Back to the basket fadeaway, 5085. Hook shot, 6585. Defensive ability, block, 6085. Steal, 5575. On-ball defense, 5085. Low post defense, 6085. Defensive rebound, 6585. Each attribute's preceding number represents the current capability, while the number following the slash denotes potential value. What is potential value? It reflects the ultimate limit of your current physical attribute's developmental capacity. If an attribute exceeds 80, increasing it by 1 point requires 5 attribute points. Exceeding 85 necessitates 10 points. Surpassing 90 demands 20 points, and exceeding 95 necessitates 50 points. The package has been opened, and the host shall receive a permanent enhancement of 100 in passing attributes, granting the maximum court vision. The passing attribute has escalated from 3575 to 10075. Has the attribute value directly surpassed the potential? This signifies that the passing ability has indeed transcended its highest possible threshold. Lin Yifan was at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. As a center, one would expect attributes such as strength, dunking, close-range shooting, and hook shots to be maximized. What purpose does a full-level passing ability serve? Then, Lin Yifan heard the voice of the system. P.S. The host's attributes related to point guards will be significantly enhanced. Speed, 5580 increase to speed, 8585 agility, 6580 increase to agility, 8585 ball control, 4080 increase to ball control, 7080 close shot, 5580 increase to close shot, 6580 mid-range shot, 6580 increase to mid-range shot, 7580 3-point shot, 4580 increase to 3-point shot, 5580 layup, 5085 increase to layup, 6085 steal, 5575 increase to steal, 6575 incredible. It appears that the attributes related to point guards have been greatly enhanced. Speed and agility have reached their physical limits. Ball control has also seen a significant improvement, with all finishing abilities rising by 10 points. Lin Yifan sensed that his body was undergoing subtle changes. The system task has commenced. Assist the team in securing victory. Upon completion of the task, you shall be rewarded with attribute points to enhance your abilities. Lin Yifan felt somewhat bewildered. Lin Yifan. A sudden voice jolted him back to reality. Coach Dom had called out Lin Yifan's name. It turned out that at the beginning of the fourth quarter, Zubac, having secured a rebound, inadvertently stepped on an opponent's foot and twisted his ankle. Zubac was the sole center for the Lakers, and with his departure, the team's strategy to attack the paint faltered. Within the first 2 minutes of the fourth quarter, they had only managed to score 2 points. Seizing the opportunity, the Trailblazers launched a relentless offensive, delivering a 10-2 surge in just 2 minutes. Beep. The Lakers called for a timeout. With 10 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Lakers trailed 76-87. The interior defense was in dire straits, down by 11 points. Someone had to step up. However, there were no other substitute centers available. Reluctantly, Lin Yifan was summoned to the court. We need defense. We cannot afford to give the opponents any scoring opportunities. Coach Dom stated, a hint of panic in his voice. To be frank, after sending Lin Yifan onto the court, he had little hope left for this match. The outspoken Barkley discerned the situation on the court. The Lakers' issue this game was their lack of a competent facilitator, as they had become ensnared in one-on-one plays. Indeed, their strategy to double-team Ingram had proven effective, as he had only scored 10 points in this match. Shaquille O'Neal also commented, noting the Lakers' predicament, their struggle without Lonzo Ball had greatly impacted them. It remained to be seen how they would adjust. Beep. The timeout concluded, and Lin Yifan stepped onto the court. Let us observe the Lakers' adjustments. They had chosen who? Lin? Who is this player? The Lakers fans on the sidelines murmured in disbelief. At such a crucial moment in the game, the Lakers had replaced a familiar face with an unknown Asian player. Was this akin to surrendering? Chapter 3. How was this ball passed? The organizer striving to turn the tide. Lin Yifan was unexpectedly called to the court. He removed his jacket, tucked his jersey into his shorts, and took a deep breath. The other players also stepped onto the court. At that moment, the Lakers lineup consisted of point guard Caruso, shooting guard Josh Hart, small forward Ingram, power forward Kuzma, and center Lin Yifan. Suddenly, Kuzma approached Lin Yifan, patted him on the shoulder, and cheerfully said, "Don't be nervous, Lin, just pass me the ball." The others remained silent towards Lin Yifan. On the court, action spoke louder than words, a truth that Lin Yifan fully understood. The Lakers players on the sidelines wore expressions of surprise. Randall jested, "Let us see how Lin gets crushed by the Trailblazers." Randall, a power forward and center hybrid for the Lakers, harbored no fondness for Lin Yifan, especially given his yellow skin, which only fueled his disdain. Beside Randall, Lopez refrained from commenting. Having recently joined the Lakers, Lopez, an experienced NBA player, generally held high hopes for most rookies, especially since this one was his teammate. The Trail Blazers were performing admirably, particularly power forward Caleb Swanigan, who had already amassed 23 points and 10 rebounds, standing at 2.05 meters and weighing 120 kilograms. He was a formidable power forward and center hybrid. Noticing the Lakers fielding a rookie, Swanigan exchanged a glance with his teammates, signaling, "Give me the ball. Let us show him what." Swanigan aimed to continue scoring over the rookie. All eyes were focused on the court. Let us see what unfolds. The Lakers had possession of the ball. Lin Yifan stood at the baseline, the referee tossing the ball into his hands. At the moment of contact, he experienced an extraordinary sensation. Once the system activated, his abilities significantly heightened. Most notably, he acquired a complete court vision, enabling him to perceive the shifting positions of players on the court at any given moment. Even with his back turned to his teammates, he could sense their locations. As the match progressed, Lin Yifan had no time to bask in this remarkable feeling. They trailed by 11 points. Caruso advanced the ball to the front court and passed it to Ingram, stationed at the left baseline. Ingram intended to make a strong move, dribbling forward, but was met with a double team. In a moment of panic, he vaguely spotted a Lakers player and threw the ball toward the free throw line. The recipient was none other than Lin Yifan. Goodness! As the ball landed in Lin Yifan's hands, both players on and off the court were taken aback. He was not adept at handling the ball. Lin Yifan, however, remained calm and executed a feint, swiftly drawing the attention of the opposing center to press him. In that fleeting moment of contact with the ball, Lin Yifan had already discerned the positions of his four teammates. After feigning a move, Lin Yifan's body turned to the right, mimicking a pass towards the basket. Caruso was slicing in from the right side towards the baseline, and everyone presumed the ball would be delivered inside. Swanigan of the Trail Blazers swiftly shifted from his double team on Ingram, anticipating an interception near the basket. Young man, the interior is not a place where you can pass freely. Just as it appeared a turnover was imminent, Lin Yifan deftly flicked his wrist, sending the ball soaring towards the left side of the three-point line behind him. It was merely a feint. Meanwhile, Kuzma, having made his move, found himself at the 45-degree angle of the three-point line, where the ball landed securely in his grasp. The Trail Blazers' Swanigan was completely out of position, unable to contest the shot. An open three-pointer. Swish. With the system activated, Lin Yifan possessed an expansive court vision, observing the movements of players behind him. Furthermore, he could sense the current state of his teammates. Throughout the game, Josh Hart had been closely guarded and was now in the right corner, his shooting touch waning and confidence faltering. Caruso, adept at penetrating and cutting in from the right, was also capable of hitting three-pointers, albeit inconsistently, and the Trail Blazers had anticipated his moves, ready to block him. Conversely, Kuzma, having already scored 25 points, was on fire. He was navigating from the paint to the 45-degree angle of the three-point line. Swanigan, tasked with defending Kuzma, had to shift to double-team Ingram and subsequently assist against Caruso, leaving him unable to keep up. Thus, Kuzma received the ball in a completely open position. What a splendid pass! Lin Yifan received a thumbs-up from Kuzma, who then joyfully approached for a high five. A no-look pass, and perfectly timed. Was he blessed with a sixth sense? Swanigan was exasperated, realizing his blunder had afforded Kuzma an open three-point opportunity. It must have been sheer luck. On the sidelines, Coach Dom was intrigued, however. Having witnessed numerous games featuring Lin Yifan, he doubted that such precise and opportune passing could be achieved by him. The score stood at 79-87, as the Lakers narrowed the gap to 8 points. Swanigan of the Trail Blazers sought to respond with a play, demanding to isolate Lin Yifan in the low post. Lin Yifan stands at an impressive height of 2.13 meters, with a wingspan measuring 2.21 meters. When he extends his arms, he completely envelopes Swanigan, who stands at 2.05 meters. Swanigan capitalizes on his weight advantage, forcefully asserting himself in the paint. Lin Yifan's strength was insufficient, with merely 2 strikes. He nearly lost his balance. However, possessing the agility of a point guard, Lin Yifan proved to be remarkably nimble. Once the system was activated, his ability to intercept the ball significantly improved. As he prepared to execute a hook shot during his third strike against Swanigan, he began to pivot. Lin Yifan, swift and agile, executed a precise cut shot. A clean and skillful interception. What an impressive steal. The court resonated with the praises of his teammates. The intercepted ball struck Swanigan's foot, soaring out of bounds. Lin Yifan swiftly caught up, his pace remarkable. In a stunning leap, he soared into the air to save the ball. At the very moment he made contact, he had already spotted Caruso dashing towards the front court. With both hands, he cradled the ball and forcefully flung it behind his head. The basketball traced a perfect arc, soaring from the baseline of the backcourt to a point near the center circle. At that instant, Caruso was the sole player in the front court. As the ball touched down and bounced back up, it landed precisely in front of him. After receiving the pass, Caruso executed a spectacular flying dunk, igniting the crowd with exuberance. Turning back, Caruso pointed at Lin Yifan with his finger, his powerful gaze seemingly conveying, "Well done, my friend. That was an exceptional pass." The audience was electrified by this transition from defense to offense, awestruck by the long pass. Commentators O'Neal and Barkley lavished praise upon the remarkable basket, declaring it the highlight of the day. What made it even more exquisite was the artistry of the pass. Indeed, how was such a pass executed? It was nothing short of miraculous. If it had occurred once, one might consider it a mere coincidence, but to do so twice, without even looking, and from such a distance with pinpoint accuracy, such a proficient passer is a rarity for a center. My interest in Lin began to blossom. More importantly, he showcased an extraordinary ability to organize and a vivid imagination for passing. It is indeed hard to fathom that such feats could be accomplished by a center. On the sidelines, Coach Dom wore an expression of disbelief. The Lakers players, previously unaware, now turned their attention to this unassuming undrafted player. "Well played," they cheered, as Lin's teammates exchanged high-fives with him. Kuzma hurried over, extending a hand to help Lin Yifan out from the ground after his heroic save. "Great play," Kuzma earnestly commended. The momentum of the Lakers players surged at that moment, with the score standing at 81-87. Lin Yifan graced the court for a mere minute. Yet he managed to deliver 2 splendid assists and a steal. The deficit stood at a mere 6 points. Shaquille O'Neal nodded in agreement, remarking that the Lakers had discovered their orchestrator, a savior in the midst of chaos. Chapter 4. The Lakers have struck gold. The game continued, with consecutive displays of brilliance. Lin Yifan captivated his teammates on the floor. More importantly, they began to trust him, believing he could adeptly handle the ball. This is the allure of a team organizer. Teammates are willing to pass the ball to you because you can create better opportunities. On the sidelines, O'Neal and Barkley could not help but engage in discussion. O'Neal, a traditional center known for his inside prowess, back-to-the-basket play, and thunderous dunks, was visibly impressed by Lin Yifan's performance. The Big Diesel exclaimed, "This center is intriguing, playing like a point guard." Barkley, a conventional power forward himself, noted the league even established rules specifically for post play during his era. He found it fascinating that Lin, as a center, exhibited remarkable agility and an exceptional court vision. Both men envisioned the future of the center position embodied in Lin Yifan. In our era, basketball revolved around the center. O'Neal's emergence prompted the league to amend rules regarding the charge zone, 3-second violations, and zone defense. We now reside in the era of small ball, which signifies the decline of the traditional center. Nevertheless, I contend that the future of basketball should still accommodate towering figures. I refer to this as positional ambiguity. Positional ambiguity? To my mind, Lin Yifan represents a synthesis of center and point guard. The future of basketball lies in this ambiguity of positions, where fixed roles dissolve into a blend of various positions. However, Barkley astutely pointed out that if he were the Trailblazers, he would opt to leave him open or force him into isolation plays. O'Neal nodded in slight agreement, clearly indicating that the Trailblazers coach had not yet grasped this insight. In multiple successive plays, Lin Yifan consistently delivered the ball precisely to the players who were in rhythm. Furthermore, his presence ignited a competitive spirit among the Lakers. Each player on the court appeared invigorated and more spirited. Lin Yifan certainly comprehended this aspect as well. Similarly, as an undrafted player, Caruso was eager to validate his abilities. Witnessing Lin Yifan's remarkable performance, this player, who had spent a year in the developmental league, was suddenly filled with excitement. Lin Yifan sensed Caruso's intense fervor. Caruso lobbed the ball to Lin Yifan in the paint, prompting him to swiftly descend. A mere glance confirmed the connection. Lin Yifan leaned against the Portland Trail Blazers' Caleb Swanigan. The moment he received the ball, he executed a remarkable pass, bouncing it between his legs and through Swanigan's. Swanigan, having only caught sight of the ball in Lin Yifan's hands for a fleeting half-second, was utterly bewildered when it seemingly vanished. Caruso, who had stealthily maneuvered behind Swanigan, caught the ball with surprising ease, marveling at its peculiar trajectory. Swanigan, realizing the trickery only too late, turned around to attempt a block, but it was far too late. Caruso soared for a dunk. The whistle blew, and 1. The crowd was left in awe by this exquisite double-leg pass. Spectators erupted in admiration, witnessing a truly magical moment on the court. Shaquille O'Neal couldn't help but compare it to Yao Ming's famous behind-the-back pass to Rafer Alston. Charles Barkley, however, seemed reluctant to evoke memories of the rookie Yao, jokingly likening the move to a rooster laying an egg. Nevertheless, he expressed genuine curiosity about how such an accurate behind-the-back pass was executed, especially against two defenders. Swanigan, visibly frustrated and outmaneuvered, lost the momentum he had earlier. Caruso rushed over to Lin Yifan for a high five, exclaiming, "Great pass, Lin." With a playmaker orchestrating the Lakers' offense, they surged forward with an impressive offensive flurry. Lin Yifan skillfully assisted Ingram and Kuzma, each sinking a three-pointer that completely dismantled the Blazers' defense. Kuzma's elegant front-facing three-pointer put the Lakers ahead, 89-87. The Lakers had seized control of the game, their momentum becoming unstoppable. Another assist came from Lin. This entire sequence was a product of a recent substitution that proved to be a stroke of genius. It was clear that the Lakers' timeout and personnel adjustment had been masterfully executed. Coach Dom was praised by everyone, so much so that he instinctively joined in the applause. Great play. Great pass. In truth, Dom was simply out of options, trying his luck with a dead horse. On the sidelines, Magic Johnson seemed to see a reflection of his younger self in Lin Yifan. Isn't Lin Yifan supposed to be a poor passer? Luke Walton wondered aloud. Does he lack the ability to create opportunities? He plays like a robotic automaton devoid of passion. Magic Johnson countered, that was pure artistry on the basketball court. He applauded the earlier pass and turned to Walton, who now wore a surprised expression. Reluctantly, Walton conceded, "Indeed, he possesses qualities I had not recognized." With that, Magic Johnson made a call to Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka. At that moment, Magic Johnson was the Lakers president of basketball operations, while Pelinka, originally Kobe Bryant's agent, had been strongly recommended by the retired star to join the Lakers management. Pelinka was seated with Jeannie Buss and her close friend Linda Rambis on the opposite side of the arena. Upon receiving the call, Pelinka strolled over to the bench with an air of sophistication. "Hey, Elvin, what's up?" he asked with a smile. "Let us talk about Lin Yifan," Magic replied. "Who?" Pelinka seemed unfamiliar with the name. "Lin, the Asian kid on the court," Magic clarified. "I want to sign him." Although Lin's recent performance was indeed impressive, Pelinka pulled out the scouting report he had reviewed. Lin Yifan, strengths, good height and wingspan. Weaknesses, typical talents seen in many NBA players, nothing extraordinary. As a center, he lacks strength in the paint, struggles against NBA-level competition, has poor explosiveness, inadequate jumping ability, and low stamina, coupled with weak willpower. His physical strength and defensive skills require significant improvement. It appears that relying solely on his advantages will make it challenging for him to establish himself in the league. His inconsistent offensive and ball-handling skills leave him ill-prepared for the intensity and rhythm of the NBA. Pelinka remarked, "We don't plan to sign him." "No. We should sign him," Magic insisted. "What?" Pelinka was taken aback, questioning whether such a decision was based merely on the recent performance. Magic nodded. "I was observing him during the game. Lin exhibits excellent teamwork and can uplift his teammates' spirits. His passing is exceptional, with court vision akin to that of elite point guards. He displays remarkable agility, rapid cutting speed, and can deliver passes with astonishing speed, making split-second decisions. Most importantly, he possesses top-tier basketball IQ." Pelinka's eyes widened, but he is not ready for the NBA yet. That would be a gamble. Magic shook his head. "No. I believe he is fully capable of playing in the NBA. Sign him." He reiterated his point emphatically. Several scouts on the sidelines began discussing Lin Yifan's remarkable performance. Where did he come from? Why hadn't we noticed him before? Two scouts who had initially overlooked Lin now changed their tune, exclaiming, "The Lakers have truly found a gem." Chapter 5. Signing with the Lakers. The Summer League has concluded. Ultimately, the Lakers triumphed over the Trail Blazers with a score of 102-92, securing the 2017 Las Vegas Summer League Championship. On the same day, the Lakers announced Kyle Kuzma as the Summer League Finals MVP. Kuzma shot 11 of 16 from the field, including 6 of 10 from three-point range, amassing 30 points. 10 rebounds, 1 assist, 1 steal, and 1 block. During a critical moment in the fourth quarter, Kuzma hit 3 consecutive three-pointers, leading the Lakers to reclaim the lead and ultimately secure victory. The league also named Lonzo Ball as the Summer League MVP, despite not participating in the finals. Ball's outstanding earlier performances earned him the accolade. He was joined on the All-Summer League first team by Smith from the Mavericks, Collins from the Hawks, Jackson from the Suns, and Swanigan from the Blazers. Los Angeles media erupted in excitement over the rising purple and gold dynasty, 2 MVPs for the Lakers in the 2017 draft. Anticipation for the new season soared. The Lakers' youth and vigor shined bright. The Lakers, having struck gold, believed in the process. Their struggles would ultimately yield rewards. All reports indicate that the Lakers acquired 2 MVP-caliber rookies in this year's draft, with no mention of Lin Yifan. After all, he is merely an undrafted player who spent a mere 6 minutes on the court without scoring a single point, only facilitating a few passes. In American basketball, there is a pronounced emphasis on offense and player scoring statistics, a fact that the media readily reflects. Following the conclusion of the game, Lin Yifan participated in the celebratory atmosphere of the players' locker room. Ding! With the victory secured, the host is awarded 2 attribute points. Attribute points? The host can utilize these points to enhance ability attributes. The system has activated training camp mode. Task: secure an NBA contract, with a reward of an S-ranked skill chest. What is this training camp? Is it akin to a dungeon? Is the reward granted simply for signing the contract? Before Lin Yifan had the chance to comprehend the situation, his head was drenched by a spray of champagne. Turning around, he beheld the exuberant Kyle Kuzma, sporting his flight goggles and laughing heartily. Lin, we won. We won. Kuzma was caught up in sheer exhilaration. As this year's 27th pick, he had secured the Summer League's MVP, garnering a significant amount of media attention in the coveted city of Los Angeles. During the post-game interview, Kuzma boldly declared, "Remember to call me MVP from now on." Don't forget, it was evident that Kuzma would be a crucial piece in the Los Angeles Lakers' new roster. He was set to receive a substantial rookie contract. And what of Lin Yifan? His own contract still remained uncertain. Lin Yifan was still unaware that Magic Johnson had already made the decision to sign him. At that moment, Magic Johnson entered the locker room, and the Purple and Gold Legion was poised for a resurgence. After delivering an impassioned speech, all the players raised their fists and gathered together, chanting, 1, 2, 3, win. Lin Yifan was also swept up in the infectious atmosphere of victory. This is the essence of basketball. The future of the Lakers is indeed brimming with passion and vitality. As the celebration concluded, the scent of champagne still lingered in the air. Lin Yifan has already boarded the flight back to Los Angeles when suddenly, his phone received 2 news alerts. WOJ reported that the Lakers are set to sign the promising undrafted player Lin Yifan. Shams added that the Lakers might offer a non-guaranteed contract. Goodness. Lin Yifan felt a flurry of questions swirling in his mind as he read the news. Had he truly been signed by the Lakers without his knowledge? Yet, he understood that WJ and Shams were revered journalists within the basketball community, undoubtedly privy to insider information. However, under the current circumstances, such news remained speculative. If he had indeed secured a contract, how could he possibly be unaware? Contracts always necessitate a signature, after all. Just then, his phone rang, the sound cutting through his thoughts. An unfamiliar number? Could it be a call regarding the Lakers contract? Signing the contract would unlock the treasure chest. Lin Yifan answered the phone. Hello, this is Lin. Greetings, Lin. This is Irvin Johnson. Indeed, Lin had received a call from the legendary Magic Johnson. Lin, we are considering signing you and will be extending a contract offer. What do you think? However, upon hearing this news, Lin Yifan did not exhibit any signs of surprise. His calm demeanor astonished Magic Johnson. This was the Los Angeles Lakers, a call from the operations president to an undrafted player. One would expect unbridled joy. The Lakers boast an immense media presence. Nonetheless, Lin remained composed, fully aware that he was merely an undrafted player without substantial negotiating leverage. Moreover, the contract discussions would entail millions of dollars, a significant sum. This warranted a conversation with my agent. After all, a verbal promise is not equivalent to a binding agreement, even when it comes from the mouth of the Lakers operations president. Of course. In any case, I sincerely invite you to join us. Once you've made your decision, feel free to come by the team headquarters for an in-person discussion within the next few days. After Magic concluded his statement, he seemed reluctant to end the call, adding, Lin, training camp is about to commence. You must quickly acclimate to the pace and intensity of the NBA. His tone carried an air of anticipation. Lin, I must offer you a piece of advice. A piece of advice? Lin Yifan pondered to himself, seizing the opportunity of this summer to gain weight before the preseason commenced. It would be prudent to enlist a physical management coach to oversee his diet and enhance his strength. Grateful for the advice, he hung up the phone and let out a sigh of relief. realizing that his dream of breaking into the NBA was within reach. The words of the magician rang true. It seemed he would be spending the summer immersed in the gym. However, hiring a fitness coach? The costs of physical management coaches in America are quite exorbitant. It is said that elite stars like LeBron James and Stephen Curry invest over $1 million annually in their physical maintenance. Lin Yifan, an undrafted player, possesses little financial resources. Since choosing to remain in the NBA, he has had a disagreement with his family. His parents have urged him to stay in the CBA. Yet he resolutely opted to pursue his dream in the NBA. During this period, he has had minimal contact with his parents and has not requested any living expenses. Now at the age of 19, he must fully rely on himself. The contract he recently received is merely a verbal commitment, and the funds are yet to be realized. Lin Yifan reluctantly picked up the phone and dialed his agent, Jia Qiong. Hello, Lao Jia. I have received a contract invitation from the Lakers. I know. The news has already been reported extensively here in the country, Lao Jia replied, his tone revealing no surprise. This announcement had ignited a frenzy in domestic basketball news. And Jia Qiong had naturally received the information promptly. So, what are your thoughts? I believe this is a splendid opportunity, but there are a few issues at present. Lao Jia's voice sounded weary. Is it the media? Lin Yifan suspected, then inquired, what are they saying? Most of them support your pursuit of the NBA. Though there are some snide remarks as well. Snide remarks? Yes, from that commentator, Yang Dalian, from the Capital team. He claimed that with your talent, you won't make it to the NBA and should return to your team early. To hell with him. He is just a sycophant for the Capital team. However, the majority of domestic fans are cheering for you. Your highlights from the Summer League Finals have garnered immense views online. It's remarkable, after spending a year in America. You have honed your passing skills. Fans have been leaving messages on your official Weibo, congratulating you on your entry into the NBA. Lin Yifan thought to himself. It appears the news of my signing has spread throughout the vast expanse of our nation, and I am the last to be informed. I haven't even signed yet. Chapter 6. The absence of funds is truly problematic. Far away in China, in the capital city, inside an office in the Capitol Tower, Agent Jia Qiong had been tirelessly occupied for several days, embroiled in the farce of Lin Yifan's contract termination with the Capital team. At that moment, while on the phone, he hesitated over whether or not to disclose the situation to Lin Yifan. Should I tell him? This sudden call surely signifies another matter. I hope it is not about finances. I am utterly swamped. I need to hire a fitness coach to gain weight and enhance my strength over the summer. I lack the funds. Agent Jia Qiong was indeed troubled by the very issue of money. Lin Yifan was nurtured within the youth training system of the Capital team, with the club investing resources to support his draft participation. However, this year's draft did not favor him, and it is only natural for him to return. Yet, Lin Yifan remains in the United States, unwilling to come back. The Capital team is in need of strength and has already extended a contract offer. His agent, Jia Qiong, initially advised Lin Yifan to return, emphasizing the benefits of a lucrative contract with minimal responsibilities close to home. The individuals in the United States have no intentions of utilizing his talents, displaying a clear disregard for those of Asian descent. Lin Yifan, however, sought to seize the opportunity presented by the Summer League, thinking to himself, I shall give it another try. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Yifan's unwavering determination, Jia Qiong felt a flicker of doubt. After all, within the domestic basketball community, there is a fervent hope for a Chinese player to successfully make their mark in the NBA. Since the days of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, no younger players have truly made a name for themselves on the NBA courts. Now, Lin Yifan, through his performance in the Summer League, had received a signing invitation from the Los Angeles Lakers, yet the Capital team was now reluctant to support his venture to the United States. They needed young players to bolster their bench and enhance their offensive capabilities. You may sign with the Lakers, but first, you must terminate your contract here. And the buyout fee is $2 million. Such was the notification given by the Capital team. In that moment, Jia Qiong hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to inform Lin Yifan. Right now, you needn't concern yourself with the media. However, there is something you must contemplate. Jia Qiong relayed the details regarding the buyout fee demanded by the Capital team. $2 million. Lin Yifan exclaimed in astonishment. Old Jia analyzed. Indeed. Should you secure a contract with the Lakers now, you would receive a substantial sum. Moreover, we can negotiate with the Lakers to cover this buyout fee. Lin Yifan pondered how the Lakers could possibly be willing to play the fool. You must deliver an exceptional performance that leaves them with no reason to decline. Old Jia remarked. However, he added, let us set that aside for now. I do not possess the funds to hire a coach for you. Lin Yifan understood that gaining weight was a matter of simple indulgence. Just eat, eat, and eat. How straightforward it sounded. Old Jia chuckled. This is your forte. To his surprise, the call was abruptly disconnected. Jia Qiong? I see you're truly in dire straits. Upon disembarking from the flight, Lin Yifan received a call from his sister. Hello, brother. Congratulations. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Yifan realized it was all too familiar. On the other end of the line was his beloved younger sister, Lin Xiaolu. Lin Yifan's hopes were dashed, and he was consumed by anger. Lin Xiaolu, what trick are you playing this time? What are you congratulating? Lin Xiaolu is now 17 years old. Last year, she went to the United States to attend high school as a basketball student. With outstanding performance statistics, Lin has already received an invitation from UCLA. UCLA, the University of California, Los Angeles, is renowned as a prestigious basketball institution in America, having produced legendary players such as Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Walton, and Russell Westbrook. Although women's basketball does not garner as much attention as men's, for Lin Xiaolu, this is already an exceptional opportunity. Of course, congratulations on your success in pursuing the NBA. Lin Xiaolu's playful and endearing voice echoed through the phone. Lin Xiaolu laughed and said, shouldn't you treat me to a grand feast? Always thinking about food, huh? No problem. Brother just landed a lucrative contract. Speak up. What do you wish to eat? Of course, anything extravagant. In any case, congratulations to you. Your dream has come true. See you soon at the university town. Receiving blessings from his younger sister naturally brought joy to Lin Yifan, yet he understood more profoundly that this was merely the beginning. First, he needed to take a taxi to the vicinity of the university town. Moreover, there was Lin Xiaolu, and he would have to treat himself to a meal. Being broke was indeed a challenge. While in the taxi, Lin Yifan suddenly recalled the training camp activated by the system. Bored in the car, he decided to open it up and explore. Once the interface appeared, Lin Yifan first noticed a section displaying the 2 attribute points he had acquired. The system awards attribute points based on your performance in official competitions. These points can be used to enhance one's abilities. Just in time, the magician had advised him to strengthen his power, so he decided to allocate all points to the strength attribute. Strength attribute value, 4580 increased to 4780. Did 2 attribute points only yield a 2-point increase in strength? That seems rather slow. A strength of 47 points is quite average for a basketball player. The host can directly purchase attribute values with cash. What? Isn't that akin to spending money to gain advantages? The minimum recharge is 100 million. This is utterly ludicrous. Reminiscent of the practices of those deceitful merchants. Lin Yifan mused, indeed, the pursuit of wealth is the ultimate path. Without money, one cannot truly thrive. What are some effective methods for gaining weight and enhancing strength? Ideally, those that require no financial expenditure. Lin Yifan observed the training camp that had just been activated, a feature he had yet to explore. He delved into it with curiosity. Welcome, host, to the training camp mode. You can accumulate training points through your endeavors. He read. What purpose do these training points serve? He inquired. They can be converted into system attribute points. Currently, your overall attributes are quite low. The system will calculate training points based on the duration of training. For every 24 hours of training, you will acquire 1 training point, which can be exchanged for 2 attribute points. 24 hours of training? Isn't that rather excessive? He pondered. With a full day comprising 24 hours, accounting for meals and rest, he would only have around 12 hours to train. This meant that even with relentless dedication, it would take nearly 2 days to earn a single training point. However, Lin Yifan quickly reassessed the situation. With the advent of this training camp, he could indeed enhance his strength. In this light, the training camp appeared to be an extraordinary boon. He could immerse himself in the gym daily to build his strength. With 1 training point earned every 24 hours, he could exchange it for 2 attribute points. Thus, it seemed feasible to improve significantly within a day. At this moment, his primary focus was to bolster his strength. With the NBA regular season fast approaching, he was determined to reach the requisite level of strength expected in the league. The surplus training points could also be allocated towards enhancing other desired abilities. Lin Yifan's excitement grew with each passing moment. The Lakers training camp was just around the corner. This presented a splendid opportunity. Lin Yifan promptly picked up the phone and dialed Lao Jia's number. Hello, Lao Jia, you're flying over tomorrow. We must expedite discussions here. He declared. Have you made your decision? Lao Jia inquired with a knowing tone. What about the 2 million for the contract termination? That is your concern now. Lin Yifan replied decisively. Since Lin Yifan embarked on his basketball career in the United States, Lao Jia has been his agent. They have known each other for quite some time, as Lao Jia, a former professional player himself, provided substantial guidance in the realm of basketball. After retiring, Lao Jia transitioned into a professional agent, representing numerous CBA players. Although he occasionally appears unreliable, Lao Jia has consistently supported Lin Yifan's aspirations to compete in the NBA through summer leagues. Their relationship embodies both mentorship and camaraderie, having already achieved considerable success. Securing a contract in the NBA is no longer a daunting task. Once the contract is obtained, the $2 million termination fee will be easily resolved. However, time is of the essence for signing the agreement. There is also an S-Class mysterious treasure chest, and Lin Yifan is quite curious about its contents. At this moment, Lin Yifan is troubled by the issue of gaining weight. The system cannot directly enhance the host's physical attributes. It seems that the system will not be of assistance in this regard. Lin Yifan felt a wave of restlessness wash over him, bored in the confines of his car. He casually unlocked his phone and began to scroll aimlessly. Suddenly, a short video caught his attention. In the clip, a man was voraciously devouring a plate of steak. Upon finishing one serving, he reached for another plate from his left and continued to indulge heartily. To his right, the empty plates had already piled up to a height of half a meter. Is big data truly this precise now? Can it really anticipate one's thoughts? Is this not reminiscent of those peculiar competitive eaters featured in online broadcasts? Lin Yifan had a sudden inspiration. Could it be? Gaining weight. Is it possible that one can only indulge in food? After watching a food broadcast for a while, Lin Yifan felt a surge of appetite. The car had reached its destination, where Lin Yifan's sister, Lin Xiaolu, was waiting by the roadside. Lin Xiaolu, speak up, what do you wish to eat? Lin Xiaolu had long contemplated that after spending several months in the United States, she still could not acclimatize to the cuisine. She yearned for a sumptuous Chinese feast. However, fine Chinese dining establishments in America are rather expensive. Lin Yifan reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. It was rather awkward. Lin Xiaolu observed everything keenly. Do you lack funds? Brother will soon secure a substantial contract. When that time comes, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Lin Xiaolu pouted and sighed. All right. I shall treat you. As she reached into her pocket, she discovered it was utterly empty. Let us go to the hamburger shop where I work. It is economical, delicious, and the owner often offers discounts. Thus, the two of them resolved to head to the hamburger shop where Lin Xiaolu was employed. Lin Xiaolu then inquired, what size of contract can you secure? 1 million? 100 million? You must be jesting. As she spoke, she had already reached the entrance of the burger shop. Since arriving in the United States, Lin Xiaolu has begun to utilize her spare time to work. She has long desired to free herself from her parents' financial support, harboring her own aspirations. An individual lacking independence cannot truly make choices for themselves. However, Lin Xiaolu is not yet ready to disclose this to her brother. Upon entering the store, the attendant warmly inquired, Xiaolu, didn't you take a day off today? Lin Xiaolu replied with a smile, my pockets are completely empty, so I can only order something to eat from the store. What would you like? Oh, I'll have a hamburger, fries, and a cup of cola. After speaking, Lin Xiaolu turned her gaze towards Lin Yifan. Lin Xiaolu placed the menu in front of her. No worries, order as you please. I'll cover it all. Lin Yifan, with an insatiable appetite, was contemplating ways to gain weight. Then I shall have 20 hamburgers. 20 of them. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback upon hearing this figure. Are you intent on exacting revenge on society? Do you wish to impoverish me? Lin Xiaolu immediately regretted her promise to treat. Can you truly finish all that? Wishing to gain weight, the scientific approach to weight gain is undoubtedly the most prudent method. However, with no contracts in sight and her pockets utterly barren, perhaps indulging in food is the most economical choice? Is it impossible to be broke? Indeed, it is. Suddenly, a girl clad in a cerulean dress appeared before them, smiling. Her complexion was fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled with a faint glimmer. Xiaolu, have you placed the order? The girl inquired in soft English. Come. Let us have 20 hamburgers. Lin Xiaolu found it somewhat difficult to articulate her thoughts. 20? Can you possibly finish that? The girl expressed her mild astonishment. It's fine. He ordered it, he will eat it, Lin Xiaolu remarked, gently gesturing towards Lin Yifan at that moment. Lin Yifan then noticed that the girl possessed a tall and slender figure, and her features bore a resemblance to the French actress Sophie Marceau. This foreign beauty was quite striking. Do you know that girl from earlier? What's her name? What is the matter? I can't tell you, Lin Xiaolu replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yifan, teasingly withholding information. Hey, Lin Xiaolu, haven't I taken care of you enough? So today, it's your treat. No problem? Thought Lin Yifan. I can certainly afford a few hamburgers. Her name is Lisa. She is my senior. Chapter 7. Rich Paul? Lisa? Yes, Lisa, my senior. Isn't she beautiful? It turns out that Lin Xiaolu and Lisa both worked at the hamburger shop in this college town. It is said that my senior bears a striking resemblance to the actress Sophie Marceau. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan found it quite plausible. Although Lisa was somewhat fairer in complexion, how did you two come to know each other? We met at a hamburger joint. Lin Yifan had initially focused solely on her face, but now, from a distance, he began to notice Lisa's figure, standing approximately 1.75 meters tall. Likely due to her work, she sported a ponytail that lent her an air of tranquility while exuding vitality. Her physique was well-proportioned, with long, slender legs that were fair and delicate, complemented beautifully by a sky-blue dress that radiated elegance. As Lin Yifan awaited his meal, his gaze followed Lisa's figure. Have you developed feelings for her? Lin Xiaolu observed her brother's expression. Go away, Lin Yifan replied, continuing to inquire, is this senior also part of your basketball team? Not at all. She studies sports medicine at the University of California, Los Angeles. She's quite the academic achiever. Senior? Medicine? An academic prodigy? Just then, Lisa arrived with a large platter of hamburgers, a towering mountain of 20 burgers. Lin Yifan immediately rose to retrieve the tray, standing at over 2 meters tall. He made Lisa, who was 1.75 meters, appear diminutive in comparison. Lisa gazed at Lin Xiaolu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your friend is so tall. No wonder he eats so much." With a smile, she sauntered away. Before Lin Yifan lay an impressive 20 hamburgers, a sight that would undoubtedly intimidate any ordinary person. Yet, at that moment, he seemed to have activated his competitive eating prowess. Grasping one with his left hand, he devoured it in a single bite, startling Lin Xiaolu beside him. "Brother, have we not eaten for several days? Please refrain from such gluttony. It's rather alarming to witness." Lin Yifan pulled in another one with his right hand. "Little girl, do you understand? This is about gaining weight. Do you comprehend what gaining weight means?" Indeed, Lin Xiaolu was utterly baffled. She had never encountered a method of gaining weight that involved incessantly eating. This was her first time witnessing someone attempting to gain weight through hamburgers. Truly, she was astonished. In less than 10 minutes, the food was consumed with remarkable speed. Lin Yifan directly devoured more than 10 hamburgers. Surely, he must be unable to eat anymore. Lin Xiaolu stood by, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Lin Yifan rested his hand upon his abdomen, leaning back in his chair, exclaiming in frustration that he simply could not eat any more today. It was a day when he felt utterly sated, and he decided to leave it at that. When Lin Xiaolu smiled, "I recalled that it was you who footed the bill. Boss, please pack it up." Lin Yifan lamented once more. Life is truly arduous when one is devoid of funds. However, the name Lisa, which I encountered today, left quite an impression. On the way back, gazing at the 10 remaining hamburgers in my hand, I suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Lin Yifan opened the system interface and noticed a circle within his training camp feature. A red circle displayed a yellow energy pillar, reminiscent of the activity tracking rings found in sports watches. Does this signify the completion of the circle? The yellow segment remains at the 12 o'clock position, indicating that training has yet to commence today. Lin Yifan contemplated that he could only return to his room to commence his training. Time was of the essence, and he needed to make the most of it. At that moment, the phone of Lin Yifan rang. "Hello, this is Lin. I am Rich Paul." "Rich Paul? The agent of LeBron James?" Lin Yifan's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. The legendary Rich Paul? As a professional manager, Rich Paul has represented players such as LeBron James, Anthony Davis, John Wall, Ben Simmons, and Draymond Green. Under his guidance, these athletes have secured lucrative contracts. Furthermore, beyond contract negotiations, managing endorsements and commercial activities necessitates dedicated individuals, leading to the emergence of a new profession, sports agents. "Greetings. I'm Lin Yifan." Lin Yifan was puzzled as to why Rich Paul was calling. Rich Paul spoke candidly, stating, "I have seen your basketball footage and am eager to collaborate with you. Lin, would you be interested in joining my agency?" The fact that Rich Paul himself extended an invitation for Lin Yifan to join his agency was astonishing. It is undeniable that Rich Paul consistently assists players in obtaining substantial contracts, and he possesses an extensive network that can secure numerous endorsements. At this moment, Lin Yifan truly needed financial support. Rich Paul continued, "However, I have received insider information that the Lakers intend to convert your Exhibit 10 contract into a two-way contract." He paused briefly before adding, with a measured tone, "And I can help you secure a significant contract." Rich Paul's demeanor remained composed, as he was acutely aware of the immense potential within the Chinese market that Lin Yifan represented. If Lin Yifan were to excel, he would likely attract an abundance of endorsement deals. So what do you think, Lin? Please consider it. Lin Yifan understood that signing with Rich Paul would bring significant advantages, and he was in dire need of financial support, which could yield substantial benefits for him. However, Lin Yifan made a resolute decision to decline. I'm sorry, Paul, but I've made my choice. I already have an agent back home. Oh, you intend to refuse? Indeed. Is that so? What a pity. Please reconsider for a few more days. There's no rush for a response. There's no need. I can confirm my decision right now. Rich Paul was taken aback by the calmness with which this 19-year-old dismissed him. After uttering his final words, Lin Yifan hung up the phone. The reason for his decision was none other than old Jia. Although old Jia was a rather unreliable manager, fond of smoking, drinking, brawling, and often treating his contracted players to skewers, his unwavering support and care for Lin Yifan's basketball career transcended monetary value. Just then, the phone rang. It was an incoming call from old Jia, as if summoned by the very mention of his name. Lin Yifan sought to tease old Jia. Hey, old Jia. I just received a call from Rich Paul. On the other end of the line, old Jia was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected revelation. Rich Paul? LeBron James's partner? The most sought-after agent in the NBA? Old Jia's heart skipped a beat, contemplating that Lin Yifan might have slipped away. All right, you clever rascal. I've been running around for days over your contract termination, and here you are. Old Jia erupted in frustration, while Lin Yifan could only laugh heartily. I just bought a plane ticket to the States to help you sign the contract, but it seems that's no longer necessary. As old Jia's agitation grew, Lin Yifan hastily added, I just turned down Rich Paul's invitation. Old Jia exclaimed, What? You actually rejected Rich Paul? Well done. You mentioned flying over? What time is your flight? Old Jia began to regain his composure. Yes, he had already contacted the Lakers, who had presented a two-way contract. I'll be there tomorrow. A two-way contract? Lin Yifan pondered, still unclear about the specifics, including the Exhibit 10 contract that Rich Paul had mentioned earlier. The Exhibit 10 contract you initially signed was for a position with the Lakers-affiliated G League team. However, prior to the commencement of the regular season, the Lakers have the right to convert that contract into a two-way contract. A two-way contract allows the team to add 2 additional player slots beyond the 15-man roster. This means you can participate in the Lakers training camp and the 45-day regular season, including game days, practices, and tryouts, just like any other official player. Lin Yifan felt somewhat bewildered. Old Jia, just tell me, how much can I earn? Jia Qiong replied with a hint of pride in his voice. I have secured a top-tier salary. Top-tier salary? Goodness, am I about to become wealthy? Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement. How much? $50,000. Lin Yifan felt an overwhelming urge to curse upon hearing this. A maximum salary? Are you jesting with me? This paltry sum for a two-way contract? It's hardly sufficient to cover the termination fee. Is this the Lakers' way of insulting me? Or is it you, old Jia, who is belittling my intelligence? Lin Yifan was suddenly filled with resentment. The thought of old Jia's miserly demeanor, unable even to afford a health manager, made him feel a pang of regret. Old Jia. I truly should not have rejected Rich Paul. Old Jia laughed heartily. To hell with it. Chapter 8. Signing the contract? Additional conditions in the office of Elvin Johnson. The president of basketball operations for the Los Angeles Lakers, general manager Rob Pelinka, presented a drafted contract. Magic Johnson glanced at Lin Yifan's contract and, filled with anger, exclaimed, We can directly offer him a formal player contract. Pelinka raised an eyebrow, stating, The team possesses an abundance of young assets. I cannot proceed with that. Magic Johnson rose to his feet, asserting, Do as I say. He is merely an undrafted player, a person of Asian descent. Even with some basketball intelligence, such a player cannot possess significant potential. Pelinka voiced his true feelings. Magic paused momentarily, then emphatically stated, I believe his talent is exceptional. Reluctantly, Pelinka nodded and suggested, What we currently lack most in our team is talent. With the off-season training camp approaching swiftly, perhaps we should observe Lin Yifan further. This is merely my personal suggestion. The so-called two-way contract entails a brief 45-day arrangement, allowing the player to participate in team training and games. After the 45 days, the team may choose to renew the contract or release the player. Magic raised an eyebrow, inquiring, What if Lin Yifan is not released by the team the day before the regular season begins? His contract will convert to a formal contract, Pelinka replied. However, in his heart, He had little faith that this Asian lad could endure until the commencement of the regular season. At that moment, Lin Yifan arrived at the Lakers' headquarters at the Staples Center. Lin Yifan is required to undergo essential medical examinations and data assessments prior to finalizing his contract, and unexpectedly, the individual conducting the tests is of Chinese descent. "Hello, Lin, I am Judy," speaks a woman who appears to be in her 40s. Adorned with black-framed glasses and perpetually wearing a smile. Perhaps due to her Chinese heritage, Lin Yifan finds a profound sense of familiarity and warmth in Ms. Judy. Following this introduction, a series of data measurements and physical tests ensue. Name: Lin Yifan. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 96 kilograms. Wingspan: 221 centimeters. Standing reach: 282 centimeters. Running jump reach: 322 centimeters. Vertical jump: static 58 centimeters. Vertical jump: running 68 centimeters. 100-meter dash: 11 seconds. Body fat percentage: 14. 8. Draft status: undrafted. Reference template: Bowl. Lin Yifan noticeably noted that his weight had risen from 95 kilograms to 96 kilograms. Could it be attributed to his recent indulgence in hamburgers, showcasing his impressive appetite? However, upon seeing this figure, Judy also furrowed her brow. "Hey, kid. I have encountered numerous athletes' physical assessment data, but yours is the first of its kind I have seen." Lin Yifan pondered. Could it be that things are simply too good? Your potential for improvement is remarkably high. Your agility and speed are commendable, placing you above average among taller individuals. However, Judy continued, "I need to inquire about a few matters, and I expect your honest responses. Do you often indulge in hamburgers?" "Well, occasionally, I suppose." "How about cola?" "Well, I drink it from time to time." As Judy posed these questions, she diligently took notes. "That simply won't do. You must refrain from consuming junk food. I actually wish to gain weight. If you aspire to put on weight, it is crucial to consult with a body management expert or a nutritionist." "A nutritionist?" Upon observing Lin Yifan's refined and handsome visage, Judy felt an unusual warmth toward him. Thus, she took special care in her guidance. "If you need assistance, I can indeed recommend one of my students. You need not worry about the cost. They are all interns and their fees are minimal. Plus, the team can effortlessly cover this expense for you." Judy maintained a constant smile, seemingly able to perceive Lin Yifan's innermost thoughts. "Remember, under no circumstances should you consume junk food again." Lin Yifan was certainly aware that gaining weight through excessive eating was far from the proper approach. Judy spoke earnestly, emphasizing that weight gain must be approached scientifically. Mindless overeating could result in the loss of one's inherent agility. Furthermore, she advised him to frequent the strength training facility to build muscle. Judy Saito, in fact, serves as the exclusive Chinese physiotherapist for the Los Angeles Lakers. As the first full-time female physiotherapist in the NBA, she is celebrated as a paragon in the field of physical therapy. At the age of 48, Judy has dedicated over 2 decades to the Lakers, contributing to the team's acquisition of 5 championship titles. Additionally, she has been the personal physiotherapist for Lakers superstar Kobe Bryant, diligently working to maintain his health throughout his illustrious career. Moreover, she holds a professorship at the University of California, Los Angeles. Upon completing the assessment, Lin Yifan promptly rushed to the strength training facility, as he needed to refresh his training metrics. It required 2 full days of training to accrue a single training point, with the exchange rate of training points to attribute points being 1 to 2. This system was exceedingly sluggish. Earning merely 20 or 30 points a day felt utterly inadequate. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, unyielding. Lin Yifan dutifully went off to training. Meanwhile, Judy gazed at Lin Yifan's receding figure and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a diligent child." His industriousness reminded her of that individual. At the headquarters of the Los Angeles Lakers, in the general manager's office, Rob Pelinka had just received the player's physical assessment data. Curiously, Kurt Rambis, a former Lakers player and now a senior advisor for the team, picked up the data sheet. Rambis's wife, Linda, shared a close friendship with Lakers owner Jeannie Buss. Consequently, the Rambis couple frequently acted as private advisors, participating in the team's management. At times, Jeannie Buss placed her trust in the Rambises even more than in other management members. Moreover, Pelinka had grown quite close to the couple. Rambis casually picked up Julius Randle's physical assessment data and glanced at it. Name: Julius Randle. Height: 203 centimeters. Weight: 115 kilograms. Wingspan: 213 centimeters. Standing reach: 270 centimeters. Running reach: 352 centimeters, vertical jump, static 74 centimeters, vertical jump, running 90 centimeters, body fat percentage, 9, 7, draft position, 7th, draft comparison, Derek Coleman. Rambus commented, his physical attributes aren't the absolute best, but they're quite good. It seems Julius has shed some weight. He then picked up Lin Yifan's data sheet. Upon finishing, Rambus was taken aback. Is this the player we're signing to a two-way contract? Pelinka nodded helplessly. His height and wingspan seem decent, but his dynamic talent is woefully inadequate. You could find any NBA player who would surpass him. This is simply insufficient to compete in the NBA. Pelinka, you signed such a player for my dear friend Genie? Rambus turned to Pelinka. Pelinka shrugged. I am equally dismayed, but Magic insisted on this. He is Magic. I do not wish to speak ill of him. Yet he does not heed my counsel. Pelinka's tone was filled with frustration, recounting how this morning he had been scolded by Magic over contract issues. As he believed this Asian lad deserved a formal contract, Rambus could no longer contain himself. That fellow must be losing his marbles. Linda added, Genie, I think you need to take action. You cannot allow Magic to run amok like this. Genie Buss appeared somewhat hesitant. I trust you both. Believing you have my best interests and those of the Lakers at heart, Genie stated. However, I have already promised Johnson that he sees a talent-level player. A combination of LeBron and Durant. Upon hearing this, Rambus and Pelinka exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems Magic is truly losing his touch. A fusion of LeBron and Durant? He really dares to dream. Pelinka chuckled heartily, adding, I even bet Magic that this kid won't survive training camp. Magic insisted that before the regular season commences, we will sign Lin Yifan to a formal contract. He then feigned incredulity at Magic's audacity. Rambus laughed as well. I'm on your side, brother. I bet you'll win. In the president's office, Magic Johnson personally welcomed Lin Yifan and Jia Qiong. The sight of Lin Yifan, drenched in sweat from training, surprised Magic, who thought, this child is exceedingly diligent. Now was the moment for formal contract negotiations. Old Jia proposed that the Lakers assist in covering the club's buyout fee. However, Genie Buss, having heeded Rambus and Pelinka's counsel, declined to pay the $2 million buyout fee, reasoning that it was their own matter. Magic expressed his own helplessness, yet he endeavored to meet Lin Yifan's conditions. What other conditions do you have? I shall do my utmost to accommodate. Lin Yifan pondered. Surely the cafeteria of your Lakers is well stocked with food, isn't it? Chapter 9. Kobe's Visit. On the first day of the training camp, Magic Johnson was taken aback by Lin Yifan's request. His agent, Jia Qiong, reacted with exasperation, exclaiming, Come on, can we not jest? Let's discuss something of substance. Lin Yifan, however, continued speaking with an expressionless countenance, showing no semblance of jest. At present, I require a scientific approach to weight gain, thus necessitating the appointment of a medical consultant by the team, Lin Yifan elaborated. Magic Johnson nodded, believing this to be easily arranged. Furthermore, Lin Yifan added, I need unrestricted access to the training facility. Certainly, the Team-S training camp has already commenced, and you are welcome to utilize it at your convenience. Magic was taken aback by the unexpected turn during this negotiation. All the requests made by Lin Yifan were surprisingly directed towards the training. After voicing these thoughts, Lin Yifan affixed his signature to the contract and rose to depart. With no further matters at hand, I resumed my training. The magician internally mused, recognizing that Lin Yifan was indeed exceptional. He had not misjudged him. Beside him, the agent, Old Jia, found no opportunity to interject. Jia Qiong had anticipated that Lin Yifan would seize this chance to discuss financial matters, yet to his astonishment, the young man had not mentioned money at all. Ding-dong congratulations to the host for completing the task of signing the NBA contract. An S-rank treasure chest has been acquired. At that moment, Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement within him. He hurriedly took a seat in the locker room and accessed the system. What kind of reward awaited in the S-rank treasure chest? Open the chest. A golden light flashed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Kevin Durant's crossover skill. Incredible. Durant's crossover? This dribbling maneuver is undoubtedly one of Kevin Durant's signature moves. Lin Yifan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement upon witnessing this action. Standing at an impressive height of approximately 2.11 meters, intentionally reported a few centimeters shorter, Durant possesses long arms akin to those of Lin Yifan. Despite his towering stature and lengthy limbs, Durant exhibits an astonishing ability to dribble and change direction, showcasing ball handling skills that rival those of a guard. Remarkable indeed. The skill move card is now bound to the host. Lin Yifan felt a jolt coursing through his body as a vivid image suddenly materialized in his mind. Replaying from various angles, a tall, slender player clad in jersey number 35 rhythmically dribbled the basketball between his legs, his center of gravity shifting to the left as his left shoulder followed in a subtle sway. Then, with a swift crossover, he transitioned the ball from left to right, his weight shifting accordingly. There were no superfluous flashy maneuvers. A simple change of direction or burst of speed effortlessly left his opponent behind. The scene replayed in his mind multiple times until Lin Yifan noticed an additional skill bar appearing beneath his attributes, adorned with a badge emblazoned with the letters KD. Was that it? Such an astonishing move. Lin Yifan could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his exceptional skills. He hoped that tomorrow's training camp would present the opportunity. As he contemplated, the clock struck 6 in the evening. The staff in the training facility gradually departed. As the night deepened, only the moonlight remained. Lin Yifan heard the voice of the system, congratulating the host on completing the training duration and rewarding him with a training point. Exhausted from relentless training, Lin Yifan found himself utterly fatigued. The magician had arranged for Lin Yifan to reside in an apartment near the arena, sharing the space with his agent, Jia Qiong. Upon returning to the residence, Lin Yifan noticed Jia Qiong sleeping soundly. A glance at the clock revealed it was 11:30. Dragging his weary body back to the apartment, he hurried through his nightly routine. Finally, Lin Yifan collapsed onto his bed and opened the system panel to examine his attributes. Speed, 85-85. Agility, 85-85. Jump, 56-80. Stamina, 52-80. Strength, 47-80. Lin Yifan transformed a training value into 2 attributes of strength. Strength, 47-80 increased to 49-80, but Lin Yifan did not experience any remarkable sensations. Shouldn't there be some muscle tremors or an electric-like feeling? It seems the attribute value is still too low. Continuous strength training has led Lin Yifan to dream of lifting weights. The following day, at 4 in the morning, Lin Yifan unexpectedly awakened. Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement or perhaps feeling the pressure of 24 hours of training. Regardless, the awakened Lin Yifan dressed himself, and perhaps due to the system's enhancement. After a brief respite through the night, at this moment, Lin Yifan felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated and brimming with energy. Lin Yifan strode directly towards the training facility. From this moment forth, there remained 3 months until the commencement of the NBA regular season. Lin Yifan yearns for additional training time to amass greater training values, perhaps achieving NBA-level strength by the onset of the preseason. Furthermore, today marks the commencement of the Lakers training camp. I wonder what training activities will be undertaken? As he reflects on this, Lin Yifan finds himself at the Lakers training facility. Oddly enough, the lights are aglow within the gym. Lin Yifan curiously stepped into the arena, only to be astonished to find none other than Kobe Bryant. Beside him stood a young lady clad in the number 2 jersey, whose resemblance to Kobe was striking. The retired basketball legend maintained an impressive physical condition and frequently visited the Lakers training facility to practice. After years of habit, Kobe seemed to have developed an instinctual routine. Today marked the commencement of the Lakers training camp, and the management had invited Kobe to observe and provide guidance. Remarkably, he chose to arrive at the gym at 4 in the morning, accompanied by his second daughter, Gigi, for practice, though primarily to assist her training. To his surprise, Kobe encountered players already at the gym at such an early hour. "Hey, little brother." Kobe's voice was deep and resonant. Gigi playfully chimed in, "Hey, little brother." Kobe shot her a look that seemed to question her choice of words, eliciting a chuckle from Lin Yifan. "Hey, Black Mamba, and Little Mamba." Gigi pouted. "I don't like the name Little Mamba." While Kobe typically exuded a somewhat aloof demeanor, he held a particular fondness for dedicated players. "Are you a rookie for the Lakers? I don't recall seeing you before." "I'm Lin Yifan, here to participate in the Lakers training camp." "Oh?" Kobe responded with keen interest, nodding. "I'll be watching your performance." "Little brother." Gigi, clutching a basketball, pointed at Lin Yifan, mimicking Kobe's tone. "I'll be watching you too, little brother." Kobe always radiated a formidable presence, and he felt an unusual affinity for this unfamiliar young Chinese player. "What a remarkable little brother," he mused. Lin Yifan exchanged a brief greeting before hastily making his way to the strength training room. After Lin Yifan departed, Gigi inquired of Kobe, "Dad, it seems you have a bit of a fondness for Lin, don't you?" Kobe merely raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her observation. Gigi then expressed Kobe's sentiments. "There is someone in this world who shares a passion for the early hours of 4 o'clock in Los Angeles. Gigi has truly inherited Kobe's spirit, and the father-daughter duo possessed an unspoken understanding that transcended words. From the window of the strength room, they gazed upon the arena. Lin Yifan observed Kobe Bryant effortlessly executing flawless shots, while Gigi passionately engaged in the practice, perspiring profusely. Seizing the moment, he too embarked on his strength training. As the clock struck 9 in the morning, the players of the Los Angeles Lakers began to arrive at the arena. Head coach Luke Walton announced the training agenda for the day. Due to Kobe's presence, an intra-squad scrimmage was scheduled. The excitement among the team was palpable. Many of the current Lakers had previously accompanied Kobe during his farewell tour last year, such as Julius Randle and Brandon Ingram, who had witnessed greatness firsthand. Naturally, the management was also present to observe the proceedings, hoping that the retired Kobe would impart wisdom to the younger players. At that moment, Lin Yifan was in the locker room, accessing the system to check his training metrics, which had already accumulated over 4 hours. Just then, Julius Randle entered the locker room, fortuitously situated right next to Lin Yifan's locker. "Hey, isn't that the rookie?" Randle scoffed at the newcomer who had secured a contract with merely a few passes. He felt a twinge of discomfort recalling Lin Yifan's performance during the summer league. After all, both players occupied positions in the front court. The fact that this seemingly mediocre Asian player garnered the management's attention only fueled his irritation. "Hey, rookie, remember to tidy up my shoes after the game," Randle remarked with palpable disdain. In the NBA, it is customary for rookies in their first year to assist veterans by organizing their belongings, such as shoes and lockers. Some veterans even enjoy playing pranks on the newcomers. Such occurrences are commonplace in the NBA. However, Randle's condescending tone was clearly provocative, leaving Lin Yifan with no fondness for him. "I have no intention of touching your filthy shoes," Lin Yifan retorted coldly. "What did you say, rookie? You don't want to make it in this league." Randle's beady eyes fixated on Lin Yifan, brimming with hostility. Lin Yifan exhibited no trace of fear upon his visage, nor did he display any emotional fluctuation as he continued to fasten his shoelaces. Randle's tone escalated. "Remember, you are a novice. Make sure to tidy up my shoes." He added, "I shall not clean anyone's foul footwear. If you are inclined, you may assist me." Randle rose, bare-chested, his fists poised for action. Kuzma, who had just entered the locker room, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama and rushed forward to embrace Randle. "Hey, my friend. Take it easy. Relax." Randle's eyes bulged, glaring with fury. "Let me tell you, rookie, in this locker room, I, Randle, am the one in charge." Lin Yifan replied with unwavering calmness. "The competition takes place on the court, not in the locker room." Chapter 10. Is this the move a center can execute? Part 1. Within the hallowed halls of the Lakers training facility, a heated intra-team scrimmage was about to commence. The arrival of Kobe Bryant infused the atmosphere with palpable excitement. Remarkably, it had been merely a little over a year since the legendary Kobe had hung up his sneakers. During this time, he devoted himself largely to his family, particularly to his second daughter, Gigi, who embodies his basketball aspirations. Moreover, Kobe engaged in numerous basketball-related endeavors. He was currently preparing for his NBA video analysis program, Detail, a show that encapsulated a lifetime of basketball wisdom and experience. It was said that Kobe could discern players' issues on the court with remarkable clarity. This expertise led Rob Pelinka to persuade Jeannie Buss to invite Kobe to mentor the younger players. However, Kobe harbored reservations regarding the current management team. Nevertheless, as Pelinka had been his agent, Kobe felt obliged to acquiesce to his repeated invitations. Kobe's dissatisfaction lay with some individuals surrounding Jeannie Buss. At that moment, the Rambus couple arrived alongside Jeannie. Kobe, accompanied by Gigi, exchanged composed nods of acknowledgement with the Lakers management before embracing the illustrious Magic Johnson. Head coach Luke Walton also greeted Kobe with a handshake and a shoulder bump. The two had been teammates, together clinching the NBA championship in both the 2008-2009 and 2009-10 seasons. While Walton's playing career was rather unremarkable, his coaching journey has been commendable. He began as an assistant coach with the Golden State Warriors in the 2014-15 season, securing an NBA championship in his inaugural year. The following season, he succeeded Alvin Gentry as the Warriors' lead assistant coach. During the 2015 season, while head coach Steve Kerr was sidelined due to injury, Walton guided the Warriors to an astonishing 24-game winning streak, solidifying their position atop the league. This success paved the way for his lucrative $25 million coaching contract with the Lakers. However, Luke Walton felt the mounting pressure from the upper management. The training camp had commenced with an extraordinary spectacle. Media reports frequently speculated about Walton's potential dismissal. His debut season as head coach in 2016 was far from ideal, with a record of 26 wins and 56 losses, placing the team 14th in the Western Conference. Thus, although Walton maintained a facade of tranquility, he was eager to validate his worth. On the sidelines, several media personnel from Los Angeles had gathered, as Kobe's presence provided them with ample material for their reports. Yet, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, all attention shifted to the players on the court. Walton divided the players into Team A and Team B. Team A was composed of seasoned players, including center Lopez, power forward Randall, small forward Ingram, and guards Jordan Clarkson and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. In contrast, Team B consisted of this year's rookies, featuring center Zubac, power forward Thomas Bryant, small forward Kyle Kuzma, and guards Lonzo Ball and Caruso. As Lin Yifan sat on the sidelines as a substitute for Team B, Luke Walton's coaching style was essentially a replication of the Warriors' intricate passing and cutting system. Transplanted to the Lakers, the power forward for Team A, Julius Randle, was entrusted with significant responsibilities akin to Draymond Green's role with the Warriors, orchestrating plays and distributing the ball. However, Randle had never favored initiating plays from the top of the arc. He preferred to attack the basket directly, employing brute force or skillful maneuvers beneath the rim. His draft prototype was the formidable Zach Randolph of the Memphis Grizzlies. Yet he lacked Randolph's back-to-the-basket prowess and soft shooting touch. After a season of Walton's motivational guidance, Randle evolved into an offensive linchpin, gradually acclimating to his current role. Who would not relish the sensation of commanding the game? In truth, Randle's passing ability was mediocre, far inferior to that of Green. He increasingly drifted away from the paint, frequently holding the ball at the perimeter, leading to a series of turnovers. Ingram found himself sidelined, relegated to a mere catch-and-shoot role within Walton's system. Jordan Clarkson epitomized the unpredictable player, often feeling lost within the passing and cutting framework. This disarray contributed significantly to last year's dismal team performance. Nevertheless, Team A, having undergone a year of refinement, displayed a semblance of organization within the system, coupled with a more relaxed demeanor compared to the rookies, maintaining a consistent lead. In stark contrast, Team B, composed of newcomers, appeared rather passive, relying solely on balls orchestrating to barely keep pace. At the end of the first quarter, Team A led by 12 points, 30-18. Given the intensity of this practice match, the players engaged in fierce competition. As the second quarter commenced, Randle, fatigued from his exertions, was substituted out for the 6 feet 9 inches Larry Nance Jr., a quintessential blue-collar player known for capitalizing on opportunities. Meanwhile, B-Team's center, Zubac, exited due to foot discomfort, making way for Lin Yifan. Kobe glanced toward the court. "My little brother is on the floor." Rob Pelinka looked bewildered, questioning, "Little brother? That yellow-skinned kid?" Rambis added to Genie Bus, "I can't believe the measurements I saw for him yesterday. It was simply hilarious," as he mimicked a Matchbox's vertical leap. Laughter erupted among the management, particularly from Rambis and Pelinka, who seemed to anticipate Lin Yifan's blunders on the court. Kobe shook his head, defending his little brother, while remarking, "Now is the perfect time for Team B to close the gap." Magic Johnson nodded in agreement, recognizing this as Lin's moment to shine. As Lin Yifan took to the court, the members of Team B did not share the management's anticipation for a spectacle. Having developed a degree of trust in Lin following the recent Summer League finals, they felt a sense of assurance within, akin to having swallowed a calming elixir. At this moment, Team B discerned the defensive vulnerabilities of Team A, particularly in the presence of the imposing Brook Lopez beneath the basket. Lin Yifan proactively sought a pick from Ball at the arc. Given that Ball had already scored 8 points in this match, while Lin Yifan had shown little scoring capability, both Clarkson and Big Low focused on defending Ball. With precision, Ball executed a bounce pass to the now-open Lin Yifan, who stood just beyond the three-point line at the arc. A 2-meter radius around him was devoid of defenders. Such a wide-open opportunity. It would be inconceivable not to shoot. With no one guarding him, Lin Yifan launched a three-point shot. Air ball. A wave of dismay rippled through the audience. He astonishingly missed completely. On the sidelines, Randle laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "I knew this kid couldn't shoot." It turns out, prior to the game, Randle had already cautioned the players of Team A. When Lin Yifan takes the court, he merely needs to empty his mind. He solely passes the ball, neglecting offensive maneuvers. "It seems I need not step onto the court anymore." Randle's laughter boomed from the bench, prompting chuckles from the team management as well. It appears this shooting is beyond redemption. Even in wide-open situations, such attempts falter, remarked Rambis, casting a glance at Pelinka, who turned to Genie. Acknowledging that signing such a player was indeed our misstep, the Magic Man could hardly maintain his composure upon witnessing such performance. Kobe, unable to bear the sight, shielded his eyes with his hand, declaring the shooting utterly unwatchable. Could it be that he had misjudged? This lad demonstrates commendable diligence, yet his fundamentals are alarmingly deficient, particularly in shooting, where his technique leaves much to be desired. Meanwhile, Gigi shouted encouragement from the sidelines. Come on, Lin. Teammate Kuzma approached to console him, giving Lin Yifan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In truth, Kuzma, who managed a mere 2 points in this match, felt a twinge of anxiety himself. His three-point shot had yet to find its mark, and he struggled offensively against Ingram's lengthy defense, unable to locate favorable shooting opportunities. On the court, team has suddenly found themselves devoid of a playmaker, rendering their gameplay chaotic. Occasionally, even the most gifted players can become constrained within a tactical framework. The Warriors' intricate passing system demands an exceptionally high basketball IQ, requiring extensive tactical movement and off-ball screens. Ingram struggled to adapt, as a simple hesitation move could have resolved the situation. Yet, under coach Luke Walton's directives, he played in an awkward manner. The same could be said for Clarkson. Chapter 11. Is this a move a center can execute? Indeed, after Randall exited, team had descended into disarray. They failed to execute their plays for 2 consecutive possessions, culminating in a hasty shot with only 24 seconds remaining. This was a prime opportunity to close the gap. Lin, we're counting on you. My shooting touch is on fire. Kuzma shot him a knowing glance. Lin Yifan and Ball share a profound telepathic connection. He proactively steps forward to set a screen for Ball. Team A, however, deploys both Clarkson and Drummond to defend against Ball. As Ball passes the ball to the unguarded Lin Yifan, the delivery is precise and timely, creating yet another open opportunity. The moment Lin Yifan touches the ball, he activates his full court vision. Lin Yifan executed a feint, leading everyone to believe he was about to take a shot. Unopposed, suddenly, he sprang into action, dribbling towards the basket. Was he about to attempt a layup? At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the fluidity of his dribbling, which resembled that of a guard, devoid of the usual stiffness associated with centers. Endowed with a point guard-esque skill set, Lin Yifan possessed not only a passing ability of 100, but also ball-handling finesse akin to that of a guard. With the system activated, his ball-handling capability soared to a commendable 70. While this figure may not rank among the elite ball handlers, for a 2'11" center, it was indeed impressive, considering that few players of his stature could dribble with such proficiency. Furthermore, his ball-handling talent was rated at an impressive 80, coupled with significantly enhanced speed and agility attributes. Lin Yifan's speed and agility had reached a remarkable peak of 85. This level was equivalent to that of an NBA backup point guard. In the realm of centers, such speed and nimbleness were exceedingly rare. Observing Lin Yifan's dribbling, which flowed as smoothly as that of a guard, the spectators were left in astonishment. Did this fellow truly possess such an elegant dribbling style? Wasn't he a center? How could he maintain such a low center of gravity? Witnessing a center dribble in this manner sent shivers down my spine. The reporters on the sidelines, accustomed to witnessing numerous NBA spectacles, found themselves witnessing something unprecedented today. The players on the court were equally taken aback by Lin Yifan's dribbling prowess. As he approached the basket, preparing for a layup, the players from Team A instinctively positioned themselves to defend the rim. The closer one is to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage, regardless of his perceived weakness. If left unguarded, a layup was bound to succeed. Ingram leaped into action to block the shot. Standing at 2.03 meters, Ingram, nicknamed Little Durant, was incredibly swift. Moreover, his wingspan was an astonishing 2.21 meters, matching Lin Yifan's height. It appeared that a monumental rejection was imminent. Lin Yifan, however, remained unperturbed as he executed a layup motion. At the moment he released the ball, Gigi could not bear to watch and closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the basketball soared high into the air, just barely surpassing Ingram's fingertips. No, this was not a layup. It was, astonishingly, a pass. Lin Yifan executed a deceptive pass, delivering a high-arcing throw. Emerging from the sidelines, Kuzma leaped with great exuberance, executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk. Boom. An alley-oop dunk. Kuzma's thunderous finish reverberated through the arena, eliciting a wave of cheers from the crowd. Lin Yifan had long been observant of his teammates' movements. A perfectly timed alley-oop pass, a feigned shot that transformed into a genuine assist, delivered with impeccable precision. Aunt Jenny from the bench immediately rose to her feet, exclaiming, "Good play." This young Kuzma was quite impressive indeed. The B-team players were ignited with fervor by this alley-oop dunk. "Well played, Lin," Kuzma beamed, exchanging a fist bump with Lin Yifan. The other players eagerly joined in, celebrating with high fives for Kuzma and Lin Yifan. Kobe, alongside Gigi, made a playful face, explaining, "Did you see that? Basketball is a team sport. Passing is truly captivating." Hearing such words from Kobe felt rather peculiar. Magic nodded, affirming his judgment. If the Lakers adhered to the Warriors' system of ball movement and cutting, their future rested in the hands of Lin Yifan, Ball, and Ingram. On the A-team, Randall grew restless, thinking, "Let me handle this rookie." It was evident to everyone that once he left the court, the team's offense descended into chaos. In no time, the B team had closed the gap on the score, now 30-28. The B team scored 10 consecutive points, all initiated by Ball and Lin Yifan's pick-and-roll plays. With two playmakers on the court, the rest of the team merely awaited their scoring opportunities. Kuzma delivered a dunk and 2 3-pointers, contributing 8 points, while Thomas Bryant added a dunk as well. All the assists stemmed from Lin Yifan. Isn't Lin's skill set rather modest? Linda Rambis inquired of her husband. Meanwhile, Jenny's eyes transformed into hearts, exclaiming, "So handsome. Kuzma and Lin Yifan are both so dashing, right?" Linda Rambis nodded in agreement, causing the older ladies to flutter with excitement. On the bench, Randall clamored to get back into the game. "Haven't you just come off the court for a break?" Walton queried. "I'm ready to go." Randall could hardly contain his eagerness to face off against Lin Yifan. Determined, he replaced Lopez during a timeout. Truth be told, Lopez's sluggish footwork rendered him nearly a defensive liability when facing opposing guards. With Randall's entrance, the A team transformed into a small ball lineup. Standing at 2.03 meters, Randall took the center position, with 2.3-meter players Nance and Ingram filling the forward slots. This was the Lakers' forward line, filled with agile athletes over 2 meters tall, forming their version of a small ball lineup. Before taking the court, Randall gripped the basketball firmly, slamming it down with all his might. Thud, thud, thud. The sound alone was awe-inspiring. Weighing 113 kilograms, Randall was closer to 118 kilograms, possessing remarkable explosiveness. Prior to his NBA debut, he relied heavily on raw power. However, under Luke Walton's guidance, he began to embrace ball handling, passing, and shooting. When Randall's emotions surged, he often fell into a chaotic playing style. Now, fueled by anger, he was clearly on a mission. Ignoring the coach's game plan, he demanded the ball low, intent on backing down Lin Yifan. Although Randall's low-post skills were average, his weight and strength allowed him to bulldoze from the free-throw line. With powerful thrusts, Lin Yifan felt the impact against his chest. Randall was poised to shoot from the left, being a left-handed player, which meant most of his shots near the basket would come from that side. Yet, Lin Yifan, undeterred, utilized his height advantage, raising his hands high to deny him any space. In a moment of desperation, Randall lowered his center of gravity and made another aggressive attempt. The basketball slammed against the floor with force. Simultaneously, his right elbow swung wide, colliding with Lin Yifan, sending him crashing to the ground. The referee, nearby, signaled an offensive foul. Randall had recklessly elbowed Lin Yifan in the face, blood trickling from his mouth. "Well executed," shouted Rambis from the management seats. "Now that's basketball." As he spoke, Rambis raised his fist in excitement. "Hey, is this a fight or a game?" Linda Rambis exclaimed, hearing her husband praise the foul play, her outrage spilling forth. "This is merely a training match. Tone it down a bit." On the court, Randall showed no signs of remorse and instead flaunted his muscles. Chapter 12. Is this the kind of move a center can execute? Part 2. Kuzma rushed to Lin Yifan's side, asking, "Are you all right, Lin?" Lin Yifan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and to everyone's astonishment, a terrifying smile graced his face. Kuzma, witnessing Lin's expression, feared that something had gone awry from the previous impact. "Are you all right, Lin?" His teammates hurried over to assist him. At that moment, Lin Yifan had been thoroughly provoked by Randall. "I am fine. Pass me the ball for the next round." Despite his fury, Lin Yifan maintained a calm demeanor. "I will obliterate Randall." A palpable aura of menace emanated from Lin Yifan's gaze, sending an unsettling chill down the spines of his teammates. Is Lin Yifan poised to devour his opponents? In the audience, Kobe is also attentive to Lin Yifan's situation. Upon witnessing Lin Yifan's icy gaze, it is as if he glimpses his own teeth-gritting reflection. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Kobe muses, this is indeed a Mamba Slayer. It is wise to never awaken a Mamba Slayer. As the offensive possession commences, Lin Yifan actively positions himself at the arc, signaling for the ball. Randall retreats a couple of paces, granting Lin Yifan the opportunity to shoot. Lin Yifan, however, refrained from making a move. Instead, he elevated the basketball with one hand, gesturing to create space. His teammates astutely positioned themselves on the periphery, ready for a three-point opportunity. What? Is this kid attempting to take me on one-on-one? Randall was initially taken aback, followed by a scornful chuckle. You? A rookie? Challenge me in a one-on-one? Have you taken a good look at your physique? You possess no offensive prowess whatsoever. Lin Yifan completely ignored Randall's provocation. With a swift drop of the ball and a lowering of his center of gravity, he commenced dribbling. Randall mirrored his movements, adopting a defensive stance. At that moment, all teammates spread out. It was a one-on-one situation. This kid has guts, commented the legendary Magic Johnson with a smile. When you're bullied on the court, the best way to retaliate is through your performance. Kobe, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. As it unfolded just as he had anticipated, suddenly, Lin Yifan began executing a series of behind-the-back dribbles, each motion suggesting he was poised to launch into a breakthrough. Constantly shifting his center of gravity. Is this something a center can do? The spectators gasped in astonishment, having already been awed by Lin Yifan's fluid dribbling. They were now utterly amazed to witness his rhythmic behind-the-back dribbles, leaving the defender utterly baffled regarding his direction of attack. Absolutely astonishing. Standing at 2.11 meters tall. With an impressively low center of gravity, his dribbling maintained a steady rhythm, shifting left and right. Kobe suddenly squinted, recognizing the familiarity of the moves. Could it be? Although Randall was somewhat taken aback, he remained unconvinced that this rookie could execute anything of significance. Enough with the flashy nonsense. You think you can take me one-on-one? Not in this lifetime. Randall was convinced that Lin Yifan lacked any offensive prowess. Thus, he relentlessly pressured Lin Yifan, sliding left and right to keep pace with his dribbles while altering his defensive footwork. Yet, under Randall's aggressive pursuit, Lin Yifan exhibited no sign of panic. Randall, being a power-oriented player, did not possess particularly swift footwork. However, Lin Yifan's dribbling skills were at the level of an average NBA point guard, allowing him to effectively counter Randall's defense through a mismatch in positioning. This enabled Lin Yifan to adequately respond to Randall's defensive efforts. Lin Yifan took a step back with the ball, creating some space. At that moment, his body weight shifted to the left as he sank down, his left shoulder following with a subtle movement. Then, with a crossover step, he pulled the basketball from his left to his right side, shifting his weight accordingly. With an impressive wingspan of 2.21 meters, he executed a nearly 2-meter dribble fake right before Randall. Randall's balance was disrupted by the quick movements, ultimately leading to his left ankle twisting at a 90-degree angle, causing him to fall backward. The players on the bench gasped in astonishment. Randall was surprisingly outmaneuvered by Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan displayed no unnecessary flair. Merely a change of direction or an acceleration was enough to leave his opponent's ankle in disarray. My goodness! Even Kobe could hardly believe his eyes. Yet, he had witnessed this move countless times before. It was a maneuver only Kevin Durant could accomplish. There was no mistaking it. This was undoubtedly Durant's signature crossover. And at this moment, the one executing this move was a rookie? Lin Yifan. This young man was extraordinary. Kobe couldn't help but exclaim. Is it possible for someone of his stature to perform a crossover as terrifying as Durant's? Breaking through Randall's defense, the lane was unguarded, and Lin Yifan took off, executing a smooth layup. Scoring. The score was tied. Instantly, the Lakers' management erupted in applause. Rambis was utterly dumbfounded, left speechless. Unbelievable. It was as though KD himself had possessed him. With such height, he managed to lower his center of gravity so effectively, and the fluidity of his movements was astonishing. There was no need for screens. It was a pure one-on-one maneuver. Pelinka was left agape. Linda Rambis had completely switched sides, standing alongside Jeannie Buss, waving her arms. Utterly uncharacteristic for a woman in her 50s. What a play. Beautiful, shouted Linda. Meanwhile, the reporters at the sidelines, initially eager to interview Kobe about the young Lakers players, were now inquiring amongst themselves, who is this guy? He looks like a center. Does anyone have information on Lin? When did the Lakers sign him? How can he execute a crossover like KD? As everyone was still in awe of Lin Yifan's performance, they then noticed Randall on the ground, clutching his ankle in pain. Rolling about, the referee halted the game. Randall was carried off the court, as medical personnel rushed to check on him. In that moment, he was solely focused on his pain, entirely devoid of his previous bravado. The medical team quickly assessed that he had twisted his ankle while defending. Further CT scans would be needed to confirm the extent of the injury. This was a true annihilation of his ankle. The reporters buzzed with excitement. It was terrifying. Just moments ago, Lin had displayed court vision akin to LeBron, and now he performed a ghostly crossover reminiscent of Durant. Could this be a mere undrafted rookie? This young man seemed to embody the essence of both LeBron and KD. The match continued. Randall was unable to return due to his injury. The medical staff deemed the twisting motion minor, but Randall's excessive force while defending, combined with his weight, exacerbated the injury, necessitating at least 2 weeks of observation. After Randall's exit, Team A suffered consecutive defeats. Kobe watched with keen interest. From the moment Lin Yifan stepped onto the court, Team B's momentum shifted dramatically. In him, I witnessed the Mamba mentality, the essence of a true leader. The game concluded with Team B's unexpected victory over Luke Walton's meticulously trained lineup. The head coach, Luke Walton, bore a look of disbelief. Kobe understood that Walton's small ball lineup, borrowed from the Warriors, was ill-suited for the current Lakers. As a true small ball team should consist of 5 players capable of penetrating, shooting, and passing. Randall, as a central figure, was simply too unstable. The role of the core player should belong to Lin Yifan. No, it would be more accurate to say the future belongs to Lin Yifan. After the game, Kobe exchanged thoughts with Magic Johnson. Remarkably, their perspectives aligned in certain aspects. In this 19-year-old Asian youth, I glimpsed the future of the Lakers. Even Kobe, typically sparing with praise, nodded in acknowledgement, a significant endorsement. Upon reflecting on the game, I believe Lin needs to enhance his shooting ability. Otherwise, he risks becoming an offensive liability, rendering it effectively a 5-on-4 situation. Magic chuckled, suggesting the need for a stringent mentor to guide Lin Yifan. He glanced at Kobe. How about it, Kobe? Interested? Magic inquired with a raised eyebrow. Kobe understood the implication. It clearly meant he would be responsible for training Lin Yifan. However, while smiling, he pondered the request, uncertain. Perhaps my schedule is too tight. Magic Johnson interrupted him, knowing he needed to provide a compelling reason for Kobe to agree. Hey, Kobe, how about a wager? Kobe frowned, taken aback by the sudden challenge. What? Are you afraid? Magic shrugged. If you're scared to lose, that's fine. Kobe's competitive spirit ignited. All right, what's the bet? Magic feigned seriousness. I bet that Lin Yifan won't develop his offensive skills. Kobe shook his head vigorously. No. His basketball IQ is exceptional. He possesses great skill. He will certainly succeed. Magic quickly responded. Then it's your responsibility to train him. Kobe realized he had been outsmarted. Damn this competitive spirit. Magic Johnson grinned triumphantly. However, I've heard your training methods are rather intense, Magic remarked. Some might even call it hellish training. Kobe looked at Magic, his expression questioning the meaning behind those words. Lin is just a 19-year-old kid. Take it easy on him. It turned out Magic was concerned that Lin Yifan might struggle with Kobe's training regimen. Kobe chuckled and shook his head. Leave the kid to me. How I train him is my business. However, Kobe then recounted an incident from this morning. I intended to bring Gigi here for training. It's been a while since I trained at dawn, and I wanted her to experience it. Magic listened with keen interest. Then I unexpectedly encountered Lin Yifan. This kid came to train at such an early hour? The magician found himself somewhat incredulous. Kobe then continued, earlier this morning, I encountered Andy, who, during our conversation, informed me that Lin had practiced until the late hours last night, with the training staff waiting until 11 o'clock for him to finish. The magician stood still, astonished. Such an intense regimen? Could Lin truly be a demon? In that moment, the magician recognized that his earlier apprehensions had been entirely unwarranted. Within the confines of the team's locker room, Lin Yifan was reviewing the system. After the warm-up match concluded, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his training value had significantly increased. It seemed that the training camp match had contributed to his training progress. At that moment, the players in the locker room finished their showers, exchanged a few lighthearted jokes, and gradually departed from the arena. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan changed into a fresh set of training attire, intending to head to the training room to work on his strength. His training value was nearly at its peak for the day, yet he still felt it was insufficient. As he exited the locker room, Magic Johnson awaited him at the entrance. Hey, Lin, I heard from Kobe that you were in the weight room training at the crack of dawn. I just couldn't sleep. He replied, a statement that, while truthful, came across as modest. That's a classic example of Chinese humility. Magic Johnson found himself even more fond of this diligent and humble young man. Lin, there's something I'd like to ask your opinion on. Are you a fan of Kobe? Of course. Then I trust you wouldn't refuse this opportunity. Would you like to become Kobe's protege? Become Kobe's protege? What do you mean? Magic explained. During the training camp, we are inviting Kobe to serve as a consultant to provide guidance to players like you. Kobe as a consultant? So it's like a special training session with him? You could say that. I accept. Lin Yifan did not hesitate in the slightest. Who would be foolish enough to decline? Magic Johnson nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had made the right judgment about this young man. Nowadays, there are few players with such exceptional basketball intelligence who are also so diligent. Noticing Lin Yifan had changed into training attire, Magic inquired, "Are you going to train?" "Yes. I'm going to the weight room for extra practice." Johnson appeared somewhat astonished. The intensity of today's warm-up match was considerable. We just finished a scrimmage. And other players have already gone home since it's just the start of the camp. I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Lin Yifan replied decisively, striding directly towards the weight room. Good heavens, I've never seen someone so industrious. Magic thought to himself, astonished by his relentless dedication. Just then, a notification chimed. A voice echoed in Lin Yifan's mind. The system activated an additional task to become Kobe's disciple and complete his rigorous training regimen. The reward would be an S-rank skill package featuring Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper. Incredible. Yet another S-rank skill package. And this time, it is a designated skill package. The artistry of Kobe's shooting form is simply breathtaking. Lin Yifan was filled with uncontainable joy, yearning to partake in Kobe's rigorous training regimen without delay. Little did he know the grueling trials that awaited him. At that moment, his mind was consumed by thoughts of Kobe's iconic fadeaway jump shot. And the prospect of acquiring Kobe's shooting package was simply irresistible for a devoted fan like him. Moreover, this represented a splendid opportunity to enhance his training value. How did Kobe conduct his intense training? The anticipation was palpable. At 11 p.m., Lin Yifan was drenched in sweat within the training facility, silently tallying his training hours. Finally, it was enough. The circle indicating his training value had finally closed. A full 24 hours of training had been logged, encompassing scrimmages, strength training, shooting drills, and more. Almost 2 full days dedicated entirely to basketball-related endeavors, save for meals and sleep. Ding! The system rewarded him with 1 training value point. Would he like to exchange it for attribute points? Indeed, Lin Yifan beheld the numeral 2 displayed beside his attribute values. He resolved to allocate all of it to his strength. At this moment, Lin Yifan was utterly fatigued, collapsing onto the ground. However, upon witnessing a slight increase in his strength, a smile broke through his weary visage. As the night enveloped him, Lin Yifan returned to his apartment, dragging himself with exhaustion. Once sprawled upon his bed, he reopened his attribute panel. His strength had ascended to 51. Reviewing his current dynamic attributes, he noted speed, 85-85, agility, 85-85, jumping, 56-80, stamina, 52-80, strength, 51-80. To be candid, his greatest advantages lay in speed and agility, and this was indisputable. Yet, aside from the meager strength value, the remaining attributes appeared rather ordinary. Moreover, through the trials of this training camp competition, Lin Yifan recognized the dire inadequacy of his offensive capabilities, particularly in three-point shooting. On the court, he even managed a shot that completely missed the target. His close-range shooting ability stood at 65-80, mid-range at 75-80, and three-point at 55-80. An individual lacking offensive threat from shooting finds it exceedingly challenging to manifest passing or driving threats. In basketball, the 3 offensive threats, shooting, driving, and passing, are interdependent and mutually influential. When one aspect is exceptionally strong, it naturally enhances the performance of the others. Conversely, if one aspect falters, defenders will inevitably exploit it. Strength in one leads to strength in all. Weakness in one leads to weakness in all. Lin Yifan inherently comprehended this principle. He had already acquired a maximum level of passing attributes, alongside ball handling skills that met the NBA's average standards. With Durant's impressive array of dribbling moves at his disposal, his ability to penetrate defenses was commendable. When confronting opposing centers or power forwards, he frequently created mismatches. If he could develop a consistent shooting ability, he would truly embody the concept of the 3 threats in basketball. The journey ahead is indeed arduous and demanding. Lin Yifan shut down the system, preparing to rest. The advantage of the system was that sleep could dispel the fatigue of training. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Lin Yifan's phone received a text message. Who would send a message so late at night? Lin, it's Kobe. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 3. Kobe. A message from Kobe? Kobe actually sent me a text. Lin Yifan, still overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly received another message. Ding. Oh right, it's 3 in the morning. Don't get it wrong. Chapter 14. The grueling training from Kobe. At 3 in the morning, the alarm clock chimed. Lin Yifan sat up on the ground and stretched lazily. Indeed, he felt invigorated and refreshed. With the support of the system, Lin Yifan was maximizing the development of his physical potential to the fullest extent. He could distinctly sense this transformation within himself. After rising, he experienced a unique sense of strength coursing through his body. Although he had only slept for 4 or 5 hours, the system's reset allowed Lin Yifan to shed the fatigue of his physical functions. Lin Yifan simply washed his face and donned his training attire before stepping outside. Kobe Bryant was already waiting at Lin Yifan's doorstep. Kobe merely nodded in acknowledgement, exuding an aura of coolness that was unmistakably his. Gigi, standing nearby, blinked as if to say, I've long since grown accustomed to his demeanor. Look. He said it again. In stark contrast to his daughter's playful disposition, Kobe's expression was serious. He gently ruffled Gigi's hair, then addressed the two, saying, We must hurry, let us run to the training facility. Indeed, during training, Kobe Bryant was the epitome of seriousness, his demeanor entirely earnest. What surprised Lin Yifan was that Gigi had also chosen to join the training session. With the holiday just beginning, while other children were settling into vacation mode, she opted for intensive training. Like her father, Gigi possessed the same competitive spirit. At that moment, Gigi mischievously made a face at Lin Yifan, exclaiming, Hey, Lin, don't let my speed leave you behind. With that, she sprang into action, sprinting ahead. Lin Yifan exhibits an exceptionally earnest attitude towards training. Losing? Absolutely not. One cannot resort to underhanded tactics by sprinting ahead. Wait for me. Among the myriad of superstars in the NBA, Kobe Bryant undeniably epitomizes the essence of relentless practice. There was a time when he endured excruciating knee pain, prompting him to reach out to Michael Jordan, whom Kobe has always regarded as a mentor and friend. He habitually confided in Jordan, seeking his counsel during challenging times. Through his trainer, Jordan learned that Kobe was overexerting himself in his training regimen. Kobe's infamous 666 training method is daunting, consisting of 6 days a week, 6 hours a day, with 6 phases of rigorous training each hour. Following these grueling sessions, he would often spend additional time reviewing game footage. This is Kobe, the most diligent player in the NBA, whose training plans surpass those of anyone else in length and intensity. He consistently remained the last one to leave the court, diligently practicing between 700 to 1,000 shots daily. In the 1996 draft, Kobe was selected at the 13th position. In the realm of the NBA, while he may not possess the most extraordinary natural talent, he certainly stands out as the one who practiced with unparalleled fervor. The individual with superior talent may train 100 times less than he does. Coupled with his insatiable competitive spirit, he has become a superstar idol for an entire generation. In July, the early morning in Los Angeles is still slightly cool. However, after a brief run, Lin Yifan's body has warmed up. The basketball gym is devoid of any presence. Upon switching on the lights, they illuminate the Lakers emblem on the floor, reflecting a radiant purple and gold glow. Lin Yifan picked up the basketball, preparing to commence his shooting practice. However, he set the ball down as Kobe shook his head and said, although Lin Yifan was unaware of Kobe's intentions, he complied nonetheless. We shall commence with 2 hours of track and field training. Track and field training. Hadn't we just run moments ago? Surely, the warm-up has concluded? Kobe shook his head, declaring that what had just transpired hardly constituted formal training. Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan's heart sank instantly. The mere thought of track training cast a shadow over his mind. Each second felt like a torment. In Kobe's rigorous training regimen, the initial 2 hours were devoted to track exercises within a grueling 6-hour training session. Indeed, running and jumping capabilities form the foundation of any sport, basketball included. Yet, track training can be described as one of the most monotonous pursuits, testing both mental fortitude and endurance. Nevertheless, Kobe firmly believed that track training is not only fundamental but also paramount. Let's start with my favorite. Gigi appeared to be fully prepared. What a remarkable father-daughter duo this is. Lin Yifan observed the spirited enthusiasm of a young girl and felt compelled to match her vigor. He began with high knee running in place, followed by a series of accelerative sprints, a 30-meter dash, a 60-meter race, a 100-meter sprint, and a 400-meter run. Finally, he concluded with a series of 18 back-and-forth runs along the baseline. Lin Yifan's lungs felt as though they might explode, yet Gigi beside him appeared remarkably at ease. "Lin, you don't seem to be feeling well?" Lin Yifan forced a smile, gritting his teeth to endure. "This is it. Just this. I find it quite effortless." Kobe nodded in agreement, acknowledging the satisfactory performance. Initially, on the first day, he had no intention of increasing the workload significantly, but seeing how effortlessly you all managed, he decided to raise the intensity. Alas, my ominous words have come to fruition. Lin Yifan was engulfed in a torrent of thoughts, while his exterior remained utterly composed. "Oh heavens, spare me." Subsequently, Kobe did not allow for any respite, presenting yet another series of exercises: single-leg jumps, stride jumps, split-legged jumps, frog jumps, and straight-leg jumps. The routine continued with high jump bars, deep jumps, culminating in the high reach practice. Observing Lin Yifan's performance in the high jump, Kobe furrowed his brow and inquired, "Lin, did you genuinely jump with intent? Or are you simply fatigued?" Meanwhile, Gigi rushed over to tease him, exclaiming, "Even my grandmother can jump higher than you." Lin Yifan: "I am overwhelmed." After 2 hours of arduous athletics training, Lin Yifan was on the verge of exhaustion. The intensity was simply overwhelming. While there were moments to relax on the court, this relentless pace left no room for respite, with one drill following another in rapid succession. "Hurry. It's time for ball training." Despite being utterly drained, Lin Yifan managed to rise. Kobe's basketball training commenced with 20 minutes of dribbling practice. Unlike earlier, when he had sported a furrowed brow, Kobe's expression now is relaxed. "Lin, your dribbling is quite impressive, not at all resembling that of a tall player." Kobe remarked approvingly, observing Lin Yifan's ball control akin to that of a point guard. "Lower your center of gravity a bit more, protect the ball, and be mindful of the defender's hand positioning." Although dribbling was Lin Yifan's forte, Kobe maintained a rigorous standard for even the minutest details. As the 20 minutes of dribbling practice concluded, the next segment involved 10 minutes of lateral movement drills. This is akin to an athletics training session, Lin Yifan thought, as he struggled to lift his arms after just 10 minutes. Following this, a grueling 90 minutes of high-intensity shooting practice commenced. What? In this so-called high-intensity, Kobe divided the court into 5 zones. Lin Yifan consistently transitioned from shooting beneath the basket to mid-range shots and finally to three-pointers. Each position demanded that he successfully make 100 shots before advancing to the next. "Today, you must shoot at least 700 times," Kobe proclaimed loudly. Meanwhile, Gigi had already begun to shoot with remarkable consistency, the rhythmic sound of swishing nets resonating throughout the court. "Do not stop. Retrieve your own balls. Accelerate. Accelerate. Accelerate." Kobe's voice echoed in the gym. "Lin, your shooting is truly appalling." The competitive spirit ignited as Gigi and Lin Yifan exchanged glances, each vying to be the victor. Ultimately, Gigi emerged as the clear winner, while Lin Yifan struggled at the three-point line, his performance dismally lacking. After the rigorous shooting practice, Lin Yifan found himself utterly exhausted, his back soaked with sweat as he collapsed onto the court. Lin Yifan opened the system panel and observed that his training value ring had progressed approximately 1/5 of the way. However, upon noticing the increase in training experience points, the sense of fatigue within Lin Yifan has diminished considerably. A glance at the clock reveals that it is still only a little past 8 in the morning. The accumulation of training experience points has already progressed significantly. Lin Yifan inquired, "What training shall we pursue next?" "Let us commence. First, let us partake in a meal." Kobe glanced at the clock and replied, "We shall resume shortly. See you in the strength room." Chapter 15. A Personal Health Manager? Encountering the senior once more. At last, we can indulge in a feast. Having practiced from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m., nearly 5 hours of exertion have transpired. Lin Yifan's stomach had already begun to growl. He found it rather peculiar. Ever since activating the system, his appetite had surged. He speculated that perhaps his body was expending an excessive amount of energy. Lost in thought, he soon approached the Lakers' dining hall. To neglect one's meal is to harbor troubling thoughts. One lives to eat, and in death, one's spirit continues to savor sustenance. Lin Yifan could hardly contain the joy swelling within, and instinctively began to chant the slogan for a hearty meal. Suddenly, his phone rang. "Hello, is this Lin Yifan?" "Hello. This is Judy. We have met before." Lin Yifan certainly remembers Judy Sevon, the physiotherapist who conducted his health examination. Judy Sevon, an esteemed Chinese physiotherapist, is arguably the most experienced physical therapist in the NBA and has served as Kobe's personal therapist. Additionally, she holds a professorship at the University of California, Los Angeles. Hey, Lin, I'm connecting you with your health manager. We'll see each other shortly. Judy's voice remains as warm as ever. However, the prospect of soon having a dedicated health manager of his own is quite exciting. Lin Yifan felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that his weight gain plan would be realized more swiftly than anticipated. Truly something to look forward to. Once the call concluded, Lin Yifan had already prepared his meal at the self-service counter. The dining hall of the Lakers offered quite satisfactory fare. Not only was the self-service abundant, but the variety of nutritious meals was also remarkably rich. Lin Yifan reminisced about the days when he casually satisfied his hunger with a simple egg pancake every morning. Now, that seemed like a delectable delicacy. His recent appetite could only be described as astonishing. He casually grabbed 10 American burgers. Even the cafeteria manager of the Lakers remarked, "I've never seen anyone eat like this." Lin Yifan devoured his food with a ferocity akin to a whirlwind. "Bring me 10 more. I couldn't savor the flavor just now." The cafeteria manager cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yifan, wondering if this person's stomach was made of iron. Just as Lin Yifan was gnawing on a burger, Judy appeared before him with a girl by her side. "Drop that burger," Judy and the girl exclaimed in unison, startling Lin Yifan into a frozen state. Too frightened to move. Judy, a bit anxious, admonished him, "Haven't I told you? Building muscle isn't as simple as just eating, and certainly not with junk food." Lin Yifan looked up and saw Judy, along with the girl beside her. Could it be her? Standing next to Judy was none other than Lisa, the senior he had encountered that fateful night. Just as Judy was about to introduce her, Lin Yifan eagerly greeted, "Hello, beautiful senior. It's a pleasure to see you again." Lin Yifan spoke while laughing heartily, stepping forward to shake hands. However, Lisa merely smiled and politely greeted, "Hi, do you know each other?" Judy appeared somewhat surprised. Lin Yifan, acquainted. Lisa, unfamiliar. The two spoke almost in unison, leaving Judy somewhat perplexed. "So, do you know each other or not?" Lisa had persistently assumed he was Lin Xiaolu's boyfriend, thus creating a deliberate distance. Upon learning that she was to serve as a health manager for a Lakers player, she was taken aback to discover it was none other than Lin Yifan. Nevertheless, for Lisa, commencing her medical internship with the Los Angeles Lakers was an invaluable opportunity. The facility boasted cutting-edge equipment and elite athletes as resources, enriching her medical experience tremendously. Lisa would never relinquish such an internship lightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan felt elated. Judy had chosen her student to be Lin Yifan's personal health manager, and fortuitously, this individual was a strikingly beautiful senior. Initially, Judy intended to make an introduction, but it seemed unnecessary now. The youth of today have an expansive social circle. Yet, Judy sensed a hint of ambiguity in Lin Yifan's demeanor. Had they perhaps shared a romantic encounter? A wave of concern washed over her. Such matters were strictly prohibited by the team. Fortunately, observing Lisa's somewhat frosty attitude eased her mind. Perhaps they had dated and subsequently parted ways. It seemed apparent. Judy mused to herself for quite some time. The world of the young is beyond my comprehension. Then she glanced at the fried chicken burger in Lin Yifan's hand, furrowing her brow as she said, "Lin, have I not told you? No more junk food." Turning to Lisa, she added, "Lisa, I entrust him to you. Please manage Lin well on my behalf." As she prepared to depart, she remarked, "I shall go meet Kobe to discuss your training regimen. See you in the weight room shortly." Suddenly, Judy seemed to recall something and, with a slightly serious tone, added for Lin Yifan's benefit, "Entrust your body to Lisa, but keep your soul for yourself." Lin Yifan found the words somewhat peculiar, yet they also conveyed a sense of gravity. Judy then turned to Lisa, her tone imbued with a more stringent demand. "By the way, Lisa, please conduct a comprehensive examination on him shortly and document his physical condition." At this moment, Lin Yifan felt that Judy was exceedingly considerate, taking the initiative to leave and thereby creating an opportunity for a private encounter with the senior sister. Moreover, there would be a full-body examination shortly. Lin Yifan contemplated this, envisioning a multitude of scenes. Now, only two individuals remained face-to-face. Lin Yifan cast a discerning gaze, noting that after several days of absence, Senior Lisa appeared even more radiant. Today, she adorned herself in professional attire, a pristine white silk blouse paired with a form-fitting black skirt that accentuated her alluring curves. Her slender legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, creating a striking contrast with her innocent demeanor. Lin Yifan couldn't help but admire her choice of outfit. remarking to himself on its sophistication. In stark contrast to Judy's loose-fitting casual wear, Lisa's ensemble was decidedly more formal. However, given that it was her first day interning with the team, her polished appearance was undoubtedly intended to make a lasting impression. Yet, the uniformed senior exuded an added allure. Lisa then unveiled a menu, declaring that they would follow it for today's meals. After our strength training, I will provide you with an evaluation. Subsequently, I will devise a specialized plan for you. Lin Yifan's gaze remained fixated on Lisa's countenance, seemingly oblivious to her words. Subsequently, Lisa took away the hamburger and began to prepare a nutritious meal. Gaining muscle has always been a matter of 30% exercise and 70% diet. One must pay close attention to this. At first, Lin Yifan found this senior somewhat aloof, but now he perceives her as increasingly gentle. Lin Yifan smiled at Lisa, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, senior. Lisa, adopting a responsible tone, replied, from now on, I will oversee everything related to your training, diet, and body recovery. She continued, every aspect of your nutrition will be meticulously measured in grams. Lin Yifan understood that muscle gain is inextricably linked with strict dietary discipline and professional training. However, having such a captivating beauty as his personal health manager, who would also be responsible for his diet and training, felt like an unexpected stroke of fortune. Chapter 16. The contest in the strength room at 8:30 in the morning. Within the team's logistics support center, Kobe was engaged in conversation with physiotherapist Judy. You truly cannot sit still. Even in retirement, you come back to train, Judy said with a smile, her tone calm. Kobe chuckled, primarily for Gigi's sake, as she was the one who expressed a desire for specialized training. Moreover, Pelinka had requested his assistance in mentoring the younger players, which he felt obliged to honor. Mentoring the young ones? They might struggle to endure your training methods, Judy remarked, glancing at Gigi, who was preparing to commence her training. Gigi resembles you so much. Kobe beamed with pride as he observed his daughter, then shifted the conversation back to Lin Yifan. What are your thoughts on Lin Yifan's training? Judy pondered for a moment. I find myself somewhat conflicted. He certainly needs to gain weight. But what? Kobe had already surmised part of Judy's thoughts. This kid's advantage lies in his agility, and he might still be growing. If he were to gain weight too rapidly, it could hinder his flexibility. Kobe nodded in agreement. Yet, if he does not bulk up, adapting to the physicality of the NBA will be challenging. That is the crux of the dilemma. Judy shared a similar view to Kobe's. In fact, Kobe had already formed some ideas regarding this issue, but wished to hear Judy's perspective first. What do you think, Judy? We must make some sacrifices. Oh? Kobe acknowledged this notion. Judy continued, my recommendation is to allow him to simultaneously reduce body fat while gaining weight. Enhance his strength without compromising his agility. Kobe nodded, clarifying, it's not about simply gaining weight, it's about building muscle. Judy concurred, adding, indeed. But Lin belongs to a category that finds it difficult to build muscle. He's too lean. Although we are in the era of small ball, which differs from the past physically demanding inside play, he still needs to add muscle, particularly in his lower body strength, core stability, and smaller muscle groups, to enhance his physical control. Kobe nodded in agreement, supplementing her statement, there are no muscles that cannot grow, only legs that cannot move. As Lin Yifan finished an enormous portion of boiled chicken breast, Lisa was left astounded. Is he really that dedicated? After the meal, the two proceeded to the strength room to conduct tests. Please remove your shirt, Lisa said softly. Alone in the room, the atmosphere felt charged as they began with such an intimate request. Lin Yifan pondered, is this truly for the best? Is it not a tad too swift? Initially, Lin Yifan felt a bit hesitant, but upon hearing Lisa's gentle tone, he complied. Lisa turned around to operate some testing instruments. Although she was somewhat unfamiliar with the machinery, she endeavored to appear calm and proficient. When Lisa glanced back, she noticed that Lin Yifan was clad only in a pair of basketball shorts. How swiftly he had undressed. An unusual atmosphere suddenly enveloped the air. Lisa attempted to maintain her composure, taking a deep breath, and began to examine Lin Yifan's pectoral muscles, followed by an extended exploration of his abdominal muscles. Lin Yifan has been fervently training to build strength lately, and despite his naturally slender physique, he still boasts a set of 8 defined abdominal muscles. Lisa's soft, fair hands glided delicately over him, her gentle movements causing a blush to bloom on Lin Yifan's nearly alabaster face. In contrast to Lisa, Lin Yifan appeared to relish this examination. As the clock struck just past 9 in the morning, the gym remained largely empty, with few players having arrived. Typically, NBA players prefer to arrive around 11 o'clock. followed by an afternoon of rigorous practice. At that moment, a figure emerged in the gym. Ingram, bleary-eyed and sporting a scruffy beard, appeared at the entrance of the weight room, his messy dreadlocks lending him the air of a vagabond. Ingram is known for his modest demeanor, yet his dedication to training is unparalleled. After the conclusion of last season, he devised a comprehensive training regimen for the off-season. While other Lakers were photographed indulging in late-night escapades or enjoying idyllic vacations with supermodel girlfriends, Ingram seemed to vanish from the public eye. His off-season mission was clear: to bulk up. He set a personal goal to arrive an hour early each day, commencing with strength training, followed by shooting drills and ball handling practice, before returning to the weight room for additional exercises. Ingram had aspired to be the first to arrive at the gym. But upon his arrival, he discovered Lin Yifan was already in the midst of his training. To his surprise, someone had beaten him to it. As he nibbled on a piece of bread, it suddenly lost its appeal. "Hey, Ingram." Lin Yifan greeted him warmly. "Hey," Ingram replied, his tone somewhat distant, as though he were unfamiliar with Lin Yifan's name. Ingram was the type of player who spoke little but possessed a fierce spirit. He was warm-hearted towards his teammates, despite his cool exterior. Yet, Lin Yifan couldn't help but think about Ingram's rather disheveled appearance. "Ingram, I must say, your style is quite striking, I assent it," Lin Yifan remarked. Upon hearing such praise, Ingram's demeanor brightened considerably. "Indeed, many fail to comprehend my fashion sense, but you, Lin, possess an eye for aesthetics," he replied, while affectionately tugging at his dreadlocks, each one hanging down with an air of self-satisfaction as he reveled in his own unique charm. "Lin Yifan, I must admit, I am quite perplexed." This afternoon's strength training session was guided by Judy and Kobe. Ingram was particularly enthusiastic, training alongside the legendary Kobe, an experience that is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Consequently, Ingram exerted himself intensely during today's training. Lin Yifan, undaunted, engaged in a spirited competition with him. Neither was willing to concede in their efforts. They commenced with 15 sets of barbells, each set comprising 15 repetitions, followed by 400 squats and 300 push-ups. Ingram was astounded by Lin Yifan's resilience. After these 3 strength exercises, they had exhausted every ounce of their energy. Lin Yifan, however, remained resolutely spirited. Judy smiled at Kobe and remarked, "These 2 children are truly putting in tremendous effort." Kobe merely nodded, indicating that it was still far from sufficient. Judy had commenced training Ingram for muscle gain as early as the previous year. During his rookie season, Ingram had faced criticism for his lack of strength and physicality. When he first entered the league, Ingram weighed less than 90 kilograms, despite standing at an impressive height of 2.03 meters. Unlike Lin Yifan, who plays as a guard, Ingram is a small forward and had already demonstrated his prowess at Duke University, which led to him being selected second overall by the Lakers. Media outlets compared Ingram's talent to that of Durant, dubbing him Little KD. Durant himself has described facing Ingram as akin to confronting a reflection of himself. When Durant first joined the league, he weighed just over 90 kilograms, but has since increased his weight to 97 kilograms, underscoring the significance of scientific muscle development for such athletes. Last year, in his quest to gain weight, Ingram consumed 6 meals a day. By this off-season, he had managed to increase his weight to 95 kilograms, with a noticeable increase in muscle mass, all while maintaining his original speed. During the 2016 season, he averaged 9.4 points, 4.0 rebounds, 2.1 assists, and 0.5 blocks per game, earning a spot on the all-rookie second team. However, in a rebuilding Lakers team with numerous scoring opportunities, such statistics were deemed less than ideal, particularly as Ingram struggled to adapt to the team's offensive system. For Ingram, gaining muscle remained a crucial objective, with aspirations to reach 105 kilograms before the regular season commenced. Magic Johnson expressed great faith in Ingram, envisioning him as a core player to cultivate. Humbly dedicated to his training, Ingram had become Lin Yifan's most formidable competitor during the offseason. After completing the final 300 push-ups, both Lin Yifan and Ingram collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. Gigi, too, was clearly struggling to keep pace with the strength training regimen. Due to her youth, Kobe had prescribed a considerably lighter training load for Gigi. Shaking his head playfully, Kobe inquired, "Is this all there is?" None of the 3 were willing to concede defeat, insisting, "I can still go. Let us head to the training facility for a shooting competition." Chapter 17. The shooting contest with Kobe, Gigi, and Ingram. The trio followed Kobe to the training facility. Lin Yifan had nearly reached the limits of his physical endurance. Under Kobe's rigorous training regimen, he found himself struggling to lift his arms. Both Ingram and Gigi were in a similar predicament. Yet, none of the three were willing to concede defeat. Hey, for the final shooting drill, let us engage in a little shooting contest, Kobe said, narrowing his eyes. Shooting contest? I'm familiar with that. Lin Yifan was taken aback to discover that Kobe was well-versed in this popular basketball shooting game from China. Here's how it works, Kobe began, explaining the rules. We'll take turns shooting from designated spots along the lines on either side of the key. After making a shot, you can advance to the next point. However, if you miss, it will be the opponent's turn. The first to reach the final point on the opposite side is the victor. Is it really that simple? Lin Yifan contemplated the game he had played since childhood, a game he had never lost. Kobe raised an eyebrow. Too simple? Let us add a touch of complexity. He proposed incorporating the free throw line as well as the farthest points at the corners of the court, adding 5 additional 3-point shots, 2 from each corner. 2 from the 45-degree angles, and 1 from the top of the arc. How does that sound? Excellent. The three of them exuded confidence. With a smile, Kobe added an extra challenge. This time, we will implement a chase. The loser must perform a set of suicide push-ups. And I shall partake as well. Chase? What does that mean? Suicide push-ups? This is getting more intriguing. The fact that Kobe would join in only heightened their excitement. Kobe elaborated. Chasing means that the player who shoots last must catch up to the one who shot before them. If they succeed, the former must return to the starting point to shoot again. How exhilarating. Lin Yifan thought to himself, surely, the one who shoots first will bear the consequence. Lin, you go ahead. Lin Yifan positioned himself closely to Kobe, who promptly called for the ball. Accepting the invitation, Lin Yifan moved to the first spot on the right, where Kobe delivered a precise bounce pass to him. Meanwhile, Gigi had already taken her position at the first spot on the left, ready and eager. She playfully made faces at Lin Yifan, attempting to disrupt his shooting rhythm. Lin Yifan took a deep breath. The first shot appeared deceptively simple. Yet it was the most challenging. The closer one is, the more difficult the shot becomes, as the force required is hard to gauge. The shot cannot be banked. Nor does it resemble a frontal shot that has the backboard as a reference. It is all too easy to miss completely, though conversely, a perfect swish is also within reach. Lin Yifan slightly bent his knees, positioning his arms for a shooting stance. Indeed, his elbows formed a perfect 90-degree angle. With his right hand's palm hovering just above the ball, fingertips lightly grazing its surface, while his left hand held steady at the side, exerting no force. He initiated the power from his legs, extending his elbows as the energy surged upward, culminating at his fingertips, pressing downwards until the tips made contact with the ball, imparting a spin as it soared forth. With a resounding thud, the basketball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted back. Damn it! Lin Yifan cursed inwardly. Due to excessive training, his muscle memory for shooting had become disoriented. Nonetheless, maintaining a shooting rhythm after high-intensity competition was a fundamental skill for NBA-level players. Gigi erupted in laughter upon witnessing a complete airball. Kobe shielded his eyes with his hand, unable to bear the sight. In contrast, Ingram stood nearby with his hands on his hips, his expression neutral while his heart reveled in delight. It was then Gigi's turn to shoot. Today, her strength training had not been overly strenuous, for she was still a child. Gigi dribbled the ball twice, preparing her shooting motion. Her technique was a quintessential representation of a feminine shooting style, utilizing both hands to cradle the ball, exerting simultaneous force that resembled pushing the ball outward, thereby compensating for her lack of power. At first glance, this motion appeared somewhat awkward, yet it often proved remarkably accurate. With a swift motion, Gigi released the ball, and it swished through the net effortlessly. Following that, she continued to score consecutively, each shot landing perfectly without a single miss. As she effortlessly transitioned from the left side to the position where Lin Yifan stood on the right, Lin Yifan, with a look of astonishment etched across his face, stared wide-eyed as Gigi took her position and effortlessly sank the shot. Kobe, standing nearby, smiled with satisfaction. Gigi turned to him and inquired, "Isn't it time for a three-pointer?" Kobe nodded in affirmation. "Then I'll start from the right corner. That is my money point," Gigi said as she received the ball, pivoted gracefully, and without a moment's hesitation released the shot. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc, and swished through the net with a satisfying sound. What a flawless shot. One cannot help but marvel at Gigi's shooting prowess. At such a tender age, her shooting touch is remarkably soft and refined. Lin Yifan reminisced about the past, recalling the rare occasions when he experienced the exhilaration of completing a series of shots in one go. Such moments necessitate an immense dedication to shooting practice. They are certainly not a matter of chance. Subsequently, Gigi positioned herself at a 45-degree angle, but her shot veered off course. Here comes Ingu. He, too, initiated his shot from the left side, directly attempting a three-pointer, yet his first shot failed to find the mark. Frustrated, Ingu clutched his head, exhibiting a hint of disappointment. Although influenced by strength training, Ingu has consistently maintained a rigorous training regimen, resulting in shooting stability that is on par with NBA standards, even ranking among the elite. Meanwhile, Gigi leaped with joy as she had just witnessed Ingu catch up, alleviating her earlier concerns. "Hey, Gigi, don't celebrate too soon," came the voice of Kobe. It was only then that he removed his jacket. "Let us start from the first point. One must admit, Kobe's shooting form is truly a sight to behold." Swish, swish, swish. Gigi began to create chaos beside him, making faces, shouting loudly, and singing to distract him. Kobe, undeterred, engaged in some playful banter while shooting. "Hey, this won't affect me. Just wait until we return to the starting point. You're all merely competing for second place, right?" he remarked with an air of nonchalance as he continued to shoot with precision. After countless hours of practice, Kobe's shooting motion remained unwavering, a testament to his relentless muscle memory. He effortlessly landed a three-pointer, appearing remarkably at ease. Then, with a swift motion, Kobe waved goodbye to Ingu. At that moment, Gigi felt a surge of anxiety. If Kobe made another shot, they would have to return to the starting point. She danced frantically in front of him, chanting fervently, "Miss, miss, miss." As Kobe released the ball, Gigi shielded her eyes, clasping her hands in prayer, hoping the shot would fail. Swish. It went in. That relentless desire to win, that unwillingness to concede defeat, is etched deep within. Gigi, disheartened, clasped her head in despair as she watched Kobe sink the final three shots. With both hands raised high, he casually declared, "You're all still too green." Lin Yifan observed with the fascination of a moviegoer, captivated by the extraordinary Kobe. Reflecting upon his own dismal shooting skills, he realized the necessity to enhance his shooting technique. "I have triumphed. I have triumphed." Kobe raised his hands in exultation once more. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the three individuals. Those who lose must face a penalty. The trio stood frozen in place. It had been agreed that the losers would perform a set of challenging push-ups, with the number corresponding to their defeat. It seemed that this pursuit of the ball was far too exhilarating. Although Lin Yifan did not score a single point, he remained at the shooting line alongside Gigi and Ingu. The three of them reluctantly lay on the mat, exerting all their strength to lift their bodies away from the surface, then forcefully slapping their pectoral muscles with their palms. Is this what one might call a self-destructive push-up? Hurry, hurry. The one who loses shall not be entitled to negotiate with me. A devil, Lin Yifan pondered. Is this merely the first day of the grueling 666 devil training? Chapter 18. The preseason commences. Specialized training to break through potential limits. The training has concluded. Lin Yifan finally returned to the locker room, his weary body dragging behind him, as he observed that his training value was on the verge of completing a full circle. A gratifying smile crept across his face. This scene was witnessed by Judy, who remarked playfully, astonished that he could still smile after such grueling training. Standing behind Judy, Lisa was equally impressed by Lin Yifan's relentless spirit. Overcoming the physical agony of training demands a robust willpower, and Lin Yifan had indeed excelled. Judy's fondness for the young man grew. Seeing him so exhausted that he could barely lift his head tugged at her heartstrings. At 48, with a son just turned 18, she felt a kinship with Lin Yifan, who was bravely navigating the challenges in America. She resolved to assist him in achieving his ambitions. "Lisa, please come over and help Lin relax his muscles. He has worked exceptionally hard today." Upon hearing this, Lin Yifan, already fatigued, recalled the peculiar atmosphere during his testing and instantly perked up, sitting up straight. "Lin, you are quite tired now. There is no need to sit upright. You should lie down and allow your entire body to relax." Lisa spoke in a gentle and warm tone. The therapy room was adjacent to the locker room. "Come on, Lin. The techniques I employ are those that Judy personally taught me, and I assure you, they are flawless." Flawless techniques? That sounds rather peculiar, Lin Yifan thought to himself. Lying in the therapy room clad only in basketball shorts, he felt the strange atmosphere begin to envelop him once more. As a medical therapist, mastering post-exercise muscle relaxation and massage was an essential skill. Yet, Lisa's fair and smooth hands exuded an unexpected strength. Today, Lin Yifan's performance had garnered her newfound respect, and he found himself anticipating the forthcoming relaxation massage with unexpected eagerness. reminiscent of the gentle touch of a senior during body assessments. He cast a curious glance over his shoulder. At that moment, Lisa picked up a vibrating massage gun and began applying it vigorously to Lin Yifan's thigh muscles. A sharp scream pierced the air. Hey, senior, be gentle. Unbeknownst to them, it was already mid-September. The NBA's official website announced the schedule for the 2017 to 2018 regular season, with the opening game set for October 26th. This indicated that the NBA was a mere month away from commencing its official season. Prior to the regular season, approximately 78 preseason games would be arranged. Notably, the Los Angeles Lakers preseason games would be held in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, China. The Lakers training camp was nearing its conclusion, gathering all players for joint practice after nearly 2 months of intensive training. Lin Yifan has earned Kobe's approval. I did not misjudge this young man. He has persevered through an intense regimen of training. Over the past 2 months, Ingram has become both a comrade and a rival to Lin Yifan. Lin is an intimidating competitor. Every day when I arrive at the gym, he is already drenched in sweat. Lisa greatly admires his diligent and hardworking spirit. A disciplined man possesses an undeniable allure. As time passes, Lisa's fondness for Lin Yifan grows ever closer. What is truly remarkable about Lin is his vibrant energy. He arrives at the training facility each day brimming with vitality and exceptional stamina. Lin Yifan visibly appeared more robust, with the muscular contours of his arms becoming increasingly pronounced. The 2-month interval felt extensive, yet filled with joy. Under the guidance of his idol's rigorous training, the camaraderie of his companions, and the attentive care of a beautiful senior, these 2 months became an unforgettable chapter in his life. The joint training session was about to commence, signaling the conclusion of Kobe's specialized coaching. As Gigi prepared to embark on a new academic semester, due to family commitments and the responsibility of taking his children to school, Kobe could no longer attend the training camp. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for becoming Kobe's disciple. The system rewards an S-level skill package, Kobe's fadeaway jump shot. A vivid and picturesque image flashed through Lin Yifan's mind. A player donned in a purple and gold jersey, number 24, executed a deft crossover to the right. After dribbling several steps in that direction, he maintained his body alignment with the ball. At the moment of his jump, his right toe pointed towards the hoop, while both hands cradled the ball near his waist. With a powerful leap, he twisted in midair to the left, pushing off with his right foot, and then released the ball. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, seemingly disregarding the opponent's defense. Even the tiniest sliver of space afforded him the opportunity to achieve a remarkable shot. The scene replayed countless times in his mind until Lin Yifan noticed a badge emblazoned with the number 24 appearing beneath the training camp. Astonishing. Incredible. Lin Yifan could hardly contain the excitement within him, eagerly longing to execute Kobe's signature fadeaway move. It would undoubtedly astonish everyone. These brief 2 months felt as protracted as 2 years. During this period, Lin Yifan exerted an immense amount of effort and sweat. However, every drop was worthwhile. With the support of the training camp system, he tirelessly elevated his training values day and night, engaging in nearly frenzied training for over 10 hours each day. Within 2 months, he attained a remarkable 30 training values, thereby exchanging them for 60 attribute points. Lin Yifan allocated 30 points of his attribute values to strength, bringing it precisely to 80. Strength, being his Achilles heel, necessitated this enhancement. In the current era of small ball, the significance of three-point shooting cannot be overstated. Thus, he devoted an additional 30 points to his shooting ability. After all, without the threat of a shot, there can be no offensive menace. Fortunately, the system's reward of the point guard gift pack has enhanced all of his offensive attributes. Lin Yifan pondered deeply before deciding to elevate his three-point shooting ability to 80. After all, we are currently in the small ball era, and centers lacking a reliable outside shooting game have been largely eliminated from the competition. This enhancement cost him 25 attribute points, and he allocated the remaining 5 points entirely to his mid-range shooting, which consequently reached an impressive 80. Upon accessing his attribute panel, Lin Yifan examined his stats. Name, Lin Yifan. Age, 19. Static attributes, height, 211 centimeters. Weight, 105 kilograms. Wingspan, 221 centimeters. Evaluation. His height and wingspan are above average, and his weight has adequately adapted to the physical demands of the NBA. Dynamic attributes, speed, 85 agility, 85 vertical leap, 56 stamina, 52 strength, 80 evaluation. His agility is above average, and his strength is well suited for NBA-level competition. Technical attributes: offensive ability, close range, 65 mid-range, 83 point, 80 free throw, 75 dunking, 50 layup, 60 post moves, 55 passing, 100 ball handling, 70 non-dominant hand, 45 catching, 60 offensive rebounding, 55 back to the basket, 50 hook shot, 65 evaluation. He possesses elite-level passing skills, with above-average three-point shooting and ball handling abilities. Defensive ability, blocking, 60 stealing, 65 on-ball defense, 50 post defense, 60 defensive rebounding, 65 evaluation. His defensive capabilities are average, lacking the rebounding and shot blocking skills typically expected of a center. Overall rating: B. Upon reviewing his system attributes, he was astonished to discover that the values following the diagonal line had changed. Was that his potential value? His potential had indeed risen by 10 points. This indicated that the 2 months of intensive training with Kobe had enhanced his innate talent. It meant he could expand his talent through specialized training in the real world, thereby maximizing his potential limits. During these past 2 months of rigorous training with Kobe, the high-intensity workouts, coupled with a scientific diet and body care regimen, had not directly increased his ability values but had expanded his innate talents. The human body has a natural limit to its gifts, and the system's enhancement not only boosts ability scores but also elevates potential talent. An extraordinary life, truly, is remarkable. At the Lakers Athletic Management Center, Judy expressed her satisfaction with student Lisa's work, smiling as she said, "Under your supervision, Lin has gained nearly 10 kilograms while maintaining a body fat percentage of 9. This is a testament to your meticulous care." Hearing her mentor's praise, Lisa felt a surge of happiness. However, she also understood that Lin Yifan's success stemmed largely from his own discipline. The 2 months spent together had allowed Lisa to gain a unique insight into Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan possesses an exceptionally clear objective and an admirable capacity for self-management, evoking a sense of inexplicable appreciation akin to a man's allure. In the office of the Los Angeles Lakers president, Magic Johnson gazes at Lin Yifan's latest physical assessment, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then places a call to Rob Pelinka, cheerfully inquiring, "Hello, Rob. Lin Yifan's 2-way contract has expired. What are your thoughts?" Pelinka, recalling his promise from the beginning of the offseason, responds, "Let us observe his performance in the preseason." With unwavering confidence, Magic Johnson asserts, "I have no doubts. He endured 2 months of rigorous training with Kobe. I believe he will secure a premium contract." What? Training with Kobe? Pelinka grimaces on the other end of the line. As Kobe's agent, he is all too familiar with the intensity of Kobe's grueling training regimen. The fact that Lin Yifan trained under Kobe's guidance is astonishing, and for 2 months nonetheless. Remarkably, he persevered through it. Poor Rob Pelinka remains oblivious to the formidable talent he is about to witness. Chapter 19. A perfect debut? Facing the defending champions on September 27, 2017. In the vibrant metropolis of Shanghai, at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the NBA preseason games in China are set to unfold as scheduled. The Los Angeles Lakers are poised to face off against the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors. Given the vast Chinese market, the NBA has consistently hosted preseason games in China in recent years. The Lakers players arrived in Shanghai 2 days prior to the match. The day before the game, they opted to explore the city, reveling in the metropolitan atmosphere as if on holiday. The towering skyscrapers of Shanghai left many of these Lakers players visiting China for the first time utterly awestruck. Lin Yifan observed the astonished expressions of his teammates amidst the dazzling nightlife of the metropolis, and he naturally felt a profound sense of pride in the strength of his homeland. Kuzma, ever fond of such vibrant cities, exclaimed, "Hey, guys. Let us hit the nightclub for some fun." His teammates eagerly concurred, "Kyle, that's a splendid suggestion." Kuzma turned to Lin Yifan and inquired, "Do you have any recommendations for us?" Lin Yifan shook his head. Upon returning to his homeland, he was suddenly enveloped by a sense of belonging, as if he were the host, while his teammates seemed merely like guests. However, at this moment, Lin Yifan had no desire to indulge in drink or rescue a wayward girl from a bar. For him, the paramount concern was tomorrow's match. "Lin, take it easy. It's merely a preseason game." Lin Yifan resolutely declined, stating, "I must complete today's training task." He intended to further enhance his strength and capabilities. Upon entering the designated training room, Lin Yifan was momentarily taken aback by the rudimentary equipment present. Could these training facilities be any less professional? Just as he was about to commence his training, he suddenly spotted Ingram in the corner, already drenched in sweat. Hey, Ingram. After more than 2 months of training together, Ingram shared a knowing smile, exclaiming, "Hey, today I finally got here before you." Lin Yifan found it rather peculiar. "Ingu, why didn't you join Xiaokuzi and the others for some fun?" Ingram's expression turned slightly serious as he replied, "Tomorrow, I will be matched against Durant." As a prototype for Ingu during the draft, he had always regarded Durant as his benchmark, striving relentlessly towards that standard. He yearned to prove himself in front of Durant. "I am not little Durant. I am Brandon Ingram." The two then commenced an intense session of strength training, pouring sweat as they exerted themselves. Lin Yifan, upon witnessing the earnestness of Ingu, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of performing in front of his hometown audience for the first time. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding dong. The system task has been activated. Please complete the perfect debut mission to receive an S-grade treasure chest." A perfect debut? This was precisely what Lin Yifan desired. Tomorrow, he would face the reigning champions, the Golden State Warriors. It must be said that the champions possessed formidable strength, with stars like Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Andre Iguodala, making this Warriors team akin to a galactic fleet. Last season, the Warriors achieved an impressive record of 65 wins and 15 losses, ultimately securing the NBA championship. Following this success, they retained their championship roster during the offseason and welcomed new talents such as Omri Caspi, Nick Young, and Jordan Bell, enhancing their offensive depth. In stark contrast, the current Lakers team largely comprised rookies. On the eve of the game, head coach Luke Walton announced the roster at a press conference, revealing that starting players Lonzo Ball and Kyle Kuzma were both rookies this year. Brandon Ingram and Ivica Zubac were merely second-year players, still lacking in experience. Julius Randle, Larry Nance Jr., and Jordan Clarkson were third-year players, already considered veterans within the Lakers' ranks, having established themselves as reliable rotation players. Only the recently traded Brook Lopez and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope could be deemed veterans. Yet they were merely role players, not marquee names. Thus, the rebuilding Lakers appeared ill-equipped on paper to withstand the might of the reigning champions. It could be said without hesitation that the disparity in strength between the two teams was vast, placing them at entirely different tiers. On game day, the weather in the vibrant metropolis was crisp and refreshing, with throngs of fans queuing outside the arena, creating a long line. As the team bus passed by, fans erupted in chants of their favorite stars' names: Curry, Durant, and, of course, there were the playful shouts for Kobe, Yao Ming, E. Jilian. Kuzma remarked, "This is insane. Absolutely insane." Given that it was a preseason match and the teams were worlds apart in skill, fans were more relaxed about the outcome, focusing instead on the players' spectacular performances. One wondered whether Lin Yifan would get to play. That would depend on whether the Warriors could establish a significant lead. Would Curry and Durant be playing? If they did, the Lakers would be in for a tough time. Don't expect too much. If Lin Yifan gets any minutes, it would likely be during garbage time. The fervent Chinese fans ignited a sense of passion among the players. "Hey, KD, show us some of your signature moves today." Iguodala, as a seasoned player, often acted as the spokesperson in the locker room. Durant stroked his beard and smiled, thinking, "Do you even need to say that?" The Lakers' younger Durant, Ingram, had boldly claimed he would outshine you. "You mean that kid Ingram?" Durant replied, "I despise matching up against players like him. It's like facing a reflection of myself." Meanwhile, Draymond Green, known for his loquaciousness, chimed in, "Hey, KD, don't let that young Durant outshine you." Durant merely shrugged it off. "I don't even consider him a threat." Curry approached with a smile, playing the peacemaker. "I never imagined a major city in China could be so vibrant." Durant nodded in agreement, reminiscing about his unforgettable trip to Beijing for the Olympics in '08, where he visited the Great Wall. "Hey, Draymond, you've never been, right?" Draymond smirked. "No, I went long before you made that trip." Curry was taken aback. "Really? But your big mouth doesn't often speak the truth." His intention was straightforward, to stoke everyone's competitive spirit. During the warm-up phase, the arena was filled to capacity with enthusiastic spectators. Many fans arrived early to witness Curry and Durant take the court, eager to see Curry's shooting drills. Today, Curry's mid-range shots connected only twice out of 5 attempts. It seemed he was poised for a breakout performance. Is Durant playing today? Will he play normally? If so, the Lakers are in trouble. In stark contrast to the fervent atmosphere surrounding the Warriors, the Lakers side appeared somewhat subdued, given the absence of any marquee players. The only attention was directed towards Lin Yifan. The the sole Chinese player on the court and one of only 2 Chinese players on an NBA roster. Naturally, fans directed their cheers towards him, with many holding placards that read, "Go, Lin Yifan." However, the majority of fans were not well acquainted with Lin Yifan's playing style or statistics. Domestic media had not focused much on him, primarily because he had never played in the domestic league. Unlike legends like Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, who dominated the domestic circuit before venturing to the NBA, Lin Yifan had played in America since high school without participating in college leagues, directly entering the draft. Furthermore, most of his publicly available game footage showcased lackluster performances. His only noteworthy display came during the Summer League Finals, where he recorded 0 points, 0 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 steal, a stat line that hardly warranted attention. Those who did not follow the games would be unaware that Lin Yifan was one of the key players in turning the tide for victory. This was especially true for domestic basketball commentators who heavily relied on statistics. The sensationalist Yang Dalian boldly declared before the game, "Let us be honest. Lin Yifan is just a young kid. His current skills simply cannot match the intensity of the NBA." Yang Dalian even went so far as to predict, "I bet Lin Yifan won't score more than 5 points in this game." Chapter 20. The China game begins. Luke Walton's secret weapon? The Expo Performance Center in the bustling metropolis, also known as the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, was filled to capacity with 18,000 spectators from across the nation, their cheers echoing in waves of excitement. CCTV 5 Sports had arranged for live commentary, inviting Coach Zhang Weiping. "Coach Zhang, what are your thoughts on this match?" Yu Jia's voice rang out, clearly infused with the fervor of the China game. Coach Zhang's voice was somewhat hoarse as he replied, "To be honest, if we look at the Lakers' young players, Yu Jia played the role of the straight man." Yes? Coach Zhang continued, "They are simply inadequate." Yu Jia interjected, "Hey." Coach Zhang was known for his strong admiration for Kobe, but since his retirement, he had rarely watched the Lakers play. Meanwhile, Mahua Sports was also live streaming the event, with the host asking, "Yang Laosher, what are your predictions for Lin Yifan's performance in this match?" Yang Dalian, somewhat gritting his teeth, replied, "Didn't I just say? Whether he even gets to play is still in question." As a renowned commentator in the country, Teacher Yang holds himself in high regard, particularly disdainful of those superficial fans who merely scrutinize player statistics. Observing Lin Yifan's performance in the Summer League, with an average of 3 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 0.7 blocks per game, it is evident from these figures that he falls short of even the standards of a benchwarmer, akin to a mere waterboy. The live chat during the broadcast was abuzz with comments from netizens who were more engaged than those who simply relied on statistics to criticize. Why does Yang speak so disdainfully? Lin Yifan is, after all, a Chinese player. One commented, while another declared, "This person is just a sycophant of the capital team." Unable to tolerate Lin Yifan's success. Disgusting. The audacity of Yang's smug demeanor was evident, as viewers anticipated how Lin Yifan would prove him wrong on the court. The Warriors will prevail. The Lakers will be champions. A record of 73 wins, but only second place, under Coach Walton's guidance. Last year's young players developed their unique style, which I would describe as a chaotic yet spirited play reminiscent of the Lakers. Had it not been for Pachulia's treachery and Green's mischief, could the Warriors have triumphed over the Spurs? I would dub the Warriors as the rascally team. Both teams boast substantial fan bases in China, igniting a fierce exchange among netizens in the live chat. Prior to the game, the Lakers held a slight lead in support over the Warriors. The commentator then shifted focus to the female host, Xiaoqi. "Xiaoqi, what is your prediction for the match?" She smiled sweetly, replying, "I believe the Lakers will win." "Aren't you a Warriors fan?" came the reply. Xiaoqi, blushing slightly, confessed, "I think Lin Yifan is too handsome." In the Warriors' locker room, Coach Kerr did not impose any elaborate plans. Coach Walton of the Lakers has always relied on his own cutting strategies, akin to performing a grand display in front of Guanyu. Moreover, as it is the preseason, the primary objective for the team is to help the players regain their form. The Warriors need not engage in any extraordinary tactical preparations. Enjoy the game, and be cautious of injuries. Kerr's directives were refreshingly straightforward, truly befitting a new generation of leaders. On the other side, in the Lakers' locker room, Luke Walton announced his starting lineup: point guard Lonzo Ball, shooting guard KCP, small forward Ingram, power forward Kuzma, and center Lopez. As he listed the substitutes, Randall, having not heard his name, was initially pleased but then suddenly realized he was not included in the starting lineup. He immediately stood up and asked, "Hey, coach, what do you mean by that?" Although Randall is a third-year player, he has already been groomed as a core leader in the locker room. Yet he is known for his fiery temperament. "Randall, you are our secret weapon," Walton reassured him. "A secret weapon?" Randall questioned as Walton placed him among the substitutes, intending for him to lead the second unit in scoring against the Warriors bench. Having spent 2 seasons with the Warriors, Walton identified their weakness as being in the substitutes. This strategy hails from China, reminiscent of the tactics of frog racing. Lin Yifan nearly burst into laughter from behind. He thought to himself, "What a ridiculous comparison. This is akin to a physical education teacher teaching language arts. It should be Tianji's horse racing." Luke Walton cast a glance at Lin Yifan, neglecting to mention him when discussing the backup strategy. Meanwhile, Randall wore a smug grin, observing Lin Yifan's expression as if to convey, "Rookie, you aren't even a sixth man or a substitute player. You are merely a bench warmer." Lin Yifan, however, wore an expression devoid of emotion, which took Randall by surprise. This rookie was astonishingly composed. He was acutely aware that his name was not yet recognized, for he was merely a two-way contract player. Beyond himself, no one comprehended the depth of his abilities. Given this circumstance, he resolved to embrace the role of a bench-bound scoring marauder, ready to vanquish the guardians of the water cooler. Lin Yifan remains indifferent to Luke Walton's arrangements, fully aware that playing time is earned through performance. Luke Walton, on the other hand, is quite pleased with his own decisions. This season, he must deliver satisfactory results, or he risks becoming the next coach to face dismissal. In a pregame interview, Coach Kerr extolled the virtues of the young Lakers players and praised Walton's coaching acumen. "Luke is exceptionally intelligent, with keen observational skills and adaptability. Under his guidance, the Lakers' youthful squad is brimming with vitality." In response to Kerr's overflowing praise, Walton offered a counter. "We all recognize the prowess of the defending champions. We will strive to put forth a commendable performance." As the referee tossed the ball into the air, the game commenced. The Lakers' big man, Lopez, secured the tip-off. "Welcome to the NBA Preseason China game. I am your host, Yu Jia. Today, the matchup features the Golden State Warriors against the Los Angeles Lakers. And we are joined by the esteemed commentator, Zhang Weiping." With a smile, Zhang remarked in his gravelly voice, from the interviews with both head coaches, "It is evident that the momentum of the two teams is entirely distinct. However, the Warriors have a tendency to become overly relaxed, while the Lakers must establish their energy from the outset." As the game unfolded, the narrative diverged entirely from Walton's plans. Lonzo Ball exhibited tenacity on both ends of the court, playing far beyond the expectations of a rookie. Under his orchestration, the starting lineup showcased formidable offensive capabilities, exchanging blows with the Warriors. The Lakers' key players shone brightly, particularly Ingram, who was on fire, sinking all 3 of his three-point attempts in the first half, amassing 28 points with an impressive true shooting percentage of 67. Lonzo Ball contributed 10 points and 8 assists. With Randall absent from the starting lineup, Ball took on the primary playmaking duties, and he did not disappoint. The team flowed seamlessly under his leadership. As the first half concluded, the Lakers led the reigning champions by a narrow margin of 54-52. Zhang expressed admiration for Ball's performance. "This rookie, Ball, plays with remarkable maturity and possesses solid defensive skills. His only flaw is a somewhat unorthodox shooting form." Yu Jia nodded, attributing the success to the stellar performances of the starters, particularly Ingram, who seemed to overshadow Durant. However, the Lakers' secret weapon, the bench led by Randall, faltered. The second unit was thoroughly outmatched by the Warriors' reserves, with the Lakers' bench posting negative plus-minus ratings across the board, and Randall himself recording a staggering -15. This indicated that during the 15 minutes Randall was on the court, the team fell behind by 15 points. Meanwhile, Warriors newcomer Nick Young scored 13 points in the first half, and Iguodala contributed 4 assists along with 6 points. Consequently, Walton's demeanor during halftime was somewhat somber. Despite holding a 2-point lead, the game had strayed far from his intended strategy, with Randall becoming a liability. Nevertheless, encouraged by the performance of the starters, Walton remarked, "The primary players are doing well. Let us maintain this intensity in the second half." In the Warriors' locker room, Draymond Green unleashed a tirade at his teammates, exclaiming, "What are we doing? Allowing a second-year player like Ingram to score 28 points. Who was supposed to be defending him?" Durant remained silent, seething with frustration, as he had been tasked with guarding Ingram. In the third quarter, we must showcase the tenacity of the reigning champions. As the half concluded, Lakers fans began chanting, "Ingram MVP! Ingram MVP!" Unbeknownst to them, what was anticipated to be a one-sided contest had transformed into a fierce battle against the defending champions, a spectacle that Chinese fans had longed for. Yu Jia praised. "The Lakers are impressive today. What are your thoughts, Coach Zhang?" Zhang noted, "The Lakers' starting lineup exudes vitality. This rookie ball plays with remarkable maturity, and Ingram has bulked up, enhancing his offensive finesse. Both teams are executing well." Yu Jia cautioned, however, the Lakers must be wary of the Warriors in the third quarter. They are known for their explosive play. Meanwhile, in the Mahua Sports Live studio, Yang Dalian felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that Lin Yifan's chances of playing had diminished as the Lakers thrived. He added, "This game is indeed captivating. The Lakers have a strong chance of winning." Yang Dalian, a staunch fan of the capital team and a devoted commentator, harbored resentment over Lin Yifan's departure from the team and seized every opportunity to criticize him. "Apologies, everyone. I misspoke earlier," Yang declared in the studio, asserting, "Forget about Lin Yifan scoring 5 points. He likely won't even see the court tonight." The studio erupted in outrage, with fans exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Get lost. Quickly block this person. Listening to him is unbearable." Many speculated whether Lin Yifan had wronged Yang, given the animosity that seemed to brew from the latter's commentary. As the second half commenced, Lin Yifan continued to warm up quietly, then returned to the bench, awaiting the coach to call his name. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson sat in the VIP section with Yu Ming, who had just been elected as the president of the Basketball Association. "Yao, what are your thoughts on Lin Yifan?" Yao, overwhelmed with his new responsibilities, admitted, "To be honest, I haven't seen much of his games." Magic was taken aback by Yao's candidness and noted, "Lin is a rather unique player." Yao, in the midst of selecting candidates for the national team, inquired, "Unique? How so?" Magic teased, "Let's wait and see." Lin Yifan has been relegated to the bench for the entirety of the game, which is rather disheartening, especially considering it is a match in China. There was no specific strategy devised for Lin Yifan, nor was there any intention to grant him more playing time. As the third quarter commenced, the Warriors swiftly deployed their small ball lineup, featuring the Splash Brothers alongside Durant, Iggy, and Green. The intensity surged as Durant scored an astonishing 17 points in a single quarter. In a remarkable display, the Warriors surged ahead with a commanding lead of 97-77. A veritable whirlwind of prowess. The fans were in a frenzy, while on the other end, Lakers supporters, along with a wave of spectators from nowhere, fell into a contemplative silence. As anticipated, with the game already decided and being a preseason affair, both Curry and Durant remained absent from the fourth quarter. With 10 minutes left in the game, it had already devolved into garbage time, and Luke Walton, having witnessed his strategy collapse, had no choice but to concede defeat and substitute all the starters. Lin was finally called upon. Young Walton summoned Lin Yifan, his expression resembling that of someone who has just endured an unexpected calamity. Luke Walton had relinquished all hope of victory. The Warriors also withdrew their starters, allowing both teams to field their substitutes, nay, the substitutes. The players at the very end of the bench took to the court. In a team comprising 15 to 17 players, only 8 to 12 typically make it into the rotation. The so-called end-of-bench players are those who warm up but seldom see action, tasked solely with guarding the water cooler and brandishing towels in celebration of their teammates' successes. Lin Yifan tucked his shirt into his thermal pants and strode onto the field. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. "Look, Lin Yifan has entered the arena." The entire venue resonated with applause from the fervent Chinese fans, as if a superstar had taken the stage. With a smile on his face, Lin Yifan thought to himself, "This is just the beginning. The performance has only just commenced." On the sidelines, Randall picked his nose, his mouth hanging open, harboring a sense of envy tinged with hatred, mostly hatred. Did this rookie truly believe he was the protagonist? What audacity for a benchwarmer to act so grand. Randall's play had been dismal this game, leaving him with little choice but to mutter a few curses at his nemesis, Lin Yifan. Trash can only take the court during garbage time. However, Lin Yifan overheard Randall's remarks and boldly called out to him from the bench, "Just watch. We shall see who the real trash is." The Lakers had sent Lin Yifan onto the court as center, flanked by power forward Thomas Bryant, small forward Kuzma, shooting guard Josh Hart, and point guard Caruso. The Warriors responded with Kevin Looney, Jordan Bell, McCaw, Caspi, and Livingston. At this moment, 9 minutes and 58 seconds remained in the fourth quarter. The Warriors led 100-79, a commanding 21-point advantage. Garbage time had commenced. Lin Yifan was set to inbound the ball. The instant he touched it, he could distinctly feel the frigid demeanor of his teammates on the court. Deep down, they all believed the game was over. They were merely waiting to run out the clock. On the Warriors bench, players engaged in playful banter and lighthearted conversation, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding on the court. In stark contrast, the Lakers bench resembled a scene of utter desolation, faces devoid of expression. After Randall's few attempts at conversation fell flat, he fell silent. Ingram, visibly agitated, clenched his fists in frustration. Head coach Luke Walton had put these benchwarmers on the court without even a semblance of strategy. Who could reasonably expect anything of substance from such players? Finally, Lin Yifan, now thrust into the game during garbage time, embraced the task of making a splendid debut. Thinking to himself that perhaps he should first initiate an offensive surge to build momentum, Lin Yifan passed the ball to Caruso. The atmosphere on and off the court was lethargic. The Warriors players were entirely at ease, holding a lead of over 20 points as the game had entered garbage time. As benchwarmers, both teams were merely running down the clock, lacking the focus they exhibited in the third quarter. Chapter 22, The Benchwarmer Bandit? The rampaging Lin Yifan opposing Lin Yifan was Kevin Looney, a 2015 rookie for the Warriors, standing at 2.06 meters and weighing 100 kilograms. Looney played diligently, averaging 2.5 points and 2.3 rebounds in his sophomore year. Next to the 2.11-meter tall Lin Yifan, Looney appeared somewhat diminutive. After a summer of training, the results were evident. Lin Yifan had gained 10 kilograms and now weighed 105 kilograms, surpassing Looney by 5 kilograms. Lin Yifan certainly looks much more robust, commented Yujia. The last time Yujia had seen Lin Yifan was 2 months ago during the Summer League. Randall of the Lakers, having failed to notice the transformation earlier, now stood on the court comparing Lin to other players, wondering to himself, when did this guy become so muscular? Both teams were remarkably relaxed, their defense lacking urgency. Prior to the game, assistant coach Mike Brown had informed Looney that, based on previous video analysis, Lin Yifan, the rookie, lacked shooting ability and primarily focused on passing. Thus, when Lin Yifan received the ball at the top of the arc, Looney indeed retreated to the paint. Lin Yifan stands 2 meters ahead, utterly unaccompanied. Completely vacant. My apologies then. Lin Yifan adjusted his rhythm and took a three-point shot. Standing at an impressive height of 2.11 meters, his jump shot was a work of art. The basketball tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Swish. It went straight through the net. Rooney glanced doubtfully at the coaching bench, wondering how this player, who was supposedly incapable of shooting, had suddenly become so proficient at three-pointers. Randall also pondered silently, questioning the legitimacy of the shot. Given how open the opportunity was, anyone could manage to make one or two under such circumstances. Lakers coach Luke Walton wore a frown. Burdened by the weight of a significant loss in the season opener, Lin Yifan's score evoked no reaction from him. After all, an open three-pointer could be scored by just about anyone. With the Lakers trailing by a large margin, even the bench remained indifferent to this basket, their faces reflecting a sense of despair. In stark contrast, the fans on the sidelines erupted with excitement. Wow, Lin Yifan scored. Incredible. Lin Yifan. The arena echoed with thunderous applause. Simultaneously, the English DJ in the stadium exuberantly announced, 3-point from Lin. Meanwhile, in the Central Sports Broadcasting studio, Director Zhang was deep in thought regarding Lin Yifan's shot, not out of excitement for the score, given that it was already garbage time, but because the shooting motion seemed strikingly familiar. The players on the bench were also puzzled, questioning the fans' exuberance in such a lopsided situation. Randall, chatting with his teammates on the sidelines, scoffed, "Oh, that Chinese rookie scored? It was just a shot devoid of any technical skill." At the same time, the Warriors' offense had come to a standstill. They were relying on their new recruit, Jordan Bell, to assume the role of facilitator. However, having just joined the team, Bell was unfamiliar with the passing and cutting system. Coach Kerr encouraged him to engage in more passing drills during the game to familiarize himself with the tactics, which inevitably led to a series of coordination errors. Caruso intercepted a pass and spotted a Lakers player ahead, a long pass to Lin Yifan, a center on a fast break. With the speed and agility akin to a point guard, Lin Yifan confidently caught the ball and began to advance. The first to respond for the Warriors was Livingston, who retreated while keeping an eye on Lin Yifan as he dribbled towards him. Standing at 2.01 meters, Livingston was already considered an exceptional point guard, especially when one considered that the Warriors center, Draymond Green, was also only 2.01 meters tall in shoes. Yet, Livingston was taken aback to find himself facing a 2'11" behemoth whose dribbling was as smooth as his own. As Lin Yifan charged forward, Livingston immediately planted himself in place, attempting to draw an offensive foul. In typical scenarios, most centers would struggle to halt their momentum, colliding with both ball and player. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yifan executed a behind-the-back dribble, seamlessly altering his footwork while maintaining his speed, astonishingly evading any contact with Livingston. It was a splendid behind-the-back maneuver. With an open lane ahead, Lin Yifan performed a low-handed layup, effortlessly scoring. This remarkable basket reignited the excitement in the arena. Commentator Yu Jia boldly remarked that this play closely resembled the exquisite behind-the-back solo score by the legendary Yao Ming during his rookie season. Coach Zhang nodded in agreement, seemingly reminiscing about those glorious times, and added that Lin's dribbling appeared even more fluid than Yao's. Once a national team player and known as the Magic Man in the paint, Coach Zhang had witnessed countless players from both domestic and international arenas. Yet, he couldn't help but comment, "I have never encountered a center like this. His dribbling rhythm and speed resemble that of a guard, so remarkably smooth." The Golden State Warriors, having been scored upon twice by an unknown rookie, should have called a timeout for adjustments. However, with a commanding lead of nearly 20 points, Coach Kerr remained composed on the sidelines, displaying no signs of distress. Known for his calm demeanor, Coach Kerr chose not to appear flustered, as the game had entered garbage time and there was little to worry about. Meanwhile, Warriors defensive assistant Mike Brown signaled to Looney to tighten his defense. It must be noted that Looney exhibited exceptional dedication on the defensive end, diligently performing all the dirty work for the Warriors. Once a five-star high school player and a guard by training, he now humbly embraced the role of a blue-collar rebounder for the Warriors. His wrinkled visage earned him the playful moniker Grandpa Looney. However, when matched against Lin Yifan, Looney found himself lacking in height, wingspan, and strength across the board. After a summer of intensive training, Lin Yifan had gained 10 kilograms, allowing him to easily contend with Looney in the paint. Looney attempted to overpower Lin Yifan in a one-on-one confrontation, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to budge Lin an inch. In a moment of distraction, Lin Yifan seized the opportunity to swipe the ball away. As Looney executed a shooting feint, the basketball in his hands was effortlessly snatched away. Another steal. Lin Yifan dribbled the ball to the front court, only to be rapidly pursued by Rooney, who was filled with frustration and felt compelled to redeem his dignity through defensive effort. How could he be so outplayed by a rookie? Rooney, with a stoic expression, was equally determined. Yet, Lin Yifan appeared unfazed by Rooney's tenacious defense. Approaching the free throw line, after a series of crossovers, he executed a mesmerizing change of direction, leaving Rooney utterly bewildered. A collective gasp resonated through the audience, astonished by this display of skill. What was even more astonishing was that this was executed by a center, a mere 19-year-old Chinese prodigy. Teacher Yu Jia, who had already been taken aback by Lin's previous maneuver, was now completely rendered speechless by this move. This was unequivocally a crossover reminiscent of Durant. My goodness, am I witnessing this correctly? Is this something a center can accomplish? Beside him, Coach Zhang was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, exclaiming praises. Hey, beautiful, simply stunning. It's as if Durant himself has possessed him. I have never seen a big man play like this. The Warriors bench was momentarily stunned into silence, the earlier mirth evaporating. Durant observed keenly, recognizing a move that only he could typically execute, now manifested in this rookie. And Lin Yifan was evidently taller than him, as if he were gazing into a mirror reflecting his own prowess. The camera panned to Durant, who, with a towel draped over his head, wore an expression of incredulity mixed with amusement. In just 2 minutes on the court, Lin Yifan had amassed 7 points and 1 steal, swiftly narrowing the score to 14 points. Warriors 100, Lakers 86. In the live broadcast, Yang Dafei suddenly fell silent as if he had vanished. Meanwhile, the fans erupted in jubilation, chanting, "Incredible! Amazing! Lin Yifan! This was truly a performance worthy of a bench dynamo, or rather, a bench-in dynamo. Come and see. Lin Yifan is on fire." Some fans, having exited the broadcast as the game entered garbage time, would soon regret their decision. Chapter 23. Lin Yifan's rampage and Yao Ming's contemplation. The whistle blew, and the Warriors called for a timeout. Coach Kerr had not anticipated that what was supposed to be a calm finish to the game would suddenly be disrupted by a bench dynamo. Nevertheless, Kerr remained composed. They had to maintain their facade. "No need to panic. We must focus on our defense." Yes, solidify our defense. Defensive coach Mike Brown approached Rooney and Jordan Bell to outline the strategy. Nicknamed Bread, Brown had previously coached the Cavaliers, guiding a young LeBron James and leading the team to the finals in the 2007 to 2008 season, where he was awarded Coach of the Year. Renowned for his defensive acumen, Coach Brown instructed the duo, double-team that rookie. Force him to pass. Rooney nodded, resolved to prevent any further scoring from Lin. Ever since that moment, he had been seething with frustration at being outplayed by a newcomer. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench, including the head coach and several key players, was in a state of utter disbelief. What was happening? Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Randall was astonished that the bench-warming Lin Yifan, a seemingly insignificant rookie, had transformed into a scoring marauder? Coach Walton stood by, at a loss for words. How had Lin Yifan developed such shooting prowess in just 2 months? His physicality seemed markedly improved as well. Lin Yifan smiled as he took a sip of water, completely ignoring the stunned expression on Randall's face. Indeed, his outstanding performance was enough to leave Randall speechless. The strength displayed on the court spoke volumes, rendering any inquiry about who the real underperformers were utterly unnecessary. Lakers head coach Luke Walton found himself at a loss for how to proceed, as the situation had spiraled beyond his expectations and control. He managed to muster a smile, urging Lin to continue his splendid play. Remarkably, he refrained from issuing any tactical instructions, allowing the bench players to take to the court once more. Let them play freely. He thought, under Coach Kerr's guidance, the Warriors would surely step up their defense and mount another offensive effort. They would inevitably lose, he mused. If these bench players managed to turn the tide, Walton's coaching career would be in jeopardy. What a humiliation that would be. Back on the court, fueled by Lin Yifan's consecutive scoring, the bench players were ignited with enthusiasm. It wasn't merely a hope for victory, rather. It was a profound desire to showcase their talents. What could be more exhilarating than performing excellently in such a grand arena, proving oneself? These bench players recognized through Lin Yifan that there is no such thing as garbage time in basketball. Caruso and Josh Hart had quickly established a rapport with Lin. Aware of his exceptional passing skills, they entrusted him with the ball, implicitly adopting a tactical approach among themselves. The crowd began to chant fervently, Lin Yifan, MVP. Lin Yifan. Although it was ostensibly garbage time, the atmosphere in the arena felt as electric as if the game were in its dying moments, with every fan eagerly anticipating Lin's electrifying performance. In the broadcast studio, an unprecedented tranquility settled in. There were no Lakers fans, Warriors fans, or supporters of any other teams. At that moment, everyone rallied behind Lin Yifan. No, it was the Lin Yifan team, the pride of the Chinese. This was indeed a true home court. This was the fiery domain of the Chinese people. Amidst the thunderous cheers, all eyes, both on and off the court, were fixed on Lin Yifan, a 19-year-old undrafted player, a mere benchwarmer, igniting the entire arena. The Warriors players, realizing they still held a 14-point lead, steeled themselves, determined to extinguish the fiery momentum of this undrafted rookie. Consequently, the Warriors began to employ a double-team strategy. Lin Yifan received the ball at the arc, instantly drawing a double team from Jordan Bell and Kevin Looney. He had no choice but to quickly pass the ball to Caruso stationed in the right corner. However, the Warriors' Livingston swiftly closed in to provide defensive support. These Warriors players demonstrated remarkable agility in their defense. Caruso, unable to find a shooting opportunity, had to return the ball to Lin Yifan. This exemplifies the Warriors' defensive system, where all 5 players on the court stand around 2 meters tall, showcasing exceptional mobility and proficiency in switching defensive assignments. Lin Yifan arrived at the right side at a 45-degree angle to receive the ball. Just as he was about to dribble, he noticed 2 opponents rushing towards him. Another double team? Surely, someone must have been left unguarded. At the moment Lin Yifan made contact with the ball, he perceived that Josh Hart was unguarded in the left corner, poised to take a shot. Meanwhile, the Warriors' defense had shifted towards the right side of the ball handler. Lin Yifan, positioned at the right 45-degree angle, exemplified the strong side of the offense in basketball. Conversely, the left side, devoid of the ball, represented the weak side. A cardinal sin in basketball is the cross-court pass, which is exceedingly vulnerable to interception, leading to fast break opportunities for the defense. It can be said that the Warriors' defensive strategy at this moment was impeccably executed, with the players' positioning being flawless. Suddenly, Lin Yifan leapt into the air. Although his jump was not particularly high, his height of 2.11 meters paired with a wingspan of 2.21 meters rendered him formidable. Even against the double team of Looney and Jordan Bell, who could only watch in disbelief. Is he really going to pass while airborne? Has this fellow lost his senses? In basketball, jumping to pass is another taboo. As once airborne, the ball handler finds it challenging to execute additional movements, unless Lin Yifan raised the basketball above his head, forcefully passing it toward the left corner. A pass akin to a cannonball. The basketball soared across the entire court, traversing from the right side directly to the left low corner. The trajectory of the pass even grazed the back of Warriors player Makaw's dreadlocks. Josh Hart, stationed at the baseline, was still bewildered when the basketball landed in his hands. An enormous open shot. He released it. The ball swished through the net. Wow, what a powerful pass. Precise and audacious. To attempt to jump pass across the court, Coach Zhang Weiping found it somewhat incredulous. With years of accumulated basketball experience, the prohibitions of the game had seeped into his very being. Never jump while passing. Never make a cross-court pass. Yet, at that moment, Coach Zhang was utterly astounded by Lin Yifan. The basketball had transitioned from the strong side to the weak side corner, executed as a leap pass. An unfathomable imagination. As the saying goes, great skill breeds great courage. Is he truly a center? The last Chinese player with such flair was the beaming Yao Ming, who couldn't help but smile widely. His joyful expression became an emblem of genuine happiness. Yao Ming seemed to glimpse the future of Chinese basketball. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson displayed no signs of astonishment. He had witnessed Lin Yifan's prowess before. Lin Yifan is indeed a remarkable player, particularly among Chinese athletes. Yao Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, among Chinese players? As Magic observed the game, he remarked, of course, this is merely my personal perspective. Yi Jianlian also departed from the Lakers last year, so my familiarity with Chinese players is limited to Yi Jianlian and Lin Yifan. Yao Ming sensed that Magic had more to say. Please, go ahead. Magic continued. I have noticed a disparity in the training methodologies for centers in China and the United States. A disparity in methodology? It seems that Chinese centers must be able to stand their ground, post up under the basket, and occasionally stretch the floor for a shot. Yet they are not encouraged to evolve into more exaggerated versions of Durant. A more exaggerated version of Durant? You understand my point, right? A Durant around 10 meters tall, capable of driving and shooting, an all-around forward. Yet, it appears that Chinese players are pigeonholed during their development, or perhaps they are defined too early. They must leverage their physical advantages without being trained in dribbling, shooting, perimeter offense, or creative passing skills. Magic continued. I once believed Lin to be such a player, playing rigidly like a soulless robot. However, now I see Lin is truly unique. His style of play is remarkably creative and captivating. Yao Ming listened intently, fully aware of the distinctions between Chinese and American basketball. However, he refrained from responding to Magic, recognizing the truth in his words and understanding deeper issues at play. Magic concluded, Lin will be an unparalleled player, perhaps a groundbreaking player, akin to what Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, and Curry have achieved. Subsequently, the definitions of positions in basketball will blur. Centers over 10 meters may operate on the court like guards, capable of scoring, driving, and passing, endowed with extraordinary basketball IQ. As he spoke, Magic chuckled, and Yao Ming joined in the laughter. They both understood that such players were, after all, a figment of imagination. However, merely imagining it sent shivers down their spines. As their laughter subsided, the conversation concluded, and they returned to watching the game. At that moment, Yao Ming's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, lost in profound contemplation. Chapter 24. The Resurgence of Kobe's Fadeaway Jumper. This shot is truly justifiable. At this time, Yao Ming was engulfed in thought. Having just assumed the role of president of the Basketball Association, he understood well where the issues lay. Emerging from China's youth training system, Yao Ming was a quintessential traditional center, dominating the Chinese basketball scene through height and skill. However, upon arriving in the United States, he profoundly sensed the differences in athletic development methodologies between the two countries. The United States boasts one of the largest populations of basketball players globally. Here, the term basketball population does not refer to casual enthusiasts, but rather to registered professional basketball players. Unlike China's youth training system, the United States relies on a rich array of campus league systems. Every age group has access to diverse leagues, providing ample opportunities for children to accumulate experience through numerous games. More importantly, this fosters a basketball culture. Rooted in this culture is a heartfelt passion. Thus, Yao Ming's attitude toward his daughter pursuing a professional basketball career has always been, does she enjoy it or not? Furthermore, compared to the richness of campus basketball, the sports school youth training system operates largely outside of the school environment. These athletes are often subject to their coaches, many of whom employ overly simplistic and harsh training methods, neglecting the individual development of players. Your style of play is predetermined by others, regardless of whether it stems from a genuine love for the game. A point guard who continuously performs crossovers or behind-the-back dribbles may be reprimanded by the coach for being flashy. A center practicing dribbling or three-point shooting would be told to focus on low-post training. Having returned from abroad, Yao Ming deeply understood that basketball is evolving. While many basketball coaches' mindsets remain stuck in the past, Yao Ming observed Lin Yifan, seemingly seeing in him that fervor for basketball. Perhaps Lin Yifan is the catalyst for change in the sport. On the court, Lin Yifan was on fire. What a great pass! Upon receiving the ball, Josh Hart was well aware of Lin Yifan's passing prowess. It rivaled that of Chris Paul and Stephen Curry. In the live broadcast, Yang Dalian was left utterly astonished by such a pass. He typically praised Chris Paul the most. Today, he witnessed the shadow of Paul in a center. My goodness. How outrageous. The Warriors persisted with their double-teaming strategy. Lin Yifan was about to respond to Rooney's recent one-on-one play as he received Caruso's lob pass from the left side under the basket. Caruso exchanged a glance with Lin Yifan, moving toward the arc to create space. What? He can still perform a low-post isolation? Impossible, Rooney pondered to himself. Lin Yifan had already made a move, and he absolutely could not allow himself to be isolated. The double team from Jordan Bell arrived promptly. As it seemed that the two were about to encircle Lin Yifan, he deftly flicked the ball behind him on his second attempt. Where did the basketball go? It turns out that Lin Yifan had already been acutely aware of his teammates' movements. If Jordan Bell was to double-team him, it would inevitably leave one player unguarded. Thus, the Warriors would have to switch their defense. As long as the unguarded player cut into the paint, a clear shot at the basket would be guaranteed. A skilled passer is one who creates easier scoring opportunities. With that initial move, Lin Yifan had already noticed someone cutting to the basket. This occurred almost simultaneously with Jordan Bell's defensive rotation. It was none other than Caruso making a cutting move from the front. Lin Yifan, with a deft maneuver, evaded the gaze of both Rooney and Jordan Bell as he executed a remarkable play from behind. Upon receiving the ball, Caruso surged forward with determination. Rooney, caught off guard, instinctively attempted to intercept the ball. The whistle blew, and the ball found its mark, and in one. 2 points plus a free throw. Oh, what a masterful behind-the-back pass. It perfectly dissected the Warriors' defense. Coach Shang's voice brimmed with excitement. Although he deemed the pass somewhat audacious, he couldn't deny its brilliance. Coach Kerr was utterly unprepared for the prodigious passing skills exhibited by this rookie, which even surpassed those of the team's passing center, Draymond Green. At that moment, he found himself standing in astonishment, his eyes fixed on Lin Yifan on the court. The live broadcast erupted with enthusiasm, ignited by this remarkable play. What an audacious move, truly impressive. Lin Yifan's astonishing goal had already left spectators in awe, and this extraordinary pass was simply breathtaking. Under the guidance of Lin Yifan, the bench players of the Lakers were invigorated. Faced with the Warriors' double team, Lin Yifan delivered a series of precise passes, resulting in scoring contributions from Caruso, Hart, and Thomas. Remarkably, they unleashed a stunning 22-2 scoring surge, narrowing the gap to a mere 1 point. The score stood at Warriors 102, Lakers 101. With just 2 minutes and 0.1 seconds remaining, a group of bench players typically seen in garbage time, they had orchestrated a remarkable comeback. Coach Kerr of the Warriors was visibly distressed, grimacing on the sidelines. He had just dismissed Mike Brown's suggestion for a timeout, unwilling to create unnecessary tension in a preseason game. However, doubt began to creep into his mind. Why hadn't he called a timeout yet? Was he truly going to maintain his composure? It was evident that he was becoming increasingly restless. The very notion of arrogance seemed to backfire. Now, Kerr pondered whether to reintroduce his starters, as the game was far from over with 2 minutes remaining. He glanced back at the main players on the bench. Steph Curry and Kevin Durant wore expressions of disbelief, having donned their warm-up gear and feeling the chill of inactivity, as they watched the once secure 20-point lead evaporate before their eyes. "Coach, let us take the court," Draymond Green exclaimed, eager to shed his warm-ups. "Wait." Kerr refocused on the game. Looney was signaling that he could handle it alone. "I will guard him," Looney declared, furrowing his brow in determination. He turned to Jordan Bell and insisted, "No need for your help. I can defend him on my own." On the Lakers bench, Coach Walton wore an awkward smile, shaking his head in disbelief. Was it really only a 1-point deficit? Should he call a timeout? The audience rose to their feet, chanting, Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan. Some fans even shouted, Lin Yifan for MVP. Lin Yifan made his entrance for 8 minutes, during which he recorded 7 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal, boasting a remarkable plus-minus of 20. Rooney, visibly agitated, confronted Lin Yifan, exclaiming, Hey, kid, from now on, I will guard you one-on-one. There's no way I will allow you to score again. Lin Yifan, however, remained utterly composed. Single coverage on me. The point difference is merely 1. He thought to himself. It is time to employ that move. As he received the ball at the top of the arc, it became apparent that only Rooney had come up to defend him. This time, Rooney was acutely aware of Lin Yifan's exceptional ball handling skills. Thus, he lowered his center of gravity to its minimum, closely adhering to Lin Yifan, with his arm positioned against Lin Yifan's waist. This is a common technique employed to defend against taller players, using physicality to disrupt the offensive rhythm of the one being guarded. Lin Yifan grasped the ball with one hand, signaling his teammates to spread out. He initiated a feint, and Rooney immediately created a small gap. At this moment, Rooney exerted nearly all of his defensive prowess. He was a nimble interior player, matching Lin Yifan's agility with his footwork. Subsequently, Lin Yifan executed a shooting feint. Rooney slightly raised his center of gravity, allowing Lin Yifan to seamlessly begin a rightward drive. A breakthrough from a towering 11-meter player still maintained a high center of gravity. Coach Zhang Weiping shook his head and remarked, that ball should have been passed, just like the previous one. This attempt is ill-advised. Just as Coach Zhang was about to express that this shot was unreasonable, Lin Yifan has already made a breakthrough, with Rooney closely trailing behind. Rooney's defense remains well-positioned. Lin Yifan maintained his body in the direction of the dribble, taking only 2 steps before leaping to shoot. At the moment of takeoff, his right foot landed pointed towards the hoop, with both hands cradling the ball at his waist. As he exerted his strength to leap, he twisted his body to the left mid-air, pushing off with his right foot, and released the ball. His body executed a beautifully arched fadeaway shot in the air. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, while Rooney had already exerted himself to defend. His right hand was nearly blocking Lin Yifan's sight. However, the Kobe-style fadeaway jumper essentially disregarded the opponent's defense. Even the slightest space for a shot could result in a remarkable score. Wow. Teacher Yu Jia from CCTV Sports couldn't help but exclaim, I apologize, I simply couldn't contain myself. This shot is utterly unbelievable. Coach Zhang started to say something but quickly retracted his words, affirming that this shot was indeed well executed. The nickname of Zhang's player, Wei Ping Bryant, was not without merit. Seeing Lin Yifan utilize Kobe's fadeaway jumper, Coach Zhang once again delivered a memorable commentary. Is this action reminiscent of Kobe's fadeaway? How could Lin Yifan, standing at 11 meters, perform such a maneuver? The Lakers scored, bringing the score to Warriors 102, Lakers 103. The Lakers had unexpectedly taken the lead. Coach Kerr stood up, holding the tactical board, shaking his head in disbelief. Chapter 25, Instant Fame. The burdens of renown with Lin Yifan's Kobe-esque fadeaway. The crowd erupted with a deafening cheer. Wow. Incredible! Lin Yifan for MVP. The fans' roars cascaded, and the live broadcast was in an uproar. Unbelievable. How could that shot bear such resemblance to the legendary Kobe's fadeaway? Lin Yifan is simply astounding. A center executing a fadeaway jumper? I was already astonished by his passing. This fadeaway gave me goosebumps. This has undoubtedly been the most miraculous comeback I have ever witnessed. What on earth? I just stepped out for a moment, and now the Lakers are in the lead. What happened just now? Someone tell me. I feel regret coursing through me. On the bench, Randall's face had turned pale, as if he were caught in a dream. Walton smiled awkwardly, resembling a jester. Turning to glance at the Warriors, he noticed that the starting 5 had removed their training gear to re-enter the game. What? The Warriors are bringing back their starters. Walton's mind was racing with disbelief. How could these bench players have closed the 21-point gap? He felt utterly lost. The Warriors had substituted their starters, and Walton signaled to his players. The Lakers starters were also preparing to enter the game. Only 1 minute and 50 seconds remained. The main players from both teams reluctantly stepped onto the court. In the end, the score was 110 to 105, with the Warriors triumphing in the match. In the final 2 minutes, Lin Yifan did not take to the court, while the Warriors' Durant and Curry sealed the game with a mid-range jumper and a three-pointer, respectively. Although the Lakers faced defeat, Lin Yifan's remarkable performance was exhilarating. Magic Johnson displayed a long-awaited smile from the stands. Thank you, Yao, for bringing us such a unique player. Yao Ming responded with a smile reminiscent of an emoji, saying, No, I should be thanking you. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again. We certainly will. Next time, I'll bring the Chinese national basketball team for a visit. The two exchanged a handshake and, in unison, gazed towards the court. Lin Yifan sat quietly on the team's bench. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the perfect debut task. The system rewards an S-Class treasure chest. Another S-Class treasure chest? What could it be this time? Lin Yifan was so excited that he could hardly wait to open it immediately. Suddenly, a gentle and melodious voice interrupted him. Hello, do you have a moment? Lin Yifan looked up to see a female journalist with wavy hair approaching him with a smile. This journalist was Meng Chao, a correspondent for Mahua Sports at ESPN. Meng Chao, a rising star among female NBA reporters, was strikingly beautiful and possessed an enviable figure. Today, she donned a pristine white blazer paired with a light blue low-cut V-neck shirt and a short white skirt, her long, graceful legs drawing considerable attention. As the game concluded, host Meng Chao swiftly approached Lin Yifan for an interview, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her gaze almost starry-eyed as she looked at him. The height difference between them was significant, as Meng Chao held the microphone high and inquired, Yifan, witnessing your flawless debut today fills me with genuine joy. How do you feel at this moment? Lin Yifan stood at the center of the court, intently lowering his head. Listening to the voice of the female reporter amidst the chaotic atmosphere of the arena, where fans continued to create an array of exhilarating noises. It seemed he had not heard her clearly, prompting Meng Chao to lean in closer and inquire once more. Yifan, how do you feel? Due to the proximity, Lin Yifan became aware of a distinctive fragrance emanating from the reporter as the blue V-neck line danced before his eyes. Well, I feel the enthusiasm of the fans. Playing on the soil of my homeland fills me with pride. I am grateful to my country, and I must also thank my parents. Lin Yifan's words were heartfelt. As Meng Chao listened intently, a faint blush graced his cheeks, and he drew closer, continuing to inquire in a sweet voice. Having achieved an impressive debut performance with 8 points and 6 assists today, how would you evaluate your performance? Lin Yifan responded, attributing his success to the support of his teammates and the trust of his coach. I am a team-oriented player. My teammates were exceptional in the fourth quarter, and I am grateful to the coach for putting me on the court. Without the coach's arrangements, I would not have even had the opportunity to showcase my abilities. In a post-game interview with ESPN, a reporter inquired of Lakers head coach Luke Walton regarding Lin's remarkable performance in the fourth quarter. Walton, with a smile, remarked, "We are fortunate to have such an extraordinarily talented player. His performance was nothing short of phenomenal." When asked why he substituted Lin Yifan in the final moments of the fourth quarter, Walton appeared momentarily flustered, struggling to respond. At that time, the Warriors brought in their starters, so we made adjustments accordingly. Lin was pivotal in our comeback in the fourth quarter, was he not? It was a standard adjustment, yes. An adjustment. Walton's explanation clearly lacked coherence, prompting a hasty conclusion to the interview. The subsequent video of his interview ignited a flurry of reactions from netizens. It seemed Walton himself was at a loss for words, utterly embarrassed. The disparity between the Lakers and the Warriors lay heavily on the coaching, and Walton's management left much to be desired. It appears this season is proving to be challenging, even if Randall is benched. Why is Lin Yifan relegated to the end of the bench? Post-game comments from Chinese netizens were equally striking. One user humorously posted a photo of the infamous Yang Dalian alongside his pre-game prediction, Lin Yifan will not score more than 5 points in this match. The image depicted Yang Dalian with a noticeably swollen face, reminiscent of someone who had endured a significant blow. Teacher Yang, does your face hurt? He has a penchant for making outlandish statements. It's one thing to have a large face, but his thick skin is another matter entirely. The video showcasing Lin Yifan's remarkable performance on the court has captivated major media outlets, quickly gaining nationwide popularity. CCTV Sports dedicated a 5-minute segment in their evening news to highlight Lin Yifan's exceptional skills. Numerous commercial endorsements have begun to pour in. A dazzling basketball superstar is poised to rise. However, Lin Yifan paid little attention to the events occurring outside the court. After the match concluded, he remained quietly within the arena, engaging in additional practice. In the final 2 minutes, Lin Yifan observed from the sidelines the prowess of the Warriors starters, Durant and Curry, superstars of the league whose performances were truly unparalleled. If he were on the court, could he withstand their display? At present, the answer is evidently in the negative. Lin Yifan was acutely aware that he still had a long journey ahead of him. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from his agent, Jia Qiong. "Hello." "Old Jia," Lin Yifan greeted. Jia's voice was filled with excitement. even trembling slightly. You've become a sensation in the country. You've achieved fame overnight. Lin Yifan was perplexed by Lao Jia's exuberance. A prominent brand has reached out to discuss a sponsorship contract. A sponsorship contract? Indeed, my friend. You have gained fame and can now secure commercial endorsements. The excitement in Agent Jia Qiong's voice was palpable. It was a substantial sum of money, requiring only your presence in a brief filming session. Lin Yifan felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing those words. Old Jia. It's not like you're the one in the spotlight. Aren't we in dire need of funds at the moment? Suddenly, old Jia's tone turned slightly irate. The breach of contract penalty of $2 million from the capital team has yet to be resolved. You'll have to figure that out on your own, he added. Curiosity piqued. Which major brand has reached out for the endorsement? Old Jia replied, a well-known sports protection brand. Lin Yifan was so enraged that he nearly hurled his phone to the ground. Old Jia, can we maintain a semblance of dignity? Chapter 26, Acquiring Rodman's Rebounding Skills. Your two-way contract is about to expire. Agent Jia Qiong was more concerned about the contract issues. Presently, Lin Yifan was earning a basic salary of $25,000 from the Development League, while his two-way contract included an additional $50,000 salary from the team. If he remained in the NBA for a full 45 days, he could potentially earn up to $200,000. However, this amount was insufficient to cover the $2 million penalty for breach of contract. Old Jia stated earnestly, money is no longer an issue. We have received several endorsement contracts domestically. My concern lies with your contract situation. Yet, Lin Yifan was confident in his performance, believing that the Lakers would surely offer him a formal contract. As the expiration of his two-way contract loomed, Lin Yifan was set to become a restricted free agent. For restricted free agents, the Lakers could opt not to sign him. If another team extended an offer, they would possess the right to match the contract and retain him. Then we can raise the stakes a bit? Lin Yifan contemplated. Suddenly, old Jia grasped the implication. They could indeed elevate the price. Now we must seek out who will serve as the one to raise the stakes. After concluding the call with old Jia, Lin Yifan resumed his training. He glanced at the training value circle, noting that it had progressed significantly. Evidently, game time also refreshed the duration of training value. With the preseason underway and the regular season imminent, he needed to deliver a more consistent performance, particularly after witnessing the prowess of the Warriors' main players today. Stars like Durant and Curry were realms beyond his current capabilities. This disparity was evident not only in offense, but also in defense. Lin Yifan couldn't help but ponder whether he could withstand the performance of a superstar if he were present. Given his current strength, he still has a long way to go. Today, Lin Yifan faced only the benchwarmer loony of the Warriors. Had he confronted an NBA superstar, the scene would undoubtedly have been vastly different. Composed, Lin Yifan made his way directly to the training room. Not far away, the legendary Magic Johnson quietly observed Lin. Marveling at his relentless work ethic, even after a game, he remained on the court honing his skills. The world is not devoid of exceptionally talented players, but it is indeed lacking in diligent geniuses. Magic Johnson dialed Rob Pelinka. Hello, Pelinka. After witnessing Lin's performance today, what are your thoughts? As the general manager, Pelinka was responsible for player contracts, and the two had previously agreed to discuss contract matters upon reviewing Lin's performance. Pelinka was taken aback by Magic's urgency. Lin had truly excelled. Magic interjected, so, what do you intend to do? His tone was almost accusatory. Pelinka had no choice but to concede. I believe we should offer him a formal contract. Indeed, remarkable performances can dispel all doubts, and Pelinka realized he had lost this wager. Once again, it was late into the night. Just as Lin Yifan was about to exit the training room, he was startled by the sight of a towering figure standing in the darkness at the door. Yifan, is it? I am Yao Ming. As the imposing figure stepped forward into the corridor, Lin Yifan finally recognized that it was, in fact, Yao Ming. I saw you training just now, so I didn't want to interrupt you. The towering giant smiled amiably, exuding a friendly demeanor. Lin Yifan felt a twinge of anxiety. For standing before him was his childhood idol, who now held the esteemed position of president of the Basketball Association. If he aspired to make strides in men's basketball, it would undoubtedly hinge on Yao Ming's recognition. He recalled the magician's words, "You are truly exceptional." Lin Yifan smiled politely and remarked, "I grew up watching you play." Only then did he notice that Yao Ming had become as rotund as a bear, quite different from the slender figure he remembered from his childhood. Yao Ming chuckled heartily, acknowledging the passage of time, but as an elder, he still wished to impart a few words. Oh? Lin Yifan was eager to hear Yao's thoughts. With a gentle smile, Yao Ming endeavored to avoid sounding didactic. Your style of play is quite fascinating. It embodies the essence of the small ball era and even points towards the future trajectory of basketball. Lin Yifan yearned to hear that, but, however, even in the era of small ball, the quintessential traits of a traditional center must not be overlooked. After observing your matches, I believe you could benefit from honing your rebounding, defensive skills, and low-post offense. Yao Ming felt that he had said enough. Any further comments might be perceived as intrusive. Nevertheless, he acknowledged your commendable performance. Suddenly shifting his tone, Yao Ming decided to conclude the conversation succinctly. Yet, he could not resist adding, if you ever require assistance, feel free to reach out to me. I can offer you specialized training. Lin Yifan sensed the respect and anticipation in Yao Ming's tone. Get some rest. As he watched Lin Yifan depart, Yao Ming displayed a smile that was tinged with fatigue yet filled with satisfaction, before fading into the darkness. In a hotel in the magical city, Lin Yifan, finally able to rest, collapsed onto the bed, burdened by exhaustion, and found himself somewhat longing for the soothing massages from his senior. Opening the system, he noticed that his training value was fully filled, allowing him to redeem 2 attribute points once again. Lin Yifan, filled with excitement, lamented that the pace of improvement was painfully slow, as there were numerous areas in which he wished to enhance himself. What other methods exist to elevate one's attributes? Lin Yifan suddenly recalled the match that the system had presented, where winning could yield additional attribute points as a reward. At this moment, the system remained unresponsive, and there were no surplus attribute points. After all, today's match had ended in defeat, rendering the lack of reaction quite reasonable. It appeared that the only course of action was to strive for victory in every match, as this would facilitate a swift enhancement of his attributes. As he contemplated this, Lin Yifan began to ponder which attributes he ought to elevate next. Just then, he remembered that he still had an S-rank treasure chest yet to be opened. Lin Yifan chose to open the treasure chest. System, S-rank treasure chest has been opened. A flash of crimson light surged through his mind. In Lin Yifan's mind, the system's voice echoed once more, congratulating the host for acquiring the rebounding skills of Dennis Rodman. Astonishing. Rodman, to have obtained a defensive skill? It truly is a case of thinking something and having it come to fruition. Lin Yifan has consistently focused on enhancing his offensive capabilities while neglecting his defensive skills. In truth, defensive skills such as rebounding are crucial to the game. Offensive rebounds can create additional opportunities for second chance points, while defensive rebounds can facilitate transitions between offense and defense. Securing rebounds is not merely a matter of height, wingspan, or vertical leap. It is a skill in basketball that necessitates learning and mastery. Renowned among fans as the rebounding monster, Dennis Rodman averaged an astonishing 16.8 rebounds per game during the 1994-95 season, a feat that can only be described as extraordinary. Rodman's average of 16.8 rebounds per game is a testament to his status as a rare talent in any era. In Lin Yifan's mind, a vivid image of a red-haired player clad in jersey number 91 flashed before him. This player deftly maneuvered, skillfully keeping his opponent at bay outside the key, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the trajectory of the basketball. It was as if he possessed an innate instinct for the game, accurately anticipating the ball's descent while swiftly closing the distance to the landing spot. In the climactic moment of his leap, he established position with one hand against the defender, cradling the ball with a single hand as if to protect it fiercely. The impact of the ball meeting his grasp resonated with a resounding thud, exuding an air of dominance. This scene replayed incessantly in his mind until, in the training camp, he suddenly sported a badge emblazoned with the number 91. Had he just acquired yet another basketball skill? Lin Yifan felt a twinge of disbelief. He then proceeded to examine his attributes: offensive rebounds, 5590, defensive rebounds, 6595. These values were rather dishearteningly low. Lin Yifan recalled that the system had once mentioned that the effectiveness of skill usage was closely tied to relevant ability values. The higher the associated ability value, the more remarkable the skill's effect. Reflecting on this, Lin Yifan realized that the effectiveness of the Kobe fadeaway jump shot skill he utilized during today's preseason match far surpassed that from 2 months prior. Could it be the result of an enhancement in his shooting skill points? Lin Yifan contemplated that since he had already acquired Rodman's rebounding skills, it would be prudent to allocate skill points to enhance his rebounding abilities. With a considerable amount of time remaining before the regular season commenced, he realized he could utilize this interval to elevate his rebounding attributes. As he pondered this, Lin Yifan allocated 2 attribute points to his defensive rebounding ability, elevating his defensive rebound rating from 6595 to 6795. Chapter 27, Price Gouging? Signing a new contract? Following the conclusion of the China tournament, the team returned to Los Angeles by plane after a 2-day respite. Lin Yifan did not indulge in leisurely activities like his teammates, who took the opportunity to relax and explore the enchanting sights of Shanghai, sipping on drinks and enjoying themselves. Instead, he remained focused, diligently training to enhance his skills. In the office of the Los Angeles Lakers operations president, an urgent meeting convened regarding Lin Yifan's contract situation. The team is predominantly comprised of rookies, granting them substantial salary cap space. Currently, the most significant contracts belong to Brook Lopez at $22 million and Luol Deng at $18 million. I believe we can extend a 2-year, $3 million contract or perhaps a 3-year, $6 million deal to Lin Yifan. He possesses remarkable potential, stated the team's general manager, Rob Pelinka. This proposal elicited a nod of approval from Magic Johnson. Early in the morning, while Lin Yifan was engaged in rigorous training at the Lakers facility, a crisp notification from his phone caught his attention. It was a forwarded sports news article from his sister, Lin Xielu. Shams reported, the Lakers will offer a 2-year, $3 million contract with a player option in the second year, and further noted that they might present a $6 million deal over 3 years, including a player option for the third year. Shams had outperformed WJ this time, as both pieces of news originated from him. Shams and WJ, renowned NBA journalists, once shared a mentor-mentee relationship, but since Shams' departure, he has evidently emerged as a formidable independent voice. The prolonged off-season had rendered basketball fans restless, but it also provided an opportunity to scrutinize player trades across teams. This summer witnessed 3 significant trades. Paul George was sent to the Thunder to join 2016-17 MVP Russell Westbrook, with Victor Oladipo and Domantas Sabonis departing in return. Chris Paul was traded to the Rockets in a historic 7-4-1 deal from the Clippers, forming a super backcourt alongside James Harden in their quest to challenge the Golden State Warriors, and Kyrie Irving exchanged teams with Isaiah Thomas, as the Cavaliers traded Irving to the Celtics for Thomas, Jay Crowder, Annie Zizic, and future draft picks. As the NBA preseason unfolded, teams engaged in final roster adjustments to solidify their 12-man lineup. These upcoming preseason matches would serve as a vital period for the Lakers management to evaluate Lin Yifan, with only days remaining until the expiration of his 2-way contract. After a week of rest, the Lakers were set to travel to the high-altitude city of Denver, where they would face the rising force of the Denver Nuggets in 2 consecutive preseason games. Under coach Michael Malone, the Nuggets have transformed their playing style, adopting a Spurs-like approach centered around ball sharing. The team boasts a strong frontcourt, including second-round pick Nikola Jokic, who has steadily emerged as a core player. Last season, he contested for the starting center position against Jusuf Nurkic, ultimately leading to Nurkic's trade to the Trailblazers. Jokic exemplifies the quintessential European big man, showcasing solid post techniques and impressive playmaking skills. In addition to Jokic, the Nuggets acquired Paul Millsap and Mason Plumlee during the offseason, alongside their homegrown powerhouse Kenneth Faried. Last year's rookie Juancho Hernan Gomez is also progressing well. With such a plethora of talented big men, the Nuggets present a formidable challenge for the Lakers. Upon landing in Denver, Lin Yifan immediately felt the effects of the high-altitude climate. Historically, the Nuggets have been known for their physically demanding style of play, and any visiting team must brace for a grueling contest in these conditions, where even a victory requires considerable effort. Before the game, in the Lakers' locker room, Luke Walton was poised to announce the starting lineup. The players held their breath, eager for the opportunity to showcase their skills during the preseason. At that moment, Pelinka unexpectedly entered the room, prompting a wave of curiosity among the players. Pelinka exchanged a few hushed words with Walton before addressing Brook Lopez. "Hey, Big Lo. Are you feeling a bit under the weather today?" Surprised by this sudden inquiry, Lopez quickly grasped the implication and nodded in agreement. Yes, I am." Thus, Lopez was effectively benched for the game, allowing him to rest while providing younger players with essential playing time. With Lopez out, the starting center position became available. Naturally, all eyes turned to the backup center, Ivica Zubac. Following a brief conversation with Walton, Pelinka nodded approvingly. Walton then announced, today's starting lineup features Ball, KCP, Ingram, Randall, and Lin Yifan. The mention of Lin Yifan's name sparked astonishment among the players. While he had indeed performed admirably in the previous game, it was rare for a benchwarmer to leap directly into the starting role. Walton calmly asserted, Lin's performance speaks for itself. In the fourth quarter of the last game, he played a crucial role in our comeback, so we intend to start him today. It was evident to astute observers that this decision stemmed from Pelinka's guidance. Moreover, Lin Yifan's performance had been impeccable, garnering no objections from his teammates, except for Julius Randle, who silently questioned, "What does this rookie have to deserve a starting position?" However, as per the coach's directive, players are not entitled to voice dissent. Despite Randle being nurtured as a locker room leader under Walton, he had already noticed reports from NBA journalists regarding the Lakers potentially offering Lin Yifan a 3-year, $6 million contract. What skills does this undrafted rookie possess to warrant such a lucrative deal? Randle pondered. As a 7th overall pick, he had received a $3 million annual salary in his rookie season, and it seemed implausible that an undrafted player could secure a $6 million contract. Randle's immediate reaction upon reading the news was disbelief. Chapter 28, Pelinka's Trial? A doubleheader against the Denver Nuggets. As a second-round draft pick, the center Zubac from Croatia has been eagerly seeking opportunities to showcase his talents. This year marks Zubac's second season in the league, and he currently earns a modest salary of merely $3 million. It is hard not to feel envious when considering that the Lakers are offering undrafted player Lin Yifan a 3-year contract worth $6 million. At this juncture, the Lakers roster is predominantly comprised of players on rookie contracts, all vying for playing time. The competition for minutes has led to a fair share of frustrations and contemplations among the players. However, in the realm of competitive sports, performance is the ultimate criterion. Without on-court achievements, all discussions are rendered meaningless. Taking a cue from Walton, General Manager Pelinka furrowed his brow slightly and, with an almost commanding tone, stated that this is a test for Lin. We have witnessed his capabilities. Opportunities are afforded only to those who demonstrate true merit. With Pelinka's pronouncement, even if there are underlying frustrations, players like Randle have no choice but to remain silent. Lin Yifan was acutely aware that the upcoming 2 matches against the Denver Nuggets would serve as an assessment of his abilities by the management. Securing a contract hinged upon his performance in these pivotal games. Ding dong. In an unexpected moment, Lin Yifan's mind was suddenly filled with the long-forgotten sound of the system. Congratulations, host, on achieving your inaugural career milestone. You are awarded 10 attribute points. What an astonishing revelation. A career achievement? Such rewards exist? The system shall bestow attribute points based on the host's career accomplishments. This adds another source of income. However, a mere 10 attribute points feels rather inadequate. A reward of 500 would be far more appropriate. Lin Yifan opened the system panel. Since the conclusion of the Chinese tournament and his return to the United States, over a week had elapsed. During this time, Lin Yifan had diligently intensified his training, accumulating a total of 10 attribute points, which, combined with the recent reward of another 10, brought his total to 20 attribute points. As he scanned the options, despite the multitude of areas in need of improvement, Lin Yifan chose to focus his attention on defensive rebounds. Defensive rebound, 60-795. He decided to allocate all 20 attribute points to this area. Defensive rebound, 67.95 increased to 81.95. Wait, something seems amiss. With 20 attribute points, it should have risen to 87, shouldn't it? Why has the defensive rebound only reached 81 points? Is there a glitch in the system? Upon checking the attribute points again, he noticed that there were still 2 unused points remaining. What is this situation? 2 attribute points left? The system prompted. When the ability value exceeds 80, each additional point requires 5 attribute points. When it surpasses 85, each additional point demands 10 attribute points. Exceeding 90 necessitates 20 attribute points for each increment, and surpassing 95 requires 50 attribute points for each increase. Is this system testing my patience? Although Lin Yifan feels helpless, he finds himself without alternatives. With a defensive rebounding ability rated at 81, he cannot be deemed elite. Yet it is certainly above average within the NBA. Combined with Rodman's rebounding prowess, he should be able to exhibit commendable rebounding strength. The remaining 2 attribute points were effortlessly allocated to his jumping ability, raising it from 56.90 to 58.90. It appears that enhancing attributes above 80 will demand considerably more time and effort. Furthermore, after 2 months of intensive training with Kobe, his talent level has increased, indicating a greater potential for improvement ahead. Lin Yifan sighed deeply. However, he still needed to examine the matchup for the upcoming game. Who, after all, is the center for the Denver Nuggets? Lin Yifan took out his phone to examine the roster of the Denver Nuggets. Nikola Jokic. To his astonishment, it was this portly individual, the epitome of human bulk. Nikola Jokic stands at an impressive 2.13 meters and plays the center position, weighing in at 130 kilograms. Hailing from Serbia, this center was selected by the Nuggets as the 11th pick in the second round of the 2014 draft. Although he is merely in his third year, the team has already begun to cultivate him as a core player. In order to nurture Jokic, the Nuggets even parted ways with their starting center, Jusuf Nurkic, from Bosnia last season. My goodness. Considering the prospect of facing off against Jokic, who is not only taller but also 25 kilograms heavier than himself, this challenge seems to have been presented a tad prematurely. In Denver, Colorado, at the Pepsi Center, the Denver Nuggets are set to host a preseason game against the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Yifan made his appearance in the starting lineup. The commentators present were evidently unfamiliar with this undrafted player. Today, the Joker was supposed to match up against Lin. The commentators struggled to even recall Lin Yifan's name. An undrafted player? He is starting today? Where did he come from? Clearly, the commentators expressed some doubts about this dark-haired, fair-skinned starting player. Although Lin Yifan showcased commendable performances in 2 games during the NBA Summer League and preseason, his statistics were not particularly impressive. Furthermore, Lin Yifan has only made a limited impact, remaining a largely unnoticed undrafted player across the entirety of the United States. There has been little significant attention directed towards him. When Lin Yifan made his entrance, the Denver Nuggets fans exhibited little reaction. In stark contrast, the appearance of Nikola Jokic was met with enthusiastic applause from the home crowd. This is hardly surprising. Despite being merely a third-year rookie, Jokic has undeniably established himself as the cornerstone of the Nuggets. Has he gained a bit more weight? Surely he must be over 130 pounds now. Rumor has it that during the off-season, the esteemed Joker became enamored with horseback riding, neglecting his basketball training. However, rest assured, for the Joker is indeed the Joker. The more he indulges, the stronger his prowess becomes. Who is the unfortunate soul tasked with guarding him today? Lin? Who is that? As the players began their warm-ups, the audience was astonished to discover that the center opposing Jokic was a rather frail individual. The fans of the Denver Nuggets were left bewildered. What on earth was the Lakers' strategy? With Brook Lopez resting, couldn't they at least have put in Zubac? That guy has at least some heft. But it seems irrelevant. No matter who is on the court, Jokic's offensive performance hinges primarily on his desire to score. Known as the Joker and affectionately referred to as Teacher Jokic by Chinese fans, he possesses a soft shooting touch and exceptional passing ability, three-point shooting, ball handling, assists, rebounds. He can do it all. Yet, in the heat of the game, he often displays a lack of offensive fervor. And his considerable size combined with limited agility results in a slower movement speed. Lin Yifan calmly analyzed his advantages before the game, concluding that his speed was slightly superior to that of Coach Yao. Perhaps he could rely on his swiftness and agility to score a point or two against Jokic. However, once the match commenced, the Lakers' Randall, serving as the team's playmaker at the arc, inexplicably neglected to pass the ball to Lin Yifan. After several back-and-forth sprints, and having played nearly half a quarter, Lin Yifan astonishingly recorded 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, and 0 steals. Was this Lakers center merely training for a marathon? I had never witnessed a player who had played half a quarter with a stat line entirely devoid of numbers. Hilariously, there were those who referred to Lin as a mini Joker before the game. It was truly a jest. Chapter 29, Learning from Jokic? The first battle in Denver meanwhile. The Nuggets' new recruit, Paul Millsap, completely contained Randall. Millsap possesses solid fundamentals on both offense and defense, along with a reliable three-point shot, having once achieved an astounding 11 points in 28 seconds. This off-season, he was traded from the Hawks to the Nuggets, who rewarded him with a lucrative 3-year, $90 million contract. As Randall gradually lost his organizing prowess, the Lakers' offense descended into chaos, with players simply rushing the basket whenever they gained possession. Despite their desire to accelerate the pace and enhance the Nuggets' offensive rhythm, the team, under Jokic's orchestration, maintained an impressive composure. In the first quarter, Jokic sank 2 three-pointers, delivered 4 assists, and deftly maneuvered past Lin Yifan in the paint, scoring with ease. With his hefty frame of over 130 kilograms, combined with his adept footwork and soft touch around the rim, he showcased remarkable skill. Lin Yifan was utterly powerless against Coach Jokic's relentless onslaught. This starkly illustrates the disparity in strength when faced with an all-star caliber player. It was nothing short of a masterclass, with Coach Jokic imparting lessons on the court. Lin Yifan must enhance his physicality and skills in the paint. Just look at Coach Jokic. Meanwhile, fans in the domestic live streaming room were abuzz with comments. Lin Yifan was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Jokic, compounded by the presence of the formidable Randle, who deliberately refrained from passing him the ball. In the initial half of the first quarter, Randle attempted to overpower Millsap 3 times in succession, each time failing miserably, thereby disrupting the entire offensive rhythm of the Lakers. Indeed, after a mere 6 minutes of play in the first quarter, Lin Yifan was substituted out for Zubac. Today, Jokic exhibited an exceptionally strong desire to score. He commenced the game with unbridled fervor. His foundational skills in the paint were exceptionally solid, and his finesse was remarkable. Even after Zubac entered the game, Jokic continued to dominate relentlessly. By the end of the first quarter, the Nuggets held a commanding 35-24 lead over the Lakers, ahead by 11 points. As the second quarter began, Jokic entered the rotation phase and took a seat on the bench to rest. Lin Yifan was also confined to the bench. As Lonzo Ball orchestrated the offense of the second unit, it must be said that under his guidance, the Lakers gradually found their rhythm and clawed back some points. However, during a drive, Ball inadvertently twisted his right ankle and had no choice but to retreat to the locker room. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan sat on the sidelines, gradually calming down as thoughts raced through his mind. He realized he needed to devise a strategy. The pressing issue was that he had no possession of the ball, and consequently, he could not accumulate any statistics. Lin Yifan suddenly had a moment of inspiration and devised a solution. Since he lacked possession of the ball, he could strive to seize it for himself. Midway through the second quarter, as Jokic took to the court, Lakers head coach Luke Walton sent Lin Yifan back into the game. Alongside him was Randle. With a smirk, Randle thought, "Rookie, I want to be passing to you." However, this time Lin Yifan merely smiled at Randle, contemplating, "I'm afraid your possession may soon be forfeited." The fans in attendance began to voice their discontent upon Lin Yifan's re-entry. This kid is back on the court? Isn't that Asian fellow supposed to have been overwhelmed? It doesn't matter who plays. Zubac was still dominated. Yet, the Lakers' strategy seemed flawed. It appeared that young Walton might have miscalculated. Indeed, when Randle and Lin Yifan shared the court, the Lakers' plus-minus rating plummeted to a dismal -15. With 6 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the second quarter, Jokic received the ball at the top of the arc and subsequently passed it to Gary Harris in the corner. A 3-point attempt ensued. Brick. Meanwhile, Randle, stationed beneath the basket, was poised to secure the rebound. This scenario had unfolded numerous times in the first quarter, as he had to venture beyond the 3-point line to guard Jokic. Lin Yifan positioned himself predominantly away from the restricted area. Meanwhile, Randle seized the rebound under the basket and initiated the offensive play. Suddenly, a figure darted past Randle's line of sight, and in an astonishing display, this figure single-handedly cradled the ball. The moment the ball was caught, a resounding thud echoed through the air. Randle initially believed he had lost the rebound, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin Yifan. "Rookie, you snatched my board," Randle exclaimed in exasperation, ready to unleash his frustration. "Whoever claims it, owns it," Lin Yifan retorted, and without missing a beat, he charged forward with the ball. In the absence of ball, the Lakers truly embodied the ethos of whoever possesses the ball drives the offense. Just moments ago, Lin Yifan merely feigned a defense against Jokic. As soon as he passed the ball, Harris took his shot. Yet, Lin Yifan's gaze remained fixated on the ball, swiftly approaching the anticipated drop point with nimble footwork. He surged from the side of Randle, seizing the rebound right before his eyes. What a spectacular display of tenacity in claiming the board, reminiscent of Rodman. Indeed, it appears that the rebounding Randle is somewhat displeased. However, it seems that Randle is not inclined to pass the ball to Lin Yifan either. Lin Yifan advanced the ball into the front court, while the entire Nuggets team fell into a defensive retreat. Jokic leisurely positioned himself about a meter in front of Lin Yifan. Once they crossed half-court, Lin Yifan suddenly executed a deft behind-the-back maneuver followed by a sweeping change of direction, exhibiting a rapid, Durant-like crossover to elude his defender. By the time Jokic registered the play, Lin Yifan had already completely shaken him off. Lin Yifan, possessing an impressive speed rating of 85, clearly outpaced the languid Jokic. In a relaxed state, Jokic was utterly unprepared for the sudden maneuver executed by the young man with yellow skin before him. Remarkably, Jokic failed to react at all. Despite the absence of any physical contact, Lin Yifan had already gained a significant advantage. This breakthrough was astonishing. The commentators at the scene were left in awe by this display of skill. Incredible! Is this not a larger version of Durant? Following his impressive maneuver, Lin Yifan surged directly towards the basket. The Nuggets' new recruit, Millsap, quickly adjusted his defensive stance, rushing in to contest the shot. Lin Yifan executed a three-step layup. A swift release. No, it was not a layup. Instead, it was a high lob pass. Ingram burst forth from behind Millsap, and with a resounding thud, he delivered an emphatic alley-oop dunk. Was that dribbling from just moments ago genuine? It resembled the finesse of Kevin Durant, and the speed of that drive. It was akin to that of a guard. The final pass was equally exquisite, displaying no signs of panic in the face of Millsap's defense. Jokic was momentarily stunned by that dazzling maneuver, as if trapped in a nightmare. He turned to pinch his own cheek, confirming, this is not a dream. Ingram's alley-oop had the Magic sitting on the bench bursting with joy, his fist pumping in the air. Good job, guys. The Magic exclaimed, calling out to the court. After scoring, Ingram signaled to Lin Yifan with a gesture, great shot. Lin, more of that. During the offseason, the two had trained together, unknowingly forging a bond of competitive synergy. Chapter 30, The Battle for Rebounds. The real or fake Jokic. If you snatch the rebound, remember to pass it to me. Ingram nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this, glancing back at Randall. As the team's third-year player, Randall was the elder among the youngsters. He was vociferously cursing from behind. Damn it, stop stealing my rebounds. His frustration was palpable, his arms flailing. The commentators could clearly see the Lakers were gaining momentum. These young players were brimming with vitality. Just look at Randall, continuously roaring in excitement. If the young aren't passionate, then what are they? Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Coach Malone's timeout was truly masterful. Indeed, the Nuggets' timeout was remarkably timely. Wait, hold on. Was it not Coach Malone of the Nuggets who called this timeout? It was actually the Lakers' head coach, Luke Walton. Had he lost his mind? What a baffling maneuver from Walton. Just as the momentum was shifting, what did his timeout signify? Did he wish for the Lakers to falter? Ridiculous. It was astonishing to witness such a blunder. Walton should resign. A wave of Lakers fans began to unleash their frustrations in the live chat. During the timeout, Walton feigned gravitas, emphasizing, we must quicken our offensive pace, shoot more, and take chances. Without Ball, we need to entrust Lin Yifan with the ball. The Lakers lacked a stable shooting option on the court, and with Ingram's poor shooting touch today and Pope's lack of rhythm, it was ideal to run some pick-and-rolls or passing plays. Ingram, take a breather. Cuz, you're in. Ingram wore a look of disbelief. Hey, boss. I just played for 2 minutes and scored. My rhythm was finally coming together. What gives? But Walton had already issued the command, leaving Ingram with no choice but to shrug and sit on the bench. What? Ingram was just taken out after scoring a dunk? Such a timeout and substitution from the Lakers. Only someone with 20 years of brain freeze could concoct such a strategy. Look at Ingram, shaking his head in disbelief from the bench. Coach Malone remarked, thank you, Walton, you have warmed the seasons. Upon witnessing the substitution of Ingram, the live chat erupted into a mocking mode directed at Walton. Soon after, a chorus of Lakers fans vented their frustrations. Damn it, just as Ingram was heating up. This foolish coach pulls him out. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. A legendary coach with a legendary blunder. Even Coach Malone looked bewildered, unable to comprehend this decision. Just moments ago, he had instructed Wilson Chandler on defensive tactics against Ingram, yet now Ingram was benched? Did Walton somehow overhear my strategy? Was he prescient? Meanwhile, Kuzma entered the court with a smile, bouncing on the spot, seemingly ready to unleash his potential. He had been waiting for this moment since earning the Summer League Finals MVP, yet had not received a proper opportunity to shine. However, unbeknownst to anyone, it was apparent from that last play that Ingram and Lin Yifan had developed a rapport, but even more so, Kuzma and Lin Yifan had long been exchanging glances. Their chemistry already evident. As they stepped onto the court, a mere look communicated everything. Run your route and shoot, Lin. I'm here to assist. Kuzma was all about joyful basketball, the type that thrives on rhythm and consecutive hits. As Kuzma took the court, it was as if he proclaimed, let us go. I'm ready to unleash my skills. Lin, pass me the ball. Next, Lin Yifan secured a rebound and passed to Kuzma for the advance, while Kuzma retrieved another rebound and passed back to Lin. The two danced on the court, denying Randall any chance to touch the ball. Kuzma truly knows how to play. Lin Yifan mused. Both Kuzma and Lin Yifan, being rookies this year, were not as familiar with Randall, unlike Ingram, who had witnessed Randall's fiery temperament in the team. Moreover, Kuzma had already garnered the appreciation of owner Jeannie Buss. The young player truly had the freedom to express himself. Damn it. The coach said to let me handle the ball. Randall fumed. Lin Yifan scoffed. All right, grab the rebounds yourself. It must be acknowledged that Rodman's rebounding prowess combined with an impressive defensive rebound ability rating of 81, along with attributes of 85 in speed and agility and 80 in strength, presented a formidable challenge. Furthermore, Lin Yifan's towering height of 2.11 meters and a wingspan of 2.21 meters gave him an undeniable advantage. Indeed, when it came to rebounding, Randall was no match for Lin Yifan. Securing rebounds largely relies on a keen sense of anticipation, and at present, Randall was utterly outmatched by Lin Yifan. Rodman's rebounding techniques are legendary in the annals of NBA history. The Nuggets, witnessing the Lakers' fervent pursuit of defensive rebounds, felt a tinge of trepidation. What kind of strategy is this? Is it a case of sacrificing kin for the greater good? The Nuggets fans were equally perplexed by the Lakers' internal rivalry for rebounds. What sort of operation is this? Why are teammates competing for rebounds? Jokic shook his head, struggling to comprehend the scene. He mused, does rebounding require such exertion? It's merely a matter of positioning oneself to catch the ball. It's that simple. After all, with his robust weight of 130 kilograms and astute rebounding instincts, Jokic also boasted commendable rebounding statistics. Why were the Lakers sending two players to contest rebounds so fiercely? Isn't it exhausting? All right. I'll concede the offensive rebounds to you. Do as you please. Given that it was merely a preseason match, and considering Jokic's tendency to become disengaged, the standout performance he displayed in the first half faded as he seemed to vanish in the second quarter, appearing rather lackadaisical. This was an age-old issue for Jokic. He often fell into a phase of low offensive motivation, looking lethargic, and would quickly pass the ball upon receiving it. With just 1 minute remaining in the second quarter, Lin Yifan had already secured 6 rebounds and, through a dynamic two-man game with Kuzma, created 3 exceptional opportunities for three-point shots for Kuzma. A flurry of three-pointers. Well, not only is he handsome, but Kuzma is also incredibly talented, truly the pride of the Lakers. Kuzma is indeed a perfect fit for the team. Lin Yifan. Am I actually witnessing a center dribble past half-court? Indeed, Lin Yifan's passing increasingly resembled that of Jokic. As the halftime buzzer approached, Lin Yifan seized another defensive rebound without hesitation. He executed a long outlet pass, akin to a quarterback's precision throw in football, the ball tracing a graceful arc through the air. Kuzma had already dashed to the three-point line, and the pass was perfectly timed. Kuzma effortlessly received the ball in the paint and executed a smooth, two-handed dunk. The ball swished through the net. At that moment, the halftime buzzer sounded. What an exquisite pass. Kuzma was on fire. In just 7.5 minutes of play in the second quarter, Kuzma amassed 16 points and 2 rebounds, while Lin Yifan contributed 5 assists and 6 rebounds. Such statistics and performance captivated the fans. Is this Lin a slender, elongated version of Jokic? No. It's more like an accelerated version of Jokic. But wait, he appears to lack offensive prowess, perhaps a diminished version of Jokic. The fans buzzed with discussions about Lin Yifan's performance, and even Jokic, with each passing moment, found Lin strikingly reminiscent of himself. The Nuggets' home court had turned into a stage for a true and false Jokic showdown. Lin Yifan heard fans on the sidelines shouting at him, "Fake joker." Fake joke? Lin Yifan glanced at the audience with a hint of confusion. A fake joke? Do I resemble a mere jest? Nonsense. I am undeniably far more handsome. Joker is the moniker bestowed upon Jokic by the Nuggets fans. When this nickname resonates in the Nuggets' home arena, it serves as a tribute to Jokic. And now, to have it applied to Lin Yifan, there is certainly an element of praise involved. At halftime, the score stood at 53-52, with the Nuggets leading by a mere point. During the intermission, Coach Malone expressed his dissatisfaction with Jokic's performance, criticizing his lack of offensive desire in the second quarter, deeming his play somewhat lackadaisical. At this moment, Jokic was still a rookie, bound by a modest $3 million contract. The coach's harsh words were a source of frustration for him as well. However, one of Jokic's commendable traits is his unwavering obedience to the coach's directives. As the second half commenced, the true Joker emerged. Jokic delivered a punishing display against Lin Yifan, who weighed over 130 pounds. Despite Lin Yifan's remarkable speed in breaking through defenses with a mere body check from Jokic, Lin's finishing ability was rendered ineffective, starkly illustrating the disparity in their physical attributes. Under the basket, Jokic outmuscled Lin Yifan to secure 2 offensive rebounds. Observing Jokic's slow and unhurried movements, one could easily misjudge him. Yet his weight advantage and exceptional positioning skills were unparalleled. He successfully established his space while rebounding, effectively obstructing Lin Yifan, preventing him from executing his signature rebounding tactics. Jokic effortlessly converted second-chance opportunities, adding another rebound to his tally. When faced with double teams, he adeptly distributed the ball to optimal locations. Gary Harris sank a three-pointer, while bench players Will Barton executed seamless cuts and Wilson Chandler drove to the basket. As the third quarter concluded, the Nuggets had established a significant lead, rendering the contest devoid of suspense. This was the true prowess of the human embodiment of five flavor meat. Jokic's performance in the third quarter was nothing short of brutal. Was the first half a mere illusion of Jokic's capabilities? With Jokic substituted out, Lin Yifan was also benched. Was this the stark contrast of playing alongside an all-star caliber athlete? Ultimately, the Lakers suffered a crushing defeat, ending the game at 105-130. Chapter 31. Matching up against Plumlee? Battling the Nuggets again despite being overwhelmed by Jokic's 16 points, 3 rebounds, and 8 assists. The post-game interviews revealed that the Nuggets media still showered Lin Yifan with commendations. In this match, he contributed 4 points, 5 assists, 8 rebounds, and 1 steal. One reporter raised a hand and inquired, "Nuggets fans refer to you as the mini Jokic. What are your thoughts on that?" Lin Yifan smiled and remarked that Jokic is a player he admires, viewing such a designation as a compliment. However, he asserted his individuality, stating, "I am who I am. I am not another." He plays in a style that is uniquely his own. Indeed, while both players appear to prioritize passing, Lin Yifan's prototype is that of a leaner, more agile forward, characterized by speed, whereas Jokic embodies the archetypal center, excelling in both passing and shooting. The magician beside him nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. Yet, the journalist's inquiry stirred a contemplative thought within the magician's mind. Lin Yifan is merely 19 years old, possessing vast potential for growth. What kind of player will he ultimately become? The magician himself could not fathom the answer. Another journalist raised a hand and inquired, "Your rebounding performance in this game was impressive. You fell just 2 rebounds short of a double-double. What are your thoughts on that?" Lin Yifan's mind was occupied with thoughts of a game where Randall had relentlessly contested every defensive rebound against him. Even in the fourth quarter, Randall had deliberately let a few rebounds slip away that could have easily been his. In his heart, he cursed Randall repeatedly, "Damn Randall." Yet, he was acutely aware that this was a press conference, with the eyes of the media scrutinizing him. Thus, he composed himself and replied, "I am a team-oriented player. I do not concern myself with statistics." However, he mused that another double-double might just earn him a career milestone. Damn Randall. Beside him, Coach Luke Walton and Randall were also present at the press conference. Nevertheless, the reporters were entirely focused on the undrafted Lin Yifan, bombarding him with questions. The media relished such narratives, an underdog's triumph, and given that the American audience had minimal exposure to this 19-year-old Chinese prodigy, a sense of intrigue emerged, prompting an influx of inquiries from the press. One journalist, evidently intent on stirring controversy, employed a common technique among reporters during the game. "You and Randall were vying for rebounds. What is the nature of your relationship?" Lin Yifan forced a smile and glanced at Randall, saying, "That is merely our way of motivating one another. A form of friendly competition, wouldn't you agree, lousy bean?" Before the media, Randall's expression darkened considerably. He managed a forced smile and nodded. Eventually, a reporter posed a question to Luke Walton, inquiring about his decision to substitute Ingram during the momentum phase of the second quarter. Walton's coaching abilities had been under scrutiny for quite some time, and following 2 consecutive preseason losses, the calls for his dismissal grew louder. However, through this game, Lin Yifan came to a stark realization: without physical prowess, any skills were rendered futile. Furthermore, he suspected that Jokic had not played earnestly in the first half, revealing his true capabilities only in the third quarter. Additionally, through his matchup with Jokic, Lin Yifan recognized the urgent need to enhance his physical attributes, even if it meant expending more attribute points. Subsequently, the players returned to Los Angeles by plane, as they were set to face the Denver Nuggets at the Lakers' home court in 2 days. During this brief period, Lin Yifan trained relentlessly, and with the training sessions surrounding the game, he accumulated an additional 6 attribute points. The rate of attribute point enhancement was exceedingly slow. On the eve of the game, in the dead of night, after finishing his training, Lin Yifan returned to his apartment and accessed his attribute panel, allocating all points to strength. Strength 8090 increased to 8,190. Lin Yifan observed that there was only 1 attribute point remaining, due to the attribute allocation mechanism. Each increment from 80 to 85 in capability requires the expenditure of 5 attribute points. Lin Yifan casually allocated the remaining attribute point to his jumping ability, elevating it from 5990 to 6090. Is this system a bit excessive? The higher the attribute value, the greater the consumption of attribute points. Yet, the methods to acquire these attribute values are painfully slow. Moreover, through these two preseason games, Lin Yifan has come to realize that in order to better harness the power of skill badges, it is imperative to not only augment the corresponding attribute values, but, more importantly, to enhance his physical conditioning. Basketball is an intensely physical sport that heavily relies on athleticism. Mere speed is insufficient, as core strength and overall endurance must also be improved. However, having bulked up to 105 kilograms during the offseason, Lin Yifan has distinctly felt that in these two matches, his movements under pressure no longer exhibit the same distortions as in the past. There are countless areas in need of enhancement. One must lament the sluggishness of the system. Suddenly, a crisp notification tone rang out. Lin Yifan mistakenly believed it was a system notification. How surprising that someone would send a message at such a late hour. Lin Yifan picked up his phone, and to his astonishment, it was a message from Kobe Bryant. If I were you, I would recommend watching more footage of AD or KD from their early days, opting for jump shots to conclude plays rather than engaging in physical battles in the paint. It is as if the universe conspired to send this message at the perfect moment, as Lin Yifan was grappling with his own troubles. Kobe has been quietly monitoring the progress of his disciple, analyzing Lin Yifan's performance in the first game against the Denver Nuggets and concluding that he has not fully capitalized on his current advantages. Lin Yifan possesses the stature of a center yet adopts the play style of a guard. Therefore, in light of the current circumstances, he should strive to emulate Durant by utilizing off-ball screens to create shooting opportunities, or akin to Anthony Davis, execute pick-and-roll plays followed by stepping back for mid-range shots. Such tactics serve to compensate for his deficiencies in physical confrontation while accentuating his agility. Engaging in a physical tussle with the Nuggets' interior players would undoubtedly be ill-advised. Lin Yifan also calms himself to analyze. Should he play like Durant or Anthony Davis? What does this imply? In situations where physical confrontation is inadequate, it is advisable to refrain from engaging in close combat, and instead, to maximize one's existing advantages to the fullest extent possible. As Lin Yifan gazed at his attribute panel, he began to analyze the advantages at his disposal. Standing at an impressive height of 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters, his static gifts were commendable. Furthermore, his dynamic attributes of 85 in speed and 85 in agility ranked as the highest among all his capabilities. While these figures may not be considered elite among all NBA players, few centers over 2.10 meters possess such guard-like speed and agility within the league. Additionally, his current strength rating of 81, though not particularly high, suffices for most matchups, provided he isn't facing a formidable opponent like Jokic, who weighs in at 130 kilograms. In terms of breaking through defenses and executing screens, his strength remains adequate. Next, he noted his mid-range shooting ability rated at 80. It appears that Kobe's advice was to learn from the early playing styles of Durant and Davis, maximizing his strengths while minimizing his weaknesses. Of course, he also possesses his ultimate weapon, a fully developed court vision for passing. With his offensive game flourishing, the threat of his passing would naturally escalate as well. Lin Yifan was suddenly filled with confidence for tomorrow's match. Just as he was about to settle down for a good night's sleep, his phone buzzed with a news notification. The Denver Nuggets' Nikola Jokic, having exhausted himself in the previous game and suffering from leg discomfort, would enter injury observation and would be replaced on the court by Mason Plumlee. Simultaneously, the Los Angeles Lakers announced their injury report. Lonzo Ball had twisted his ankle upon landing after a layup and would also enter injury observation, missing the upcoming game. Without time to concern himself with Ball's situation, Lin Yifan resolved to quickly study how to match up against Plumlee. Mason Plumlee, standing at 2.13 meters with a wingspan of 2.11 meters, is a quintessential blue-collar interior player. Such players typically possess outstanding offensive and defensive capabilities in the paint, yet their skills beyond the arc may leave much to be desired. This season, Plumlee had just been traded from the Portland Trail Blazers to the Nuggets, signing a lucrative 3-year contract worth $41 million. Plumlee was eager to prove himself worthy of such a substantial deal. Chapter 32. Home Debut? An era of data explosion. Los Angeles, Staples Center, a sea of gold. Ding dong. The system task has been initiated. Host, please complete the home debut task. Requiring a double-digit statistic in one category, the reward is an S-grade treasure chest. A home debut? Double figures in stats? And yet another S-grade treasure chest? While not as thrilling as receiving the task chest for the first time, Lin Yifan felt a surge of anticipation for this game. More importantly, He was at a pivotal moment, on the verge of signing a contract. A performance bursting with data could compel the hesitant Lakers management to offer him that coveted $1 million salary. The $200,000 buyout fee from the capital was still unresolved. Back at home, the Lakers were resolute in their aim to secure a victory in this preseason match, having faced 2 losses in the preseason. The expectations of Lakers fans for the season were dimming. Calls for Luke Walton's resignation were growing louder. Naturally, when a team faces issues, the first to be held accountable is not the general manager, but the head coach. With players' influence swelling exponentially, coaching has become a perilous profession in the NBA. In the Lakers' locker room, Luke Walton once again confronted the challenge of player arrangements. However, in this game, Walton intended to employ last season's lineup for a more stable approach, especially with the news that the Nuggets star center Jokic would be sidelined. This was fortuitous news, Walton thought. He planned to field a lineup of KCP, Clarkson, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez, which he believed was the strongest option. Regardless, Walton was determined to win this game. Just as Walton was about to announce the starting lineup, Magic Johnson entered the locker room. Why was the president of basketball operations here? The president holds a position just beneath owner Jeannie Buss, responsible for the overarching operations of the team's basketball affairs, including trades and drafts, akin to the general manager but wielding greater authority. Unlike Pelinka, Magic first greeted Walton and then exchanged pleasantries with the players. As a former player, he easily connected with them, and being a Lakers legend, the young players regarded him with reverence. "I have good news today. Ball's injury is not severe. He just needs a few days of rest." Hearing this, the players erupted in excited cheers. "Today we return home. Let us secure this much-needed victory." Magic Johnson rallied the players, fist raised together. 1, 2, 3. Win. The atmosphere in the locker room became fervent, igniting the battle cry. As Magic exited the locker room, he quietly exchanged a few words with Walton. Walton's expression turned pensive. Then he announced that due to the team's injury management plan, Lopez and Randall would be rested today. Randall, looking exasperated, protested, "Injury management? I'm not injured." Lopez laughed, "Just afraid you might get injured. It's another day to earn while sitting." Randall angrily punched a locker, creating a large dent, and then yelped in pain. Lopez immediately called out, Team doctor, quick." Soon, news spread that Randall had entered the injury management list due to a left hand injury. The Lakers' starting lineup today was Caruso, KCP, Ingram, Luol Deng, and Zubac. With Lopez resting, Lin Yifan found himself in the substitute lineup, also serving as the management's second evaluation of him. This arrangement was evidently more prudent, after all. Lin was a rookie, and unless one was among the top picks in the draft, players typically began from the bench. Pelinka's testing methods were undeniably too aggressive, verging on reckless. However, this was Lin Yifan's first home debut at Staples Center. The enthusiastic Los Angeles fans warmly welcomed him. Unlike the sparse atmosphere at the Nuggets' home, the venue was nearly full, even for a preseason game, with numerous celebrities in attendance. Bulls legend Scottie Pippen was among the guests at the Lakers' home. His presence was met with cheers from the Lakers fans. Magic Johnson personally approached to greet him, sharing an embrace. Such is the vibrancy of a big city, where the atmosphere feels distinctly different. With multiple rookies making their home debuts, media attention naturally intensified. In the pregame segment, the 2 ESPN commentators found themselves discussing the rookies. One asked, "With 5 new rookies debuting today, who do you think will shine?" The other commentator replied, "I like this Kuzma kid. He's full of energy." What about Lin Yifan? Lin Yifan finds himself at the center of public scrutiny due to contractual disputes. The media in Los Angeles evidently exhibits a varied attitude towards him, with a significant portion opining that Lin, an undrafted player, is certainly not worth a 3-year, $6 million contract. One commentator echoes this sentiment, questioning his offensive capabilities, while another nods in agreement, raising doubts about whether he can even score 10 points. Moreover, the Denver Nuggets boast a formidable roster of interior players such as Plumlee, Hernangomez, and Farid, which suggests Lin will face considerable challenges against the Nuggets' frontcourt. Although the Nuggets are missing Jokic due to injury and have rested key players like Harris and Millsap, their strength remains formidable. The starting lineup includes Jamal Murray, Emmanuel Mudiay, Will Barton, Farid, and Plumlee, with Hernangomez coming off the bench. From the outset, the Nuggets engaged in team-oriented basketball, led by the mature play of second-year guard Jamal Murray from Canada, coupled with Mudiay, Barton, and Plumlee, all of whom possess commendable passing skills. The Nuggets displayed excellent team cohesion and fluid offense. In contrast, the Lakers struggled in the absence of Ball's organization, leading to chaotic play among the starters. By the end of the first quarter, the Nuggets had surged ahead, leading the Lakers by 15 points with a score of 45-30. The commentator could not help but remark on how the Nuggets, under the guidance of second-year Murray, maintained order amid chaos, consistently capitalizing on optimal shooting opportunities. Indeed, the Lakers' lack of ball had a significant impact, leaving the team without a true orchestrator. In the basketball broadcast across the ocean, the Lakers had already committed 8 turnovers by the first quarter. Both teams seemed to engage in a defensive struggle, resulting in nearly 50 points scored within just one quarter. Such a style has become the norm in the league, with referees encouraging offensive play, leading to an abundance of fouls. Since 2004, the NBA has introduced several rules aimed at curtailing defensive play, such as the defensive 3-second rule, which prohibits defenders from remaining in the key for more than 3 seconds, and adjustments to the shot clock, reducing the time after a foul from 24 seconds to 14 seconds. Additionally, the so-called Hibbert rule, which limits tall players' vertical jumps for defense in the paint, has been implemented. Recently, discussions have emerged regarding new regulations, such as expanding the 3-second area and shortening the offensive rebound time. The current trend in the NBA is to promote offensive play while constraining aggressive defense. Consequently, games have begun to favor offense, with defense holding little advantage. In the past, fouls may not have been as strictly enforced, but today, even the slightest extension of a hand can result in a foul. Under these rules, offensive plays flow more smoothly, making scoring significantly easier. Thus, it is not surprising that most games now see scores approaching 120 points, with even higher trends emerging. The occurrence of a first quarter with 50 points is no longer astonishing. This is the current state of the NBA, a time of statistical explosion. As a player, one must simply adapt to this reality. In the second quarter, Lin Yifan steps onto the court, tasked with performing in his home debut. He must meet the expectations of the Lakers management and secure victory in this game, while also aiming to achieve his first double-digit scoring game. Will it be through assists, rebounds, or points? Lin Yifan yearned to achieve a double-digit score, recalling the encouragement imparted by Kobe. Meanwhile, Lakers coach Walton wore a furrowed brow as his team faced a considerable deficit in the first quarter. He remained standing at the sidelines, never once taking a seat, his anxiety palpable. Chapter 33, A Sudden Emergence? Facing the dual towers of the Nuggets upon witnessing the substantial early setback, Walton felt a twinge of panic. The atmosphere among the home crowd had grown somber, and Scottie Pippen, seated at the sidelines, appeared disheartened, engaging in conversation with Magic Johnson. The game, he mused, bore little resemblance to the era of muscle clashes and fierce battles that defined their time. Magic, whose experience far exceeded Pippen's, remained noncommittal. Having dedicated himself to basketball-related endeavors post-retirement, his perspective was far more open. You know, he remarked, the league is striving to salvage its viewership. We are now in the era of the superstar. We crave an NBA filled with heroic figures. Pippen shrugged in response, reflecting on how he and Bird had once elevated the NBA's stature. Magic nodded appreciatively, aware it was flattery but nonetheless pleased, acknowledging that every era possesses its unique attributes. He continued, however, it was Michael who truly propelled the NBA onto the global stage. In his inherently optimistic nature, Magic relished in praising others, especially the youth. When it comes to ushering in a new era and enhancing NBA ratings, players like Kobe, LeBron, and Curry are the torchbearers of basketball's future. Pippen raised an eyebrow, skeptical. In his view, even Jordan was not beyond reproach, having recently downplayed him in various forums. Magic, unfazed, inquired, "Where is the next star?" He then quipped, raising an eyebrow, "Perhaps right here with the Lakers." Pippen regarded the comment as mere jest, casting his gaze towards the court. The prospect of a Lakers superstar capable of boosting viewership and heralding a new era seemed far-fetched. Perhaps it was too soon to tell. Observing the first quarter, Pippen noted the chaotic play of the Lakers' young talents, deeming them inadequate. He had little regard for them, having dismissed even Jordan, let alone these rookies. Yet Magic's attention was drawn to Lin Yifan, poised to enter the game in the second quarter, a smile gracing his face as he lapsed into silence. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers deployed their second unit. Given the disarray of their first quarter offense, the team desperately required a strategist. Thus, Walton opted to introduce Lin Yifan. What Walton sought above all was a victory, fearful of the criticisms that might arise from the media in Los Angeles, potentially jeopardizing his career. Having witnessed several matches, Walton recognized Lin Yifan as the most adept organizer among the youthful Lakers. If he lacked the insight to see this, he would scarcely merit his position as the head coach of the Lakers. Lin Yifan tucked his jersey into his thermal pants and stepped onto the court, eliciting a fervent cheer from the spectators. With approximately 500,000 Chinese residents in Los Angeles, accounting for 10% of the local population, many fans waving placards bearing Lin Yifan's name swayed amidst the applause. The commentator, catching wind of the enthusiastic response, remarked on the evident support Lin Yifan enjoyed from the audience, especially as it was his debut performance on home turf, necessitating an impressive display. Before the second commentator could finish his sentence, Lin Yifan executed a Kobe-style fadeaway jump shot against the Nuggets' Juancho Hernangomez, much to the delight of the crowd. The commentator was left momentarily speechless. Was this truly the anticipated stellar performance? It exceeded all expectations. Having commentated on Lakers home games countless times, he immediately recognized Lin Yifan's move as reminiscent of Kobe's signature fadeaway, albeit astonishingly delivered by a center. The fluidity and finesse of the maneuver left no room for the defender to react, giving spectators goosebumps. Oh, the successful shot drew gasps from the home crowd, and the broadcast across the ocean erupted. Wow, Lin Yifan has arrived with a vengeance today. Is he unleashing his full arsenal right from the start? The Kobe-esque fadeaway makes a return. I have a strong feeling Lin Yifan is poised for a breakout performance. Juancho Hernangomez struggled to contain Lin Yifan's offensive prowess. Hailing from Spain, Hernangomez, a first-round draft pick last year, stands at 206 centimeters and weighs 97 kilograms, a forward with a reliable three-point shot. But he found himself at a disadvantage in both height and physicality against Lin Yifan. Subsequently, Lin Yifan executed a Rodman-esque one-handed rebound, confidently securing the ball and passing it to Caruso for a fast break. Pippen, witnessing this action, was momentarily startled. Wasn't he that Rodman-esque signature rebounding technique? As Rodman-esque former teammate, Pippen was all too familiar with such moves. A splendid rebound. Caruso advanced with the ball, and Lin Yifan positioned himself on the left block, demonstrating his strong offensive intent, prompting Caruso to deliver an alley-oop pass. In the fleeting moment that Lin Yifan received the ball, he swiftly rose and executed a jump shot. Following that, he performed a Kobe-esque fadeaway jumper. By the time the young Hernangomez realized what was happening, it was already too late. This rapid shooting after receiving the pass circumvented any physical confrontation with the defender. Furthermore, Lin Yifan's height and wingspan provided him with a distinct advantage, allowing him to deploy the fadeaway shot, which is inherently difficult to contest, leaving the defender with no viable means of restriction. As for young Hernangomez, he was unfamiliar with Lin Yifan, who could have anticipated that this unexpected player could execute a fadeaway jumper akin to that of a guard, despite being a center. Lin Yifan has once again made a mid-range jumper. It's in. Little Hernangomez appears quite frustrated, utterly exasperated by the defensive prowess. He even threw his hands up at Coach Malone, seemingly expressing his own helplessness. Coach Malone promptly called for a timeout. With 11:25 remaining in the second quarter, nearly 35 seconds have elapsed. On the sidelines, Pippen suddenly perked up, sitting upright and widening his eyes in anticipation of magic, as if to say, "This center is impressive." Magic, having witnessed such feats countless times, proudly mimicked little Hernangomez's gesture of exasperation, observing Lin Yifan halt the Nuggets with two unanswerable mid-range shots. The Lakers commentator quickly began to retract his earlier statements. Oh no, I admit my mistake. Lin Yifan will undoubtedly score over 10 points. Acknowledging one's errors sooner alleviates the sting of embarrassment, a vital skill for any commentator. They are well aware of this principle. Meanwhile, Nuggets fans began to voice their opinions in the live chat, offering advice to Coach Malone. Little Hernangomez is clearly at a disadvantage, lacking speed to guard Lin Yifan. Substitute Suway. Oh no, bring in Plumlee. Get physical. Oh no, use your body. In truth, Lin Yifan capitalized on little Hernangomez's unfamiliarity with him. When faced with a player one does not fully comprehend, devising a targeted defensive strategy becomes an insurmountable challenge. As the timeout concluded, Malone indeed replaced him with the 2.13-meter-tall Plumlee. At this juncture, Plumlee was in the prime of his career, having been selected for the national team in 2014 as the sole white player. This towering athlete possessed remarkable physical attributes, adept at running and jumping, coupled with commendable playmaking abilities. More importantly, he excelled in rebounding and defense, actively moving about the court. One could easily regard him as a top-tier blue-collar player. Upon entering the game, Plumlee immediately engaged in a tussle for the front-court rebound with Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan leaped directly, attempting a single-handed rebound reminiscent of Rodman. Plumlee, weighing in at 120 kilograms, exerted force with his arm, pushing Lin Yifan away midair. The whistle blew. Although the foul was called on Plumlee for his aggressive rebounding, it was evident that he had entered the game with the task assigned by Coach Malone to provide some resistance against the offensively charged Lin Yifan. That kid might just get shattered in an instant. Such a lanky individual who favors shooting will lose his rhythm when faced with this kind of confrontation. However, at this moment, Lin Yifan's strength had surged to 81. He was far from intimidated by such resistance. He was nowhere near the brink of being broken. On the offensive end, Lin Yifan exchanged a knowing glance with Caruso, initiating a pick-and-roll. Caruso immediately understood. The pick-and-roll is essentially a collaborative screen, wherein teammates create opportunities for receiving and shooting through mutual shielding. This requires not only a broad perspective from the participating players, but also a high degree of synergy between them. Lin Yifan epitomized such a player, fostering a commendable rapport with Caruso. As one set a screen and the other rolled away, Plumlee pursued Caruso's drive, while Lin Yifan, having split away to the free throw line, elevated for a mid-range shot. Murray, the Nuggets guard, could only watch as Lin Yifan executed a fadeaway jumper. What an exquisite shot. It was a sight to behold. Today, Lin Yifan's offensive prowess was fully unleashed. Indeed, he played with remarkable intelligence, mastering the art of leveraging his height advantage and collaborative screens. This was a quintessential display of early career Davis's style. In the streaming room, Lakers fans began to stir with excitement. Scottie Pippen turned to Magic Johnson, questioning with intrigue. Is this the Lakers version of AD they've recruited? Magic Johnson smiled broadly, nodding in satisfaction without uttering a word, his gaze fixed on the court. Observing Lin Yifan's confrontations with Plumlee on both ends of the floor, Lin Yifan was managing to withstand the pressure, though Plumlee's defensive intensity was formidable. Magic furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes intently focused on Lin Yifan, eager to see how he would adapt to the unfolding dynamics on the court. A true player must consistently make calm judgments based on the myriad situations presented during the game. Fatigue posed a significant challenge for Lin Yifan in this match. As the play unfolded, Lin Yifan, having fought hard for the rebound, brought the ball down the court on a fast break. Plumlee struggled to keep pace with Lin Yifan's rapid advance, retreating defensively from a distance of about 1 meter. Lin Yifan skillfully advanced with the ball. As players from both teams sprinted fervently toward the front court, Lin Yifan advanced to the midfield position, unleashing a ground-bound strike. The basketball soared like a cannonball. Upon hitting the floor, it ricocheted at an unusual angle, a pass imbued with extraordinary penetrative force. It even grazed the jerseys of 2 retreating Nuggets players as it zipped by, perfectly landing in front of Caruso, who executed a thunderous dunk. It turns out that Lin Yifan, possessing an impeccable court vision, had long been aware of the bald Mamba, swiftly infiltrating the left sideline during the fast break. Moving with a stealthy grace, one must commend Caruso's seal, which was truly exceptional. Murray, tasked with defending him, hardly had a moment to react. Upon sensing the defensive pressure from Plumlee, Lin Yifan promptly adjusted his offensive strategy, opting to pass rather than attempt a hasty shot, thereby facilitating the attack. In fact, as Lin Yifan released the ball, he was already preparing to sprint back from midfield. Consequently, after scoring, Caruso sought to acknowledge a well-timed play but was met only with the sight of Lin Yifan retreating. The true mastermind behind the play was indeed Lin Yifan. Such efficiency. In the midst of a fast break, he merely jogged back to the half-court. The Magic Man nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to Pippen, continuing their previous discussion. You just asked me if this is the Lakers' recruited version of AD? The Magic Man then shook his head, saying, No. This is the newly recruited Lakers version of Magic Johnson. He then erupted into hearty laughter. Pippen was taken aback by the Magic Man as playful just at his expense, finding it amusing. The commentators on the sidelines couldn't help but remark, this ground-bound cannonball-like pass bears a striking resemblance to the Magic of yesteryears. A center leading a fast break? And delivering a perfectly timed assist? The 2 commentators were left in disbelief. What a magnificent pass. Incredible! Lin Yifan is truly showcasing his flair. Yet, I find it delightful, both audacious and flamboyant. Bald Mamba is simply phenomenal, and Caruso's signing is undeniably worth it. I may be bald, but I have grown stronger. Caruso's dazzling performances, coupled with his sparse hairstyle, earned him the moniker of Bald Mamba among Lakers fans in the live stream. This dunk by Bald Mamba instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. A splendid collaboration. Applause also resonated for Lin Yifan. His penetrating pass was simply remarkable. The Magic Man, in a fit of excitement, stood to applaud, and upon sitting, remarked to Pippen. Scoring can bring joy to one, but assists can bring joy to too. Pippen thought to himself, truly, the master of motivational quotes. Lin Yifan once again ignited the morale of the entire team. The Lakers unleashed a fervent offensive surge in the second quarter, achieving an impressive 33-20 scoring run. The Lakers brought the score to 63, trailing the Nuggets at 65, narrowing the gap to a mere 2 points. Lin Yifan has already secured 8 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 assists in a single quarter. Chapter 34. Fighting to win? Farid's tenacity. However, stamina poses a significant challenge in the fierce confrontation between Lin Yifan and Plumlee. The exertion of energy was excessive, leading to a noticeable decline in shooting accuracy by the latter stages of the second quarter, with his stamina nearly depleted. His control over his muscles weakened, resulting in frequent cramping. Currently, Lin, being a slender and tall figure, lacks the substantial bulk that players like Jokic possess. Despite having increased his muscle mass to 105 kilograms, he still appears somewhat frail in his encounters with Plumlee. After the halftime break, Lin managed to recuperate some of his energy. Having turned the tide in the second quarter, and with the team lacking organization, Walton hesitated to substitute Lin. Moreover, Lin required additional court time to fulfill his system tasks. The Lakers were eager to secure victory in this match, driven by an intense desire to win. Consequently, Walton sent Lin back onto the court in the second half, without granting him any extra rest. The system had already placed him on the grand stage of the NBA. However, the distance he could travel was no longer the system's concern. In the realm of basketball, what often propels an individual further is not merely the wretched gift of talent, but rather the fortitude of spirit, the strength of will, and the self-management of one's psychological state. Frequently, these attributes hold greater significance than physical prowess. Lin Yifan calmly assessed the situation on the court. As the third quarter commenced, he refrained from hastily pursuing points, choosing instead to conserve his dwindling energy for defensive rebounds. Simultaneously, he adeptly transitioned into an assist mode, although his physical stamina had waned, leading to a slight decline in the quality of his assists. His exceptional ball-handling skills and remarkable court vision allowed him to maintain a commendable success rate for his assists. Lin Yifan's assists, combined with the nimble movements of Ingram and Kuzma, helped the team closely contest the score against the Nuggets in the third quarter, while facilitating his teammates' plays. Lin Yifan also increased his assist tally and managed to conserve some energy, awaiting a slight recovery in stamina and rhythm to elevate his scoring to double digits. However, Coach Malone of the opposing team was not one to wait for recovery. Midway through the third quarter, the Nuggets called a timeout. Coach Malone, with keen insight, emphasized to his players during the break that the Asian player was the Lakers' only playmaker, insisting they must take him out of the game. They needed to continue exhausting him and apply pressure without giving him a moment to breathe. Once Lin exited the game, the Lakers would lose their organizational core, allowing the Nuggets to quickly seize the lead. At this juncture, Plumlee was also feeling the strain, as his larger size and weight compared to Lin Yifan meant he was expending more energy and motion, despite having superior stamina. Coach Malone glanced at the perspiring Plumlee and frowned, then looked at Hernan Gomez, who had been struggling in the first half, shaking his head in disappointment. Scanning the bench, a long-forgotten name emerged from his lips: Kenneth Farid. He turned towards Farid, who had been clad in training gear, appearing somewhat dazed. "It's your time to shine, Manimal. Bring some physicality against that rookie." Standing at 6 feet 8 inches and weighing 231 pounds, Kenneth Farid, the 22nd overall pick in the 2011 NBA draft, was known for his explosive playing style, relentless energy, and distinctive dreadlocks, earning him the nickname Manimal. The home crowd erupted as Farid took to the court. Once regarded as a core player under the legendary coach George Karl, Farid boasted elite athleticism, particularly in jumping, excelling at grabbing offensive rebounds and finishing with emphatic dunks. He even caught the attention of Coach K, joining the 2014 USA basketball men's national team, where he dominated alongside stars like Anthony Davis, Kyrie Irving, and Stephen Curry. However, in just 3 short years, he found himself out of favor with the Nuggets. At 28 years old, Farid was still in the prime of his athletic career. Yet Coach Malone, who had been with the team for 15 years, did not favor Farid's rough playing style, which clashed with the evolving identity of the Nuggets. Consequently, Farid saw limited playing time, and the prospect of being benched for the entirety of this game loomed large, reminiscent of many from the previous season. With the Nuggets acquiring Paul Millsap during the offseason, and with the emergence of young talents like Nikola Jokic and Mason Plumlee, the competition for minutes in the frontcourt intensified. Farid began to realize that he was on the verge of losing his place in the league. Nonetheless, this once celebrated player, who had basked in the adoration of fans, was still just 28. Despite his reserved demeanor, Farid craved respect and felt that the confidence, pride, and dignity he had built over his career were being trampled by prolonged inactivity. Was this the reality of professional basketball? All he needed was an opportunity. Today, Coach Malone finally gave him that chance. Farid was determined to prove that he could still deliver a stellar performance. He yearned for respect, just as anyone would. He understood that the NBA is a realm where only the fittest survive. Failure to perform would likely lead to trade rumors or even unemployment. For Farid, showcasing his talents was tantamount to securing his next contract. As Farid stepped onto the stage, he was ready to give it his all. He was going to be ferocious. This would present a significant challenge for Lin Yifan. Right from the outset, Farid dove in for offensive rebounds, a skill at which he excelled. With his remarkable leaping ability and tenacity, he could snatch boards amidst towering opponents. Although his jumping ability had diminished since his peak, the Manimal's impact remained formidable. On the defensive end, Farid began to hound Lin Yifan relentlessly. Making up for his height disadvantage with sheer determination, he shadowed Lin like a tenacious defender. This athlete, with the speed of a track star, possessed the quickness of the league's elite big men. When Murray missed a three-pointer, Lin secured his position and leaped high to grab the board, only for Farid to leap from behind and wrestle the ball away with sheer force and tenacity. Following this, Farid's relentless defense on Lin Yifan intensified. His speed made traditional pick-and-roll strategies ineffective, as he could maneuver around screens and keep pace with Lin. This half-beast was determined to stifle Lin's rhythm, preventing him from finding a shooting cadence. For 3 consecutive possessions, Farid successfully thwarted Lin Yifan's momentum. The NBA cameras zoomed in on Lin, drenched in sweat, bent over in exhaustion during a defensive sequence, arms resting on his knees as he wiped his brow with his jersey. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, Walton called a timeout to allow Lin Yifan a moment to recuperate. It was evident to all that Lin was fatigued, particularly after contending with Farid's vigorous presence, which had taken a toll on him. "Lin, perhaps you should take a breather?" Walton suggested. "No," Lin replied, gripping his jersey tightly. "My mission is not yet complete." With the score so close and the team in need of a facilitator, Walton hesitated to substitute him out. Lin Yifan was close to achieving his personal goal of 10 assists, yet he still had a bit further to go. Just hold on a little longer, until the end of the third quarter. With that, Lin Yifan took a gulp of water and returned to the court. Meanwhile, Walton, during the timeout, continued to instruct his players to pass the ball to Lin Yifan for him to orchestrate the play. If this ball-handling opportunity were to go unutilized, Lin Yifan's exhaustive efforts to enter the game would be in vain. As Lin Yifan resumed his role, intent on facilitating assists, he discovered that the other players from the Nuggets were tightly marking their assigned defenders, leaving him with only a sliver of offensive space. The Nuggets had adjusted their defensive strategy to a man-to-man approach. In front of Lin Yifan stood only a half-orc defending him, who had slightly loosened his grip. Coach Malone's strategy was indeed ruthless. He intended for Lin Yifan to engage in one-on-one isolation, presenting the ultimate test of Lin Yifan's stamina. However, with his energy nearly depleted, Lin Yifan had all but lost his offensive threat. On the court, Farid, known for his swift and decisive plays, was particularly eager to showcase his abilities today. His movements noticeably larger than usual. Lin Yifan had no choice but to take the initiative in his attack. Confronted by Farid's tight defense, he first executed a triple threat stance, creating a slight distance. Then, with a series of deft dribbles from side to side, he suddenly unleashed a crossover reminiscent of Durant's style. The agility of this towering figure was astonishing. Despite Farid's remarkable speed, Lin's pendulum-like movement allowed him to create space with ease. How extraordinary! However, Farid quickly reacted, shifting laterally to keep pace. Having lost his defensive position, Farid's weight had completely shifted in the direction of the impending drive. Lin Yifan made a breakthrough with 2 swift steps. As Farid shifted to establish contact, suddenly, Lin Yifan's right toe pointed towards the hoop, and in an instant, he leaped into the air. A Kobe-esque fadeaway jumper? With such stature, executing a fadeaway is simply awe-inspiring, leaving Farid in admiration. Moreover, with his center of gravity already leaning backward, he was utterly incapable of attempting a block. All he could do was watch in resignation. Lin Yifan executed a flawless shot, completely evading his defender. Swish! The ball went in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the task of scoring in double digits, rewarded with an S-class treasure chest. Chapter 35. the hefty fall of Lin Yifan, and the disappearance of Farid. Beep. Coach Malone has called for a timeout. Coach Malone of the Nuggets, visibly troubled, clasped his forehead due to Farid's defensive lapses. Despite having played a mere 4 minutes, during which Farid capitalized on his teammates' assists to score consecutively with a perfect shooting percentage, amassing 12 points, this inefficient style of play did not align with Coach Malone's expectations. Lin Yifan is utterly remarkable. He epitomizes the type of player that modern basketball desperately requires. Contemporary basketball demands players who possess a certain level of ball-handling autonomy, the ability to create space, and a degree of shooting proficiency. Farid's playing style has fallen behind the evolution of the game, coupled with a decline in physical attributes following a significant injury. Farid is no longer the darling of Denver. At just 19 years of age, Lin Yifan's potential is boundless. He is a veritable amalgamation of Jokic, Durant, and Davis, truly extraordinary. Mike Malone gazed blankly at Lin Yifan on the Lakers bench. As the game resumed, after a brief respite, Lin Yifan's stamina had somewhat replenished. At this juncture, Lin Yifan had secured 10 points, fulfilling his game objective, yet he pondered why not strive for a double-double? He had also garnered 9 rebounds. With just one more needed to reach 10, this would further enhance his statistical achievements. As the play commenced, Walton of the Nuggets took a 3-point shot. Clank. Lin Yifan's eyes were fixed intently on the basketball, anticipating its trajectory. He positioned himself perfectly, leaping into action to secure the rebound. Yet, in that fleeting moment, entangled with Farid, they grappled fiercely for position. In the moment when Lin Yifan leaps to seize the rebound, a cacophony of exclamations reverberates. Ah, 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 ah. The sound startles Farid, causing him to shudder midair. What kind of play is this? Could it be that he has watched too many episodes of Slam Dunk? Lin Yifan leapt high from in front of Farid, executing a powerful board grab. The two collided once more in midair. Ding dong. The system activated the novice emergency protection mechanism. The system granted a single instance of novice protection. A resounding thud echoed as both feet forcefully struck the ground. Lin Yifan cradled the ball in his arms, a tremendous impact resonating as he fell to the ground. The sound echoed like a thunderous crash. It was the sound of flesh colliding. It turned out that Farid had collided with Lin Yifan midair, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the floor. The court seemed to freeze in that instant. With the basketball in hand, Lin Yifan executed a cannon-like pass, launching the ball down the court with precision. Remarkable. This Lin Yifan, appearing so slender, possesses such force? Astonishingly resilient. Moments ago he seemed fatigued. Was it merely an act? Yet, it hardly appeared so, as he sent the half-beast soaring through the air. Incredible. However, Farid's fall was perilously dangerous. Did he land on his head? This could be life-threatening. At the very least, it could result in a concussion. A long pass ensued, and Kuzma sped down the court for a fast break, delivering a powerful two-handed dunk. An exquisite pass. Yet, the previously murmuring audience turned to the backcourt and noticed Farid slowly rising to his feet. Truly, a half-beast, his physical prowess is undeniably impressive. Farid stood, bouncing slightly, twisting his neck, and then raised his hand towards the coach's bench, signaling for a timeout. Beneath his seemingly stoic exterior, Farid was on the brink of collapse, merely holding it together with sheer willpower. He gazed incredulously at Lin Yifan beside him, his mind racing to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Midair, Farid had undeniably felt a mysterious force. The sheer power of the collision left him somewhat intimidated. The Staples Center erupted in a fervent cheer. The camera focused on Lin Yifan, who was now leaning on his knees, biting his jersey. He had once asked Kobe why he frequently bit his jersey during games. Kobe had explained that he believed biting the sweat-soaked fabric when feeling fatigued could provide a semblance of hydration. Yet now, Lin Yifan tasted the salty essence of sweat. Perhaps this briny flavor could sharpen his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a career double-double, earning 10 attribute points. At last, Coach Walton opted to substitute Lin Yifan during this timeout. Your stamina has reached its limit. Take a moment to rest, Lin. Help me up, I can still go. As Lin Yifan stepped onto the court, before he could utter a single word, Kuzma, standing nearby, was nearly moved to tears. What an embodiment of spirit. This is the essence of basketball. Such unwavering willpower and competitive fervor can only belong to true men. The players of the Lakers were thoroughly inspired by Lin Yifan's tenacity. The game continued with the Lakers displaying remarkable vigor. Ingram scored repeatedly, and Kuzma hit 3-pointers in succession. Caruso and Pope also contributed to the scoreboard. Meanwhile, on the Nuggets side, Coach Malone swiftly substituted the half-beast Farid after Lin Yifan left the court. Farid played 12 minutes, achieving an impressive 18 points and 6 rebounds on 9 of 10 shooting. A strikingly efficient performance. All of his points stemmed from assists by teammates and dunks off offensive rebounds. However, no one anticipated that this moment would mark the final chapter of Farid's time with the Nuggets. Shortly thereafter, he was traded to the Brooklyn Nets, leaving the Denver Nuggets forever. Once, Farid was a cornerstone of the Denver athletic team, dazzling fans with his fast breaks and relentless pursuit. But with the Warriors' meteoric rise, the dynamics of the league underwent a dramatic shift. Farid found himself facing a significant developmental bottleneck. His lack of shooting ability and limited range became glaringly evident, compounded by his poor playmaking skills and narrow court vision, rendering him a casualty of the league's evolution. Ironically, he possessed a proud spirit, after all. He was a contributor to the USA's World Cup victory and a member of the NBA's high-salary echelon. His career had been smooth sailing, as he played in his own distinctive style. Yet, everything changed abruptly. It was as if, overnight, he became superfluous in Denver, bewilderingly finding himself among those deemed obsolete in the evolving landscape of basketball. Reflecting on last season's trade of Nunhil Rio, Farid remarked in an interview, "I will never forget that trade. I saw the Nuggets signing Nunn for so much money, 5 years, $67 million, yet 3 months later, they traded him away. After that, I realized, well, this league is incredibly ruthless. No one truly cares about you. How could they, the Nuggets, treat Nunn like that?" Now, Farid's concern shifted to, how could they treat me in such a manner? The NBA is a gathering place for genius. No one is irreplaceable. This truth applies universally to any profession and individual. The harshest and most candid reality of life is that survival of the fittest prevails. As the tide of the small ball era surged forward, countless so-called exceptionally talented and luminous stars seemed to streak across the sky like meteors. Yet they appeared to leave no trace behind. They were swept away by the currents of time, only to be discarded. Subsequently, we learned that Farid ventured to Brooklyn, then made his way to Houston, and even played in China for the Zhejiang Guangxia team. Eventually, before even reaching 30, he vanished from the basketball scene. Chapter 36, The Return in the Final Quarter. This is the old-school style. Ding dong. The system has triggered the Novice Emergency Protection Mechanism. The system grants one instance of novice protection. The host will soon restore full stamina. This mechanism triggers only once for novices. Good luck. In Lin Yifan's mind, the system's voice playfully echoed. With 8 minutes and 58 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the score remained tightly contested. The Nuggets relied on a team-oriented strategy, sharing the ball effectively, with 7 players already scoring in double figures. Coach Malone, rooted in the Spurs system, champions the philosophy of collective play, which elucidates his preference for Jokic over Farid. Within Malone's framework, there is a tendency to favor players with superior skills, particularly those adept at scoring or facilitating plays. Conversely, the Lakers thrived on the youthful exuberance of their players, aggressively attacking the paint, competing for rebounds, and launching fast breaks, relying heavily on individual offensive prowess. As the two teams battled fiercely, Lin Yifan unexpectedly rose from the bench, engaging in a hushed exchange with Luke Walton. Many spectators quickly realized, what? Is Lin Yifan finally set to re-enter the game? He appeared utterly exhausted in the third quarter. Despite the intense competition on the court, numerous fans turned their attention to the bench, where Lin Yifan was bouncing with vitality. A miraculous revival? A bizarre resurgence? A painful return? This narrative seemed far more riveting than the game itself. An increasing number of viewers focused on the sidelines, where Lin Yifan was pedaling on a stationary bike, warming up and attempting to recover, assuring his coach that he was fit to play. In disbelief, fans marveled at Lin Yifan's determination to warm up. Was he truly planning to rejoin the game? Could this individual be an Iron Man? Was his physical prowess truly so extraordinary? This was beyond comprehension. What kind of willpower enabled him to achieve such feats? The previously subdued live stream chat erupted with excitement as Lin Yifan began his warm-up. What? The Magic Man observed Lin Yifan from the sidelines, astonished at how this young man had transformed from fatigue to exuberance in mere moments. Lin Yifan approached Luke Walton with a relaxed smile and said, "Coach, please let me take the court." Lin Yifan's nonchalant demeanor exuded an air of confidence, as if he were destined to elevate his teammates to new heights. Luke Walton pondered, could this young man be concealing his true prowess? The earlier incident of sending Farid flying was already astonishing, and now he appeared to be brimming with energy, full of vitality. Pippen smiled. He was eager to witness a genuine showdown. This match was becoming increasingly intriguing. He remarked to Magic Johnson, "I find myself increasingly fond of this Lin Yifan. He embodies the spirit of the old-school players." Old school? Indeed. The essence of seasoned athletes. Magic wore a satisfied smile. For those of their era appreciated the tenacity of that time, resilient, fierce, and intense. The spirit behind these words was one of relentless pursuit of victory, giving everything for success. Pippen nodded, ready to entrust the game to the players and curious to see what tempest they might conjure. Midway through the fourth quarter, Luke Walton opted to reintroduce Lin Yifan onto the court as the Denver Nuggets had their starting center, Plumlee, in play. The home crowd rose to their feet, welcoming Lin Yifan back with fervor. The long, purple and gold towel waved in a frenzy, and the arena erupted into a state of exhilaration. What they did not yet realize was that the true celebration was only just beginning. With his energy fully replenished, Lin Yifan commenced his assault on the Nuggets' interior defense. In his very first possession back on the court, Lin executed an exaggerated preemptive change of direction. His center of gravity sank to the left, while his left shoulder swayed in tandem. Following with a crossover step, he pulled the basketball from left to right, shifting his weight accordingly. In the midst of Plumlee's lateral adjustments, his feet became ensnared. Well, yet another stunning crossover reminiscent of Durant's style. This maneuver left the 2.16-meter-tall Plumlee utterly bewildered. Lin Yifan effortlessly scored a layup, a spectacular moment deemed the highlight of the game. Pippen couldn't help but comment on it. The commentary at the Lakers' home court reached a crescendo. The ankle terminator. Lin, Mamma Mia, OMG, OMG, OMG. At that moment, Plumlee, exhausted, fell to the ground. His expression one of anguish, reluctantly forced to leave the game. Malone had no choice but to have power forward Lyles and small forward Hernangomez take turns defending. Standing on the sidelines, Coach Malone crossed his arms, watching the lively Lin Yifan, lost in thought. How does this kid still have energy? Could it be he was pretending in the third quarter? It certainly doesn't seem so. Lin Yifan, having completely established a psychological advantage over Hernangomez, had already dominated him in the first half, and by the fourth quarter, the fatigued Hernangomez found himself at a disadvantage defensively. Faced with Hernangomez's defense, Lin Yifan activated his scoring mode once more. Utilizing screens to find open shots, he executed a mid-range jumper reminiscent of Kobe, effortlessly overpowering his opponent with his height, wingspan, and strength. Hernangomez had no answer, once again shrugging helplessly at Coach Malone. This Hernangomez simply cannot contain Lin Yifan. Frustrated, Coach Malone furrowed his brows as he watched the score threaten to widen to a 10-point deficit for the Lakers. In such dire circumstances, he reluctantly glanced towards the bench, contemplating bringing in Farid. However, Farid seemed to have lost the enthusiasm he displayed in the third quarter, as Coach Malone kept him firmly seated on the bench. Despite being in a hot streak, he was denied the opportunity to play. Farid seethed, perceiving the situation as a personal grudge against Coach Malone. With no one else available, "You want me to go back in? Am I merely a backup?" Farid simmered with resentment, exchanging a few heated words with Coach Malone, yet still remained on the sidelines. In a surge of momentum, the Lakers ultimately triumphed in the match, the final score settling at 112-104. The Lakers secured their first victory of the preseason against the Nuggets. Lin Yifan concluded the game with a remarkable statistic of 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, earning the title of the game's most valuable player. Achieving such numbers amidst the relentless pressure from the Nuggets trio of interior players. This game unequivocally demonstrated Lin Yifan's capability to compete in the high-intensity environment of the NBA. It silenced the unscrupulous media in Los Angeles that had doubted the Lakers' decision to sign him. Furthermore, Lin Yifan celebrated his inaugural double-double. He successfully completed the system's mission. Ding dong. Chapter 37. Post-game interview? Such as the media. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the home debut task. Congratulations on receiving an S-level treasure chest reward. System match rewards. Victory in the game. Acquired. Rewarded with 2 attribute points. System career rewards. Double-double statistics. Acquired. Rewarded with 10 attribute points. What a bountiful day. However, having exerted all his energy during the match, Lin Yifan was now preparing to undergo the post-game interview, with no time to open the long-awaited S-level treasure chest. During the post-game interview, still maintaining a posture with hands on his knees, a towel draped over his shoulders, he faced the beautiful reporter Ming Chao once again. Today, Ming Xiao donned a sleek black uniform dress, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Perhaps overwhelmed by the excitement of the game, her cheeks flushed as she commenced the interview. Hey, Yifan. Congratulations on a spectacular match. What are your thoughts at this moment? Lin Yifan was utterly exhausted, even after regaining some stamina. The relentless pace of the game in the fourth quarter left him drained once again. What emotions stirred within him? This match had been overwhelmingly taxing, and at this moment, all he yearned for was to lie still. Perhaps he simply wished to find a quiet spot and indulge in a refreshing glass of beer. This thought echoed like a jest. Suddenly, as Lin Yifan stood, 2 cups of cold water were unexpectedly poured over his head by Kuzma, who had dashed in from behind. Kuzma made a comical face at the camera, then seized the microphone, exclaiming, "Hey, what Lin means is that he needs to share a drink with this beautiful reporter. I wonder if she has the time." Meng Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at Kuzma's antics and playfully responded, "Well, I do have some time." Upon returning to the locker room, Magic Johnson presented the game ball to Lin Yifan, declaring, "Well done, Lin." Amidst the applause and cheers of the crowd, Lin Yifan received the basketball. This moment symbolized both recognition and honor. Beside him, Luke Walton beamed with joy, clapping heartily. This game had truly convinced head coach Luke Walton. "Lin, splendid performance," he shouted exuberantly. The other players erupted in cheers, showering Lin Yifan with applause. "Hey, Lin Yifan. Amazing. Yay. Well done." Meanwhile, Ingram and Lopez had been scheming and suddenly drenched Lin Yifan with a bucket of cold water. Lin Yifan instinctively dodged. The cold water from earlier had yet to dry. Once again, he was doused with a bucket of icy water. In the lively and exhilarating atmosphere, the young players of the Lakers surrounded Lin Yifan, their fists colliding together. 1, 2, 3. Lakers. Win. 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 Such is the allure of basketball. The joy of victory permeated the entire locker room. Although it was merely a regular preseason game, for Lin Yifan, this match was a validation of his abilities. It marked the inception of his entire professional career. "Lin, come with me to the post-game press conference." Luke Walton surprisingly called on Lin Yifan to attend the press conference. Unlike smaller markets like Denver, this was prime real estate in Los Angeles. The bright press conference venue was already buzzing with reporters, unexpectedly welcoming a data explosion from an undrafted rookie. A near triple-double performance in his home debut. Lin Madness 2.0? The reporters surged forward, eager to interview this 19-year-old player from China. They had no choice. Their knowledge of Lin Yifan was virtually non-existent. While he had displayed some commendable passing in previous games, his statistical performance was rather average. For a long time, the Los Angeles media had focused on Lonzo Ball and Kuzma, the 2 players who had received Summer League MVP awards. However, today's game suddenly unveiled this phenomenal new star, an undrafted player. For the media, several keywords resonated: undrafted player, near triple-double, superstar, emerging. Each term would make for explosive headlines. Finally, Lin Yifan, now dressed in a suit, entered the press conference alongside Magic Johnson and Luke Walton. The reporters, seemingly frantic, raised their hands in a frenzy, clamoring to ask questions. A barrage of inquiries left Lin Yifan, just off the court, somewhat disoriented, unsure of where to begin. "You scored a near triple-double with 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists in your home debut. What are your thoughts? Currently, you are on a 2-way contract, and the Lakers are offering a 3-year, $6 million deal. How will you decide? With the new season approaching, what are your expectations for yourself?" Luke Walton observed the fervent scene and thought to himself that his position was secure. No one would dare to mention his job security now, right? Smiling, Walton calmly attempted to restore order to the press conference. "Everyone, please calm down. Quiet. Let's take questions one at a time. Yes, the lady over there. Please go ahead." A female reporter politely stood up. "Thank you. I have 2 questions. Lin, regarding the rumors of Coach Walton's imminent departure due to poor tactical arrangements, what are your thoughts?" Luke Walton, holding the microphone, was momentarily petrified. Why must they bring up such a touchy subject? How could he escape this? Subsequently, Lin Yifan took the microphone and replied with remarkable composure. "First, I respect Coach Walton. He is highly skilled, and I hold him in genuine esteem. Secondly, as a player, I follow the coach's directives, and Coach Walton has always taken great care of me. Lastly, all I can do is cherish every second I am on the court and perform to the best of my ability." He added, "Today, we secured our first victory. And I believe everyone has witnessed Coach Walton's coaching capabilities. We all have great faith in him." He then smiled at Luke Walton. Walton, feeling a bit awkward, returned the smile. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson listened to Lin Yifan's words, reflecting that this 19-year-old spoke with the poise of a seasoned politician, leaving no room for misinterpretation. It appeared he had said something while actually revealing nothing. Regarding the contract issue, Lin Yifan chose to remain silent. "You'll have to ask my agent about that. He is the expert in such matters." Following this game, the Los Angeles media completely shifted their narrative. Lin Madness returns? The undrafted players come back? A phenomenal resurgence? Undrafted Lin Yifan is destined to be the future of this young Lakers squad. They must sign Lin Yifan. The Lakers will not miss out on the next superstar. Ball-handling center Lin Yifan could be the answer to the era of small ball. Some media even began to compare Lin Yifan to Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant, while others dubbed him a slimmer version of Jokic and a taller version of LeBron James due to his exceptional passing ability. The Los Angeles media seemed to have lost their sense of rationality. In their eyes, this undrafted player had transformed into a first-round caliber talent. The media's tone reminded Lin Yifan of the previous game against the Nuggets, where their evaluations of him had dramatically shifted. The rising purple and gold dynasty. The future MVP candidate. The most promising player of this draft class. And it was all from the same group of voices. Such is the nature of the media. Chapter 38. Gaining Dirk Nowitzki's Independence. After the interview concluded, Lin Yifan hurriedly returned to the changing room. His excitement palpable as he yearned to unveil the skill set concealed within the S-rank treasure chest. Indeed, the thrill of opening a box brings immeasurable joy. A continuous cycle of exhilaration. He accessed the system and opened the S-rank treasure chest. As a cascade of silver light illuminated the space, a melodic chime resonated. Ding! The S-rank treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Novice Fund's Golden Rooster stand shooting action package. What? No way. The King of Heaven? The Golden Rooster stand shooting? A vivid image flashed in Lin Yifan's mind. A towering player clad in jersey number 41, reminiscent of the Silverhorned Kings. Or rather, a giant with flowing, resplendent curls. Initially, he received the ball with his back to the basket, deftly pivoting to the right after a swift jab. His footwork shifting seamlessly. He grounded himself on his left foot while lifting his right knee rising simultaneously. His body drifted away from the basket in accordance with his shifting center of gravity, and he released the ball. The basketball traced a peculiar arc through the air, swishing effortlessly through the net. This scene replayed incessantly in his mind, revealing that this move could be utilized in various scenarios, not only for post-play but also for face-up situations. The angles replayed multiple times until, at last, an attribute panel emerged, emblazoned with the number 41. Remarkable. This could be considered Lin Yifan's very first signature move as a big man. The previous system's grand gift was rather absurd, despite his center-like physique. He had been bestowed with the skills of a point guard, repeatedly acquiring guard maneuvers despite being an interior player. Dirk Nowitzki, the towering talent from Germany, ascended to the annals of NBA greatness largely due to his mastery of the one-legged fadeaway, a testament to his historic shooting prowess. Nonetheless, this marked Lin Yifan's inaugural interior offensive maneuver, perfectly suited for his agile style of play. It was time to head to the training court and put it to the test. At this moment, Lin Yifan's emotions could be encapsulated in 4 phrases: eager anticipation, restless enthusiasm, a burning impatience, and an overwhelming urgency. Just then, Coach Luke Walton entered the locker room and announced, "Hey, Lin, I have some good news for you." "Good news? You can take a few days off." "Days off? What does that mean? Am I being rested?" Luke Walton nodded. "That's what the magician intends. You won't need to participate in the upcoming preseason games." At this moment, Lin Yifan realized that there were precisely 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the NBA regular season on October 17th. This 2-week period was perfectly suited for arranging an intensive training session aimed at refining his shortcomings and enhancing his skills, particularly addressing the physical stamina issues that had been exposed in the previous match. Lin Yifan displayed an expression of excitement, while Luke Walton, standing beside him, appeared decidedly less jubilant. This year, the Los Angeles Lakers have scheduled a total of 8 preseason games. Having completed 3, their record stands at 1 victory and 2 defeats, with 5 more games yet to be played. Although the NBA preseason primarily serves as a training ground, the media in Los Angeles has already focused its scrutiny on him, leaving Walton perpetually anxious about the security of his position. In the eyes of the press, a loss signifies a deficiency in Coach Walton's capabilities, while a victory merely highlights the youthful tenacity of the Lakers players. Being a head coach is indeed a formidable challenge, akin to a perilous profession. Moreover, With the emergence of a potential superstar like Lin Yifan, the media has further sensationalized rumors of discord between the two. Following a commendable performance, Lin Yifan found himself sidelined. And Walton could scarcely fathom the narratives the media might concoct next. Just as Walton fretted over his standing, Lin Yifan has donned his training attire and quietly departed, embarking on an intense practice session on the court. Could it be the legendary one-legged fadeaway of Nowitzki? Come to the gym and give it a try. However, despite having exhausted his energy during the match, a brief respite has allowed him to regain some vitality. Lin Yifan executed a move at the top of the arc, launching himself from one foot. With arms outstretched, he delivered a flawless Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Swish. Yet another three-pointer. Swish. 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 He completed an astonishing 10 out of 10 with this technique. Each shot a perfect swish. Not far away, Luke Walton had stealthily approached, intrigued by Lin Yifan's intentions. What on earth was this young man up to? To Walton's astonishment, it seemed that mere moments after a game, Lin Yifan had returned to train. Was this for real? The intensity of his dedication left Walton utterly amazed. Moreover, that shooting form, how familiar it seemed. He had never witnessed Lin Yifan utilize it before. Positioned at the entrance of the training facility, Luke Walton stood on tiptoe, peering through the glass window at Lin Yifan, who was diligently practicing his shots. He widened his eyes, scrutinizing every detail. In his own playing days, Walton had been a power forward, primarily relying on shooting for his offensive maneuvers. Throughout his career, he had faced off against the legendary Dirk Nowitzki, donning the number 41 jersey, and he still recalled the helplessness of being outmatched by Nowitzki's shooting prowess. A bittersweet ache lingering in his heart. Indeed, this was Nowitzki's signature move. The Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Another question plagued Walton's mind. How could this young man continue to evolve while competing? A shiver ran down his spine as he contemplated the hidden arsenal of skills Lin Yifan might possess. As Walton prepared for the upcoming season's roster, he realized that after witnessing Lin Yifan's performance today, there was no denying the necessity of securing a spot for him in the rotation. However, what position should he assign? Walton pondered, uncertain at this moment. A center might demand too much from him. Perhaps a power forward position would allow him to focus on scoring? Or might a small forward role better suit him, enabling him to share the team's organizational responsibilities? As he contemplated, Walton shook his head. Whether Lin Yifan would emerge as a future superstar for the Lakers remained uncertain, yet he might just be the player capable of revitalizing my coaching career. On the training court, Lin Yifan has once again embarked on his Kobe-inspired shooting drills. Initially, he positioned himself under the basket, executing moves from both the left and right sides with his back to the hoop. However, his accuracy plummeted to an astonishing low. Out of a series of attempts, he managed to score only once out of 10. Could it be due to his insufficient post-up skills? Or perhaps his stamina has waned. That confounded stamina. With a current level of 5,290, it is imperative to find ways to enhance it. Otherwise, with such limited endurance, his performance will undoubtedly become erratic as his playing time increases. Furthermore, his post-up proficiency is alarmingly inadequate, standing at a mere 5,095. For a player in the paint, lacking back-to-basket ability is akin to a warrior without a weapon. He can only be deemed a blue-collar worker. Players like Plumlee are, at best, considered skilled blue-collar laborers. Attribute points are desperately needed. At moments like this, Lin Yifan yearned for a cheat that would grant him infinite attribute points, enabling him to max out his skills and ultimately ascend to become the strongest player in the league, reaching the pinnacle of life. However, upon reflection, he pondered the true essence of life. If such a scenario were to unfold, what would life even mean? To be the strongest player? To reach the heights of existence? If achieving such feats were as effortless as taking a stroll, it would indeed lack excitement, regardless of the path one takes in life. It is only through the gradual journey that one can savor its true flavor. Lin Yifan chose once again to continue training in silence. At this moment, Lin Yifan's phone rang, displaying a call from his agent, Jia Qiang. Hello, Lao Jia. It seems you're about to strike it rich. The very first words from Lao Jia felt as though they had leapt into the air. Rich? The competition has just concluded, and I've already received numerous commercial endorsement contracts. Lin Yifan recalled the remarkable maneuver by Lao Jia after the last Chinese tournament. Pray, tell me at ISNT another renowned sports protection brand. Lao Jia laughed heartily. No, this time it's all major brands, especially those athletic brands, all eager to offer sneaker contracts with exceedingly favorable terms. He continued, moreover, they have all assured sneaker contracts. Sneaker contracts. Please send me the list of brands later. I wish to make a selection. Ever since the last encounter, Lin Yifan had lost faith in Lao Jia's taste and preferred to ascertain for himself. What about the contract with the Lakers? That is what I am most concerned about. Lao Jia's tone turned serious. They will undoubtedly sign you. Even a fool could see that. This is a commercial alliance. But we may also explore whether other teams will extend offers. However, the Lakers will not let you go. They will match any contract presented to them. Moreover, the Lakers are predominantly composed of young talent, and they guarantee ample playing time for you. The most significant aspect is that the Lakers' contract will be fully guaranteed. Lao Jia then cited the example of Jianlian, saying, "Look at the contract the Lakers offered last year, $8 million for 1 year. It appears substantial, doesn't it? In reality, this $8 million contract is non-guaranteed, with only $250,000 secured. Additionally, there is a base salary of $14 million, and the remaining $86 million is entirely performance-based bonuses, contingent upon game appearances and individual performance, which means these bonuses were wholly at the discretion of the head coach and the team. Consequently, he declined that contract and resolutely chose to return to Guangdong." He then jested, "Otherwise, you might have been able to compete alongside E. What about the Lakers?" Lin Yifan inquired. "The Lakers are willing to offer a fully guaranteed contract. 2 years for $3 million or 3 years for $6 million. Furthermore, the contract amount increases annually. In the first year, you will receive approximately $1 million. Most importantly, the Lakers contract includes a player option for the final year." "A player option? What does that entail?" Lin Yifan asked. "It means that the decision to fulfill that year's contract rests with you. You can opt to terminate the contract this summer and renegotiate." Lin Yifan pondered that if he could perform well, he would have the opportunity to exercise his player option for a more lucrative contract in a year's time. He might even opt out of his current contract to sign with another team. In his mind, it mattered little which team he played for. Given the current turmoil within the Lakers management, there was no need to fixate solely on this franchise. As long as he could deliver commendable performances, he could choose a team worthy of his leadership come the summer of 2018. In this light, a 2-year, $3 million deal seemed acceptable. Evidently, the Lakers management was eager to retain him. Furthermore, he wished to add a clause to the contract. What? That the Lakers cover the $200,000 penalty owed to the Capitals. After concluding the call with Old Jia, not long after, Lin Yifan received a lengthy list of sneaker brands sent by Old Jia. The list included well-known domestic and international sports brands such as Nike, Adidas, AJ, and UA. Lin Yifan picked up the phone and called Old Jia again. "Are there really those willing to endorse signature shoes?" "No. What are you thinking?" "Among the active NBA players, only 18 possess signature shoes. Furthermore, 5 of them have signed with domestic brands. If it were a brand like Nike, they likely wouldn't be producing signature shoes for them either." "Domestic brands?" Lin Yifan glanced at Li-Ning and Ta and Hongxing, which offer signature shoes only for players of all-star caliber. You can forget about that. The contract you can sign now is merely a magic contract, essentially an equipment contract. A magic equipment contract? The brand will provide you with a batch of shoes to meet your needs for games and training. My advice is to opt for a reputable brand when selecting your equipment contract. A reputable brand? It's best to avoid domestic brands, as that would diminish your developmental advantages in the NBA. Choosing a strong brand will greatly benefit your professional career. The NBA is not solely a contest of basketball skills. It has evolved into a competition of brands as well. Lin Yifan nodded, fully aware that the NBA has always been a commercial league. Indeed, during the 2015 finals, the MVP was awarded to Andre Iguodala, who averaged a mere 16 points and 4 rebounds, rather than to Stephen Curry, who boasted impressive statistics of 27 points and 6 rebounds per game. Ultimately, it is a matter of brand rivalry. Old Jia concurred, acknowledging that the NBA's largest sponsor has consistently been the swoosh. It is, after all, a commercial enterprise. To put it plainly, if one affiliates with a smaller brand, the potential for growth diminishes significantly. Merely a whistle can extinguish one's prospects, rendering aspirations for all-star selections or MVP awards futile. Furthermore, without substantial performance metrics to showcase, lucrative contracts remain elusive. Aligning with a more prominent brand may lead to the prospect of renegotiating even larger endorsement deals or launching signature sneakers in the future. Lin Yifan attentively absorbed the theoretical discourse presented by Old Jia. Nodding in agreement, it indicates that one must indeed showcase a commendable performance. Indeed, as long as your performance reaches an all-star caliber or higher, substantial contracts will naturally follow, and the prospect of signature shoes is quite promising. Moreover, equipment contracts are typically signed on an annual basis, as they must ensure your continued presence in the league. Of course, prior to the expiration of the contract, the brand retains matching rights, granting them the authority to prioritize matching any shoe contract offer you receive. The following day, a piece of domestic sports news concerning Lin Yifan graced the front pages of major sports websites. Undrafted player Lin Yifan is poised to sign a one-year sneaker equipment contract with AJ, with the contract amount currently under negotiation, anticipated to be $150,000. Lin Yifan soon received a shipment of basketball shoes and equipment valued at $10,000, delivered by truck. The following day, the Los Angeles Lakers officially announced that they had signed the 19-year-old Chinese prodigy Lin Yifan to a 2-year contract worth $3 million. However, the details of the contract remained undisclosed. At that moment, Lin Yifan was entirely unaware, as he was immersed in rigorous training at the gym in preparation for the upcoming regular season. Lin Yifan picked up the phone, wondering who could be calling at this hour. "Hello, it's me, your brother." Lin Yifan was about to express his delight when he abruptly halted, for it was Lin Xiaolu on the line. "What brings you to call at this late hour, my dear sister?" he inquired. "Brother, you've secured a major contract," she exclaimed. Lin Yifan had anticipated this development, showing no surprise whatsoever. With a playful tone, Lin Xiaolu continued, "Of course, this means you are treating me. All you ever think about is food," he teased. "You promised me a grand feast, the most extravagant one," she reminded him, mentioning Los Angeles, Chinatown, and the vibrant atmosphere of the city's Chinese community. Lin Yifan was dining with his sister, Lin Xiaolu, in a modest restaurant, savoring Chinese cuisine. "Is this truly the grand feast you desired?" Lin Yifan thought to himself, exasperated as he spread his hands. It seemed that Lin Xiaolu had lost her senses to choose to indulge in Chinese food while in America. After all, his brother had just secured $1 million contract, and he was determined to experience the epitome of culinary excellence, 3 Michelin stars at that. Lin Yifan spoke with an air of confidence, casually picking up the menu to glance at it, and exclaimed, "Kung Pao chicken, $25. Lin Yifan picked up his phone and tapped on the computer. "Over 140 renminbi? Is this for vegetables or for human consumption? Or perhaps a $2 American hamburger seems more reasonable." Lin Xiaolu was unconcerned with all of that. She simply said, "Let's order. I would like to have steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flour duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, braised pork, braised duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, small intestines, air-dried meat, and sausages." Lin Yifan, "I shall devour you." Lin Xiaolu, "Aren't you a millionaire?" Chapter 40. Beware of the Women in Los Angeles. The new season press conference. However, what brought exceptional joy to Lin Yifan was the presence of a special guest today. After much insistence from Lin Yifan, his sister Lin Xiaolu managed to invite the stunning senior, Lisa. This was, of course, a splendid opportunity to express gratitude. Today, Lisa donned a beautiful white spaghetti-strap dress that elegantly showcased her fair shoulders, while a silver pendant gleamed captivatingly at her collarbone. The V-neck design subtly hinted at the alluring contours of her figure. It was evident that Lisa had put considerable effort into her appearance. When Lin Xiaolu approached her with the invitation, her first reaction was surprisingly, "I don't want to be your third wheel." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaolu burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "We are indeed siblings." Lisa, initially taken aback, soon broke into a knowing smile. "I suspected as much. Given that both of you share the surname Lin and are so remarkably tall, it turns out this was a rather trivial misunderstanding." Upon encountering Lisa, Lin Yifan was the first to express his gratitude, subsequently revealing a deeper intention. "Thank you for your attentive care during the off-season. I hope to engage you as my personal therapist." However, Lisa regretfully informed Lin Yifan, "I'm afraid I must decline. My internship has concluded, and I must return to school to continue my doctoral studies." What Lin Yifan did not anticipate was that Lisa had come to bid farewell. Perhaps out of a sense of remorse, Lisa added, "We may encounter each other again in the future." Lin Xiaolu appeared to grasp the situation and nodded slightly. "Senior, are you leaving?" We all expressed our reluctance with an emphasized tone on the word we. Lin Xiaolu has also decided to pursue a major in journalism, embarking on further studies. Just before her departure, Lin Xiaolu prophetically remarked, "Brother, now that you've secured a significant contract, remember to be wary of the women in Los Angeles." Wary of the women in Los Angeles? I thought to myself, The one I should be most cautious of is you, little girl. A single meal cost me a staggering $800. Lin Yifan is currently most anxious about time, with merely 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the competition. He is fortunate that the team has provided him with a dedicated trainer and nutritionist upon signing a formal contract. Prior to the onset of the new season, the team convened a press conference where General Manager Rob Pelinka addressed the media. Summarizing the off-season endeavors, we have executed our training and scheduling plans exceptionally well during the off-season, and the growth of our rookies has been remarkable. Throughout the off-season, Pelinka has had to consider not only player contracts but also the allocation of support staff for the team. This is Pelinka's forte, as he hails from a background in management. With years of experience in the NBA and having served as Kobe's agent, Pelinka has established numerous connections across various teams. This off-season, in addition to renewing the contract of our esteemed health therapist Judy Sevon, we have also recruited their chief trainer, Roger Sancho, from the Warriors. Sancho served as the athletic trainer for the Warriors for 7 seasons, playing a pivotal role in their championship victories during the 2014-15 and 2016-17 seasons. Under the guidance of Judy Sevon and Roger Sancho, the Lakers have tailored training regimens for each player, including personalized dietary plans. Pelinka must now strategize to solidify his position as general manager. Reports from Los Angeles media have surfaced regarding his previous reluctance to sign Lin Yifan, even suggesting collusion with the Rambus couple. Meanwhile, Magic Johnson has evidently secured his standing within the team. The next event is the Player Introduction Conference for the new season. Magic Johnson occupies the central position, taking the microphone to preside over the proceedings. This offseason, under Magic's direction, the Lakers have acquired 3 of the most promising rookies, notably unearthing Lin Yifan, a player of extraordinary potential who went undrafted. Magic Johnson's discernment and strategic maneuvers have garnered acknowledgement from the Los Angeles media. At this moment, Magic sits at the heart of the press conference, flanked by this year's rookies, Kuzma, Ball, Hart, and Lin Yifan. Magic has deliberately positioned Lin Yifan to his right, underscoring his significant regard for him. To his left, Pelinka appears somewhat dwarfed among a line of towering players, maintaining a forced smile while struggling to interject, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. New acquisitions for the season were also introduced at the press conference. Magic enthusiastically unveiled the jersey numbers of the Lakers' new signings. Brook Lopez opted for the number 11 jersey, which he has consistently worn, previously donned by E. Jianlian. Lonzo Ball chose the number 2 jersey, commemorating his 2nd overall draft pick. Kuzma selected the number 0, inspired by his desire to start anew after previously wearing 35 in college. Josh Hart opted for the number 15, while Thomas Bryant chose the number 38. Lin Yifan unhesitatingly chose the number 23 jersey. The subsequent interview segment transformed the press conference into a personal feature on Lin Yifan. Reporters clamored to interview him, overshadowing the 2nd overall pick, Lonzo Ball. When asked why he chose the number 23, Lin Yifan replied candidly that he originally intended to select 11, as his favorite player is Yao Ming. But that number had already been claimed by Brook Lopez. The reason for opting for 23 was merely that it coincided with his birthday. When questioned about his goals upon entering the league, Lin Yifan confidently stated, "To become the best player, my ambition is to be the GOAT of this era." As for his objectives for the upcoming season, he straightforwardly declared, to strive to win every game. Regarding his role model, he answered, "I learn from all outstanding players. I do not wish to become someone else, but rather to focus on being the best version of myself." Discussing his playing style, Lin Yifan expressed that he plays team-oriented basketball, prioritizing passing and taking pride in creating offensive opportunities. The Los Angeles media clearly craved more, as every inquiry regarding Magic Johnson inevitably circled back to Lin Yifan. It was evident that Magic held a particular fondness for Lin Yifan. What expectations does the team have for Lin's growth in the new season? He is still a rookie, requiring time to develop, yet we have already witnessed his unparalleled potential. This season, we may allow him to experiment with multiple positions, sharing the team's playmaking responsibilities. As one of the few prestigious teams in the league, the Lakers' press conference was as lively as ever. With Lin Yifan's emergence, media outlets in Los Angeles gathered in droves at the venue. In stark contrast, the Clippers' press conference was notably sparse, with only a handful of reporters present, leaving team general manager and coach Doc Rivers to sit alone at the podium. The few questions posed by reporters led to several moments of silence from Rivers, as the lackluster atmosphere began to lull many attendees into a state of drowsiness. Chapter 41. The L.A. Derby? The regular season begins. The Clippers' press conference was merely a wall away from that of the Lakers. However, the media's attention was solely fixated on the Lakers. Coach Doc Rivers could not help but voice his frustrations to team consultant Jerry West. "Hey, Jerry, look at this. The Lakers finished last season with a dismal 26 wins and 56 losses, while we were a playoff team with 51 wins and 31 losses. Yet, the media still swarms around them like moss to a flame." Jerry West, with a smug expression, chuckled, "Oh, Los Angeles belongs to the Lakers. There is only one king of L.A., and that is the Lakers." Rivers helplessly covered his head and turned to owner Steve Ballmer, lamenting, "See this? This is the general manager consultant you just lavishly hired." Ballmer burst into laughter. "Well, he is a Lakers legend." West smiled. No. My feelings for the Lakers are confined to the past, not the present." Jerry West is the man behind the NBA logo, affectionately known as Logo Man, who was recently lured away from the Warriors by Ballmer. Rivers held tremendous respect for West's playing career, saying, "Hey, Jerry, I understand. But I simply cannot tolerate how much people adore the Lakers." Ballmer nodded in agreement. "Me too. I despise the Lakers." West feigned indifference. "I have no feelings for the Lakers." West spent 14 years with the Lakers, earning 14 All-Star selections, reaching the finals 7 times, and winning 1 championship. Afterward, he served as head coach for 3 years before becoming general manager, guiding the Lakers during the Showtime era. In 1996, he orchestrated a trade that brought in Kobe Bryant and signed free agent Shaquille O'Neal, forming the dominant duo that achieved a three-peat. In 2011, he began advising the Warriors, trading away core player Monta Ellis, promoting Stephen Curry, and drafting Klay Thompson with the 11th pick, thereby helping to establish a dynasty. Consequently, Jerry West earned the moniker of Godfather of the Dynasty. Although he later departed from the Lakers, West's claim of having no feelings for the team is a mere facade. "Then let's obliterate them," Rivers joked. Ballmer, excited by the remark, exclaimed, "Yes, let us crush them. We shall be the kings of Los Angeles." Since purchasing the Clippers in 2014, Steve Ballmer has made it a point to attend nearly every game, contributing 3 enthusiastic cheers per match. West, catching on to their jest, chimed in, "Let us crush them." The 3 men erupted in laughter. "However, I have heard that reporters from the Lakers are frantically covering an undrafted rookie," Rivers remarked. "An undrafted rookie?" West inquired curiously. "The media loves to hype things up. They claim the Lakers have signed an undrafted rookie who can play like AD and KD. West appeared intrigued. Rivers raised an eyebrow, dismissing the notion they must be out of their minds. "Does the Lakers think signing a few rookies will elevate them? Even without Paul, we can still trounce them with our current roster." After Jerry West joined the Clippers management this year, the team officially began its rebuilding process, trading away Chris Paul right off the bat. Ballmer chuckled, "Just look at our roster. We have so many capable players." 1 week later, on October 17, 2017, the NBA regular season opener commenced. The opening night featured 2 games. The first was a showdown between the reigning champions, the Warriors, led by the Splash Brothers and Kevin Durant, against the Rockets, spearheaded by the dynamic duo of Harden and Paul. Following Durant's addition in 2016, the Warriors formed a super team, dubbed the Warriors of the Universe, and successfully clinched the 2016 to 2017 NBA championship. This offseason, they retained their championship roster while adding several players to bolster their bench strength. Meanwhile, the Rockets, undeterred by the fierce arms race in the Western Conference, made their own bold moves. This offseason, they executed a blockbuster trade, sending 7 players, including Lou Williams, Patrick Beverley, DeAndre Liggins, and Montrezl Harrell, to acquire Chris Paul from the Clippers, thereby forming their own formidable duo. In the opener, the Rockets found themselves trailing by 15 points at one stage. However, in the final minute, Harden's three-pointer turned the tide, allowing the Rockets to stage a comeback against the Warriors. This season, the Rockets aim to dethrone the Warriors. Under the guidance of head coach Mike D'Antoni, they have built their strategy around the 7 seconds or less philosophy and data analytics, focusing on minimizing mid-range shots, increasing three-point attempts, and adopting a relentless defensive style, thereby creating a unique brand of basketball. On the other hand, the Cavaliers narrowly triumphed over the Celtics with a 3-point victory. Following their defeat in the previous season's finals, the Cavaliers resolved during the offseason to reclaim the championship. The team bolstered their lineup around the formidable trio of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. Meanwhile, the Celtics quietly amassed wealth during the offseason, trading away their #1 draft pick to acquire the third pick from the 76ers, along with 2 first-round picks in 2018 and 2019. With the third pick, they selected the impressive Jason Tatum, who has garnered attention as a potential successor to Kobe Bryant. Furthermore, the Celtics re-signed Gordon Hayward. And under the guidance of the brilliant coach Brad Stevens, this youthful Celtics squad boasts players who excel in both offense and defense. Regrettably, Gordon Hayward's season was cut short after just half a quarter of play due to a catastrophic leg injury sustained during a confrontation with LeBron James. These 2 thrilling and intense opening games were regarded as prophetic battles for the new season. On October 19, 2017, the Lakers were set to host the Clippers in a highly anticipated Los Angeles derby. Both teams share the Staples Center, a venue steeped in history. However, historically, the Lakers have dominated their crosstown rivals. In the wake of Kobe's retirement, the Lakers have struggled for 3 consecutive years, primarily relying on rookies. Despite this, the Lakers still attracted more attention than the Clippers, securing 32 nationally televised games compared to the Clippers' 26. Before the game, Clippers head coach Doc Rivers gathered the players together. "Hey, guys, those rookie Lakers claim that as long as they're around, the true masters of Los Angeles will always be the Lakers. Let us show them who truly reigns over LA." Rivers infused the room with enthusiasm, yet the players remained remarkably composed. The team was already in the midst of a rebuilding phase, and Blake Griffin, the team's core player, had long since grown accustomed to Rivers' motivational speeches. Nevertheless, Griffin was less concerned with the title of Los Angeles Master and more focused on putting up impressive numbers to secure a lucrative contract with a championship-contending team before the trade deadline. Subsequently, Rivers unveiled their starting lineup: center DeAndre Jordan, power forward Blake Griffin, small forward Danilo Gallinari, and guards Patrick Beverley and Milos Teodosic. On the bench sat the reigning 6th Man of the Year, Lou Williams, along with Montrezl Harrell and a host of seasoned players acquired from Houston, showcasing a wealth of talent. On the other side, Luke Walton arranged for the Lakers starting lineup to include center Brook Lopez, power forward Julius Randle, small forward Brandon Ingram, and guards Lonzo Ball and Luol Deng. In contrast to the Clippers' experienced veterans, the Lakers roster featured only Lopez and Deng as the seasoned players. However, their starting lineup boasted an impressive height, with most players exceeding 2 meters, and youth was indeed an asset. The Lakers were in desperate need of a strong leader to guide their young talents. Chapter 42, Pre-Game Arrangements? The eager fans. In the Lakers' locker room, head coach Luke Walton was meticulously arranging the starting lineup. Each player awaited the call of their name, eager for their opportunity on the court. As a team primarily composed of young athletes, the starting lineup was subject to frequent adjustments. Walton systematically listed the starters and substitutes. Lopez and Deng, the 2 highest-paid players on the team, each earning over $20 million this season, were rightfully included in the starting 5 due to their veteran presence and considerable skill. Second-year player Ingram and third-year player Randle had secured their starting positions through last season's experience. Despite being a rookie, Lonzo Ball had already claimed the starting point guard role. Next, Walton turned to the substitutes. As he mentioned the rotations, the remaining players felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. All were vying for playing time. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Jordan Clarkson, both noted scorers, were the first mentioned for offensive firepower off the bench. Alex Caruso was also acknowledged as a backup point guard. Though Kyle Kuzma and Josh Hart were rookies, they too were included in the substitute lineup. The interior reserves featured Larry Nance Jr. and Ivica Zubac, both known for their blue-collar work ethic. Finally, Walton called out the name of Lin Yifan. The other players had no objections upon hearing Lin was part of the rotation, as he had already displayed impressive abilities during the preseason. However, dissent lingered in the locker room. Randle, despite being only a third-year player, had been groomed as the team's locker room leader. To him, Lin Yifan was merely an undrafted rookie. How did this rookie manage to break into the rotation after just 2 games? Randle pondered, feeling a surge of frustration. Did he bribe the management or something? Why does Magic Johnson hold him in such high regard? Noticing Randle's discontent, Walton reassured him, "We are a team primarily composed of young players, and playing time must be earned. The rotation will adjust based on everyone's performance, and Lin's contributions have been evident." Walton's words indicated a shift in his attitude towards Lin Yifan, even incorporating specific tactical arrangements for him. Lin would join the second unit, tasked with maintaining the team's offensive momentum, setting screens, organizing plays, and securing rebounds. The second unit was indeed the team's rotation squad, typically logging around 15 minutes on the court. Randle intentionally posed a challenge: "Coach, Are we really expecting Lin to play over 15 minutes? I doubt his stamina can handle it. Why not give the time to Lopez or Zubac, who have better chemistry with the team? Walton shook his head. No. We plan to position Lin as a power forward. This is a directive from the operations president, he explained. It became apparent that Lin Yifan's position had been adjusted. He would now pair with Zubac, taking on the power forward role. This alteration would alleviate the physical demands on Lin and address his current lack of strength in matchups. What? Randall was taken aback. They're placing Lin Yifan at power forward? That is my position. The realization struck him Lin was vying for the same playing time. Randall's frustration boiled over. What skills does this rookie possess to challenge me for minutes? He is merely a weakling. Under high intensity, he can barely manage half a game. Randall thought to himself, confident that with his experience, he could easily secure 30 to 35 minutes of playtime, a feat he had fought for over 3 seasons. As a rookie, Lin Yifan seemed to emerge unexpectedly, swiftly securing a place in the rotation within just 1 season, often disregarding his own dignity, which incensed Randall. Randall pondered on his role as the steadfast leader of the locker room, solidifying his position within the team. He contemplated that this rookie might very well become his fiercest rival. Even the legendary Magic Johnson held high hopes for this newcomer. Randall cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan sat quietly to the side, his expression remarkably serene, seemingly unperturbed by Randall's skepticism. At this moment, what Randall remained unaware of was, Lin Yifan had already resolved his physical issues. In the locker room before the competition, Lin Yifan opened his attribute panel. After 2 weeks of rigorous training, Lin Yifan had acquired 16 attribute points, in addition to the 12 attribute points awarded from the previous competition. Lin Yifan allocated 28 attribute points to his stamina. What appears to be a simple task consumed an entire fortnight, filled with rigorous training lasting over 10 hours each day. The average individual would have faltered long ago. However, bolstered by the system support, he persevered. Ding. Stamina increased from 5290 to 8090. Dynamic talents. Speed, 8590. Agility, 8590. Jumping, 6090. Stamina, 8090. Strength, 8190. His stamina value has now ascended to 80. At the moment Lin Yifan witnessed the enhancement of his attributes. A smile involuntarily graced his face. Currently, only his jumping ability remains somewhat lacking, and furthermore, the potential value limits that follow indicate that his maximum potential is restricted to merely 90. Perhaps there exists a method to transcend this potential barrier? As he exited the players' locker room, the athletes began their warm-up routines. The Lakers were set to compete at home today. Emerging from the players' tunnel, he was greeted by a sea of golden hues both on the court and in the stands. However, an unexpected throng of fans suddenly surged forth, particularly a large group of female admirers who crowded at the entrance of the players' tunnel, fervently shouting, Kuzma, I want to have your child. Lin. Could you please sign an autograph? Pristine Lin Yifan, you are so handsome. Come here for a signature. As Kuzma and Lin Yifan turned their heads, a voluptuous female fan was preparing to lift her shirt. Lin Yifan glanced at the face and graciously said, Xiao Ku, you take this one. I will handle the childbirth. Kuzma, with a cheeky grin, replied, that one T do. I want both, and I want T shy away from it. Auntie. Lin Yifan shook his head and remarked, Kuzma, your tastes are quite peculiar. Kuzma, with a serious demeanor akin to that of a lecturer, responded, Lin, let me be frank with you. The youth often misjudged the allure of an older woman, mistaking her for a young girl. Lin Yifan swiftly interrupted him, urging, quickly embrace your Aunt Jenny, and please allow the young lady to come to me. Ingram, trailing behind the pair, leisurely emerged from the players' tunnel. After waiting for an eternity, he found no one calling his name or requesting an autograph. Ingram pondered, with such striking good looks, how is it that no female fans are clamoring for my signature? He then adjusted his dreadlocks, casting a dreamy gaze towards the fervent crowd of fans by the sidelines. His attention shifted to the front row of the audience, where a host of celebrities had already taken their seats. The Hollywood legend Sylvester Stallone graced the sidelines, but even more eye-catching were his 3 daughters, whose figures were nothing short of perfection and whose beauty was remarkable. Nearby, the socialite Kendall Jenner also arrived at the scene. At just 22 years of age, she has already become a world-renowned supermodel, boasting an enviable physique and extraordinary poise, particularly highlighted by her alluring long legs, which drew considerable attention, despite being alongside Stallone's daughters. Jenner held her own with remarkable confidence. During her high school years, her passion for basketball led her to briefly serve as a cheerleader. Born in Los Angeles, she is an ardent supporter of the Lakers and has frequently been linked to various NBA players. Is this the wild essence of Los Angeles? Are the women of Los Angeles truly perilous? Lin Yifan cast a glance at the sidelines, where an abundance of beauties and long legs graced the scene. Chapter 43. Tension in the air? A slaughter? Kendall Jenner, today adorned in a form-fitting black leather skirt paired with a low-cut silk blouse, has long been renowned for her audacious fashion choices that dominate entertainment headlines. Her impressive figure, accentuated by the snug leather and the subtly revealing silk, evokes a myriad of thoughts. As the live camera panned over Kendall Jenner, the atmosphere in the stream ignited with fervor. Indeed, Jenner is a vision of beauty. Those leather pants are tantalizing. Oh no, that blouse is quite revealing. Her physique and presence leave much to be admired. Being the only one from the Kardashian clan to catch the eye, news has suggested that Kendall seems to be in a dry spell romantically. One wonders who her next suitor might be. However, she shall never belong to me. At that moment, Jenner was gazing at the warm-up players on the court, her eyes reminiscent of a hunter in pursuit of her quarry. Blake Griffin of the Clippers discreetly glanced toward Jenner. He had circled the date of the game against the Lakers on his calendar long ago. Just this year, he signed a lucrative 5-year contract worth $173 million with the Los Angeles Clippers, reveling in the splendor of the vibrant city. He had long desired to hitch a ride on the Kardashian family bandwagon. Today, he aimed to impress Jenner and await an opportunity to express his feelings. Having heard about Jenner's recent split from singer A$AP Rocky, it seemed his chance had finally arrived. This game marked the first regular season match of the year, broadcast nationwide. Yet, Griffin had been mired in skepticism. Media outlets had criticized him for his swift decline following a significant injury, citing a substantial drop in athleticism, and pointing out that his wingspan and vertical leap were major disadvantages. His shortcomings in shooting and post-play techniques rendered him ill-suited for the contemporary small ball era. Thus, Griffin had begun to adapt his style of play, incorporating mid-range shots and playmaking, evolving into a more versatile forward. Nevertheless, he felt little pressure. After all, he had the money. So what was there to fear? Luxurious cars, stunning women, and a grand villa? Wasn't life splendid? The nationwide broadcast would be aired across various networks, with ESPN and TNT providing live commentary. The TNT commentary team, featuring the boisterous Charles Barkley and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, was set to cover the match. Prior to the game, both offered their predictions. Although Shaquille, a Lakers legend, spoke without reservation, it was evident that the Clippers were the dominant force in Los Angeles, with the Lakers lacking in several areas. Barkley was equally blunt in his forecast, remarking on the Lakers' rookie squad under the guidance of Luke Walton, describing their play as chaotic. He predicted the Lakers would lose by at least 20 points. Conversely, the TNT team's other commentator, Rockets veteran Kenny Smith, shook his head, asserting that the Lakers' young talents had potential. Look at Ingram. He is practically a reincarnation of Durant, and this year's ball, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, alongside Kuzma and Hart providing solid scoring options. Furthermore, they had unearthed a talented undrafted player this year. An undrafted player? Barkley suddenly recalled, "Oh, I remember that dark-haired boy you mentioned." Kenny Smith continued, "This kid has yet to play a single regular season game and has already been slotted into the rotation." O'Neal nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yifan, a tall player with exceptional passing skills and a natural flair for the game. Yet, Barkley pointedly noted the deficiencies, asserting that while Lin Yifan's passing creativity was commendable, he was far too slender and lacked offensive prowess. Lacking offensive capability? O'Neal countered Barkley, "Can you deliver a no-look pass?" However, Barkley remained steadfast in his viewpoint, asserting that while he could not execute such passes, he merely needed Lin to focus on scoring. Barkley then added, "These young Lakers might evolve into formidable players, yet at present, they are entirely mismatched against the Clippers lineup." Upon finishing, the TNT quartet turned their attention to the warming players, with Barkley's impression of Lin Yifan lingering from 2 months prior during the Summer League Finals. At this moment, Lin Yifan is on the sidelines, engaging in strength enhancement training with coach Roger Chosan. Observing Lin Yifan, both Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal appear contemplative, uncertain whether it's a mere illusion or reality. Why does Lin Yifan seem considerably stronger? The live chat has erupted with excitement since Lin Yifan's appearance, and the trainer assisting him seems to be from the Warriors, indeed a significant acquisition by the Lakers. However, it seems Lin Yifan has gained even more muscle compared to just a couple of days ago. His progress is nothing short of remarkable, and fans eagerly anticipate his performance today. Yet, can the current Lakers truly compete against the Clippers? Although it is a local derby in Los Angeles, the majority of fans present at the arena are clad in Lakers jerseys, with only a sparse scattering of blue-clad Clippers supporters. Among the few Clippers fans, their owner, Steve Ballmer, is undoubtedly one of them. Before the game, this fervent Clippers enthusiast approached coach Doc Rivers, urging him to show no mercy and to thoroughly dismantle the Lakers, promising a cash reward for the team if they succeed. The game was promptly broadcasted by Mafia Sports, though young Dalian was absent due to facial pain. Meanwhile, female host Xiaoqi appeared smitten, prompting a return to the live scene as the game was about to commence. Just before the director could switch the camera, Xiaoqi's voice rang out. Lin Yifan is so handsome. I just want to see him score. As the match commenced, DeAndre Jordan successfully secured the tip-off, and the Clippers launched into a fervent offensive. Right off the bat, Blake Griffin scored 2 consecutive jump shots. Following that, Julius Randle overcommitted, allowing Griffin to feint and drive inside, tossing the ball effortlessly for an alley-oop connection with Jordan. Upon witnessing this score, Ballmer rolled up his sleeves, fists raised, his face flushed as he fervently cheered at the Lakers' warming-up players, shouting, "Yes, destroy the Lakers. Take them down." Beside Ballmer, Clippers general manager consultant Jerry West maintained a stoic expression. Although Griffin had altered his playing style to become more of a playmaking power forward, with a reliable zombie jump shot from the arc and commendable passing skills, West had already concocted different plans in his mind. Griffin's explosive athleticism no longer aligned with the league's evolution towards technical, versatile forwards, compounded by his tumultuous personal life and lack of focus in training, which would inevitably lead to his failure in transition. Griffin's performance today was precisely what West hoped for, providing substantial data that could enhance trade negotiations. This summer, West decisively traded Chris Paul and brought in Serbian point guard Milos Teodosic on a 2-year, $12.3 million contract. Teodosic, a European MVP with a magician's flair, was set to replace Paul's playmaking duties. With Paul, Griffin, and Jordan, the Clippers were once dubbed the Lob City, showcasing an exquisite blend of passing and violent dunks that positioned them as formidable rivals to the Lakers, earning them the moniker City of Angels. At this moment, after a pick-and-roll with Teodosic, Griffin casually tossed the ball, seemingly unintentional yet calculated, launching himself into the air, pressing down on Randle's face with his left hand, executing a powerful dunk that sent Randle sprawling to the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Randle. This dunk echoed reminiscently of Griffin's rookie season, as he executed a stunning over-the-head dunk. The intensity of this Los Angeles derby was palpable, with Griffin's resurgence on full display. Following the dunk, Randle clutched Griffin's leg, and they both tumbled to the ground, entangled in a scuffle. The referee blew his whistle repeatedly, separating the two players and issuing a technical foul to both Griffin and Randle. It seemed Griffin was fueled by some adrenaline, playing with an intensity that resembled a steroid-fueled performance. Rumors circulated that Griffin was pursuing Kendall Jenner, but her attention appeared far removed from the heated action on the court. Known as the NBA's heartthrob collector, Jenner typically favors handsome, talented young prospects. As a diehard Lakers fan, she was clearly dissatisfied with her team's current predicament. The Lakers' home crowd seemed unusually subdued compared to usual. Meanwhile, the Clippers initiated their pick-and-roll strategy, with Teodosic's pinpoint passing and Griffin sharing the responsibility of orchestrating the offense. 8 minutes into the first quarter, the score was a staggering 35-10. A rivalry? A clash of adversaries? It seemed more akin to a one-sided massacre than a competitive encounter. Fans in the live chat began to voice their disdain. What is this Lakers team doing? Only Ingram's few drives are worth watching. What right does Luol Deng, worth $20 million, have to remain on the court? It's all due to Pelinka's miraculous moves, Lakers' poison contract. At this moment, Lakers fans vented their frustrations, particularly directed at Deng. Once a stellar second-in-command with the Bulls, Deng's performance had plummeted after his move to the Heat, and it was likely he never expected to receive another lucrative contract. Yet, Pelinka offered him a 4-year, $72 million deal during the 2016 offseason. During the 8 minutes Deng spent on the court, he was thoroughly targeted on both ends. Clippers head coach Doc Rivers sat contentedly on the sidelines, watching his players shine with apparent satisfaction. Meanwhile, Luke Walton frowned in dismay, ultimately calling a timeout and substituting out the underperforming Deng. This marked Deng's final starting appearance with the Lakers, as the bench unit took their positions on the court. Lin Yifan and Zubac replaced Big Low and Randle. On the sidelines, Kendall Jenner suddenly lifted her head to gaze at the Lakers' number 23 player entering the game, inquiring of her companion, "Who is this young man? He appears rather dashing." Chapter 44, The Explosive Scoring Ability? A stunned West. Lin Yifan has entered the game? Has Walton finally come to his senses, or what? Yet, the score is already so lopsided. As the live chat erupted, the Clippers were poised to extend their lead on the offensive end. Griffin showed no signs of exiting the game in the first quarter. With the ball at the high post, he aimed to take on Lin Yifan directly. Griffin executed a quick, deceptive move. Lin Yifan exhibited remarkable agility and speed, even possessing a slight advantage. With a resounding thud, he maintained an impeccable defensive position. However, Lin Yifan's physicality was somewhat lacking, especially when faced with the formidable Griffin, who was distinguished by his extraordinary physical prowess. During a physical confrontation, Lin Yifan was nearly knocked off balance. Griffin pondered to himself, "This kid is surprisingly quick," and then proceeded to adopt a back-to-the-basket approach, forcefully driving in. With two powerful thrusts from the free throw line, he made his intentions clear. Lin Yifan retreated repeatedly, leveraging his height and arm span advantage. He lowered his center of gravity and raised his hands defensively. Just as the opponent was about to penetrate the paint, O'Neal frowned, noting that although the young man had become considerably stronger, he still struggled against a physical powerhouse like Griffin. Indeed, Griffin did not rely on physical confrontation to gain an offensive advantage. He lacked proficiency in back-to-basket moves, and his skills near the rim were rather rudimentary. Certainly, if it were you, having already backed into such a position, a simple pivot would result in a shot, O'Neal commented. Barkley was surprised to hear O'Neal praise his post-up game today, feeling a sense of pride as he quipped, "Ha, if it were you, Big Shark, you would have already turned and dunked it." As the undeniable core of the Clippers, Griffin recognized that with Paul now traded, he possessed unlimited offensive freedom. Although the recently acquired Teodosic exhibited exceptional passing skills, Griffin found himself often taking on the role of primary offensive facilitator. However, Griffin's most significant shortcoming in offensive prowess lay in his inadequate post-up skills and lack of agility, which caused the team's offense to stagnate during his isolation plays. His movements were stiff, and he frequently recorded high assist-to-turnover ratios. As anticipated, when Griffin sensed a potential double team while attempting a third drive, he passed the ball to the opposite corner. The basketball was intercepted. Ball had been waiting on the side for quite some time. Griffin's errant pass led to a turnover, and Ball seized the opportunity. The transition from defense to offense was instantaneous. Frustrated, Griffin hurried back on defense. The fast break did not materialize, and Ball began orchestrating the half-court offense. Lin Yifan secured an advantageous position in the low right corner, and Ball delivered a delicate lob towards him. Lin Yifan turned his back, holding the ball. Griffin thought to himself, "Is this rookie really attempting to take me on one-on-one? Don't be ridiculous, rookie. Your strength is insufficient." Just at that moment, as Griffin's thoughts lingered, Lin Yifan astonishingly did not drop the ball. Instead, upon receiving it, he smoothly pivoted to the right, simultaneously altering his footwork. With his left foot firmly planted and his right foot elevated, he lifted his right knee as his body swayed in opposition to his center of gravity, drifting away from the basket. Griffin, realizing the situation, exerted himself in defense. However, at a height of 2.06 meters, coupled with his limited reach, he was rendered nearly defenseless against Lin Yifan's jump shot, who stands at 2.11 meters with a wingspan of 2.21 meters. Moreover, Nowitzki's jump shot is renowned for its remarkable resistance to interference. He released the shot. The basketball traced an extraordinary arc. It swished through the net. What? Griffin stood frozen in disbelief. How could this young player's post shot be so fluid? There was no hint of resistance. He simply took the shot. Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing the basket, erupted in a roar. This. Could it be that I am not mistaken? Nowitzki's jump shot. Indeed, the motion was strikingly identical. Charles Barkley's jaw dropped in astonishment. When did this young player acquire such a skillful post shot? A post shot can indeed alter the course of a game. Even the formidable Michael Jordan, after enduring the infamous Bad Boys of Detroit in the early years of his career, gradually developed a back-leaning jump shot that transformed the Bulls' triangle offense. No center on the team? Then I, Jordan, shall play center. The post shot stands as one of the most potent offensive maneuvers. Meanwhile, Griffin has trained for several seasons, yet has not mastered such a post shot. This score ignited the live stream. Incredible. Is it possible that Nowitzki has possessed him? Goodness. Is this the Lin Yifan I saw 2 weeks ago? Magnificent. Lin Yifan's shot was utterly ethereal. At this moment, Clippers general manager consultant Jerry West shifted in his seat. unable to remain still. He understood that the league is in dire need of cultivating players with autonomous offensive capabilities, and here was such a player in the paint. Immediately, Lin Yifan activated his scoring mode. The saying goes, one move triumphs all, and for 11 years, Nowitzki relied on this very jump shot to dismantle the Heat's defense, particularly against shorter interior players. It seemed he could not miss. On the other end, Griffin was becoming increasingly frustrated, eager to retaliate with the same tactic. The more he sought to respond, the worse his shooting became. Griffin attempted 2 back-to-the-basket shots followed by step-back jumpers. Clang, clang. Both attempts hit iron. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan appeared to be in a league of his own, effortlessly sinking 3 consecutive mid-range shots, all in the face of Griffin's inadequate defense. Timeout. Doc Rivers called for a pause. Hey, Blake, that rookie has scored 8 points in a row. You need a breather. Rivers' remark could only be perceived as an affront to Griffin. Hey, Doc, I'm not tired. Griffin fumed, nearly ready to pound his chest in frustration. Hey, DeAndre. Go guard that rookie. DeAndre Jordan, distinguished from the basketball deity, is often referred to as Little Jordan. In the 2016 season, he was named to the All-NBA First Team and the All-Defensive First Team. Little Jordan remains a formidable contender for the Defensive Player of the Year award, thriving in the alley-oop capital of the league due to his explosive leaping and dunking abilities. Guarding that rookie? That would be a piece of cake. Little Jordan dismissed it entirely. Standing at 2'11" meters and weighing 120 kilograms, with exceptional physical gifts, he thought to himself, I will pin him to the ground. Following the timeout, the game resumed, and the Lakers made adjustments, bringing in Caruso and Kuzma, replacing Ball and Ingram. The lineup on the court was now entirely composed of bench players, with Lin Yifan as the focal point of this unit. Caruso dribbled the ball into the front court, delivering a lob pass to the 45-degree angle, just 2 steps inside the 3-point line. Sure enough, Little Jordan initiated contact, pushing Lin Yifan out of the 3-second zone. It was a one-on-one defense. Lin Yifan held the ball at the perimeter. In this position, it was challenging to execute a back-to-basket play. Neither too close nor too far from the hoop. Jordan chuckled. Hey rookie, sorry, but you're not. Before he could finish, Lin Yifan responded with a Mona Lisa smile. He executed a perfect one-leg jump. Simultaneously, he utilized the spring of his right knee to create space. Jordan attempted to block with his left hand. The basketball narrowly brushed past Jordan's fingertips. However, the trajectory of the shot was too high. The ball arced gracefully like a rainbow. Swish. The ball went in. Jordan's unfinished remark lingered in the air. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan extended his right hand, gesturing for silence towards Jordan. The charming smile remained on Lin Yifan's face. Defensive Player of the Year? I hardly noticed. The live stream erupted. Wow. Lin Yifan's smile is truly heart-stopping. Jordan, the leaping athlete, appeared like a mere candy in the face of Lin Yifan's one-legged stance, soft and squishy at that. Unfortunately, Jordan's skills were too rudimentary and his defense was deteriorating. Far away in the stands, Clippers owner Steve Ballmer fell silent as the score was quickly closed to a 10-point deficit. Beside him, Jerry West's expression turned serious, clearly astonished by the performance of this undrafted player. Chapter 45, The Clippers Bench Counterattack? Rivers, who contributed to the meme-worthy moments, could not help but comment. This is explosive scoring ability. Barkley nodded. Indeed, executing such a one-legged maneuver is nearly indefensible for a big man. Jordan cursed on the court, FCK. Desiring to respond with a basket, he found himself lacking any ball-handling ability. In previous seasons, he thrived under Paul's playmaking, becoming a first-team All-Star. However, the glaring weakness of his inadequate ball-handling skills was severely exposed after Paul's departure and his own physical decline. Jordan had only dribbled twice before being startled by Kuzma's double team. Lin Yifan, quick and astute, executed a deft maneuver, intercepting the ball. Caruso advanced the ball to the forefront, subsequently passing it to Lin Yifan positioned at the arc's apex. Following the previous play, DeAndre Jordan intensified his physical presence, pressing closely against Lin Yifan, with his arm wedged against Lin's back, attempting to disrupt his shooting rhythm through sheer physicality. Hey, rookie, you won't get another shot off this time. Yet, Lin Yifan remained unfazed. He adeptly adjusted his body orientation, now facing the basket with the ball in hand. DeAndre Jordan's lateral movement on defense was rather mediocre. His defensive prowess was primarily a deterrent beneath the rim. With the advent of the small ball era, towering figures like Jordan have become easy targets following screens. Imagine a guard facing a big man like Jordan. They can either drive for a layup or retreat for a three-pointer. The future of the paint no longer accommodates players like Jordan, who lack perimeter defensive capabilities, leaving them with only one path forward. Lin Yifan executed a deceptive dribble, extending his right foot while shifting his weight to the right. This is the most frequently employed probing step within the triple threat position. Little Jordan immediately retreated a few steps. In that fleeting moment of creating space, Lin Yifan executed a shooting motion, exclaiming, "Take that." Little Jordan leapt to contest the shot. It must be said, despite being a center, Little Jordan possessed an exceptional vertical leap. However, as Little Jordan ascended, Lin Yifan adeptly transformed his shooting motion into a drive. Little Jordan was left completely off balance. Lin Yifan executed a seamless dribble, effortlessly maneuvering past DeAndre Jordan. Jordan's playing style is characterized by a notably low basketball IQ. Lin Yifan had long discerned that the spring-like leap was merely a feint that could be easily deceived with a simple shooting gesture. As Lin Yifan successfully maneuvered past Little Jordan, the Clippers' Gallinari swiftly retreated to the paint to offer assistance on defense. As Lin Yifan broke through to the basket, he executed a swift three-step maneuver to attempt a layup. Gallinari had already coiled up to deliver an emphatic block. However, Lin Yifan, with his gaze fixed on the hoop, gently flicked the basketball back, causing it to unexpectedly veer away from the basket. What is this? It was, in fact, a pass. The ball sailed beneath Gallinari's armpit, allowing Kuzma to catch it effortlessly. He then followed with a thunderous dunk. What a splendid pass. A no-look pass. The home court of the Lakers erupted with excitement. Magnificent. An audaciously stylish assist. With a flick of his wrist, the pass was perfectly delivered. This number 23 is truly remarkable. Beep. The timer sounded, signaling the end of the first quarter, and Lin's teammates rushed over for high fives in celebration. Great pass, Lin. Kuzma leaped up to engage in a chest bump with Lin Yifan. In just 3 minutes on the court, the deficit, once 20 points, had been cut down to a mere 8. Nearby, Jerry West widened his eyes at the sight of this pass. This undrafted player possesses such strong playmaking abilities. His passing skills rival those of elite point guards. Such offensive prowess, combined with exquisite passing, and he is a center. How astonishing that he possesses such finesse in his passing. Jerry West, having served as a team general manager for many years, had never encountered a player of this caliber. He quietly summoned the Clipper scout, instructing him to thoroughly observe Lin and compile a scouting report. Westgaze returned to Lin Yifan. Where did this player come from? Only 19 years old. Is this not the future player I have been seeking? How can I bring him to the Clippers? Jerry West fell into deep contemplation. During the intermission, as the team's lead gradually diminished, Clippers coach Rivers stood with his hands on his hips, sporting a peculiar expression that seemed to oscillate between a smile and something less cheerful, shaking his head at the players' bench. A scene reminiscent of a world-famous painting unfolded, capturing Rivers' mixed feelings of helplessness, disbelief, incredulity, and a hint of self-mockery. Wait, let's not forget. We are a playoff team. We boast multiple all-star caliber players. We must not be overwhelmed by an undrafted player from a weak team. Coach Rivers, known for his motivational coaching style, faced criticism from the media for his lack of game adjustments. In the latter half of the first quarter, under Lin Yifan's leadership, the team continued to close the gap. Yet Rivers made no sign of adjustment. Meanwhile, on the bench, Clippers reserve player Montrezl Harrell stood up. "Doug, I will contain that kid. Leave that rookie to me." Harrell had just been traded from the Mavericks during the offseason, and as a third-year player, he needed to prove himself to earn Rivers' trust. As the second quarter commenced, the Clippers made significant roster adjustments. Beverly, Lou Williams, Wesley Johnson, Decker, and Harrell took to the court. Was this a 5-for-5 substitution? The Clippers certainly had the numbers. The Los Angeles Mavericks were in full force. Except for Johnson, they were all Mavericks product. Mavericks products are always top-notch. Suddenly, a wave of Mavericks fans surged into the live stream, igniting the atmosphere. At the start of the second quarter, the Lakers maintained their bench lineup from the end of the first. Caruso, Clarkson, Kuzma, Lin Yifan, and Zubac took to the floor. The Clippers reserves quickly adopted the Mavericks' signature style of play. This approach involved exploiting the opposing team's interior defensive weaknesses, utilizing screens to create mismatches for their guards to attack the basket. Of course, this strategy requires a formidable offensive presence and exceptional playmaking from the backcourt, exemplified by players like James Harden and Chris Paul. Now, taking on this role was the 2015 Sixth Man of the Year, Lou Williams. Williams is among the league's top bench scorers, capable of driving, shooting threes, and executing floaters. Most importantly, he excels at pick and rolls and passing. As the second quarter began, The Clippers bench, led by the stellar sixth man Lou Williams, initiated their offensive counterattack. Right away, Williams engaged Harrell in a pick-and-roll. Zubac switched on to Williams. With a swift burst of speed, Williams penetrated into the paint. Lin Yifan reached out to defend. Behind him, Harrell surged forward, and the Clippers executed a spectacular alley-oop dunk. This was a quintessential pick-and-roll collaboration, reminiscent of the synergy between Lou Williams and Harrell during their tenure with the Rockets. Following this, Lou Williams, after yet another pick, faced Zubac and executed a graceful step-back three-pointer, and the ball swished through the net. Harrell played with fervor, delivering 2 consecutive thunderous dunks, letting out a roar akin to that of a lion. In that moment, the momentum of the Clippers completely overshadowed the Lakers. Coach Luke Walton called a timeout. Goodness. The Clippers bench is extraordinarily formidable. The Rockets' small ball strategy has found a new home in the Clippers. These substitutes could easily be starters on other teams, couldn't they? Just like that, the score widened to a 15-point lead. Clippers 44, Lakers 29. The home crowd of Lakers fans fell eerily silent. While Clippers supporters erupted in chants, the Lakers are utterly weak. Lakers suck. The true masters of Los Angeles are the Clippers. As the timeout concluded and the Clippers bench launched a ferocious counterattack, young Walton opted to reinstate his starters. Let my main players take on your substitutes. However, Rivers of the Clippers made no adjustments upon witnessing the Lakers starters return to the court. In this inaugural game of the new season, Rivers was curious to see just how far this former Rockets lineup could go. Back on the court, no one anticipated the seamless chemistry among these former Rockets players, who appeared to be a band of bench marauders. Lou Williams continued his relentless training regimen under the tutelage of the illustrious Mike D'Antoni. These former Rockets players executed a strategy of rapid-fire offense, focusing solely on three-pointers and layups, eschewing mid-range shots. Their defense was characterized by relentless switches, featuring players with exceptional jumping ability capable of guarding any position. At this moment, the tallest player on the court was Harrell, standing at a mere 2.01 meters. This meant that Harrell could effectively guard the 1.98-meter ball and hold his ground against the formidable Lopez. As the second quarter progressed, Lou Williams and Harrell continued to score relentlessly. Williams had already amassed 21 points and 4 assists, leading all scorers. This bench brigade unleashed another devastating 15-2 offensive surge. By halftime, the score stood at Clippers 59, Lakers 31. The deficit had ballooned to nearly 30 points. As the Lakers players retreated to the locker room, the arena was filled with boos from disgruntled fans. Lou Williams MVP. Harrell MVP. Many Lakers supporters began to turn their allegiances. Refund. Fire Luke Walton. During the halftime analysis on TNT, Shaquille O'Neal candidly stated that the Clippers bench was overwhelmingly impactful, rendering the Lakers starters powerless. Charles Barkley chimed in, declaring that this game was already over. Even Lakers fans were turning against their team. Kenny Smith chuckled, I feel like I'm witnessing a Rockets versus Lakers showdown. A complete offensive domination. As a former Rocket, Smith held deep affection for the team. In the contrasting locker rooms during halftime, the atmosphere was starkly different. Rivers was invigorating his team, exuding enthusiasm. I see the impact of our bench. I see the Clippers' offensive strength. I see who rules Los Angeles. Go, go, go. Meanwhile, Walton observed his lethargic Lakers starters, particularly the locker room leader Julius Randle, who sat silently, seemingly dazed after trailing by 28 points. The home fans were relentless in their jeers. The team's spirit was deflated. Luke Walton felt utterly powerless. In the Lakers' locker room, a palpable sense of despair hung in the air. Ding. System task initiated. Assist the team in achieving a 30-point comeback. Reward an S-class treasure chest. Another S-class? A 30-point comeback seems an insurmountable task, doesn't it? As the second half commenced, Clippers coach Rivers surprisingly substituted in his third-string lineup. Austin Rivers replaced Lou Williams, joined by Little Rivers, Samuels, Wesley Johnson, Decker, and Willie Reed. Upon seeing Little Rivers take the court, the live chat erupted in jest. Even Rivers has put in his son. The only player I recognize is Little Rivers. Folks, chant that phrase. The Lakers. Oh no. The Clippers are champions. The score gap was nearing 30 points. I'm off for a bite to eat. However, the atmosphere in the chat was notably subdued compared to before. After halftime, many departing Lakers fans failed to return to their seats. Numerous fans in the arena began chanting, Go Clippers. The Lakers, too, opted to substitute out their veterans, allowing the younger players to gain more experience and build team chemistry. Ball, Hart, Kuzma, Lin Yifan, and Thomas Bryant comprised the Lakers' fresh rookie lineup. Is this how the game will unfold? The VE only played one half, haven't they? Surely, it's too early to concede defeat. Lin Yifan thought to himself, the competition has only just begun. It is time to commence the performance. Something must be done to elevate the spirits of everyone. The second half is about to commence. Lin Yifan and Ball established a harmonious partnership, executing a pick-and-roll with finesse. First setting the screen, then rolling towards the basket, as Ball delivered the pass to the descending Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan executed two swift movements, only to be met by Reed's defensive presence in the Clippers' paint. A high lob, not a shot. This was a pass. On the side, Thomas Bryant surged forth. An alley-oop dunk. Such a seamless collaboration? Kenny Smith couldn't help but comment, the Clippers, centered around Griffin, thrive on such synergy, don't they? Is this not using their own tactics against them? Kenny continued. However, Lin Yifan's passing motion is far more graceful than Griffin's. His touch is notably softer, and his ability to read the game is remarkable. It seems he had already anticipated Thomas's move. Meanwhile, the Clippers' third-string offensive lineup lacked a definitive focal point. Naturally, Rivers stepped up to assume the role of primary offensive driver. At the top of the arc, Rivers maneuvered with consecutive behind-the-back dribbles, nearly losing control of the ball several times. As the shot clock dwindled to 24 seconds, he executed a step-back three. Thud. Off the rim. Lin Yifan leaped gracefully to secure the rebound. This remarkable display of athleticism caught the attention of Charles Barkley, who was undeniably impressed. It was as if the memory of fierce battles against his old rivals resurfaced in his mind. The big shark interjected, proclaiming, "This is indeed Rodman's signature one-handed rebound." At this moment, Lin Yifan was acutely aware that being significantly behind in score necessitated a focus on three key aspects. First, to strengthen the defense. Second, to secure the rebounds effectively. And third, to orchestrate the offense proficiently. Lin Yifan advanced with the ball towards the front court, and before the Clippers players could establish their positions, he deftly maneuvered past Reed's defense with an enormous stride, a move reminiscent of Durant's signature style. To everyone's astonishment, Reed remained rooted to the spot, unable to react. Such an outrageous change of direction was utterly remarkable. Meanwhile, Decker surged in for support beneath the basket. As Lin Yifan glanced to his right, Decker anticipated a pass to the corner, where Josh Hart had already positioned himself at the three-point line. However, Lin Yifan gently tapped with his right hand to the left, directing the basketball to the left instead. Ball followed suit, effortlessly making a layup. After scoring, Ball pointed at Lin Yifan, exclaiming, "Kid, that pass bears my signature." The understanding of a top-tier playmaker regarding passing is a connection of the mind and spirit. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley exchanged astonished glances, their expressions betraying their disbelief as they remarked, "Is this guy really a center? This performance is nothing short of divine." O'Neal, while saying this, rubbed his arm hair in excitement. Meanwhile, on the Clippers bench, Rivers stood at the sideline, wearing a grin that straddled amusement and disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. He momentarily forgot to call a timeout. It is no wonder that Doc Rivers has earned the moniker King of Comebacks. He is the only coach in history to have experienced multiple playoff series where his team led 3-1 only to be overturned. In the first round of the 2003 playoffs, the Magic led the Pistons 3-1, only to be reversed. At that time, Rivers had the peak version of Tracy McGrady, who could fly and dunk. In the second round of the 2015 playoffs, the Clippers led the Rockets 3-1, only to succumb. That team had the prime Chris Paul and Blake Griffin. Thus, Rivers has garnered a reputation for being the quintessential embodiment of human reversals. However, Coach Rivers has never acknowledged himself as the king of comebacks in his eyes. A coach is always wise and formidable, and losses invariably have objective reasons. He is never at fault. Chapter 47. A stunning comeback? The quintessence of human reversals. The live broadcast room began to buzz with excitement. Clippers fans exclaimed, "The Lakers have closed the gap to within 10 points. Why hasn't old Rivers called a timeout?" Griffin fans lamented, "Griffin has been on the bench for nearly a whole quarter. Isn't it time for him to get back in?" Lakers fans urged, "Whatever you do, don't take little Rivers out. I adore him, love him as he walks alone through the dark alleys." Clippers fans retorted, "This kid is clearly the favorite son. Every time he steps on the court, it's just a parade of turnovers and bricks." Neutral fans chimed in, "Hang in there, Lakers. The game has become too chaotic. It's losing its appeal. Hurry up and turn this around." At this moment, Little Rivers had already spent 6 seasons in the league. Since Doc Rivers took the helm of the Clippers, Little Rivers' playing time has steadily increased. Last season, he achieved a career high of 12 points and 2.8 assists. albeit with an average of 2.0 turnovers. Essentially, each assist came with a complimentary turnover. At that moment, Little Rivers attempted another pass, only to have it intercepted by Ball. Ball's eyes darted, catching sight of a Lakers player initiating a fast break. A long pass was launched. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Lin Yifan. The center was charging down the court on a fast break. Although Lin Yifan is an interior player, his remarkable speed of 85 is the highest among all his attributes, placing him among the elite in the realm of big men. The basketball arced gracefully through the air. However, the pass was a tad too ambitious, sending the ball careening towards the baseline. Suddenly, a towering figure, approximately 2.1 meters tall, took colossal strides, leaping into action to save the ball. His body nearly formed a straight line as he soared through the air. In a miraculous moment, he grasped the basketball and flung it behind his head. Astonishingly, the ball returned to the court, landing perfectly in the hands of the trailing Josh Hart, who was positioned right beneath the hoop. Hart executed a flawless layup, effortlessly scoring. The towering player was none other than Lin Yifan himself. After his acrobatic save, Lin Yifan tumbled into the throng of players, creating a chaotic scene that left the audience in a state of uproar. Popcorn flew into the air, beer spilled everywhere, and the faces of the onlooking sisters turned pale in astonishment. Lin Yifan's landing position after saving the ball coincidentally placed him right at the seats of Stallone's 3 daughters on the sidelines. The trio of sisters were startled as Lin Yifan landed heavily upon them, momentarily making him feel as if he had stumbled into an unusual realm. Remarkably, there were no signs of injury. However, caution was still warranted. After all, such a save was perilous. Lin Yifan and the 3 beautiful sisters were entangled together, lying there for quite some time without getting up. The television broadcast cleverly captured this scene, rendering it far more captivating than the match itself. The live chat room erupted. "Hey, Lin Yifan, get off my wife. Lin, you're infuriating. It's been ages, and you still haven't moved," looking quite pleased. "Father-in-law Stallone, hurry up and lift that boy to give him a good thrashing." As the camera shifted, it revealed Kendall Jenner seated beside Stallone's daughters. Whether due to shock or some other reason, Jenner's face was flushed, her hand placed anxiously over her heart as she watched Lin Yifan sprawled on the ground. Lin plays with such fervor, but he is quite handsome. It turned out that in his fall, Lin had knocked over the beer cup in Jenner's hand, splattering her with beer in an instant, the white shirt clinging to her form, accentuating her figure. At that moment, Lin's teammates rushed over to help him up, and he quickly began to apologize. The Stallone sisters, ardent Lakers fans, were initially startled by the collision, but upon raising their heads, they were met with the sight of such a striking young man. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Number 23, you played brilliantly." The 3 sisters even assisted in lifting Lin Yifan, their warm hands mingling together. Meanwhile, Jenner kept her gaze fixed on Lin Yifan, thinking to herself that this young man played well and possessed quite the charm. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yifan returned to the court. The Lakers fans in the arena were so moved by the exciting save that a round of applause erupted. Looking up, he saw the entire crowd standing and clapping. Lin Yifan once again apologized as he gestured toward the 3 sisters. However, he noticed Kendall Jenner rising to her feet, completely unfazed by her shirt dampened by beer. Instead, she wore a sweet smile and nodded at Lin Yifan. Amidst the thunderous applause, the atmosphere within the arena seemed to shift dramatically in favor of the Lakers. The players of the Lakers, invigorated, exchanged high-fives with Lin Yifan, their youthful spirit suddenly transformed. Indeed, for the young athletes, the essence of the game is often driven by sheer enthusiasm. As expected, Ball sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. Kuzma followed with a 3-point shot and a powerful dunk. Clarkson executed a series of impressive drives. Thomas Bryant maintained a steadfast defense in the paint. Lin Yifan has completely orchestrated the offensive strategy for the Lakers. With just 2 minutes remaining in the third quarter, the 30-point deficit has astonishingly shrunk to a mere 8 points. The live chat is buzzing with excitement. What on earth happened? I stepped away for a meal, and the score is suddenly in single digits. Lin Yifan has descended like a deity. Mother, come quick and witness this miracle. My mother inquires why I am kneeling to watch the game. How many assists has Lin Yifan tallied? Surely at least 10. This is utterly outrageous. At last, Doc Rivers has called a timeout. He stands with arms crossed, staring blankly at the scoreboard. Clippers 62, Lakers 54. Hey, what transpired? Can someone enlighten me? Rivers shakes his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, several Clippers players appear momentarily dazed. As the third quarter draws to a close, Rivers substitutes in his 5 primary players. Griffin and DeAndre Jordan form the interior duo. while Teodosic and Beverly take the perimeter. However, these players have been resting on the bench for an extended period, their bodies having grown somewhat cold. This strategy of alternating 5 for 5 can lead to such circumstances. On the contrary, the Lakers maintain their momentum with a lineup that emphasizes scoring, bringing in the dynamic Ingram to enhance their offensive prowess. The young Lakers players, fueled by a surging spirit, are ready to fight tooth and nail. On the sidelines, Randall, upon hearing Luke Walton's strategy, is infuriated, banging his hand against the chair. He has been relegated to a full quarter on the bench. In this game, Randall's plus-minus rating stands at -18, having been thoroughly outplayed by Griffin. Confounded, Randall wonders, this rookie has been on the court for over 10 minutes. How is his stamina still intact? Surely, he isn't using performance-enhancing drugs? Back on the court, Kuzma nails a three-pointer, followed by Ingram's drive and Ball's layup. The Lakers' relentless offensive surge continues. On the defensive end, Lin Yifan immediately finds himself matched up against Griffin. Griffin, seemingly fueled by jealousy, deliberately seeks to challenge Lin Yifan. Ignoring the coach's game plan, he opts for isolation instead of organizing a cohesive attack, attempting to take Lin Yifan one-on-one in the post. Griffin possesses decent ball-handling skills, darting left and right, yet his post-up abilities have often been criticized. When backing down, his footwork is mediocre, consistently favoring a left turn and relying on a right-handed hook shot. However, his short reach results in a low release point, coupled with a rigid shooting touch. Lin Yifan raised his hands high, and Griffin took a shot, only to clang it off the rim. On the sidelines, Rivers furrowed his brow at the scene, realizing that Griffin was not adhering to the tactical arrangements he had laid out. With Teo and Beverly, 2-point guards, on the court, chaos ensued as they played recklessly. In the distance, Jerry West shook his head in disappointment. In a flash, Lin Yifan seized the rebound and executed a long pass reminiscent of a football quarterback. The basketball soared from half-court straight to the three-point line on the opposite end. Ingram caught the ball and executed a thunderous dunk. The score flipped. Clippers 62. Lakers 63. This stunning turnaround prompted the entire arena of fans to rise to their feet, their thunderous cheers reverberating throughout the venue. Incredible. What a marvelous assist. Splendid. The live broadcast reached a crescendo. A deficit of nearly 30 points had been erased in a single quarter. What a breathtaking comeback. Yet, under Rivers' leadership, such occurrences were hardly surprising. After all, he was a master of orchestrating miraculous reversals. Chapter 48. Beverly's individual defense. The desolate Clippers' Twin Towers. Lin Yifan took a moment to rest on the sidelines, while the Clippers made a substitution, introducing their starting lineup: Beverly, Wesley Johnson, Gallinari, Griffin, and DeAndre Jordan. This ensemble boasted exceptional defensive prowess, with DeAndre Jordan serving as the defensive linchpin, complemented by Beverly's ferocious guarding. Griffin, on the other hand, assumed the mantle of offensive leader, adopting a ball-dominant approach. In his earlier years, Griffin thrived on opportunistic plays. However, with the toll of injuries, advancing age, and the evolution of the small ball era, it became imperative for a dominant big man like him to cultivate a more versatile skill set. This adaptability was the sole means for physicality-dependent interior players to thrive. After enduring the entire game, Griffin finally discovered his moment to shine. The Clippers' strategy revolved around Griffin, initiating their offense from the top of the arc, yielding palpable results. Meanwhile, the Lakers relied on Ball and Lin Yifan's pick-and-roll tactics and passing to penetrate the defense. The score fluctuated as both teams battled fiercely, neck and neck. With 6 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, the Lakers made adjustments, fielding a lineup featuring the commendable performances of Ball, Clarkson, Ingram, Kuzma, and Lin Yifan. Shaquille O'Neal remarked that the ultimate showdown of the game was imminent. Kenny Smith observed that the Clippers' menace lay not in their offense, but rather in their formidable defense. Charles Barkley nodded in agreement, asserting that the team that excelled defensively in the clutch moments would prevail. In contrast to the Clippers' robust defense, the Lakers exhibited a more offense-oriented approach, with Kenny Smith noting Lin Yifan's insufficient rim protection. Although Clippers coach Rivers was slow to adapt during the game, he understood profoundly the adage that defense wins championships. During a timeout, he repeatedly emphasized, "We must thwart their offensive efforts. Stop them." Conversely, Coach Walton sought to circumvent his team's weaknesses by devising offensive strategies. The best defense is a good offense. We must score on every possession, starting with Ball and Lin Yifan. Shoot whenever the opportunity arises. At this moment, the live broadcast grew somewhat subdued as viewers watched the score oscillate. their hearts taut with anticipation. The atmosphere in the Staples Center grew palpably heavy with tension. Facing the defensive Jordan, Lin Yifan executed a graceful spinning move, scoring with a poised stance. Immediately, Griffin passed to Jordan, who responded with an impressive alley-oop dunk, retaliating with flair. Every point scored by the Lakers is of utmost significance. It all hinges on which side can effectively thwart the opponent's advances. In this critical moment, Beverly of the Clippers abruptly switched to defend Lin Yifan. This 188-meter-tall guard, akin to a relentless hound, fiercely pressed against Lin Yifan's waist, compensating for his height disadvantage with sheer tenacity. Lin Yifan surveyed the situation on the court, finding no suitable passing opportunities. To his astonishment, he discovered that the Clippers had assigned Beverly to guard him in a one-on-one matchup. Beverly possessed defensive prowess that ranked among the elite in the league. Although he lacked in height, his low center of gravity enabled him to excel in defense. Confronted by towering opponents in the paint, he opted to embrace the risk of fouling, enhancing his physical confrontation and remaining ever prepared to intercept the ball. Lin Yifan, for a moment, found himself paralyzed, unable to make a decisive play. He was compelled to pass the ball back to Ball. In the face of Wesley Johnson, Ball executed a deft crossover, while the ever-vigilant DeAndre Jordan awaited beneath the rim, ready to deliver an emphatic rejection. The Clippers successfully thwarted yet another attempt. Beverly's defensive switch onto Lin Yifan proved effective. With Jordan commanding the paint, timely assistance was rendered. At this juncture, the Clippers' dual defensive strategy both inside and out left the young Lakers struggling to find an avenue for penetration. As Beverly entered the fray, Lakers fans erupted in outrage. This is akin to a rabid dog unleashed. Beverly's aggression knows no bounds. As long as he doesn't incapacitate you, he will relentlessly pursue you. Now, as the game approached its concluding stages, the referees seemed less inclined to whistle for fouls. Indeed, during one offensive sequence, Lin Yifan has positioned himself beneath the basket, and Ball is poised to deliver a perfect lob. Beverly, charging from behind, executes a full-bodied tackle, sending Lin Yifan sprawling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierces the air. With a smirk on his face, Beverly shakes his head and mutters, "Is this really a foul? The league has become too lenient. There's hardly any defense now. Rookie, you are utterly locked down. Do you comprehend that?" Lin Yifan approached the free throw line. Ding dong. System task. Assist the team in achieving a remarkable comeback victory by scoring 5 consecutive points to clinch the match. Lin Yifan's first free throw is unsuccessful, eliciting a sigh from the Lakers fans present in the arena. Was it truly a reflection of insufficient free throw proficiency? At that moment, Walton made a strategic adjustment, substituting Kuzma for Brook Lopez. The intention was unmistakable: to bolster defense and secure the rebounds. Brook Lopez, having navigated the rigors of the NBA for 9 years, earned a lucrative contract with the Nets due to his exceptional defensive skills and prowess in the paint. He arrived at the Lakers as part of the trade involving Russell. In order to adapt to the evolving landscape of the NBA, Lopez developed a reliable three-point shot during the offseason. Unlike DeAndre Jordan of the Clippers, who primarily relies on scoring within the paint, Lopez boasts elite offensive techniques and a consistent back-to-the-basket game. Lin Yifan successfully made his second free throw. During the Clippers' offense, DeAndre Jordan dominated the paint, while Blake Griffin positioned himself beyond the three-point line. Lin Yifan executed a pick with Ball, while Griffin diligently pursued Ball. Ball deftly passed the ball to the descending Lin Yifan, who opted to take a dribble before attempting a layup. At that moment, DeAndre Jordan rushed in to provide defensive support, leaping to block the shot. Weighing 120 kilograms, Jordan moved with the agility and vertical leap of an elite forward. Lin Yifan executed a low layup in midair. It appeared to be a certain block. Yet, in a sudden twist, Lin Yifan flicked his wrist midair, altering the trajectory of the basketball. The ball soared towards the corner for a three-pointer. It was a feint. Positioned in the corner, the ever-alert Brook Lopez received the pass. Unmarked, he released a three-point shot. The ball swished through the net. This score instantly prompted the anxious Lakers fans to rise in unison, exclaiming, "Oh, what a fantastic play. Incredible." With this three-pointer, the Lakers surged ahead by 2 points. Only 23 seconds remained on the clock. Doc Rivers called for a timeout. During this pause, he devised an offensive strategy, substituting Patrick Beverly for the more adept playmaker, Milos Teodosic. Though Teodosic had only scored 4 points in the match, he had recorded 6 assists. As anticipated, Teodosic made an immediate impact upon entering the game. The European wizard executed a graceful, sweeping pass, setting up Blake Griffin for an alley-oop. The score was tied. Just 10 seconds remained. In this critical moment, Luke Walton also called a timeout. How would they execute this offensive possession? The Staples center fell silent once more, as if everyone's hearts were suspended in the air. Who would receive the ball? Meanwhile, Rivers meticulously orchestrated the final defensive stand. They needed to stop this possession to force overtime. They would certainly employ a pick and roll between Ball and Lin Yifan. Beverly, you're on. Establish their passing routes. DeAndre Jordan. Keep a vigilant eye on Ball's drives. Griffin, do not allow Lin Yifan the opportunity for an alley-oop. Finally, Rivers reiterated that the ball would undoubtedly find its way to either Ball or Lin Yifan. Keep a close watch on the two of them. They will pass. Back on the court. Ball prepared to inbound the ball. Lin Yifan found himself closely monitored by Griffin and Beverly. The basketball was passed to Big Low, who swiftly turned his back and dribbled a couple of times. Ball repositioned himself, and with a deft handoff, he surged towards the basket. Beverly, who was trailing, was inadvertently knocked down by a screen set by Big Low, yet the referee refrained from calling a foul. As Ball approached the rim, the ever-watchful DeAndre Jordan prepared for a soaring block. In a moment of urgency, Ball had no choice but to pass the ball, directing it to the right side, where the receiver awaited. Lin Yifan. Only 4 seconds remain in the competition. Lin Yifan executed a feint with a shot, causing Griffin's balance to waver. He then performed a crossover step to break through to the right, his right foot directed towards the basket. The basketball was collected from the pocket position at his waist, and he leaped backward with his body while simultaneously propelling himself with his left foot. A graceful, leaning jump shot ensued, as Griffin struggled to block with a shorter reach. However, Lin Yifan's height and wingspan provided a distinct advantage. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Swish. The ball went in. The Staples Center erupted in an instant. Wow. Incredible. Lin Yifan. The live stream chat was flooded with praise. Shaquille O'Neal at the commentary booth rose to his feet, his fists raised high, his gaze reminiscent of his former teammate Kobe. The Staples Center was once again graced by a Kobe-like fadeaway jumper, an extraordinary game-winning shot. With a crucial 5-point play in the final moments, the Lakers clinched the victory. The final score was 101-99, sinking the Clippers. As the final whistle blew, the Lakers players rushed towards the court, celebrating with joy, as Lin Yifan was playfully tackled to the ground. Lin Yifan achieved a remarkable double-double with 16 points and 11 assists. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing their debut in an NBA regular season game. Rewarded with an S-Class treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for accomplishing the task of scoring 5 consecutive points and turning the game around. Rewarded with 10 attribute points. Congratulations to the host for attaining double-double statistics. Rewarded with 10 attribute points. Victory in the match. Rewarded with 2 attribute points. A bountiful harvest in the first official game of his career. In stark contrast to the jubilant Lakers bench, the Clippers bench was shrouded in silence. DeAndre Jordan held his head in disbelief at the last-second shot that sealed their fate. Blake Griffin, disheartened by the basket scored against his defense, sat dejectedly on the court floor. The forlorn Clippers interior players embodied the team's collective disappointment. Not far away, Clippers general manager advisor Jerry West perused a scouting report, nodding slightly as he read. Team owner Steve Ballmer approached. Jerry, what brings you such joy? Ballmer's voice carried a palpable sense of disappointment. His team, having led by 30 points, faced a stunning reversal and ultimately succumbed to defeat. As the Clippers' principal owner and foremost fan, Ballmer was destined for a sorrowful night. Oh, Steve, I've discovered a promising future player. Ballmer, intrigued, pressed on. Future player? You've mentioned that numerous times. Who is it? West, with a slight smile, replied. Since trading away Paul, it was only a matter of time before Griffin was put on the market. You've brought this up before, Ballmer remarked. But I simply don't understand. Indeed, West explained, Griffin still has the potential to score 30 points and grab 10 rebounds. However, he is no longer part of our future plans. Ballmer remained perplexed. Why? Can you elaborate? Jerry West squinted thoughtfully. This brings us to the shortcomings of our basketball development system. Oh, the inadequacies of the basketball training system? Ballmer's interest peaked. Griffin and Jordan are quintessential products of the American basketball system. While they possess remarkable physical gifts, their foundational skills are lacking. Shooting, dribbling, passing, and overall basketball comprehension remain rudimentary. In contrast, European big men have garnered increasing attention lately. Ballmer nodded, recalling that they had recently acquired a European prodigy, and noted that many scouts in their organization possessed first-hand knowledge of European talent. Indeed, We are witnessing a trend where European big men are becoming central figures in the NBA. Players like Griffin and Jordan are increasingly losing their appeal. Prompted by the discussion, Ballmer inquired, "What accounts for this shift?" Jerry West remarked sagely, "The talent development system in our country is flawed. The most gifted young players predominantly emerge from the AAU leagues. These young athletes participate in numerous games each year, but the emphasis on fundamental skills is severely lacking. Especially for big men, they often rely solely on their height to dominate and their physical prowess to overpower opponents. Coaches typically neglect to teach them the basics, leaving them with a shaky foundation. Many are unaware of even the concept of triple threat. They simply leverage their physical advantages to secure rebounds and dunk, then post a few highlight videos, garnering college invitations." West paused momentarily before continuing. Europe, however, operates differently. Regardless of position or height, they do not categorize players rigidly. They adhere to the former Yugoslav model of player development, where there are no designated center or point guard roles. All players are required to master dribbling, passing, shooting. Back to the basket moves, and face-up play from a young age. Ballmer raised an eyebrow. "Is this what you refer to as foundational skills?" West nodded, observing the despondent Griffin on the court. By the time he realizes the roughness of his technique, no amount of training in adulthood can rectify the stiffness that results from inadequate fundamentals. Ballmer probed further, "Is Griffin an example of this?" West nodded. "Every AAU player yearns for highlight reels and dunking. They dominate their peers through sheer physicality." However, West paused, his tone growing serious. "Those nurtured in the Yugoslav system lack media distractions, allowing them to focus on mastering their fundamentals. As they mature and develop their athletic abilities through rigorous training, they inevitably catch up to, or even surpass, these American prodigies." Ballmer fell silent, contemplating the implications. The current league emphasizes shooting, spacing, and a rapidly evolving pace with increasingly complex strategies, necessitating superior skills and basketball IQ. West's gaze shifted toward Lin Yifan, who was being interviewed courtside. "Look at that young man named Lin. He embodies all the traits of a future player I just described." The contrast between Lin Yifan's exuberance and Griffin's despondence was striking. Yet, at that moment, Griffin remained unaware that a trade to the Clippers was imminent. Eventually, Griffin would depart for the Detroit Pistons, securing a lucrative contract. Yet his performance would begin a downward trajectory. At just over 30, he found himself fighting for a veteran minimum with the Nets and Celtics. DeAndre Jordan would also leave for the Mavericks, securing his final substantial contract but wandering through several teams, at one point struggling to find playing time. Once, Griffin was the wild and formidable Blake the Beast, showcasing extraordinary athleticism through his electrifying dunks. Now, he had become a wistful memory, a shooting star. Jordan, once named to the All-NBA first team and a candidate for Defensive Player of the Year, known for his memorable dunk overnight, now faded into obscurity. Griffin, Jordan, and Howard, these once mighty titans of the basketball realm, reliant on physical prowess, were gradually descending from their pedestals, even scrambling for contracts. Despite the shifts in the small ball era and the toll of injuries, the crux of the issue remains they lacked a solid foundation, rendering them vulnerable. Relying solely on physicality inevitably leads to a day when those skills deteriorate. In contrast, mastering the fundamentals allows for longevity and resilience in performance. Ballmer, too, cast a glance at Lin Yifan, juxtaposing him with the desolate Clippers duo, his mind swirling with 1,000 thoughts. Chapter 49, The Dreamlike Footwork? Jenna's Invitation? In the office of the Clippers' general manager advisor, Jerry West examined Lin Yifan's scouting report. The large screen in the office showcased highlights from all of Lin Yifan's games. This scouting report was derived from the staff's comprehensive review of Lin's game footage. Strengths: possessing remarkable speed and agility rare among interior players. An elite basketball intelligence. Adept at observing the dynamics on the court, capable of making astute judgments, and remaining composed in the face of provocation, never easily riled. Possessing exceptional passing abilities and remarkable court vision, he delivers astonishing passes with minimal errors, prioritizing team play. His dribbling skills are outstanding, showcasing rare ball handling capabilities for someone of his stature, occasionally executing moves as elusive as artificial intelligence. His shooting prowess is commendable. Able to replicate the shooting mechanics of legends like Dirk Nowitzki and Kobe Bryant during crucial moments. He excels in rebounding, effectively protecting the defensive boards and utilizing his height and wingspan to secure rebounds. His capacity for learning is top-notch, demonstrating growth in each game. And at the tender age of 19, he harbors immense potential for further development. He is akin to templates such as Dirk Nowitzki or Pau Gasol. Jerry West nodded in agreement as he reviewed this scouting report, confident that he had not erred. This was precisely the type of player he desired. However, there are shortcomings. Despite gaining 10 kilograms during the off-season, his physicality remains average, particularly under high-intensity game conditions. His stamina is subpar, making it challenging to maintain optimal performance on the court, as evidenced by his fatigue against the Nuggets. His vertical leap is insufficient, leading to a lack of offensive rebounding and shot-blocking capabilities, which hinders his ability to inspire the team through defense. The most significant issue lies in his defensive skills. His rim protection is lacking. Although he possesses a basic defensive awareness, his fundamental rim protection is notably mediocre, narrowing his eyes at the deficiencies outlined in the draft report. Jerry West turned to the staff and inquired, "Is that all? How did this kid end up undrafted?" The league is increasingly emphasizing offensive play, and the impact of defense is diminishing. Perhaps it will only become crucial in the playoffs. Nevertheless, Lin has ample room for growth. Postgame. Lin Yifan was engaging in an interview with a strikingly attractive female journalist. "Hello, Yifan. I am Zhou Lingen. You hit the game-winning shot today. It was truly spectacular. Do you have anything you would like to share with everyone?" Lin Yifan lowered his gaze and beheld Zhou Lingen adorned in a form-fitting dress, its golden sequins shimmering incessantly under the stadium lights. May I first inquire why Miss Meng Chao is absent today?" Zhou Lingen momentarily felt a twinge of embarrassment, but continued, "Your fierce competition against Griffin and Jordan was absolutely thrilling. Did you feel any pressure while facing them?" Lin Yifan, captivated by the alluring figure of the beautiful reporter, couldn't resist stealing a few glances. Griffin delivered an impressive performance in the match, amassing 30 points, 12 rebounds, and 8 assists, showcasing his all-star caliber. More often than not, it was my teammate Randall who faced him directly, while I typically found myself in the substitute lineup. My role was to excel in scoring and playmaking when coming off the bench. Zhou Lingen, microphone raised high, smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Yifan. Your performance was truly exceptional. I would like to schedule an exclusive interview with you and invite you to participate in the NBA Insider program." I wonder if Lin Yifan was admiring 2 remarkably large white rabbits when he snapped back to reality. "All right, I can get in touch with my agent, Old Jia." Lin Yifan mused that Old Jia's favorite animal was undoubtedly the big white rabbit, so he should not refuse. Upon returning to the locker room, the young players of the Lakers were exuberantly celebrating their victory in the inaugural regular season game. Luke Walton generously showered Lin Yifan with words of praise, stating, "Today, we accomplished a remarkable 30-point comeback, with Lin Yifan leading the charge." In a playful spirit, Ingram and Kuzma prepared a bucket of ice water once again. However, Lin Yifan had anticipated this and nimbly evaded, causing the entire bucket of icy water to douse head coach Luke Walton instead. Before he could finish his sentence, Luke Walton let out a piercing scream. "Oh my goodness." After the jubilant celebration, Lin Yifan returned to the locker room and eagerly opened the treasure chest. What remarkable move awaited him this time? A burst of violet light flickered in his mind. Could it be that this purple radiance heralded an extraordinary technique? Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hakeem Olajuwon's Dream Shake. What? Good heavens. The sound of drums and the dance of firecrackers filled the air, marking a day worthy of celebration. Incredible. Olajuwon, the legendary Rocket, the pinnacle of inside play, the center player that Shaquille O'Neal feared the most. His signature skill. The Dream Shake is undoubtedly a favorite among all post players. A vivid sequence replayed in his mind. A nimble giant clad in the number 34 jersey executed a swift spin, feigning a pass before drawing the ball back for a shooting fake. With his pivot foot firmly planted, he advanced with the other foot toward the basket for a layup. The entire motion was dazzling and effective, particularly the rapid spin. Through the intricate footwork and shifting center of gravity, he bewildered his opponents. Simultaneously, he performed various shooting fakes, sensing his adversary's movements through physical contact. In that fleeting moment when his opponent was completely off balance, he made the decisive shot. This imagery replayed dozens of times in his mind, culminating in the appearance of a purple button emblazoned with the number 34 in the attribute bar. At this moment, Lin Yifan could hardly believe that this was real. The spirit of Hakeem Olajuwon had possessed him. The mesmerizing footwork was a spectacle to behold. It was beyond imagination. Lin Yifan intended to immediately enter training mode and practice his movements diligently. With this thought in mind, he changed into his training attire. Coach Walton, upon seeing Lin Yifan's appearance, remarked, "Hey, Lin, Are you heading to practice? Lin Yifan nodded, affirming his intent to practice his footwork in the paint. Walton furrowed his brow, advising, I would recommend that you take a rest. Tomorrow marks the second game of a back-to-back facing Phoenix, and we will soon be boarding a flight. During the regular season, NBA players seem to be perpetually rushing to catch flights to their next away games. Such a demanding schedule can indeed be quite exhausting, even for these exceptionally gifted athletes. Phoenix? Lin Yifan inquired. Is Phoenix the Suns team? Who is their center? Tyson Chandler. Oh, that's fine. I'll go practice for a while. Call me when it's time to leave. Little Walton helplessly shook his head, thinking to himself that Lin Yifan was simply extraordinary. His dedication to training was astonishing. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan was eager to refresh 2 more attribute points. Combined with the 25 attribute points from the game rewards, he could allocate them all to his back-to-basket skills. Tyson Chandler? That would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, while practicing his dreamlike footwork, Lin Yifan heard a crisp notification sound. Hey, you spilled my beer. Aren't you going to buy me another? Kendall Jenner. Lin Yifan mused that this night would likely be rather hectic. Chapter 50, Facing Phoenix? A casual encounter with Chandler? The plane was en route from Los Angeles to Phoenix. Most of the Lakers players were aboard, donning large headphones, curled up in their seats, and soundly asleep. After an entire season of 82 games, their bodies were weary from the relentless travel, particularly during back-to-back games. They had little time to rest before boarding a flight to another city that very evening. Lin Yifan was closing his eyes, entering the system. He allocated all the reward attribute points to the low-level attribute section, perfectly elevating it to 80. The system announced, low level, 5595 has risen to 8,095. Hey, Lin. At that moment, Kuzma was seated opposite Lin Yifan. Lin, this is utterly insane. It was Kuzma's first time flying for an away game, and he was genuinely excited. Continuously scrolling through social media on his phone. What is so insane? It's social media. The people there are absolutely wild. Sitting beside Kuzma, Ingram seemed to have caught wind of something remarkable. His squinted eyes widened slightly as he snatched Kuzma's phone. Come on, Cuz, let me take a look. After perusing the screen, Ingram squinted again, exclaiming, this is something else. It rivals a photo wall. However, Lin Yifan still couldn't appreciate such extravagance. He found it perplexing that Americans had a penchant for such curvaceous figures. Their tastes were indeed quite bold. Kuzma then presented the phone to Lin Yifan. Lin, come see this. Kendall Jenner's latest update. Which one? Kendall Jenner? Kuzma replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. Kendall Jenner posted a stunning set of photos late at night. Lin Yifan cast a glance at Jenna, who lay on a vast bed clad in a seductive black off-shoulder dress, her posture undeniably alluring. Her sultry, dreamy gaze conveyed a sense of emptiness and solitude. Inga, unimpressed, shook her head, declaring, this is not to my taste. I prefer someone like Kim Kardashian. Meanwhile, Jenna's caption read, sleepless in the deep of night, which elicited a faint smile from Kuzma, who found it somewhat enticing. Inga teased, aren't you fond of older women? Kuzma, with a playful grin, replied, I appreciate a variety of flavors. Inga shot him a sidelong glance, quipping, a variety of flavors? Do you think you're indulging in white rabbit candy? Ah, my friend, you fail to grasp it. Each piece of white rabbit candy possesses its own distinct flavor, he retorted, proudly showcasing his admiration for Canadian model Winnie Harlow. Lin Yifan shook his head and glanced at Kuzma. You truly possess a rather peculiar taste. Clarkson, seated in another row, seemingly overheard their conversation. Suddenly, he popped his head up from the back seat and, with a hint of amusement, declared, as someone who has been through it, let me offer you fledgling players a piece of advice. While indulging in fun and games, always remember this one thing. Kuzma appeared utterly earnest, adopting a listening posture. What is that? Isn't it 3 points? Clarkson nearly tossed his noise-canceling headphones aside in exasperation. Just one thing. Steer clear of the women from the Kardashian family. You cannot handle the Kardashians. The trio listening exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the statement. Then, with a drained expression, Clarkson added, I have suffered the consequences of that folly. During that time, I couldn't even sink a layup. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted into hearty laughter. Kuzma replied, No, we are merely appreciating, right, Lin? Lin Yifan listened and, with a resigned nod, acknowledged the situation. Ding! Another message. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a shocking image sent by none other than Kendall Jenner herself. The dress she wore appeared to be the very same black strapless number from earlier. Just then, Kuzma inquired, Xiao Lin, who would send you a message at this late hour? Lin Yifan hastily turned off his phone screen, relieved that his teammates had not noticed. Clarkson raised an eyebrow and reiterated earnestly, emphasizing the importance of his words. As a player, one must be wary of the women from the Kardashian family. Young man, it is wise to heed the advice of those who have gone before you. Otherwise, I can only extend my best wishes. After speaking, Clarkson shrugged and retreated, donning his headphones to drift into slumber. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Yifan was immediately captivated by the pleasant climate of Phoenix. Head coach Luke Walton informed everyone to rest well for the evening, announcing that tomorrow's training session was canceled, allowing for a leisurely sleep-in. Lin Yifan picked up his phone and replied to Jenna, stating that he would be playing an away game in Phoenix tomorrow. He added that he would treat her to a beer another day and included a photograph of a hotel in Phoenix. Subsequently, Lin Yifan prepared to research the Sun Center, initiating a Google search on his opponent. Tyson Chandler, was it? The center who was casually mentioned by Yao Ming? Chandler was drafted in 2001 as the 3rd overall pick. Entering the NBA straight from high school, he made his NBA debut a year prior to Yao Ming, standing at 2.16 meters tall and weighing 109 kilograms. However, in contrast to Yao, who retired in 2011, Tyson Chandler is still able to secure a multi-million-dollar contract with the Suns, firmly holding his starting position. In the previous season, he managed to average 8 points, 5 rebounds, and 0.6 assists per game, serving as the Suns' stalwart in interior defense. Nevertheless, the Suns have unfortunately found themselves at the bottom of the league standings for 3 consecutive years, earning a notorious reputation as a struggling team. As Lin Yifan closed the browser and shut his eyes in preparation for rest, a notification chimed. Yet another message had arrived. Lin Yifan glanced once more. The information originated from Kendall Jenner. It seems the hotel bed is rather small. Come and try my 7-square-meter bed instead. Subsequently, a photograph was attached. In the image, Kendall Jenner, adorned in a sheer, translucent gown, posed for a selfie before an extraordinarily large bed. The following morning, Lin Yifan chose to rise at 5 in the morning to commence his training. After several hours of rest, he now felt invigorated. With the support of the system, each time he enhanced his attributes and took a brief slumber, he would restore his energy to its fullest capacity. However, to be candid, he had no intention of sacrificing his career for the likes of a Kardashian. His current objective was to continuously elevate his abilities, shine in the NBA, and secure a lucrative contract. Nevertheless, it must be noted that Kendall Jenner's appearance aligns quite well with his personal aesthetic. It wouldn't be amiss to occasionally bring honor to his country in his spare time. Lin Yifan arrived early at the training facility, commencing his practice of back-to-the-basket moves. Luke Walton had a restless night. Truth be told, he had not enjoyed a sound sleep in several days. The previous game saw them trailing by 30 points within just half a quarter, underscoring the gap between his team and the playoff contenders. Had it not been for Lin Yifan's extraordinary performance, which salvaged the game, they would have faced yet another humiliating defeat. The media in Los Angeles are notoriously unforgiving. Now, another back-to-back game looms ahead. Although the Suns are languishing at the bottom of the league, seemingly aiming for a season of strategic losses, the Lakers are not significantly better off. Over the past 3 years, the Suns have secured notable talents. In 2014, they drafted T.J. Warren, who has since become a reliable scorer. In 2015, they selected Devin Booker, now one of the league's top scorers. In 2016, they chose center Dragan Bender, and in 2017, they picked small forward Josh Jackson. Coupled with seasoned guards like Eric Bledsoe and Gary Payton, the Suns possess formidable potential. Both the Suns and the Lakers are primarily comprised of youthful talent, and when youth collides, sparks are bound to fly. Despite winning the first game, Luke Walton's anxiety about his coaching position intensified. He yearned to secure victories in every match. With this mindset, Coach Walton entered the training facility, only to abruptly discover a figure within. A tall player was skillfully practicing back-to-the-basket moves, exhibiting fluidity and deft footwork reminiscent of the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon. Who could it be? Walton leaned closer to the glass window, only to realize it was Lin Yifan. Wasn't there no training scheduled for this morning? Had this young man come to train nonetheless? And when did he learn such mesmerizing footwork? Walton recalled Lin Yifan's remarkable Golden Rooster stands on one-leg move from yesterday's game, sending shivers down his spine. This young man is truly a prodigy, learning new moves from one game to the next. In an instant, Walton's apprehension dissipated, and he felt a surge of confidence for the upcoming back-to-back match. Chapter 51, Back-to-Back Game? An Offensive Showdown? October 20th. As evening descended, The sky was awash with hues of sunset. Outside the Phoenix St. James Resort and Spa Arena, throngs of fans gathered. Despite the home team's dismal performance over the past 3 years, their attendance remained commendable. Since the dawn of the new century, the Suns have maintained a small ball philosophy, producing aesthetically pleasing games under the guidance of stars like Nash and Stoudemire. The Suns have long been a formidable force in the West, but have yet to grasp the elusive championship title. The team is in the midst of a rebuilding phase. Yet the fans remain steadfast in their belief in the process. They now boast Devin Booker, the 13th overall pick from 2014, who famously scored 70 points in a single game against the Celtics last season. This year, they also acquired the athletic forward Josh Jackson, the 4th overall pick. It appears the Suns are thriving. However, this season's opener coincides with the 50th anniversary of the franchise, and in front of 30,000 fans, they suffered a staggering 50-point defeat to the Trailblazers. In a pregame interview, when asked about his expectations for the match, head coach Earl Watson responded without a hint of a smile. Having taken over from Jeff Hornacek, Watson's tenure has been marred by the league's worst record last season, leading to mounting calls for his dismissal. Clearly fatigued, Watson hoarsely declared, "We must strive to win this game." Conversely, Tyson Chandler, the team's locker room leader, appeared remarkably relaxed. This season marks Chandler's 16th in the league, and he still commands a $13 million contract. As a seasoned center, he has witnessed the decline of the center's prominence in the game. The advent of the small ball era has relegated players like him to a blue-collar status, while guards and forwards now enjoy lucrative contracts, with the tactical focus shifting further from the low post. A reporter inquired about Lin Yifan, an undrafted rookie center who made a game-winning shot in the opener. Chandler's expression grew cold. "I don't know this person." Known as the Boxer, Chandler's fierce appearance, complete with a bushy beard, drew comparisons to the legendary Lou Zishan. Clearly unimpressed by the reporter's lengthy inquiry about an undrafted rookie, he shrugged off the question. Having faced countless centers throughout his career, from Shaquille O'Neal to Yao Ming, from Dwight Howard to Ben Wallace, and the Gasol brothers to a growing number of international centers, Chandler understood that the era of the center as the focal point of offense had ended. Blue-collar centers like him now survive on alley-oops, rebounds, and the occasional block. Before the match, Coach Earl Watson devised a specialized defensive strategy in the Suns' locker room, urging his team to forget the humiliating opener and focus on securing a victory. Devin Booker, a third-year player and a devoted admirer of Kobe Bryant, felt uneasy at the mere mention of the opener. He despised such losses. Determined to claim victory in this match, he was resolute. Tyson Chandler, the undisputed locker room leader, rallied his teammates, declaring, "Forget about Lin the Madman or Little Durant. We need to focus on our defense." As the game commenced, both teams engaged in an all-out offensive battle. The Lakers fielded Ball, Brewer, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez against the Suns' Bledsoe, Booker, Warren, Jackson, and Chandler. The first quarter erupted into a frenzy of shooting. Ingram scored 12 points on 6 of 7 shooting, with all other stats remaining at 0. Even Lopez attempted 3 three-pointers, successfully sinking 2. Meanwhile, Devin Booker shot 4 of 6, tallying 10 points and 2 assists. Just halfway through the first quarter, Chandler was substituted for backup center Alex Len. Chandler had only touched the ball twice, grabbing 4 rebounds and scoring 2 points from a dunk. In contrast, the 7 feet 1 inch Alex Len was notably more active on defense. At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 45-40, with the Lakers leading by 5. Across the ocean, commentators in the Mahua Sports broadcast room expressed mixed reactions to the offensive showdown. This game is a true testament to the rhythm of defense, or rather, the lack thereof. I find immense pleasure in witnessing such a clash. It is nothing short of a goal-scoring feast. However, what a spectacle this match is, lacking any semblance of competition. Can it even be called a basketball game? It appears the champion has aged, merely watching as points are scored. Big Lopez is no better. A towering figure merely floating on the perimeter, shooting threes. This is the nature of the game now. It's not about defense, but about outscoring the opponent. If I score more than you, I claim victory. Isn't that obvious? By the way, when will Lin Yifan take the court? As the second quarter commenced, both teams substituted their bench players. Little Nance replaced Big Lopez, and Lin Yifan came on for Randall. Meanwhile, the Suns introduced Tyson Chandler, who had rested for half of the first quarter. Before he entered, Suns coach Watson emphasized to Chandler the importance of solid defense, or else he would be benched. Watson is evidently desperate for a win, showing no mercy even to the seasoned veterans in the locker room. Yet, Tyson Chandler, a veteran with ample experience, did not disappoint. As the second quarter began, he delivered a resounding block to Ingram, who had been performing admirably in the first quarter. Ingram, receiving an alley-oop assist from Ball, was poised for a thunderous dunk when Chandler thwarted him with a formidable block. Successfully defending the rim, he roared at the audience, exclaiming, "Take that, you rookies." Immediately following, T.J. Warren surged with energy, attacking the paint. During Booker's brief rest in the second quarter, Warren amassed 10 points in quick succession. The score flipped, 55-58. With the Suns seizing a 2-point lead, Coach Luke Walton promptly called for a timeout. It was evident that the Suns had intensified their defense, while the opposing team's offense fell silent. Conversely, T.J. Warren employed a diverse array of offensive maneuvers, leading the Suns to unleash a wave of scoring. "We must breach their defensive line. We need to pass more and find the right opportunities," Walton shouted. However, following yesterday's game, the back-to-back situation left most players fatigued. Kuzma, typically a source of energy off the bench, came onto the court in the second quarter with a cold shooting hand and appeared somewhat tentative. Clarkson performed decently, but immediately resorted to isolation plays upon receiving the ball. He had already been thwarted twice in the paint by Chandler. The team needed a strategy to penetrate the opponent's defense. The timeout concluded. The lineup of Caruso, Clarkson, Kuzma, Lin Yifan, and Little Nance returned to the court. Chapter 52, the invincible back-to-the-basket move? The reemergence of dreamlike footwork? On the Suns' side, due to injuries to Brandon Knight and Greg Monroe, the team was left with a limited roster. Ironically, these two held the largest contracts on the Suns this season. The team was forced to utilize Mike James, Troy Daniels, T.J. Warren, Marquise Chris, and Tyson Chandler, a mix of starters and reserves. T.J. Warren served as the offensive nucleus, wielding unlimited shooting privileges, while Chandler anchored the defense. Guarding the paint, Lin Yifan realized that their opportunity had arrived. A glance was exchanged with Caruso, who immediately lobbed the ball to Lin Yifan in the low post. The team needed a formidable offense to breach the opponent's defense. At this moment, the Suns' defensive stalwart, Tyson Chandler, stood ready. Lin Yifan, having already positioned himself well on the left low block, received Caruso's lob. Chandler, sensing Lin Yifan's potential to pass, did not apply strong physical pressure. Lin Yifan raised the ball above his head, momentarily pausing his offensive advance to allow his teammates to reposition. Caruso maneuvered from the left to the right, drawing his defender away. Consequently, the other Lakers players gravitated towards the right side, leaving the left entirely vacant. Chandler suddenly realized that this rookie intended to take him on one-on-one. He let out a sneer at Lin Yifan, dismissing him as a mere fledgling, still unrefined. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yifan pivoted on his left foot, executing a shoulder feint to the right. Chandler, caught off balance, shifted his weight to the right, attempting to anticipate an attack. However, Lin Yifan quickly shifted his focus back to the left, executing a powerful drop dribble, engaging in a physical confrontation with Chandler. With a jolt, Chandler braced himself, realizing the intent was to drive left. Yet, Lin Yifan's center of gravity had already transitioned to the right. At the moment of the drop dribble, his body instinctively twisted to the right again. Another deceptive move. Chandler was utterly unable to keep pace. His overconfidence, compounded by two rapid shifts in Lin Yifan's center of gravity, left him completely befuddled. Lin Yifan pivoted to the right, acutely aware that Chandler had failed to keep pace with the defense this time. In an instant, he made a judgment and took the shot. The shaken Chandler didn't even leap. He could only watch as Lin Yifan executed a graceful fadeaway jumper. It was a splendid shot. Such footwork is truly extraordinary. It appears almost dreamlike. Has the spirit of the great dream possessed Lin Yifan? How did he suddenly master such impressive footwork in the paint? Look. Chandler has been completely outmaneuvered. Has he been taught a lesson by a rookie? Chandler glared furiously, his beard bristling with anger. "Give me the ball. I want to take on this rookie myself," Chandler shouted at T.J. Warren as he sprinted back. After all, Chandler is the veteran leader of the locker room, while T.J. Warren is merely a sophomore rookie. During this offensive possession, Warren obediently tossed the ball to the interior player, Chandler. Despite having played in the NBA for over a decade, Tyson Chandler's style has primarily revolved around finishing at the rim, with virtually no mid-range or long-range shooting. Frankly, he is a quintessential blue-collar center. Without a competent point guard, such players' offensive capabilities are halved. Moreover, as age and injuries have taken their toll, Chandler's athleticism has significantly declined, leaving him with only the remnants of his former vigor. Sure enough, Chandler backed down, beginning his forceful assault in the paint. Thud, thud, thud. After 3 consecutive powerful attempts, Lin Yifan, lacking in physicality, had been pushed beneath the basket. Yet, Lin Yifan, leveraging his height and wingspan, kept his hands raised high to obstruct the shooting lane. However, Chandler's movements were rather stiff. For a moment, he struggled to determine from where to execute his hook shot. In that fleeting hesitation, he attempted another forceful move. The referee called traveling twice. After his 3 attempts, Chandler had already halted his dribble. On the sidelines, Suns coach Walton frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this offensive series. Meanwhile, the Lakers had identified a method to exploit the defensive weakness. They decided to attack Chandler directly in the low post. The ball was once again handed to Lin Yifan, who created space on the right side of the low post. However, this time, Chandler was far more vigilant in his defense than before. As Lin Yifan received the ball, he immediately sensed Chandler pressing against him with his body, a forceful push emanating from his back. However, this very pressure caused Chandler's footing to become quite rigid. Lin Yifan recognized that the opportunity had arrived. Once again, he executed a deceptive shoulder shimmy to the right. Tyson Chandler had just fallen victim to this feint moments ago. Yet this time he maintained his weight centered and did not budge. Having learned from past mistakes, Chandler realized that this was merely a feint. He thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. However, Lin Yifan's shoulder feint this time was anything but a mere ruse. After a quick shake of his right shoulder, his body seamlessly followed suit. Pivoting to the right. The moment the ball descended, he propelled himself forward with his right foot, executing an astonishingly swift turn. By the time Chandler became aware of the situation, Lin Yifan had already gained half a step advantage. The interplay of feints and reality created a deceptive yet compelling scenario. In the realm of basketball offense, a mere half step can signify a significant advantage. Nevertheless, Chandler's defensive footwork remained commendably solid, allowing him to swiftly adjust his stance in an instant. He lunged to his right, barely managing to keep pace with Lin Yifan's rotation. As Lin Yifan advanced along the baseline, he had already maneuvered to the opposite side of the backboard. Lin Yifan pivoted toward the baseline, and after completing his turn, his shooting position was already behind the backboard. Following this, he executed a shooting motion, attempting a reverse layup from behind the board. Chandler let out a fierce roar, extending his right hand as he leaped to deliver a formidable block. Alas, it appeared he was about to be thwarted. Lin Yifan extended his right arm, yet refrained from making a move, remaining firmly grounded without a leap. It was yet another feint for a reverse layup. Pivoting on his left foot, he swung his arm in a wide arc, his body following the basketball as it rotated back toward the side of the backboard. Subsequently, Lin Yifan prepared to attempt a bank shot from the right side. Chandler's physical prowess was indeed remarkable, with astonishing bounce. Just as he landed from his jump, Chandler swiftly turned to follow Lin Yifan to this side, leaping again like a spring, and this time, he soared even higher than before. In an instant, Chandler's palm reached above the rim. Was that a potential block? However, Lin Yifan had already opened his court vision, fully aware of Chandler's position. And he realized that Chandler had truly been deceived this time. With his left foot as the pivot, Lin Yifan spun back to the opposite side of the backboard, effortlessly executing a backward layup that found its mark. 2 consecutive feints. Chandler was utterly bewildered, unable to keep pace with Lin's third attempt. Wow. Even the home crowd of Suns fans gasped in astonishment at this exquisite display of footwork. Like a butterfly flitting through a garden, untouched by the thorns. The live chat exploded in excitement. This was reminiscent of the rookie Yao Ming's mesmerizing footwork when he toyed with the young Shaquille O'Neal. Incredible. This was akin to the spirit of Olajuwon manifesting. Such dazzling footwork. Such a back-to-the-basket move. Absolutely invincible. Lin had effortlessly outmaneuvered Chandler. Even the Suns bench let out an exclamation of awe. Well, they quickly realized the inappropriateness of their reaction and hastily covered their mouths with towels. That shot was simply magnificent. Chapter 53, the low post double team tactic? The elusive dreamlike footwork. The large screen in the Suns arena began to replay the stunning basket just made. Exceptional footwork, exceptional shot. The commentators on site were lavish in their praise. Meanwhile, Chandler, seated back on the bench, glanced up and caught sight of the replay on the big screen. Seemingly reminded of the terror he felt when dominated by Yao Ming's footwork in the past. At that time, neither had entered the NBA. Yet they had clashed on the international stage. Chandler had been left speechless by Yao Ming's skill. He had suffered for lacking proactive low-post defensive capability. Yet despite practicing throughout his life, Chandler had never developed a low-post game. He was perplexed as to how this rookie, Lin Yifan, could so adeptly employ such dreamlike footwork, seemingly without effort and at a rapid pace. Damn it. In frustration, Chandler tossed the towel he used to wipe his face onto the floor. Lin Yifan's dazzling footwork had completely infuriated him. FK. He slammed the ball onto the ground with all his might. The basketball rebounded off the floor, striking Chandler's face. Damn. The misfortune. How could he be outsmarted by a rookie? Chandler was on the verge of exploding with rage. The Suns coach, Walton, called for a timeout. The team had encountered defensive issues over the past few plays. The Lakers had suddenly altered their offensive strategy, shifting from perimeter pick-and-rolls to low-post isolation plays. Walton didn't even glance at Chandler. In response to the previous 2 low-post attempts, he instructed, reinforce the low-post defense and ensure that the agile interior player, Chris, offers timely help defense. This was a plan to double-team Lin Yifan during his low-post attacks. What? A double-team against an undrafted player? Just a 19-year-old rookie? He was the reigning defensive player of the year, yet he required assistance. A surge of unexplainable fury ignited within Chandler. Just before stepping onto the court, Walton had casually remarked to Chandler, Tyson, if you're tired, you can take a break. The tone was light, yet it pierced Chandler's ears like a dagger. Furious, he gritted his teeth. FK. He absolutely could not allow that rookie to continue scoring. On the other side, Lakers head coach Luke Walton praised Lin Yifan during the timeout, repeatedly nodding in approval. Lin, you're playing exceptionally well. Continue your low-post attacks. He then directed the other players, get the ball to Lin in the paint. Randall, observing the coach's directives, was left dumbfounded. Watching the second quarter tick past the halfway mark, he, as a primary player, had yet to be substituted back in. He felt an itch of frustration yet had to concede that Lin Yifan's footwork in the paint was indeed splendid. For a team struggling with stagnant offense and a lack of scoring options, having a player capable of tearing through defenses with low-post moves was invaluable. Unlike perimeter pick-and-rolls, low-post plays brought players closer to the basket, thus enhancing shooting efficiency. The one-on-one offensive strategy relied entirely on individual skill, yet it proved extraordinarily effective in breaking the deadlock. Back on the court, the Lakers initiated a low-post play right away. However, Chandler used his body to push Lin Yifan away. Receiving the ball, Lin Yifan had already moved far from the low post, although Chandler had faced criticism for his light build when he first entered the league. Years of training had fortified his weight and strength to elite levels within the league. Lin Yifan was pushed to the left high position to receive the ball. Chandler closely adhered to him in defense. Lin Yifan thought to himself, with such close marking, it presents the perfect opportunity to drive past him. Observing Chandler's stance, with his left foot forward, it was evident that Chandler was allowing him to penetrate towards the baseline. This was an exemplary defensive positioning. As a right-handed player, Lin Yifan typically preferred to break towards the right and shoot from that side. However, in defending Lin Yifan, with Chandler's left foot positioned forward, he was essentially inviting Lin Yifan to break towards his less familiar left side. Of course, unless one possesses the ambidextrous finesse of players like Kyrie Irving, Stephen Curry, or Steve Nash, directing a typical player to dribble and break towards their non-dominant hand is an astute defensive strategy. Nonetheless, Lin Yifan did not choose to break left. Instead, he executed a swift change of direction, accelerating right towards the basket, targeting the vulnerable area near Chandler's left foot. Lin Yifan's speed is truly remarkable. His breakthrough velocity rivals that of a defender, leaving Chandler utterly unprepared to react. Although Chandler attempted to catch up with a delayed sidestep, the moment he adjusted his footing, he had already lost his position. Simultaneously, he was astonished, pondering, how can this young man's speed be so extraordinary? Lin Yifan advanced, but took only 2 steps when Chris from the Suns swiftly closed in, positioning himself to obstruct the path of his drive. It seemed imminent that they would encircle him, a tactic commonly referred to as a closing door, aimed at thwarting his trajectory. Chris had firmly established his stance, and should Lin take another step forward, he risked incurring an offensive foul. Lin Yifan swiftly retracted the ball, pivoting on his right foot and turning away from the hoop. He then smoothly transitioned into a shooting motion. In that split second, Chandler, who had been trailing from behind, rushed in to defend. Suddenly, Chandler extended his arms from the left to block the shot, while Chris approached head-on to execute a defensive maneuver. The duo converged for a remarkable double block, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Lin Yifan's shooting motion was only halfway completed. His feet had yet to leave the ground. He maintained his right foot as the pivot, while his left foot swiftly lunged forward. His body contracted as he deftly maneuvered beneath the outstretched arms of the 2 defenders leaping to block him. In an instant, he executed a layup beneath the basket, unimpeded. The two towering opponents had been completely deceived by his footwork. Meanwhile, Chandler and Chris, suspended in midair, suddenly realized that Lin's earlier feint was merely a ruse. Yet, having left the ground, there was no opportunity to alter their trajectory. As Chandler and Chris descended, they could only watch in disbelief as the ball swished through the net. The commentators, witnessing this exquisite footwork, erupted with excitement. What a splendid display of agility! Indeed, a mesmerizing exhibition of footwork. The live chat began to buzz with fervent discussions about this remarkable basket, one individual dazzlingly toying with the defenses of two. Such dazzling footwork. Could someone kindly share a gif of this breathtaking display? I simply must see this picturesque maneuver once more. That final shooting motion bore the hallmark of the legendary Kobe Bryant. Chandler and Chris exchanged incredulous glances with their coach, seemingly asking, "Have we truly done all we can? Should we continue to double team?" Coach Watson of the Suns signaled for them to persist with the double team. Continue the double team? Lin Yifan has taken note of the Suns' movements. Is this not an opportunity for me to showcase my passing skills? At this moment, I can fully leverage the advantage of my back-to-basket strength to initiate plays for the entire team. Chapter 54, System Challenge Task? The Silent Locker Room Ding. The System Challenge Task has begun. Please achieve more than 10 assists in this match. Reward, an S-grade treasure chest. In Lin Yifan's mind, the voice of the system echoed. An S-rank treasure chest has arrived once more. Lin Yifan pondered. However, this time it was for the completion of a challenge task, assisting 10 times or more. With maximum passing ability, this should be effortlessly achievable. Lin Yifan, pay attention to the statistics table, as the second quarter is nearing its conclusion, astonishingly. You have yet to record a single assist. The second quarter is about to wrap up. When will this challenge task commence? Return to the court. Lin Yifan, with his back turned, has just made contact with the ball when Chandler swiftly closes in on him. After several encounters, he no longer underestimates Lin Yifan and unleashes all his defensive prowess. The moment he secures the ball, Chris's double team arrives as well. Lin Yifan found himself once again besieged by two towering opponents. Marquise Chris, standing at an impressive 2.08 meters, is an agile power forward. Meanwhile, Chandler, with shoes on, reaches a height of 2.13 meters. The duo's formidable size and wingspan allow them to effectively engulf their adversaries. However, such a double-team defense necessitates the cooperation of other players on the team, demanding a profound level of synergy. Aside from the two engaged in the double team, the remaining three players must continuously rotate and strive to intercept passing lanes. As Lin Yifan turns his back to the basket, the double team often approaches from behind. Chandler and Chris's gaze is firmly fixed on him, yet Lin Yifan possesses the vantage point to observe the movements of all players across the half-court. At this moment, his passing becomes exceptionally lethal, capable of slicing through the defense with precision. This is the opportune moment to truly showcase his passing prowess. As Lin Yifan seized the ball, Chandler swiftly approached from behind, while Chris closed in to double-team him. Unperturbed, Lin Yifan transitioned the ball from his chest to above his head, deftly maneuvering it side to side in a rhythmic dance to thwart any attempts at interception. Simultaneously, he had already expanded his field of vision. Noticing that Kuzma had stealthily shifted towards the opposite corner, Chandler, with arms flailing, pressed closely against Lin Yifan, his long limbs creating a chaotic barrier. Lin Yifan extended his arm, single-handedly grasping the ball, deftly maneuvering in response to Chandler's defense. In an instant, he executed a swift arm movement, sending the basketball soaring through Chandler's armpit. The ball traced an unusual arc as it glided along the baseline, landing perfectly in the hands of Ingram stationed at the opposite corner. With an open three-point shot, Ingram, who had been on fire throughout the match, missed only one attempt thus far. Meanwhile, the Suns' Bledsoe unleashed his little tank mode, penetrating the interior with determination. Though not particularly tall, Bledsoe possessed both speed and strength advantages. At this moment, Lin Yifan's inadequate rim protection became glaringly apparent. The score oscillated between both sides, with the tension mounting. The sound of the halftime buzzer echoed through the arena. Lin Yifan was scrutinizing the data sheet. As the second quarter was just beginning to see the team come together, Lin Yifan realized he had only 3 assists, whereas the task required him to achieve over 10. The Lakers were trailing the Suns 70-73, with both teams scoring over 70 points in the first half. The live commentary erupted at halftime, remarking on the match being a true offensive showdown. The youthfulness of both teams was evident, with an array of attacking strategies on display. Lin Yifan's few dazzling footwork moves during the second quarter were simply breathtaking. As discussions continued, Many netizens had already turned Lin Yifan's baskets into gifts. In the locker room at halftime, Luke Walton, influenced by Coach Kerr, typically utilized his bench players extensively, aiming to harness their firepower to reduce the fatigue of the starters. However, today, Luke Walton allowed Lin Yifan to play through the entirety of the second quarter. Lin, you performed exceptionally well in the second quarter, particularly with your final pass. Take a break, and you'll continue in the third. This decision left Randall, seated in the locker room, on edge. Allowing Lin Yifan to continue into the third quarter? Wouldn't that encroach upon his own playing time? Randall's frustration finally erupted. Hey coach, why didn't T.I. get any playing time in the second quarter? His tone was far from polite. This inquiry altered the atmosphere within the Lakers' locker room dramatically. Randall had become the locker room leader for the young Lakers, and his challenge to the head coach drew everyone's attention, eyes widening in anticipation of Luke Walton's response. Luke Walton merely tilted his head, stating, "We will keep the players in better form on the court." He then pointed to Lin Yifan's statistics, indicating he had single-handedly scored 10 points in the second quarter, effectively breaking through Chandler's defense. Randall, however, did not listen, instead throwing his towel onto the floor in frustration. This outburst put Walton in a difficult position for Randall. Despite being a third-year player, had not yet earned the clout to confront the head coach. Veteran player Brook Lopez stood up, chuckling, "Calm down, Luke. He didn't mean it that way." An assistant coach rushed in to mediate, assuring, "Julius, you will be playing in the third quarter." Yet, Luke Walton frowned, asserting, "As the head coach, I arrange players based solely on their performance. My only goal is to win." He glanced at Lin Yifan, whose performance justified his presence on the court. Indeed, Lin Yifan's impact was unmistakable, recognized by all. Randall, however, was not truly angry, beyond being the locker room leader. This season was particularly significant for him, as it was his contract year. He had a player option this year, and was looking to secure a new contract, his first substantial one. If he couldn't play, it would mean losing the opportunity for a lucrative deal. Nonetheless, Luke Walton, as the head coach, had no obligation to consider these matters. Players had their own aspirations. He was solely focused on winning. Moreover, the position of a head coach was fraught with instability these days. Meanwhile, in the Suns' locker room, Coach Earl Watson seemed to have lost control over his team. The atmosphere was somber, with silence engulfing the space. Since Coach Hornacek's dismissal, Watson had taken over the Suns. Yet they had languished at the bottom of the league standings for 2 consecutive seasons. This season, Devin Booker had been performing well, supported by several capable players. Yet, since the season opener, they had suffered 2 significant defeats. If they lost this third game, it was likely that Earl Watson would face the same fate as his predecessor. Many players in the locker room, particularly the leader Tyson Chandler, sensed the gravity of the situation. He refrained from commenting on his poor defense in the first half, instead sitting quietly and joking with Bledsoe. If the locker room were lively, it would be one thing, but complete silence? That signaled a genuine problem. As the second half was about to commence, Lin Yifan takes the court first, partnering with the Lakers' starting lineup of Ball, Brewer, Ingram, and Lopez. Meanwhile, Randall sits on the bench, visibly disgruntled. The team's strategy is crystal clear: continue utilizing Lin Yifan's low-post receiving plays. The objective is to fully unleash his playmaking abilities. Lin Yifan once again received the ball low, with 2 defenders converging upon him. This time, the Suns were acutely aware of the threats posed by Brook Lopez and Brandon Ingram at the 3-point line. 2 players from the Suns positioned themselves strategically along the passing lane. However, Corey Brewer suddenly made a quick cut to the basket, his speed astonishingly swift. Lin Yifan had already observed the situation. With his back to the ground, he executed a direct attack on the basket. A 2-handed slam dunk. This time it was Corey Brewer. Produced by the Rockets, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Once a member of the Headband Brothers, Brewer's ability to cut inside remains impressive. Lin Yifan's pass was exquisite. Pairing Lin with Brewer is simply a recipe for assists. Meanwhile, Devin Booker of the Suns has also ignited his scoring mode. Chapter 55, the low post back-to-basket play. Devin Booker erupted in the third quarter. This scoring guard, idolizing Kobe, possesses explosive scoring ability. Selected as the 13th pick in 2015. Standing at 6 feet 6 inches, he is a quintessential shooting guard equipped with an array of scoring techniques. Especially notable is his shooting, with a high release point and stable shooting motion, combined seamlessly with his dribbling. He is a quintessential American-style perimeter player. In the American training system, interior players often exhibit rough techniques and overly rely on height and physical prowess. In contrast, guards and forwards increasingly prioritize the development of basketball skills alongside their physical attributes. Particularly in the era of small ball, forwards have begun to cultivate increasingly comprehensive technical abilities. Among these skills, defensive techniques and shooting prowess stand out. Thus, in the current small ball era, there is a pressing demand for 3D players, those capable of shooting from beyond the arc while also defending. As a result, an increasing number of American guards and forwards not only possess elite physical attributes but also emphasize the cultivation of individual techniques, particularly offensive capabilities. Of course, everything still hinges on physical attributes. Many players with average physical conditions find their basketball careers stalling at the collegiate level. It can be said that while the American basketball system boasts numerous participants, it ultimately selects only a few exceptionally talented players. Devin Booker exemplifies this phenomenon. As the third quarter commenced, Booker initiated his personal scoring exhibition. With a variety of techniques, dribble penetration, mid-range shots, and three-pointers, Booker is a multifaceted threat. He cleverly navigates around screens to create open shooting opportunities. When defenders close in, he employs shooting fakes to deceive his opponents. A quick 1 or 2 steps for a mid-range jumper. Alternatively, he may opt for a floater after driving. Although his speed isn't particularly remarkable, his rhythm is impeccable. And his shooting off the dribble is incredibly smooth. His transition three-pointers are also exceptionally accurate, often taking advantage of the opponent's disorganization as he races up the court to shoot. Moreover, with a young and underdog team like the Suns, the coach grants Booker unrestricted freedom to shoot, especially in crucial moments when points are desperately needed. Once Booker finds his rhythm, he delivers an explosive scoring performance. Swish, 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 Booker scores 8 consecutive points. Coach Walton promptly calls for a timeout, instructing his team to double-team Booker. However, Booker continues to dismantle the defense with 2 consecutive low-post turnaround jumpers. As Booker evolves into a versatile scoring threat, he understands how to utilize back-to-basket jumpers to counter the Lakers' defense. This is the allure of the back-to-basket technique. Elite scorers leverage their back to suppress defenders, creating one-on-one opportunities. They then execute turnaround jumpers or drive to the hoop. The closer to the basket, the higher the shooting percentage. This skill, once the domain of centers like Hakeem Olajuwon and Dirk Nowitzki, is increasingly mastered by guards and forwards. During Jordan's prime, he often utilized unanswerable low-post back-to-basket moves to penetrate opposing defenses. Following him, Kobe and Durant also perfected this elusive back-to-basket isolation play. Even LeBron sought out Olajuwon during the offseason to hone his back-to-basket skills. Back on the court, taking advantage of the delayed double team, Booker spins and shoots. He punishes the Lakers with several mid-range jumpers. Conversely, the Lakers' offense does not falter. Unlike Booker's back-to-basket approach, Lin Yifan serves as the pivot for his team. In the third quarter, Lin Yifan began to orchestrate the entire team's play through his passing. Utilizing his back-to-basket threat, he forced the Suns to respond with double teams. As soon as the double team arrived, Lin would grasp the ball with one hand, using his wingspan to create deceptive movements, leaving defenders unable to predict his passing routes. If the double team failed to materialize, Lin would directly opt for a back-to-basket isolation. Chandler in a one-on-one defense? Then he would simply employ his dream footwork to outmaneuver him. The essence of dream footwork lies in coordination, rhythm, and center of gravity control. Lin Yifan's speed and agility gave him a distinct advantage against Chandler's defense. Although Lin's physicality may be somewhat lacking, and he could be pushed away by Chandler, his exceptional dribbling skills allowed him to choose a face-up approach when away from the basket. With the ball in the face-up position, he would utilize speed to penetrate, complemented by the rhythmic changes and shifts in center of gravity characteristic of dream footwork. Chandler, a lifetime leaper, struggles to keep pace and is consistently left guessing. Lin Yifan executed 2 consecutive plays, leveraging his speed and rhythm to leave Chandler bewildered. Lakers fans exclaimed, "Wow," as soon as the Suns go for single coverage. Lin Yifan pulls off 2 dream footwork moves. Neutral fans responded, "So stylish." The rhythm changes are exquisite. Lakers fans countered, "Not fast?" Lin Yifan is much quicker than Chandler. Suns fans chimed in, "If you didn't mention it." One wouldn't realize this is the aging Chandler, whose speed and strength have diminished significantly since his prime. In the comments, basketball enthusiasts offered strategies to both teams. After the timeout, the Suns had no choice but to substitute Chandler for backup center Ryan. Although the young Ryan is tall, at 7 feet 1 inch, his lateral movement is still inferior to Chandler's. The Suns then resumed their double-teaming strategy. This tactical adjustment is also a strategic maneuver. Facing Ryan's defense, Lin Yifan executed a swift breakthrough, advancing by an entire position. It appeared as though it was a solitary defense by the Suns' Ryan. As Lin Yifan received the ball, Chris's double team immediately closed in. The defense was a blend of feints and realities. However, Lin Yifan, with his keen court vision, deftly deciphered the Suns' defense. He made a two-step breakthrough, executing a right pivot feint. Ryan was deceived by a mere trick. With his pivot foot steadfast, he smoothly turned back to the left. Chris's help defense arrived just in time. Lin Yifan has already initiated his shooting motion. At the very moment of release, the basketball, instead of ascending towards the hoop, veers towards the left corner, executing a deceptive pass disguised as a shot. The execution of the shooting motion is remarkably convincing. In the corner, Kuzma receives the ball and launches a three-pointer. It swishes through the net. Lakers fans exclaim, "This is rather audacious." He performed the shooting motion only for the ball to travel in the opposite direction. Neutral fans remark, "This is a display of exquisite passing skills." Moreover, Lin Yifan possesses an extraordinary court vision. Suns fans lament, "Goodness, the Suns couldn't defend against that. Ryan must be in a world of trouble. Hurry up and get it together." Lin Yifan, while facing a double team, is capable of delivering the ball accurately to an open teammate. Both Ingram and Kuzma showcased formidable scoring prowess during this quarter. Notably, Ingram achieved an impressive tally of 12 points within this single period. Lin Yifan played for 7 minutes in the third quarter, amassing 8 assists. Subsequently, Randall came off the bench. After sitting for half a quarter, Randall displayed remarkable enthusiasm on the court. Realizing that his starting position had been usurped by Lin Yifan, he understood the necessity to demonstrate his skills. Simultaneously, Ball, inspired by his teammates, excelled in both scoring and assisting. On paper, the Lakers maintained a high intensity throughout the entire quarter, thanks to their rotations. In the third quarter, the Lakers achieved a score of 36-26. The Lakers led with a score of 106-99 against the Suns. Lin Yifan glanced down at the data sheet. Only 2 assists remained to meet the challenge. Chapter 56, The Outburst of Bloodcloth? A clash in the final moments. The Lakers are impressive. Lin Yifan's passing is exquisite. Lin Yifan is remarkable. Go, Suns. Defeat the Lakers. Booker is exceptional. Amidst the fervent cheers of the fans, the fourth quarter commenced. The Lakers maintained the lineup from the end of the third quarter, with Clarkson and Caruso leading the interior players Randall and Zubac to counter the Suns' second unit. On the Suns' side, Bledsoe, as the point guard, was accompanied by Troy Daniels and Mike James, 2 undrafted players, while TJ Warren and Tyson Chandler also took the court. The Suns were shorthanded, relying on a combination of 3 starters and 2 substitutes, which placed a significant strain on the main players. However, Suns coach Walton was determined to secure this victory. At the start of the fourth quarter, Eric Bledsoe, the 18th pick from the 2010 draft, began to score consecutively. During his time with the Clippers, Bledsoe earned the nickname Little LeBron due to his physical prowess and versatility. Chinese fans affectionately referred to him as Bloodcloth because of his explosive performance on both ends of the court. Despite standing at only 185 meters, he boasted an impressive weight of 98 kilograms. His style of play was notably aggressive, relishing physical confrontations, utilizing his leaping ability and explosiveness. He could bulldoze into the paint like a miniature tank, akin to LeBron James. Moreover, he possessed elite defensive skills among the league's guards, even earning a spot on the all-defensive team, an exceptional feat for someone of his stature. Unsurprisingly, Bledsoe charged into the paint right away. Even when faced with the formidable Lakers center Zubac, he showed no fear, skillfully finishing difficult layups. Zubac had no choice but to foul him, resulting in a 3-point play. On the defensive end, Bledsoe completely overpowered Caruso, applying pressure and stealing the ball from him. Within just 2 minutes, Bledsoe's aggressive forays resulted in significant scoring, narrowing the gap from 10 points to just 2. The Suns fans in the live stream were electrified. Neutral fans exclaimed, "This is terrifying, Little LeBron." Suns fans cheered. "I love watching Bloodcloth's violent aesthetic." Lakers fans lamented, "Ball, why don't you stop him? Zubac, block him. Damn it." Then, Bledsoe, like a small cannon, executed another successful drive. Coach Walton was compelled to call a timeout. It is worth noting that Bledsoe, standing at 185 meters, astonishingly averaged 21 points per game last season, with the majority of his scoring coming from inside the paint, bringing his career shooting percentage close to 65. However, in this fast-paced era of small ball, even centers are required to possess mid-range shooting skills, let alone core guards like Bledsoe. Shooting was indeed Bledsoe's Achilles heel. Last season, his three-point shooting percentage was a mere 31.3. Consequently, during the timeout, Coach Walton devised a defensive strategy against Bledsoe, substituting in the starting point guard Ball. With his ability to create space and quick defensive footwork, Ball was tasked with containing Bledsoe's drives. Ball, known for his defensive tenacity, was humorously dubbed Ball Brother by fans. He was precisely the type of guard Bledsoe feared the most. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Ball had a significant height advantage over Bledsoe. Additionally, Ball possessed an uncommon defensive aptitude for a rookie, showcasing agile and responsive footwork. Furthermore, Ball had a somewhat erratic shooting style, yet when on target, he could connect from beyond the arc in succession. As the fourth quarter progressed, with fatigue setting in, the intensity of the defense heightened, resulting in a decrease in shooting percentages as both teams struggled to find their rhythm. With 5 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, both sides reintroduced their starting lineups for a final showdown. Lin Yifan and DeAndre Lopez, along with Ingram, Ball, and Corey Brewer, faced off against Tyson Chandler, Chris, TJ Warren, Booker, and Bledsoe. The Lakers triumphed over the Suns with a score of 112-110 as both teams commenced their final offensive and defensive skirmishes. Lin Yifan realized that he needed 2 more assists to complete the challenging task. Whether he can achieve these assists depends on the shooting touch of his teammates. Lin Yifan was overly eager to secure 2 assists. Even before the Suns employed a double team, Lin had already passed the ball to Brewer in the corner. However, this was not the most judicious passing option. Bledsoe's defense arrived just in time, forcing Brewer to take a hurried shot. On the other side, Booker skillfully utilized off-ball movement to create a shooting opportunity. When the double team descended upon Booker, he showcased his passing prowess. After several exchanges of offense and defense, the score was tied at 120 between the Lakers and the Suns. The home crowd erupted in cheers as Booker sank the equalizing shot, and the arena was enveloped in a sea of orange. In this critical moment, the momentum of the Suns completely overshadowed that of the Lakers. Coach Luke Walton called for a timeout. With just 2 minutes remaining in the game, he had yet to achieve the desired 2 assists. Walton emphasized the need to focus more on interior play. Lin Yifan was acutely aware that the moment to exert his strength had arrived. He called for the ball from a low position. Ball was passed to him with a bounce. Lin Yifan receives the ball in the low post on the left side. Chandler's defensive movements are quite pronounced at this moment. He is closely adhering to Lin's waist, his arms forcefully pressing against his back. Is there no double team coming? Lin Yifan pivoted on his right foot, executing a graceful somersault to the right, his body elegantly drifting outward. As his left foot touched the ground, he instantaneously leaped, transitioning the axis of his motion. His right foot ascended in perfect harmony. The Golden Rooster stands alone. Chandler was taken aback by Lin Yifan's unexpected prowess. The basketball arced beautifully in a rainbow trajectory. Swish. Alas, Chandler, preoccupied with exerting pressure against the opponent, found his footwork faltering, leaving him unprepared for the shot. Magnificent. The Golden Rooster stands alone. There was a hint of Dirk Nowitzki in his style. This compelled Chandler to exercise caution in his defense, reluctant to draw too close, extending his arms to thwart any potential shot. Meanwhile, the Lakers opted to double-team Booker, allowing Bledsoe of the Suns to take possession. Bledsoe averaged 4.5 assists per game, but also committed 2.3 turnovers. As he charged into the paint, he encountered a formidable defense from Big Low. Left with no choice, he attempted to pass, but Lin Yifan had been patiently awaiting the opportunity, intercepting the passing lane with precision. Lin Yifan seized the ball and swiftly initiated a fast break. What? The center is leading the fast break? Chandler appeared somewhat astonished, sprinting with all his might to catch up. Chris, displaying remarkable speed, had already returned to the three-point line position. Lin Yifan dribbled leisurely towards Chris before suddenly executing a bizarre change of direction, accelerating with remarkable agility. Is this a move befitting a center? Chris stumbled, momentarily caught off guard, as Lin deftly dribbled to the right, bypassing his defender with ease. He launched into a soaring layup. Behind him, Chandler barreled in, arms outstretched, poised for a thunderous block. Yet, in midair, Lin Yifan unexpectedly retracted the ball, passing it deftly behind him through Chandler's armpit. Following closely was DeAndre Lopez, who received the pass and, with seamless momentum, slammed the ball into the hoop. Incredible! What a splendid assist. The crowd erupted in exhilaration. However, Lin Yifan's assist tally still awaited its final addition. Chapter 57. The acquisition of Tony Parker's floater skill. The Suns called for a timeout. The home crowd held their breath in anticipation. In the final minute, the Lakers led by 4 points. As the clock ticked down, the Suns opted to inbound the ball to Bledsoe. He maneuvered through a screen, penetrating into the paint, while Booker, utilizing an off-ball screen, circled out beyond the three-point line. A swift pass found the now open Booker. In a fleeting moment, he had an opportunity for an open shot. Brewers' defense was closing in. Without hesitation, Booker launched a three-pointer. Swish. The score was now 122-121, with only a single point separating the teams. The home fans rose in unison, erupting into a deafening roar. Booker for MVP. The Lakers, too, called for a timeout. The final minute seemed to stretch interminably. Just over 20 seconds had elapsed. After Lin Yifan served, the basketball was passed to Ball. Ball controlled the game tempo at the top of the arc. The entire crowd rose to their feet, amidst a tremendous uproar, cheering fervently for the Suns. Defense, defense, defense. Another 14 seconds have elapsed. Lin Yifan advanced to set a right screen. Ball made a decisive move to the right. Chris pursued Ball closely. Ball's penetration proved to be highly effective in this match. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan swiftly descended, leaving Bledsoe behind. Ball executed a bounce pass to Lin Yifan. As he initiated his attack towards the basket, only Tyson Chandler remained beneath the rim. The shot clock dwindled to a mere 4 seconds. Tyson Chandler aggressively closed in, leading to a confrontation between the two. The ball came to a halt. Only 3 seconds remained. At this moment, Chandler's physical presence was formidable, and Bledsoe joined the fray from behind, creating a formidable double team. Lin Yifan pivoted on his left foot, adjusting into a back-facing stance. 2 seconds. Time was running out. The double team had arrived. Chandler had fully extended his arm, poised to disrupt the shot. Meanwhile, Bledsoe was keenly awaiting the opportunity to intercept the ball. Just when everyone assumed that Lin Yifan would hastily take the shot, Lin Yifan suddenly directed the ball behind him toward the basket. A swift pass flew past Chandler. The recipient was Ingram, who smoothly infiltrated the paint from the wing. In one fluid motion, he executed a delicate floater, releasing it with remarkable speed. As all eyes were fixated on Ball and Lin Yifan, Ingram had already initiated his off-ball movement. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan had been keenly aware of his progression. Typically, a player's focus remains solely on the ball handler. However, elite passers, upon securing the ball, immediately attune themselves to the movements of every teammate. The ball kissed the backboard and went in. Simultaneously, the buzzer for the 24-second violation sounded. Was it a last-second game winner? Teammates rushed over to embrace Ingram and Lin Yifan. Great pass, Lin. Ingram, rarely so interactive on the court, joined in the celebration. The home crowd of the Suns was instantaneously silenced. Yet, the Suns players gestured for a 24-second violation, indicating the basket should not count. The referee signaled for a review. Nevertheless, Lin Yifan was entirely confident that the shot had been released just before the buzzer. It was an instinctive judgment bestowed upon him by his exceptional court vision. Indeed. On the large screen, the replay revealed that at the moment Ingram released the ball, the buzzer sounded. The basket was confirmed valid. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the game challenge task. An S-rank treasure chest as a reward. Finally, 10 assists achieved. An S-rank treasure chest awaits. Lin Yifan displayed a smile of contentment. Subsequently, the Suns' final shot to clinch the game missed its mark. The score ultimately settled at 125-121. On one side, the exuberant cheers of the Lakers' youthful players echoed. On the other, the Suns experienced a profound sense of desolation that enveloped fans, players, and even the head coach. In the post-game interview, Suns head coach Earl Watson was notably absent from the press conference. Consecutive heavy defeats in the team's dismal performance led the Suns to part ways with Coach Watson. Assistant coach Jay Triano was appointed as the interim head coach. Meanwhile, Luke Walton secured his position as the head coach of the Lakers following their promising start with 2 consecutive victories. In the post-game interview, Luke Walton beamed with joy. Seated alongside Randall and Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan notched an impressive 16 points and 10 assists in this match, his numerous standout performances contributing significantly to the team's triumph. As a coach, how do you assess his performance? Luke Walton nodded as he listened, stating, Lin is an unparalleled player. He led us to victory in this game. He improves with every match. Just look at his footwork and those passes. They are simply exquisite. Meanwhile, Randall sat silently with a glum expression. Lin, your assists in this game were remarkably beautiful. How do you evaluate your own performance? Lin Yifan responded in a quintessentially Chinese manner. My mother, Tim Prell, fears death from his foster. To the astonishment of the reporter, he nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the reporter inquired, the team's lineup changes with each game. Lin was originally a substitute yet appeared in the final quarter. What is the rationale behind this arrangement? Walton's smile never faded as he replied. We are a youthful team, and this season we have welcomed 4 new rookie players. We have a multitude of players to consider, and every lineup necessitates experimentation. The most crucial aspect is that we keep the players who can lead us to victory on the court. After finishing, Walton cast a satisfied glance towards Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan then added, stuttering is truly a profound experience. They returned to the locker room. Lin Yifan promptly activated the system, eagerly opening the treasure chest. A flicker of gray light illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the shooting skill of Tony Parker. Tony Parker? The French whirlwind. His spinning dribbling combined with his jump shot was nothing short of invincible back in the day. Lin Yifan's mind began to replay a vivid scene, a diminutive point guard clad in the number 9 jersey deftly maneuvering amidst towering players. An expressionless player's screen set the stage for a direct assault on the basket. As he approached the formidable opposing center for a potential block, he abruptly leapt without the need for a 3-step or jump shot, executing a seamless release of the ball mid-stride. The basketball soared in a gracefully arched parabola, evading any attempt at interception from the interior defense. The imagery looped repeatedly until a gray badge emblazoned with the number 9 appeared in the training camp. This seemed almost invincible. This scruffy-faced, bean-like player, standing at a mere 188 centimeters, was none other than Tony Parker, who once clinched the title of the season's leading scorer in the paint thanks to this very technique of the delicate floater, surpassing all centers in the league in points scored beneath the rim. Such a silky smooth floater is invaluable in this era dominated by the analytics of Moneyball. In this age that venerates the principles of advanced statistics, defenses often concentrate their efforts on rim protection and 3-point defense. Typically, a towering player guards the paint, while others work to navigate screens and contest the perimeter shots. Following a pick-and-roll, interior defenders generally retreat to safeguard the rim, thereby creating ample space for mid-range floaters. Lin Yifan's mind suddenly overflowed with numerous offensive strategies. This was exhilarating. Imagine a player towering at 11 meters, executing a delicate floater down the center. What could the opposing center possibly do to defend against that? No time to waste. He needed to put this into practice immediately. With that thought, Lin Yifan swiftly donned his training gear and dashed to the training facility. The art of the floater demanded relentless practice. Chapter 58, Upcoming Match Against the Pelicans? The trainer's advice sting. A crisp notification chimed from his phone. Just as Lin Yifan was about to commence his training, he glanced down at the screen. The first thing that caught his eye was a sultry selfie, Kendall Jenner, clad in a plunging V-neck top, pouting her fiery red lips. Her curvaceous figure tantalizingly revealed beneath a sheer white skirt. The women of the Kardashian clan certainly know how to captivate. As he continued to scroll, he noticed Jenner's accompanying message, "You played well. I'll be waiting for you at the Lakers home game." Lin Yifan turned off his phone screen. Is Jenna coming to the home game for the next match? Who is the opponent? Lin Yifan checked the schedule. The next game is against the Pelicans. In 2 days, the Lakers will return home to face the New Orleans Pelicans. At this moment, the Pelicans boast the most formidable interior duo in the league, Anthony Davis and DeMarcus Cousins. Goodness, both of these players are elite inside players, excelling in both offense and defense. Particularly the matchup against Anthony Davis, known as Brow. Davis entered the Pelicans as the first overall pick in 2012 and has been selected to the All-NBA First Team and the All-Defensive First Team for 3 consecutive years since 2014. It is fair to say that he possesses an unparalleled defensive impact among interior players in the league. His agility rivals that of a guard, his help defense is exceptional, and he has an uncanny ability to sense blocks. This will be a tremendous challenge. Following the past 2 games, many Los Angeles media outlets have likened Lin Yifan to the Lakers' own AD. Consequently, these media have focused their promotional efforts on the anticipated duel between the two. A poster features Lin Yifan executing a back-to-the-basket move on the left, while on the right, Davis delivers a thunderous block. The battle in the paint, the Lakers' rising star versus the Pelicans' reigning block king. Can Lin's madness continue? A test from the Twin Towers of New Orleans awaits. Lin Yifan recognized that this would be the greatest challenge he had ever faced. Meanwhile, prior to the match, the Los Angeles media revealed another piece of news. Following the game against the Suns, Julius Randle of the Lakers expressed dissatisfaction to the management. Randle demanded more playing time, and there were rumors that he might request a trade. As his contract year approached, Randle's market prospects looked promising, attracting interest from several teams, including the Pelicans, Knicks, and Mavericks. This situation ignited further internal strife within the Lakers management. Early in the morning, in the Lakers president's office, General Manager Rob Pelinka was briefing Jeanie Buss on the state of the team. "Hey, Jeanie, Randle is a player we have nurtured for 3 years. Excelling on both offense and defense," Pelinka promoted, as Rambus, enjoying a cigar, nodded in agreement, adding that Randle's market value is high and they could not allow any dissatisfaction to leak, as it would diminish his trade value. Magic Johnson furrowed his brow and interjected, "Hey, bad boy, what did you just say? A trade?" Rambus, not addressing Magic directly, leaned in to whisper to Jeanie, ensuring his words were audible to everyone present. "I have received word from within the Pelicans that Anthony Davis and DeMarcus Cousins are quite discontent with their current situation." He then cast a meaningful glance at Magic, suggesting, "Perhaps we should leverage our assets to acquire one of them. These are star players around whom we could build our team." Pelinka stoked the flames of excitement. Jeanie looked at Magic Johnson, who shook his head, asserting, "Our team is in a good position. At least 4 of our rookies have the potential to develop into all-star caliber players." "For all-stars?" Rambus interrupted with a hearty laugh. "What a joke. I fail to see which players possess that capability." Magic shot Rambus a glance, mentioning Ingram, Ball, Randle, and Lin Yifan as having potential. Rambus countered, "Come on, by the time they mature, we'll still be enduring several years at the bottom of the league." The team's poor performance had already impacted its value, with the Clippers seizing a significant portion of the market. Pelinka remarked, striking a chord with Jeanie. Indeed. The neighboring Warriors had seen their franchise value soar after consecutive seasons in the finals. In 2010, Warriors owner Joe Lacob purchased the team for $450 million, and by 2017, its value had surpassed $3.1 billion, threatening to eclipse the Lakers. This reality instilled a sense of urgency in Jeanie, especially given the relatively modest wealth of the Buss family compared to Steve Ballmer of the Clippers. The Lakers had not made the playoffs for 4 consecutive seasons, and the lingering issues from Kupchak's tenure left the team with limited assets. The only tradable assets were a few high draft picks acquired in recent seasons. In their quest to swiftly rebuild the Purple and Gold dynasty, Rambus and Pelinka clearly favored the idea of exchanging these promising rookies for superstar players, directly aiming for the championship. Jeanie was intrigued. With just 2 days until the game, Lin Yifan dedicated himself to rigorous training. Lin Yifan commenced his practice with a forward dribble, executing a jump shot just inside the free throw line, swish. Following this, he engaged in a shooting drill, dribbling to both the left and right at a 45-degree angle before making his shot, swish. Roger Johnson, the head trainer of the Los Angeles Lakers, collaborated with Lin Yifan during the training session. Roger, taken aback, remarked, "Hey, Lin, your jump shot is remarkably smooth. I never anticipated you possessed such finesse." Previously, Roger Johnson, who was recruited from the Golden State Warriors, often guided Stephen Curry's training. From Lin Yifan's silky shooting technique, he seemed to discern echoes of Curry's style. As one of the league's premier scorers, the jump shot is an essential skill for guards like Curry. However, witnessing a towering player at 2.11 meters execute such shots left Roger Johnson astounded. Particularly, Lin Yifan's continually advancing technical prowess, demonstrating new skills in nearly every game, was striking. "Lin, your capacity for learning is exceptional. The last time I witnessed such a graceful jump shot was with Steven." Roger Johnson commented on Lin Yifan's performance. Lin Yifan paused in his practice and said, "Roger, I am about to face the Pelicans, and I will encounter significant defensive challenges. Do you have any advice?" Roger Chiao-Sang pondered for a moment before replying, "Cousins possesses immense strength, among the best in the league. Do not confront him head-on." "But what?" Lin Yifan noticed Roger Chiao-Sang hesitated. "However, evading AD's defense is exceedingly difficult." Roger Chiao-Sang continued, "Although you can currently employ dreamlike footwork, AD's agility and speed surpass yours, making it challenging to deceive him with your movements." Lin Yifan nodded in agreement. "Anthony Davis currently ranks among the top 5 in the league." Roger Johnson continued, stating that one can stand independently like a Golden Rooster, execute a fadeaway, or maneuver past opponents like Allen Iverson. However, all these skills are contingent upon one's fundamental physical attributes, making it challenging to confront Davis head-on at this moment. Lin Yifan felt a heavy weight in his heart. pondering that his abilities were indeed insufficient. Nevertheless, he still contemplated how to confront Anthony Davis. Lin Yifan suddenly had a brilliant idea. Perhaps a little floater could come in handy. Roger Bridges sensed Lin Yifan's excitement. However, Lin, you are still in your rookie season, and you have already performed admirably. Given your circumstances, your objective this season should be to cultivate your offensive skills. Just like Durant, strive to become an offensive kaleidoscope. Become an offensive kaleidoscope? Indeed. Play to your strengths and develop your advantages. Your forte lies in passing, by becoming a formidable offensive threat that instills fear in your opponents. Your passing abilities will reach their fullest potential. Roger Bridges continued, as for the game against the Pelicans, you can utilize screens to avoid a direct one-on-one confrontation with Anthony. Utilize screens? This time, Lin Yifan was on the same wavelength as his trainer. Chapter 59. Trade Rumors Surrounding the Lakers? The following day, the team resumed its regular training schedule. During the 2 or 3 days between games, daily training sessions were organized, including both individual and team practices, typically not exceeding 3 hours for team drills. Most players would arrive at the arena around 10 a.m. Early in the morning, the Magic Man hurried through the training facility only to discover that someone was already training. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was still not even 8 a.m. Who would start training at such an hour? They had just played against the Suns yesterday. Peering through the door, the Magic Man was astonished to find it was Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan was engaged in a throwing practice with his trainer, Roger Chosan. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his training attire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The gentle touch and consistent accuracy of Lin Yifan are truly remarkable. Even the illustrious Magic Johnson, a former point guard himself, found himself awestruck. When did this young man develop such a delicate shooting technique? In his own prime, he had never mastered such finesse. Lin Yifan, ostensibly a center, possesses such exquisite skill. Magic couldn't help but marvel at Lin's exceptional learning ability. Simultaneously, he reflected on his own discernment. Lin Yifan's potential is undeniably immense. Although many gifted players exist, some fail to realize their talents due to insufficient training. Magic understood that diligence is also a form of talent, yet players who embody this quality are increasingly rare. However, as the team's president of basketball operations, Magic rushed into the office early that morning, burdened by troubling matters. He needed to address some sensitive trade rumors surrounding the team. Mysteriously, certain Los Angeles media outlets had suddenly released speculation about a trade between the Lakers and the Pelicans. It was reported that the Lakers were willing to part with Ingram, Ball, Randall, Lin Yifan, and a future first-round pick in exchange for Anthony Davis from the Pelicans. This was clearly false information. As the team president, Magic was more concerned with identifying the source of these rumors and their underlying motives. The nature of such news often blurs the line between truth and deception. Anthony Davis was in peak form, having averaged 28 points, 12 rebounds, 1 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks per game last season. The Pelicans had also made significant moves, acquiring the superstar center DeMarcus Cousins from the Kings, yet they still failed to reach the playoffs. This disappointment had instigated some discontent within their core player, Davis. The offseason had not brought any remarkable trades for the Pelicans, as the mid-season acquisition of Cousins had depleted their resources. Since the Celtics formed their Big Three, teams have recognized the advantages of star-studded lineups and have sought to create their own conglomerates of talent. This season, the Warriors boast 4 superstars, dubbed the Aircraft Carrier, Cosmic Warriors, and Invincible Splash Brothers. The Cavaliers have similarly assembled their own quartet to compete. Thus, the Pelicans adopted a similar strategy in their roster construction. This summer, they awarded their key point guard, Drew Holiday, a 5-year, $126 million max contract, retaining the core trio of Davis, Cousins, and Holiday. However, Holiday's contract limited the team's salary cap flexibility, necessitating only minor adjustments during the offseason. Their most significant acquisition was the trade for point guard Rajon Rondo. Yet, the trade rumors regarding Anthony Davis continued to circulate, now casting shadows over the Lakers' young talents. Magic understood the need to handle these trade rumors with great care, as they could alter player mindsets and incite unnecessary speculation among fans. The only ones reveling in this situation were the media, who thrived on such sensational news. Magic Johnson felt a headache coming on. There was much work to be done, including contacting the media and communicating with the players. Despite the management meeting where Jeannie Buss had expressed support for Rambise's plan to trade young assets for a superstar and quickly form a Lakers Big Three, The process required time and ensuring the young assets maintained their value through strong performances. This was the current trend in the league, with a growing inclination towards forming super teams, particularly in larger markets. Star players developed in smaller markets often yearn for the allure and opportunities presented by the Lakers, a franchise that garners attention and benefits that smaller markets cannot rival. The Lakers management also aimed to embark on their own journey towards forming the Big Three, a course of action that Magic felt powerless to alter. Nevertheless, he wished to preserve the current young assets as much as possible. In just a couple of years, or perhaps even sooner, these individuals could potentially reach all-star caliber. Magic glanced at Lin Yifan, who was diligently training, and let out a soft sigh. At 9 in the morning, Ingram, freshly donned in his practice attire, entered the training facility to find Lin Yifan already drenched in sweat. Seeing Lin, who arrived at the gym every morning before dawn, filled Ingram with admiration and surprise. Ingram's father owned a basketball training facility in their hometown, and from a young age, he had rushed to the gym after school to practice. He relished the feeling of sweating it out in the training hall. His father had advised him to arrive an hour early each day to improve his game, a practice Ingram had diligently adhered to since joining the Lakers. The sight of the walls adorned with retired jerseys and accolades often filled him with an immense sense of pride. He envisioned a day when his own jersey would hang in the Lakers training facility, becoming part of the storied history. "Hey, Lin," Ingram called out, his eyes reflecting a dreamy quality as if he had just awakened. "Hey, Ingram," Lin Yifan replied, noticing Ingram's downcast demeanor. "You don't look too well." "You don't need to train so hard," Ingram said coolly. "What do you mean? Haven't you seen the news? They say we might be used as trade bait." Lin Yifan calmly remarked, "Do not worry. Should such a scenario unfold, it is they, the Lakers, who will bear the losses." In surprise, Ingram suddenly raised his head. "Remember, this is all business. The owners will not indulge you with sentiments. Our sole responsibility is to step onto the court, deliver commendable performances. And it is as simple as that. Then, we shall strive to seize our destinies into our own hands." As Lin Yifan spoke, a glimmer of realization appeared in Ingram's eyes. Indeed, in the current league, even superstar players endeavor to control their fates, influencing the operations of team management. They attempt to forge connections with fellow players, cultivating a sense of camaraderie among themselves. Some even resort to orchestrating their own downfalls to demand trades to their desired teams. The power of the players has reached unprecedented heights. Yet, this is merely a privilege reserved for the elite few, without remarkable prowess. One is left to the whims of fate. Chapter 60, Confronting Elite Defense? Matching up against Davis. On October 22nd, the Staples Center in Los Angeles was abuzz with excitement. The new season celebrated a triumphant 3-game winning streak, with the 4 selected rookies delivering outstanding performances. Lakers fans echoed the long-awaited chant of Lakers championship. Particularly, the impressive display of Lin Yifan, an undrafted player from China, has rendered his name a favorite among the Lakers faithful. The fervor of new Lin has swept through once more. During the pre-game warm-up phase, Mahua Sports arranged a special interview. Miss Meng Chao beamed with a sweet smile. Standing beside Lin Yifan, microphone raised high. "Yifan, you have dazzled in 3 consecutive games, achieving a double-double with 17 points and 10 assists in the last match. This time, Meng Chao donned a black fitted bodysuit, complemented by a sleeveless white jacket, with a heart-shaped pendant glimmering against the undulating hills of her neckline. Lin Yifan took note of Miss Meng Chao's figure, which is both curvaceous and alluring. The youth, unaware of Meng Chao's true charms, mistakenly regarded Ling and as the gem. The presence of both Ling and Meng Chao presents quite the dilemma. During the interview, Meng Chao wore a radiant smile that made Lin Yifan feel an unusual sense of closeness. "What plans do you have for the upcoming match against the Pelicans' formidable duo?" Lin Yifan stood with his hands on his hips, slightly bowing his head, saying, "I strive to play well and cherish every minute on the court. As for my plans, I have a few, but they remain a secret. However, if you're curious, I might share them with you quietly." Meng Chao chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter. "You have quite a fan base now. Could you perhaps give me an autograph later?" After the interview, journalist Meng Chao softly asked Lin Yifan, her face displaying a hint of shyness. "Of course, where would you like me to sign?" Today, the Staples Center was filled with numerous fans of Lin Yifan, who held up signs written in Chinese, swaying to the music in the stands. "Lin Yifan, go for it. I love you, Lin Yifan. You are so handsome." However, the most prominent fan in attendance was undoubtedly supermodel Kendall Jenner, who appeared courtside wearing a Lakers jersey in the iconic purple and gold, with Lin printed on the back. Kuzma nudged Lin Yifan's shoulder, exclaiming, "Wow, you're something else. Jenner actually wore your jersey to the game." On the other side, Ingram squinted at the sight and jokingly said, "Lin, give me one of your jerseys. I'll make my girlfriend wear it tonight." It must be said that Jenner's look today was exceptionally alluring. She donned an oversized jersey that clearly showcased her fitted black top beneath. Even more tantalizing were her long legs, which peeked out from under the jersey, giving the impression that she wore nothing at all underneath. In the locker room, Luke Walton was organizing the lineup. Yet, he sensed a suffocating atmosphere among the young players. Randall, usually full of energy, was unusually silent today, as he too was caught in trade rumors, being a key asset in potential deals. Ultimately, Walton decided on a starting lineup of Ball, Pope, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. He understood that the primary challenge in this match would be their offense. The Pelicans boasted a formidable interior defensive duo, particularly with Anthony Davis's exceptional shot-blocking ability. Moreover, the Pelicans' perimeter defense, led by Drew Holiday, was renowned for its excellence. And their newly acquired players, Rajon Rondo and Tony Allen, were also defensive powerhouses. This match promised to be quite challenging. In the sports broadcasting studio, commentator Yang Dalian scanned Lin Yifan's recent statistics from the past 2 games. Unbelievable. An undrafted player, with just 2 games under his belt, has achieved double-doubles. Truly remarkable. How audacious can one be? After the female host, Shao-Chi, concluded an advertisement for a well-known sports protection brand, she turned to Yang Dalian and asked, "What are your thoughts on this match?" Despite his discomfort, he managed to glean insights from the data. "I believe Lin Yifan will face unprecedented challenges in this game. The Pelicans are currently limited by injuries, with only Davis and Cousins available in the paint. Therefore, Lin will likely match up against one of them. While we won't discuss Cousins, facing Anthony Davis will indeed be a daunting task for Lin, as he will encounter one of the league's top defenders. In previous games, Lin has faced bench players like Looney, Plumlee, and Harrell, and even Tyson Chandler, who, while a starter for the Suns, is past his prime. In contrast, Anthony Davis is at his peak, and his offensive capabilities are formidable. Lin's defensive performance has been lacking, so it is likely that Davis will dominate him on both ends of the court. Moreover, the Pelicans are desperate for a win after losing their first 2 games. Yang Dalian was pleased with his analysis and then asked Shao-Chi, "Do you still think the Lakers will win?" Shao-Chi hesitated before replying, "Perhaps the Pelicans." "Is it because you think Lin Yifan is too handsome?" She blushed, nodding like a shy rabbit. As the match commenced, the chat room was flooded with supportive messages for Lin Yifan as the game began. Yang Dalian remarked on the obvious bias in his commentary, stating, however, "The Lakers are in a precarious position. The Pelicans' defense is exceptional." He pointed out that the stamina of Davis and Cousins might be an issue since they were the only 2 available inside players. Just looking at the starting lineups, the Pelicans were undoubtedly among the league's elite, rivaling even the Warriors. At the start of the game, no one anticipated that Ingram and Randall would come out with such ferocity. These 2, who had been packaged in trade discussions for Davis the day before, seemed eager to prove the trade's folly. Randall immediately charged at Davis with his powerful elbow, relentlessly attacking him. Davis's vulnerability has always been his fragility. When he entered the league, standing at 2.11 meters, he weighed less than 100 kilograms, making him susceptible in physical confrontations. Hence, he had downplayed his height to 2.08 meters, avoiding the center position. Now, having bulked up to 108 kilograms, he could comfortably play power forward alongside Cousins. However, Randall, weighing 115 kilograms and evidently fueled by anger, charged at Davis aggressively. This was precisely what Davis feared. Meanwhile, Ingram found it effortless to score against the Pelicans forward, Dant Cunningham, effortlessly racking up points through drives and shots. After 8 minutes of play, the Lakers led 34-22, revealing that the Pelicans' defense was not as formidable as expected. Primarily, Gentry was an offensive-minded coach, lacking in defensive strategy. Even the best defenders require a solid system to thrive, while Davis and Holiday were competent defenders. They lacked a cohesive framework. The Pelicans needed someone to orchestrate their offense and defense, and after a timeout, both teams sent in their bench players. The Pelicans brought in their new acquisition, point guard Rajon Rondo. At this moment, Lin Yifan also entered the game, replacing the fatigued Randall, preparing to face the formidable Anthony Davis. Chapter 61, Weakness? With a significant lead, the Lakers first sent in their bench players. Unlike the Pelicans, the Lakers had a wealth of talent, maintaining a rotation of 12 players. Ball, Clarkson, Kuzma, Nance, and Lin Yifan took the court. On the Pelicans side, it was Rondo, Holiday, Cunningham, Darius Miller, and Anthony Davis. The Pelicans opted for a small ball lineup, a move born out of necessity. Currently, they had only 2 healthy big men, with the rest injured, and these 2 were crucial to the team's offensive and defensive strategies. It seemed that Gentry had no choice but to rotate Davis and Cousins in and out. However, Gentry was silently calculating in his mind. He had long desired to experiment with the strength of his small ball lineup. Yet, Davis expressed his unwillingness to play the center position, and the team's management supported him. From the outset, the Lakers launched a fierce offensive in the first quarter, while Pelicans head coach Gentry stood with his arms crossed, his expression impassive as he observed the unfolding situation. It was only when he noticed the Lakers preparing to substitute that a smile suddenly broke across his face. He turned to his assistant and remarked, "Did you notice anything? The Lakers, are targeting our Cunningham and more." Gentry nodded, a grin on his face. As if the score was not significantly unfavorable, Walton displayed considerable acumen, recognizing where our defensive weaknesses lay, and now he would likely have to confront his fears. As the head coach, Gentry maintained an extreme optimism. In his view, being down by a dozen points was hardly an issue. Previously an offensive assistant with the Warriors, he had always advocated for a small ball approach since joining the Pelicans, aiming to resolve offensive possessions in a mere 7 to 8 seconds. He had strategically built a team around the core of Davis, assembling players with passing and shooting capabilities, positioning Davis at center to execute the small ball strategy. However, Pelicans general manager Dimps traded for Asik, Ajinka, and also acquired Cousins through a substantial deal last season. The intent was clear. The management sought to fulfill Anthony Davis's desire to play the power forward position. This was in direct contradiction to Gentry's vision, forcing him to comply with the management's directives and deploy a twin tower setup. Since the preseason, the team had experimented with numerous lineups, continuously refining their composition. The ultimate conclusion was that the twin tower and small ball strategies were fundamentally incompatible. Davis and Cousins needed to play separately. With a current shortage in the frontcourt, an opportunity presented itself. Gentry's primary desire remained to position Davis at center for the entire team to adopt the small ball approach. Despite Davis showing some reluctance, the scarcity of options forced their hand. The Pelicans began substituting players, and the effectiveness of this lineup was evident. Right from the start, Lin Yifan, facing Davis's defense, aimed to test his offensive prowess. He called for the ball in the low post, received a lob from Caruso, and executed a swift turnaround jumper. As he released the ball, Davis's long arms arrived just in time, grazing the basketball with his fingertips. Remarkably, he managed to block it. This was the league's leading shot blocker. Moreover, Davis particularly relished matching up against players like Lin Yifan. Indeed, Davis was currently exerting comprehensive dominance over Lin Yifan. The latter found himself in a challenging position, becoming a target of relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, on the offensive end, the Pelicans showed no signs of retreating. Following a block, they swiftly transitioned from defense to offense. All 5 players on the court were agile and capable shooters. They resolved the possession within 6 seconds, with Davis sprinting to the front court after his block, receiving an alley-oop from Rondo. In the live broadcast room, Yang Dalian was so exhilarated he nearly stood up, praising the beautiful display of offensive and defensive prowess, underscored by Davis's commanding presence. Lin Yifan's defense was woefully inadequate, leaving him to watch helplessly as Davis executed a dunk. At that moment, Lin Yifan became the Lakers' on-court black hole, their most significant weakness, with Davis exploiting him at will. Beside him, the female commentator Xiao Qi was visibly frustrated, stomping her feet in disbelief. "What is going on?" she exclaimed, and upon hearing Yang Dalian's analysis, her agitation intensified. "My Yifan will adjust his performance. Please don't speak carelessly." Teacher Yang. On the court, Lin Yifan had no choice but to attempt to invigorate his teammates through passing. However, from the Pelicans bench, a maestro emerged on the court, Rajon Rondo. This former all-star point guard, a crucial contributor to the Celtics' championship victory, had journeyed through several teams, including the Mavericks, Kings, and Bulls, due to personality clashes. Rondo possessed a unique understanding of tactics, often executing strategies based on his own insights. Yet, this tendency frequently led to conflicts with head coaches and strained relationships with teammates. Nevertheless, Coach Alvin Gentry held Rondo in high regard and actively encouraged him to take on a leadership role among the players. Facing a plethora of seasoned veterans at the beginning of the season, Gentry needed a voice of authority in the locker room, and Rondo was the perfect fit. Upon entering the game, Rondo immediately connected with Anthony Davis, helping him find his rhythm. On the other side, Lin Yifan observed that his teammates were in a state of cold shooting, hesitant and reluctant to take shots. Notably, Clarkson, usually a wild card, appeared to be in a daze during this match. When the ball reached Clarkson, he quickly passed it away. Clarkson, not particularly known for his passing, made 2 consecutive turnovers, resulting in points lost for his team. At that moment, he was being defended by Jrue Holiday, a guard renowned for his defensive prowess, consistently in contention for the all-defensive team. Holiday's defense was clean and swift, relying solely on footwork and defensive awareness rather than underhanded tactics. Throughout the game, Ball's performance was completely subdued by Holiday, with no highlights on either end of the court. When Holiday switched to guard Clarkson, he effectively stifled Clarkson's contributions as well. As the team fell behind by 8 points, Walton furrowed his brow in concern. Walton recognized that the Pelicans were exploiting a small ball lineup to accelerate their pace, transitioning rapidly from defense to offense, an approach he had witnessed frequently during his time with the Warriors. Both Walton and Gentry had previously served as assistant coaches for the Warriors, both adept at offensive strategies. At this juncture, Gentry deployed Davis as the focal point of a small lineup, stripping Lin Yifan of his offensive and defensive advantages, rendering him a target for the opposing team's scrutiny. Walton called for a timeout and substituted Lin Yifan for Julius Randle. The commentators in the broadcast room were taken aback, exclaiming, "Why was Lin Yifan taken out?" They noted Randle's smug demeanor as he cast sidelong glances at Lin. It was not surprising, given that Lin had often been referred to as a less athletic version of Davis, and today he was up against an exceptionally formidable opponent. However, it was evident that Lin Yifan's passing was also stifled, as the Pelicans executed their perimeter rotations effectively. Rondo commanded the floor adeptly, even managing to rein in the notoriously temperamental Cousins. It was Holiday's exceptional defense that rendered Cousins ineffective. Suddenly, commentator Yang Delian felt he had discovered the tipping point. He boldly proclaimed, "I can predict today that Lin Yifan will not score in double digits." The female host, Xiao Qi, pouted and asked, "What if he scores 10 points?" Yang Delian replied, "I will do a headstand while live streaming." To which Xiao Qi responded, "You said it." With a mischievous expression, Yang Delian teased, "What if he doesn't score double digits?" Xiao Qi quipped, "Then I will confess my feelings for Lin Yifan live on air." As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers led the Pelicans 36-32, with the deficit narrowed to just 4 points. During the intermission, the broadcast shifted to Lin Yifan on the bench. Lin Yifan gently closed his eyes, examining his system panel. Over the past few days of competition and training, he had garnered 3 attribute points, along with 2 attribute rewards from his recent victory, and an additional 10 points from career achievements, bringing his total to 15 attribute points. He decided to invest them all into his close-range shooting, elevating it to a remarkable 80. His close-range shooting ability surged from 65-90 to 80-90, significantly enhancing his proficiency in shooting near the basket. As the second quarter commenced, the Pelicans replaced Davis with Cousins. Nicknamed the Cousin, this seemingly soft and adorable moniker belied Cousins' aggressive playing style. In the era of small ball, Cousins earned the title of the league's premier center due to his versatile offensive skills. Drafted into the NBA in 2010, he joined the Kings as the 5th overall pick. Despite his notorious temper and poor emotional control, nevertheless, his prodigious talent shone through, establishing him as a formidable force in the paint, with impressive physical attributes, a soft shooting touch, and reliable rebounding skills. In the small ball landscape, Cousins honed his ball handling and playmaking abilities, along with a reasonably stable three-point shooting capability. Last season with the Kings, he averaged an impressive 27, 8 points, 10, 6 rebounds, 4, 8 assists, 1, 3 steals, and 1, 4 blocks per game, while shooting an average of 2 three-pointers per game at a 36% success rate. His only flaw was his abysmal emotional management. Off the court, he often clashed with coaches, and on the court, impulsive actions frequently drew the referee's attention. Last season, he averaged 4 turnovers per game, placing him among the league's leaders in that category. However, upon entering the second quarter, Cousins exhibited remarkable composure. Rajon Rondo, who had developed a solid rapport with Cousins during their time with the Kings, was one of the few players capable of keeping him in check. With several precise passes, Cousins dominated the paint, overpowering both Randle and Kuzma. Although Randle and Kuzma possessed commendable athleticism, they were particularly vulnerable to a powerhouse like Cousins, who combined superior physicality with technical skill. Standing at 2.11 meters and weighing 122 kilograms, Cousins physically overwhelmed the shorter and lighter Randall in the paint, effortlessly scoring with a hook shot after establishing his position. The big man possessed a surprisingly soft touch, akin to that of a delicate girl. The shot went in. Following this, Rondo executed a pick and roll with Cousins, delivering a bounce pass that set Cousins up for a one-handed dunk, showcasing his prowess as he soared over the defending Ball and Kuzma. The composed Cousins demonstrated the caliber of a true superstar, while his mental acuity surpassed that of an all-star. Cousins' all-encompassing dominance was evident as he bulldozed his way to the basket, complemented by his soft shooting touch. Just 1 minute into the second quarter, the score stood at 36-36, with both teams locked in a tie. In response, Coach Walton promptly called for a timeout. Lin Yifan gazed intently at the large screen, displaying the replay of Rondo and Cousins executing a pick and roll. The pick, the screen, these were indeed Lin Yifan's secret weapons. At that moment, Coach Luke Walton unexpectedly called out Lin Yifan's name. "Lin, you and Lopez are entering the game. Your task is to double-team Cousins." Walton also made substitutions. The current lineup for the Lakers consisted of Ball, KCP, Ingram, Lin Yifan, and Lopez. Ding. The system challenge task commenced. Achieve a scoring total exceeding 20 points in this game to earn an S-level move. Another system challenge? Scoring over 20 points? That seems rather challenging, doesn't it? Lin Yifan tucked his jersey into his long johns and stepped onto the court. Upon witnessing Lin Yifan's entrance, Kendall Jenner at the sidelines broke into applause, her gaze fixed intently on him. Her alluring red lips subtly pursed, a look of delight gracing her features. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan's reappearance ignited a fervor among the numerous fans who had come specifically to support him, who began to wave their flags and cheer passionately. At this moment, Lin Yifan remained remarkably composed. He cast a meaningful glance at Ball, signaling for a pick and roll in the next play. Ball dribbled to the top of the arc. With Rondo advancing to apply pressure, the players positioned themselves accordingly. Lin Yifan stepped forward to set a screen. Ball executed a swift change of direction, accelerating to the right for a breakthrough. At this moment, Cousins had no choice but to pursue Ball defensively. After 2 or 3 strides, Ball reached the mid-range spot on the right. He made a bounce pass, threading it through the outstretched arms of Cousins. Lin Yifan received the ball just 1 step inside the free throw line. Rondo was closely guarding him, sliding into the paint area. This position was already near the basket. With a glance, Rondo seemed to anticipate that Lin Yifan would either settle for a shot or dribble, giving him an opportunity to intercept the ball. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before Rondo. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Yifan did not let the ball drop. Instead, he seamlessly executed a jump shot. Without hesitation, he leaped off his left foot, slightly raising his right knee. His body moved straight up and down. With his right hand, he released the ball in a single-handed throw. Rondo momentarily failed to react. Astonishingly, it was a one-handed shot reminiscent of a guard. Moreover, the more one looked at it, the more it resembled the style of his old rival, Tony Parker. Rondo's next move was to quickly pivot and establish position for the rebound. At the same time, Cousins shouted loudly. With such emotion from a center, it was undoubtedly going to be a miss. The basketball arced gently, swish, in full view of everyone. It went straight through the net. In the sports broadcast room of Mahua Sports, Yang Dalian stared at the shot, utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? When did Lin Yifan master such an exquisite floater? It was as if the spirit of the great Tony Parker possessed him. Upon witnessing this remarkable shot, Xiaoqi couldn't contain her excitement in the live stream, exclaiming, "Ah, splendid." Simultaneously, the chat began to flood with comments. "Wow, I told you. Lin Yifan always brings something extraordinary to every game." A 2'11" center executing such an elusive floater? Even Rajon Rondo, no matter how high he jumps, couldn't reach it. Rondo appeared utterly taken aback. On the court, Rondo and Cousins exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished by the play. Even the soft-handed Cousins felt incapable of replicating such a shot. Though it seemed casual, as if tossed without thought, its flawless execution was undeniably the result of rigorous practice. On the sidelines, Randall gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. The smug grin he wore moments ago had vanished in an instant. This was impossible. That shot had to be a fluke. Meanwhile, Coach Walton wore a satisfied smile, having called the timeout at just the right moment. Deploying Lin Yifan was indeed a wise decision. This young man consistently unveils new skills. Utilizing screens to create such a floater? Lin Yifan is truly remarkable. On the sidelines, Jenna, witnessing this goal, raised her hands in exuberance, letting out a delighted scream. Wah! As her hands soared high, the loose jersey fluttered, revealing a fitted black undershirt beneath. Two lively, bouncing rabbits danced with her excitement. What a splendid play. Chapter 63. The Angry Cousins? Returning to defense, Cousins pouted, resembling a sulky young boy. Indeed, Cousins proactively called for the ball in the low post, eager to retaliate. Rondo delivered the ball with impeccable precision, setting it perfectly for the low post. Defending Cousins was the formidable Lopez. Lopez's defensive prowess was often underestimated. Standing at 2.13 meters and weighing 125 kilograms, he is an undeniably heavy-duty center. Last season, he averaged 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 2 assists per game with the Nets, along with an impressive average of 1.7 blocks. Both Lopez and Cousins are notably skilled centers in their own right. In terms of height and weight, Lopez held his ground admirably. However, Cousins' versatility is unmatched. At this moment, Cousins resembled a petulant young man, determined to showcase his ball-handling skills. Dribble, dribble, a spin dribble. After dribbling for over 6 seconds and touching the ground 4 times, the Lakers' double team arrived. Lin Yifan encircled, obstructing Cousins' path as he pivoted towards the baseline. Brook Lopez's defense was immaculate, utilizing his height and wingspan to elevate his arms in preparation for the block. Cousins had no choice but to redirect towards the middle, making 2 more probing moves. The Pelicans had already vacated the corner, yet Cousins remained oblivious to this fact. Suddenly, Ball leaped from the arc, stepping into the center. Intent on stripping the ball from Cousins, a trio converged. Cousins promptly halted his dribble, and Ball advanced to snatch the ball away. In a flash, Cousins clutched the ball tightly with both hands, struggling to maintain possession. There was no opportunity to shoot. He could only pass it outwards. With a swift motion, Cousins flung the ball towards the top of the arc, where Rajon Rondo awaited. Alas, Rondo was off the mark, particularly with his 3-point shot. Last season with the Bulls, Rondo averaged merely 1.9 attempts from beyond the arc, sinking only 0.9. In contrast, Brook Lopez averaged 5.4 attempts with 1.8 makes. Even a towering figure like Lopez had begun to take more than 5 3-point attempts per game. Not to mention Curry, who averaged 10 attempts. In this era of small ball, pure point guards like Rondo have become an anomaly. As his athleticism waned, his penetrative ability diminished, often leading to Rondo being given space, even left wide open. Opponents recognized his reluctance to shoot. This scenario fostered a numerical superiority on the court, allowing Ball to unabashedly converge on Cousins. Rondo has never been known for his scoring prowess. Rather, he excels in defense, leveraging his long arms and unparalleled basketball IQ to fortify his team's defense while orchestrating their offense. However, in this age of small ball, his lack of a 3-point threat magnifies his deficiencies. Rondo unleashed an unorthodox 3-point attempt. An air ball, not even close. Lin Yifan secured the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack. Cousins, walking along, shook his head vigorously while vociferously berating the referee. What on earth, can't you see? Ball just wrapped his arm around me. Unbelievable. The referee merely cast a sidelong glance, managing to disregard him. The Pelicans hastily transitioned back on defense. Lin Yifan passed the ball to Ball. Big Lou did not retreat to the baseline. Instead, he moved in from the half-court and executed a pick. Cousins was exasperated. Yet again, it was a screen. Ball faced Cousins. Lin Yifan set yet another screen. Will this never end? A double screen? Ball accelerates and breaks through. The referee's whistle blows. Defensive foul. Cousins, in his attempt to maneuver around Lin Yifan's screen, forcefully shoved him to the ground. With a mournful expression, Cousins helplessly pleaded with the referee, akin to a child who refuses to admit wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Rondo intervened, signaling Cousins to remain composed. He restrained Cousins and quietly advised him. No more isolation plays. Let us execute a pick-and-roll next possession. At that moment, Rondo seemed to embody the role of a coach on the court. Cousins, indeed, heeded Rondo's counsel. Previously with the Kings, Rondo had even instructed him to defend against thin air, yet the opponent's final strategy gravitated towards Cousins' position. Cousins held a profound respect for Rondo's basketball intellect. However, once he allowed his emotions to take over, he disregarded everything else. The ball is inbound. Ball holds it at the top of the arc. Lin Yifan steps up for a screen. Darius Miller defends against Ball, who makes a return pass to the center. Is it yet another instance of that same tactic? Lin Yifan received the ball just inside the free throw line. Following a pick and roll, He adeptly used his body to shield the pursuing Rondo behind him. With a swift step, he advanced towards the paint. DeMarcus Cousins had already positioned himself in the lane. "Young man, are you attempting a layup? Allow me to serve you a grand rejection." Cousins awaited Lin Yifan's upward motion, maintaining a two-body distance, poised for his next move. However, Lin Yifan unexpectedly made a swift move with the ball, launching a shot directly. The execution appeared remarkably casual. Such a rhythm in his release nearly caught Cousins off guard. Lin Yifan executed a subtle maneuver, seamlessly transitioning from dribbling to a standing jump shot. With a gentle bounce, he ascended and descended, his right arm elevated, delicately releasing the ball. This exemplifies the elusive rhythm characteristic of Tony Parker's jump shot. Cousins leapt to block, but the release point was far too elevated. Typically, guards employ jump shots to counter interior defense, yet this 11-meter-tall player's shot was practically indefensible. The basketball soared in a majestic arc, surpassing Cousins' defense. Swish. A perfect swish. Upon landing, Cousins turned and shouted in disbelief, "What on earth was that?" In the sports live stream, Xiaoqi leapt in excitement, exclaiming, "Beautiful." Yang Dalian wiped away sweat, pondering, "Are we really going to live stream a headstand next?" That jump shot was bewildering. Twice, it was sheer skill. The live chat exploded with comments. 666. So smooth. Lin Yifan is phenomenal. A center who can shoot is unbeatable. Meanwhile, Cousins, exhaling heavily, was on the verge of exploding. During the offensive play, Rondo held the ball high. Cousins set a pick, and upon contact with Ball, he sent him flying. Cousins' emotional display was not lost on Ball. In that moment, Cousins' movements became exaggerated with fury. Indeed, that pick was executed with such force that it knocked Ball off his feet. The referee called an offensive foul for illegal screening. Cousins' eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Ball on the ground, spitting, "Ref, he's flopping. Can't you see that?" The referee ignored him. Cousins continued to pursue the referee, insisting, "He's flopping." The referee calmly replied, "Mind your language." Rondo, sensing the tension, wrapped his arms around Cousins, pulling him towards the bench. "Stop it, man, you'll get a technical foul." Frustrated, Cousins had already accumulated 3 fouls, including one in the first quarter. Gentry covered his eyes in exasperation. Cousins' notorious temper often led him to play too aggressively, landing him in foul trouble early on. This was a predicament for the team. Gentry turned to Anthony Davis. "AD, it's your time to shine." As Cousins was substituted by Davis, he muttered curses, "They're flopping. No way. Who took me out?" With Davis on the court, he grumbled, "Here we go again, back to center position." In Chapter 64, The Prowess of the Brow, Cousins sulked on the bench, fuming. "The refs are blind." He had intended to play until the end of the second quarter to give Davis some rest. However, after barely 4 minutes, Davis was thrust into action. This would undoubtedly tax Davis' stamina. Moreover, he was matched up against Big Low. While Davis was exceptional in many respects, he was prone to injuries, his glass-like fragility. Yet, one must never doubt Davis' abilities. The moment Davis stepped onto the court, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. Rondo paired with Davis was a perfect match. One was a master passer, the other an offensive powerhouse. Big Low struggled to keep pace with Davis' offensive rhythm. Drafted first overall in 2012, Davis was undeniably a prodigious talent. During his senior year, he averaged 32 points, 22 rebounds, and 7 blocks per game. Originally a guard, Davis experienced a sudden growth spurt of 17 centimeters, soaring from 1.91 meters to 2.08 meters. Transitioning to the interior, he retained his remarkable perimeter skills cultivated during his guard training. His mid-range shooting, dribbling, driving, three-point shooting, and floaters were unlike anything the league had seen from a big man. This unique skill set coincided perfectly with the advent of small ball basketball. Garnering national attention as the top high school player, Davis joined the University of Kentucky basketball team. There, he showcased unparalleled talent. As a freshman, he captured nearly every college basketball award and led his team to an NCAA championship. Notably, Davis developed an astonishing shot-blocking ability, averaging 4.65 blocks per game in college. Upon entering the NBA, he was selected to the All-Rookie First Team, and by his third season, he earned a spot on the All-NBA First Team. It is fair to say that Davis epitomizes the new breed of big men suited for the current era of small ball basketball. As soon as he entered the game, Davis executed a slick off-ball movement, followed by a rapid spin into the lane. Rondo, stationed at the arc, delivered a perfectly timed alley-oop pass. The basketball soared just over Big Low's outstretched arms, finding its way to Davis. An emphatic finish. It was undoubtedly a highlight play. Rondo's pass was exquisitely tailored for Davis. No one else could have reached it. Rondo and Davis were simply electric. The crowd erupted as Lakers fans marveled at the alley-oop, exclaiming, "That's the prowess of Davis." Almost every play in the paint for Davis was a mismatch. He scored effortlessly. Lakers head coach Luke Walton, having witnessed a spark in the team's offense and defense, was about to take a seat, but Davis' entrance compelled him to rise once more. What could be done? No one could contain Davis. As the Lakers initiated another offensive play, another pick from Big Low was set. Ball attempted to penetrate, but upon seeing Davis shifting, he hesitated, opting to pass instead. Davis then swiftly retreated, defending against Big Low. His lateral quickness on defense was remarkable. Indeed, Davis was a formidable presence for guards. Lin Yifan stood at the corner, poised for action. Ball's sudden pass was directed precisely towards him. The delivery was unexpected, with the defender closing in closely. Darius Miller of the Pelicans nearly intercepted the ball, but in his attempt to snatch it away, he lost his positioning. Upon receiving the ball, Lin Yifan executed a deft crossover, penetrating into the paint. As he lifted his gaze, there stood Anthony Davis once more. Lin Yifan stood merely 2 paces away from the imposing figure of Anthony Davis. With a swift hop, he executed a delicate floater. Davis, with his acute defensive instincts, responded instantly. His arms swung back, and like a coiled spring, he shot into the air. With an astonishing wingspan of 2.33 meters. His elevation was nothing short of extraordinary. Just as it seemed he would deliver a thunderous block, Davis abruptly recalibrated mid-air. The shot was not a floater after all, but rather a pass directed to the opposite side of the rim. It became clear that Lin Yifan had feigned the shot, fully aware that his current abilities paled in comparison to the peak version of Davis. A direct confrontation would likely result in a colossal rejection or, at the very least, significant interference. Nevertheless, Davis' leap was genuinely intimidating. Such prowess undoubtedly imposes psychological pressure on any offensive player. Meanwhile, behind Davis, the formidable DeAndre Jordan maneuvered past Rajon Rondo, soaring for an emphatic alley-oop. A spectacular slam dunk. This moment served as a resounding reply to the earlier alley-oop connection between Rondo and Davis. Magnificent. What a splendid pass. Such plays are truly captivating. Following this, Anthony Davis utilized his speed to create separation, receiving the ball and executing a deceptive step before launching a mid-range jumper. DeAndre could only watch in dismay as the ball swished through the net. Next, Lin Yifan faced the defensive challenge posed by Darius Miller in the low post. He swiftly pivoted to the right, executing a chicken stance maneuver. The 2.3-meter forward, Darius Miller, was utterly incapable of contesting the shot. Swish. Shortly thereafter, Davis received the ball in the low post, with Jordan applying pressure in close defense. Davis feigned with his shoulder, followed by a deceptive footwork move. He then spun around for a low-handed layup. Jordan was left bewildered by the second fake. Swish. Lin Yifan returns to the offensive front. In a similar low-post situation, Big Lopez positions himself at the opposite corner for a three-pointer, drawing Davis down to the baseline. Lin Yifan executed a one-on-one against Darius Miller once more. After swiftly pivoting to the left, he promptly turned back to the right and released a mid-range shot. Darius Miller's height posed no interference whatsoever. Swish. Lin Yifan and Anthony Davis engaged in a thrilling exchange. Each took turns punishing the opposing team's interior defense. The play was exquisite, absolutely mesmerizing. It was astonishing to witness Lin Yifan matching up against Davis. Pelicans head coach Alvin Gentry, known for his offensive philosophy, refrained from calling a timeout as long as the offense was functioning smoothly. Meanwhile, Lakers coach Luke Walton was initially concerned that Davis would dominate the offense, but to his surprise, Lin Yifan rose to the occasion. Both coaches watched the offensive showdown in awe, momentarily speechless. Gentry remarked, "Is this really a rookie? An undrafted player? He looks just like a mini AD." Walton added, "Lin Yifan shows no fear on the grand stage, going head-to-head with one of the league's top 5 big men." The score between the Lakers and Pelicans fluctuated as the game progressed, and in the latter half of the second quarter, Davis tallied an impressive 12 points in that period alone. Lin Yifan also scored 12 points. The arena was filled with cheers. Many of Lin Yifan's fans began chanting, "Lin Yifan MVP! Lin Yifan MVP!" This was an impressive showdown against MVP candidate Davis. The sports live broadcast room erupted. Where is Yang DeLien? He should be ready to live stream himself doing a handstand while washing his hair. Indeed, Lin Yifan had already achieved 16 points. Ha ha ha, perhaps Yang De Lian should predict more often and sprinkle some of his infamous bad luck. Every time he makes a prediction, he inevitably gets slapped in the face. A classic image was shared with everyone. The live stream began to flood with that edited image. Yang De Lian's face was swollen from being slapped, making his already large face appear even larger. The female host, Xiaoqi, was laughing uncontrollably. Looking at the silent Yang De Lian, Xiaoqi asked, "Mr. Yang, didn't you predict that Lin Yifan's score would not exceed 10 points? Yang De Lian replied. Xiaoqi continued, "You said if he exceeds 10 points, you would do a handstand while washing your hair on live stream?" Yang De Lian responded. In the interactive streaming section, a GIF perfectly matched Yang De Lian's current expression and state, depicting old Luo continuously slapping himself in the face. Chapter 65, The Collapse? Affirmation of the Strong. As the first half concluded, the Pelicans led the Lakers 68-66 by 2 points. During the halftime analysis, Yang De Lian scrutinized the screen, comparing the statistics of Lin Yifan and Davis. He squinted for a long time before finally pinpointing a flaw. Look, Lin Yifan's offense is decent, but his defense is woefully inadequate. On the defensive end, what role does Anthony Davis play? He is a formidable presence in the paint, just standing there. The Lakers are too intimidated to drive in. His rim protection ability is simply remarkable. Anthony Davis has grabbed several rebounds, 8 in total, along with 2 steals and 2 blocks. And Lin Yifan? Just 1 rebound. Lin Yifan's defense is like that of air. Xiaoqi rolled her eyes. Mr. Yang, can you say something positive? The live chat was filled with complaints. If Americans say it, that's one thing. But why ridicule our own? Foolish Yang De Lian. What a ridiculous character. Yang De Lian smiled slightly at the barrage of criticism in the live chat, thinking to himself, let them shout. The louder the insults, the higher the viewership. During halftime, Luke Walton was evidently pleased with the players' performance. The Lakers' young squad was daring and tenacious, matching the Pelicans stride for stride. Lin, you played exceptionally well on offense. Luke Walton praised Lin Yifan specifically. Throughout the consecutive games since the season began, Lin Yifan had consistently stepped up when the team needed him. Such players who can assume a leadership role on the court are invaluable to a head coach. The Lakers had secured 2 consecutive wins. Standing proudly at the top of the Western Conference, Luke Walton had firmly established his position as head coach. Meanwhile, in the Pelicans' locker room, Rondo stood among the players. Delivering a speech, our issues in the first half were not on offense, but on defense. Coach Gentry stood behind Rondo, wanting to speak but unable to interject. Rondo, somewhat irate, asked, who was guarding the Lakers' number 23? A rookie, yet he managed to defend him like KD. Darius Miller lowered his head in silence. At this moment, all the Pelicans players respected Rondo. They had all witnessed the performance in the first half. Rondo was like a coach on the court. At this point, Davis spoke up. I'll guard him in the third quarter. Rondo nodded, clearly in agreement. Finally, Gentry attempted to add, regarding our offense in the third quarter, but Rondo interjected directly. Our lineup is set to win. We must elevate our defensive intensity in the third quarter. Gentry's mind raced with frustration. He just wanted a chance to speak. As the third quarter commenced, the Pelicans fielded their strongest lineup. Rondo, Holiday, Moore, Davis, and Cousins. Walton also sent out his starting 5, Ball, Pope, Ingram, Randall, and Lopez. Indeed, the Lakers faced continuous setbacks on both offense and defense. Midway through the third quarter, the Lakers trailed by 12 points. Timeout. Walton called. The primary players, especially those on the perimeter, were collectively silenced in the third quarter. The Pelicans' interior was both offensive and defensive, with impressive capabilities on the perimeter as well. The Lakers' strengths in driving and distributing, as well as pick-and-roll plays, were nearly rendered ineffective, especially with Anthony Davis orchestrating from inside while also defending the perimeter. He could seamlessly transition from guarding the paint to contesting outside shots and drives. After the timeout, the Lakers made their first substitutions, bringing in Clarkson, Caruso, and Lin Yifan. They replaced Ball, Pope, and Randall, who had performed poorly in this match. This lineup clearly required Lin Yifan to take on more organizational duties. If the outside shots weren't falling, he was encouraged to penetrate into the paint. Clarkson was a classic wild card player, while Caruso was always an active cutter. However, the Pelicans' offense was beyond the Lakers' ability to match. Anthony Davis began to apply comprehensive pressure on Lin Yifan in terms of speed, agility, strength, and vertical leap. Anthony's physical prowess at this moment far surpassed that of Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan's offensive skills appeared somewhat inadequate in the face of Anthony Davis's formidable individual defensive prowess. After Davis successfully interfered with 1 or 2 shots, Lin was compelled to opt for passing to facilitate the play. With only Kuzma's 2 3-pointers to maintain a semblance of competitiveness, the situation grew tenuous. Yang, unabashed, remarked that the Pelicans' offense and defense had transformed this year. Rondo's arrival had revitalized the team's organization. I confidently assert that the Pelicans will secure a playoff berth this season. The Pelicans fans in the live chat were equally elated, chanting their rallying cry, Pelicans, champions. Rondo, the coach, undoubtedly demonstrated his expertise, especially as the Pelicans elevated their defensive intensity in the third quarter, leaving the Lakers struggling to keep pace. Lin Yifan still lacked experience, particularly when matched against a player of Davis's caliber. The camera shifted to Lin Yifan, who remained composed, fully aware of the current disparity in their abilities. However, facing a top-tier player in the league, Lin cherished this rare opportunity. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that he had yet to fulfill the challenge set for this match. Lin Yifan has already scored 16 points, just 4 short of his goal. He has been patiently awaiting an opportunity, specifically, the moment when Anthony Davis's stamina begins to wane. Since earlier, Davis has been engaged in an intense offensive and defensive battle, which has taken a significant toll on his energy levels. It is evident that Davis's fragile constitution necessitates ample rest during high-intensity gameplay. With Cousins entangled in foul trouble, Davis has now played nearly 3 consecutive quarters without a break. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan has opted to reduce his shooting, instead choosing to facilitate his teammates through additional passing and screens. Currently, Jordan Clarkson is the primary offensive player on the court. Lin Yifan stepped forward to set a screen for Clarkson, knowing full well that the basketball was unlikely to return. Clarkson is notorious for his solitary play style. However, it must be acknowledged that he possesses an elite level of rim assault in the league. Once he secures the ball, he goes all out. When his shot is on point, he becomes a veritable wild card. He even attempts 3-pointers while being closely guarded, displaying audacity in his game. Lin Yifan's cover transformed into Davis's mismatched defense against Clarkson. However, Clarkson remained unfazed by the accolades of being the best defensive player, charging in with relentless determination. Yet, Davis succeeded in disrupting Clarkson's layups on several occasions. The score continued to widen, and the gap had reached a daunting 15 points. As the third quarter drew to a close, Clarkson penetrated the paint, drawing a foul from the formidable Anthony Davis. As a defensive stalwart, Davis was tasked with fortifying the defense, while as the offensive linchpin, he also had to oversee the team's scoring efforts. Positioned at the free throw line, Davis rested his hands on his knees, panting heavily, clearly exhibiting signs of fatigue. Lin Yifan realized it was time for him to take action. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Lakers' home arena grew increasingly tense. The score had already widened by nearly 20 points. Something had to be done. Lin Yifan and Caruso engaged in a seamless exchange. The two had already developed a tacit understanding, both being undrafted players who had been collaborating on the second unit since the summer league. Caruso, possessing only modest talent, carved out a niche for himself on the Lakers through his commendable basketball intelligence and tenacity. Offensively, Lin Yifan executed a pick and roll with Caruso, who then passed the ball back to Lin at the free throw line. Davis quickly repositioned himself. The defensive assignment shifted from Caruso to Lin Yifan, requiring merely a fleeting 2-step adjustment. The agility of that defensive footwork was truly remarkable. Lin Yifan seized the opportunity while Davis was momentarily off balance. With a sudden change of direction, he executed a breakthrough, prompting Davis to glide in pursuit. Lin Yifan made a swift maneuver, launching into a 3-step layup. As he took his first step, Lin Yifan suddenly sent the ball towards the baseline to Kuzma with both hands. Is the layup a ruse? Is the pass genuine? Lin Yifan made almost no attempts to shoot during this segment, focusing solely on passing. Davis's gaze shifted towards the corner where the pass was anticipated. However, Lin Yifan refrained from delivering the ball. Was the pass merely a ruse? What was his intention? This was a deceptive feint of a pass. Lin Yifan took his second step, followed by a swift, vertical high arc motion. Was it a layup? No, it was a jump shot. Davis was momentarily caught off guard by the pass, but quickly regained his focus and leaped to block. However, the release point of the shot was exceedingly high, and the rhythm of the release was utterly unexpected. First, there was a feigned layup, followed by a deceptive pass. Caught off guard, Davis still extended his long arm to contest the shot, reaching upwards with a desperate attempt to swat it away. The basketball grazed the tips of his fingers, but it was too late. The arc was too pronounced. A lofty trajectory. The ball was already descending. Swish. It went in. Nothing but net. Incredible. What an impressive shot. Lin Yifan managed to score in the face of Davis' defense. That dribble and soft jump shot were simply exquisite. Davis was momentarily faked out by the pass feint, and he failed to leap as high as before. Perhaps he was feeling the toll of fatigue. His jump lacked the height it had earlier. Lin Yifan scores. Yet, the team finds itself trailing significantly. Walton sits on the bench with a look of utter disappointment. Nevertheless, a cheer erupts from the stands. Jenna, who had been bored at the sidelines for quite some time, suddenly makes a celebratory gesture upon witnessing the goal. Well done, Lin. Clarkson continues to pursue Davis on the offensive end, with a clear intention to exhaust him on both ends of the court. However, Clarkson's shooting percentage is declining due to this exertion. His three-point attempt misses. Davis secures the rebound and hands it off to Rondo for a fast break. Rondo advances to the frontcourt, seeking to establish an offensive position for Davis in the low post. Unexpectedly, Lin Yifan accelerates, executing a change of pace to opt for a wraparound defense. This maneuver is quite perilous. Rondo exchanges a knowing glance and suddenly lobs the ball towards the basket. An alley-oop pass? It is directed towards Davis, who is positioned behind Lin Yifan. This reckless wraparound defense against Davis inadvertently grants him a clear path to the rim. Just as everyone anticipates that Davis is about to soar for the alley-oop, he remains stationary, failing to leap. It turns out that Lin Yifan, while wrapping around, intentionally obstructed Davis's line of sight. Coupled with Davis's dwindling stamina, he completely misses the opportunity to jump for the alley-oop. The basketball sails out of bounds. Lin Yifan serves. He passes to Caruso. At the same time, he exchanges a knowing glance. Caruso understands perfectly. Lin Yifan stepped forward to set a screen. Caruso feigned a drive for 2 steps. He bounced the ball to the cutting Lin Yifan. Davis's footwork was incredibly swift. In an instant, he recovered defensively, retreating 2 steps towards Lin Yifan. The defensive recovery was truly remarkable. Lin Yifan received the ball and immediately executed a feint to shoot. Davis lunged forward to block. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Yifan performed a drop and swiftly advanced to the right. Davis's second jump followed closely behind. The speed of his leap is truly astonishing. Lin Yifan suddenly pivoted on his right foot, taking a step backward. Then he executed a graceful fadeaway jump shot. It was reminiscent of Kobe's signature move. Davis, already off balance from the back-and-forth motion, made a desperate attempt for a third block, but it was futile. The basketball was released from near the free-throw line. A beautifully executed fadeaway reminiscent of Kobe's artistry. Swish. The ball went in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge of scoring 20 points in a single game, earning an S-rank treasure chest as a reward. Career achievement unlocked. Scoring over 20 points in a single game. Reward, 10 attribute points. Lin Yifan's consecutive goals ignited the enthusiasm of the home crowd. Could the resurgence of Lin madness be upon us once more? Are we about to witness a remarkable comeback? Anticipation builds for Lin Yifan in the fourth quarter. The Pelicans have substituted Davis. Subsequently, the Lakers seized the opportunity, and under Lin Yifan's orchestration, Kuzma sank a three-pointer. Caruso successfully drove to the basket. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 96-85, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to 11 points. However, the Pelicans in the fourth quarter denied the Lakers any chances. After all, Pelicans coach Gentry is no stranger to thwarting comebacks. They swiftly made adjustments, ensuring effective ball distribution both inside and outside. Ultimately, the Pelicans triumphed with a score of 119-102. This marked the Pelicans' first victory of the season, while the Lakers faced their initial defeat. Nevertheless, post-game, the media lavished praise on Lin Yifan's performance. Female journalist Zhou Lingyan, who arrived at the Lakers' home court, interviewed him after the game. "Lin, you have once again ignited Lin madness. Today, a plethora of your fans showed up. Do you have anything to say?" Lin Yifan lowered his gaze upon Zhou Lingyan's voluptuous figure, nearly slipping up with his words, "Superb. Oh, not just an abundance of fans?" He expressed gratitude for their appreciation of his playing style, vowing to continue delivering thrilling basketball performances. Just as he was engaged in the interview, Anthony Davis, who had concluded his own session, unexpectedly approached Lin Yifan and greeted him. "Hey, Lin, you played well. They say you are the little AD." Lin Yifan also smiled, playfully colliding shoulders with Davis. "No, I am who I am. Next time we meet, I will outplay you, AD." Davis chuckled heartily in response. "I'll be waiting." The two engaged in lively conversation, and Lin Yifan promptly removed his jersey. "Come on, let us exchange jerseys." Why not? Davis appeared more than willing. The two towering figures clad in number 23 jerseys shared a moment of mutual respect, akin to kindred spirits, a testament to their strength. In the realm of the NBA, only the formidable earn admiration. Sister Zhou Lingyan, ever cooperative, picked up her camera and captured the moment of the jersey exchange. Click. Thank you, Sister Lingyan. Lin Yifan's endearing address made Zhou Lingyan giggle. However, standing beside Lin Yifan, the 1987-born Zhou Lingyan exuded a distinct charm. Today, she donned a sleek black uniform that accentuated her figure, the short skirt fitting snugly. Even during the jersey exchange, Davis couldn't help but let his gaze wander. It seemed that old me had a penchant for curvaceous figures, a taste Lin Yifan found difficult to appreciate. Nonetheless, during his matchup with Davis, Lin Yifan gained a clearer understanding of the stark reality separating him from the elite stars. True giants of the game embody both offensive and defensive prowess. Chapter 66, Securing Wade's Eurostep? Jenna's invitation in the post-game press conference, Luke Walton once again called upon Lin Yifan. Lin Yifan has now become the darling of the media in Los Angeles. He is enveloped in the aroma of fame and wealth. Hey Lin, everyone has noticed that Kendall Jenner attended the game at Staples Center today, wearing your number 23 jersey, fueling rumors of your romantic involvement. Lin Yifan's response was quite straightforward. It bore no relation to basketball. After all, the post-match press conference was centered around basketball discussions. However, the inclusion of the Kardashian family alongside Lin Yifan, a trending topic, instantly set social media ablaze. While the conference was underway, Lin Yifan's phone notification chimed, revealing a message from Kendall Jenner. Lin Yifan placed his phone beneath the table and, with a fleeting glance, discovered a provocative photograph. Dressed in the number 23 jersey of Lin Yifan, Jenna's long, alluring legs captured his attention, and the jersey's hemline left much to the imagination. How tantalizingly seductive. Jenna's caption read, "Did well today? You still owe me a drink at the Bunny restaurant tonight." What could this mean? The Bunny restaurant? Is this an invitation from Jenna? Should he go or not? To decline would surely be foolish. Lin Yifan was abruptly brought back to reality by the voice of the interviewer. Lin, after this match, you exchanged jerseys with Anthony Davis, and he referred to you as Little AD. What is your perspective on this? Lin Yifan smiled for a moment, acknowledging that Davis is currently one of the top 5 superstars in the league, exceptionally talented, and throughout the entire game, we were overshadowed by his formidable defense. However, Lin Yifan shifted his tone, stating that we play a different style of basketball. For me, teamwork is paramount. I take great pleasure in passing the ball and igniting my teammates through my assists. Beside him, Magic Johnson nodded in approval. Recently, there have been rumors that the Lakers might trade several promising assets to acquire Anthony Davis. Do you feel disheartened by this? Lin Yifan raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at Magic Johnson and Luke Walton, whose expressions immediately shifted. As a player, my purpose on the court is to perform exceptionally. In Los Angeles, one must believe that transactions are perpetually in motion. The media's focus is evidently centered around Lin Yifan. This has unmistakably transformed into Lin's frenzy too. 0. The Los Angeles Times dedicated an entire page to narrate Lin Yifan's remarkable comeback story. Nevertheless, Lin Yifan remained utterly unfazed. After concluding the interview, he silently returned to the locker room. He activated the system. It was time for an unboxing. He opened the treasure chest. A brilliant red light flickered. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Wade's signature Eurostep. What? Wade? Eurostep. Incredible. This S-tier skill is absolutely phenomenal. This was Wade's signature move back in the day. In Lin Yifan's mind, a vivid scene emerged. A man clad in a crimson jersey numbered 3, skillfully dribbling toward the basket, confronting the defensive player stationed beneath the hoop, and initiating a 3-step layup. As he took his first step, he securely grasped the ball with both hands, ensuring not to overreach, thus maintaining his balance. With his center of gravity lowered, his body advanced in the direction of the foot on the same side, leading his opponent to believe he would attempt a layup from that angle, or perhaps feigning a pass to confound them. On the second step, he swiftly pivoted, extending his other foot in the opposite direction of where he had previously landed, executing a decisive change of direction. Concurrently, his body weight shifted towards the newly planted foot, requiring speed in this maneuver while drawing the ball rapidly from one side to the other. As his upper body completed the turn, he used the foot that had just landed as a pivot, leaping into the air to execute either a layup, a shot, or a dunk. How magnificent! Such speed, fluidity, and enchantment. The scene replayed numerous times, until finally, a A red emblem marked DW appeared on the system's interface. Was this the conclusion? Lin Yifan could hardly believe it. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed the team's trainer, Roger Joss. Hey, Roger. Hey, Lin, what's the matter? Let's begin training. I need to enhance my layup. Roger Joss replied with exasperation. Training? The game just concluded, hasn't it? It's already 10 at night. Are you a demon? All right. I forgive you, Roger. Lin Yifan understood that such a married man ultimately had to return home to fulfill his obligations. Let us meet at the gym at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Roger shook his head. You are truly a devil. Lin Yifan suddenly recalled that there was something else. The Bunny Baby restaurant? What kind of place is that? As Lin Yifan approached the entrance of the restaurant, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The entrance, adorned with flickering neon lights, was flanked by luxury cars and bustling with stunning women. Moreover, all the enchanting ladies were clad in alluring bunny costumes. This was no mere restaurant. It was, in fact, a bar, a transformation bar, no less, where the captivating bunny girls flitted to and fro, creating a dizzying spectacle. Just as Lin Yifan found himself at a loss, Kendall Jenner appeared before him, exuding an air of elegance. Dressed in a black off-shoulder mini dress that hugged her curvaceous figure, she showcased her long, supermodel legs adorned with seductive black lace stockings. The enticing glimpse of her thighs beneath the short dress added to her allure, while a pair of deep red high heels complemented the playful red bunny ears atop her head. Lin Yifan admired the scene from head to toe, silently exclaiming, "This is simply exhilarating." Jenna's first words, "I have been waiting for you for a long time," resonated as she walked alongside Lin Yifan into the bunny restaurant. Standing over 2 meters tall, Lin Yifan was quite conspicuous. Meanwhile, the arrival of Jenna, the Playboy bunny, rendered all the other women in the restaurant overshadowed. Men along the way turned their heads to gaze at Jenna. Isn't that supermodel Kendall Jenner? Has the NBA heartthrob begun his conquest once again? One might wonder. And who is that basketball player beside her? He must be incredibly fortunate. Indeed, true hunters often masquerade in the guise of their prey. Lin Yifan basked in the envious gazes of the crowd, calmly escorting Kendall Jenner into the restaurant. The moment one stepped inside, it felt as though one had entered the kingdom of the great white rabbit. The plethora of both large and small rabbits was simply dazzling. Yet the most striking of all was undoubtedly Kendall Jenner, as a rising supermodel of the new generation and a prominent figure of the Kardashian family. Jenner's visibility is nothing short of astonishing. Her arrival at the Bunny Baby restaurant certainly drew the attention of numerous patrons. "Hey, Lin, tomorrow you'll be making headlines," Jenner remarked with a cheerful smile as she took her seat. "To be honest, I was featured in the news today, but I am indifferent to such matters." Lin Yifan's words took Jenna by surprise. This man before her appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Through a few exchanges, enhanced by the influence of alcohol, Lin Yifan gained a deeper understanding of the alluring enchantress Jenna. Externally, she exuded an icy demeanor, yet internally, she was fervent and untamed. She possessed a tumultuous and intense emotional landscape, often breaking into captivating laughter at Lin Yifan's playful quips. Beneath her seemingly quiet and reserved exterior lay a wild and seductive allure, an irresistible charm for men. "I find myself increasingly drawn to you," Jenna lightly declared to Lin Yifan, slightly tipsy. She was undeniably a woman who loved fiercely and passionately. It is likely that few men in the world could withstand the allure of such a sensually enticing woman. Lin Yifan mused to himself. Given the frenetic pace of NBA games, it is quite understandable to release some pressure. The next day upon awakening, the first sight that greeted Lin Yifan was the enchanting figure of Kendall Jenner, who lay asleep, completely unclad, sprawled upon the bed. Her alluring curves were fully displayed in this moment. The bed itself was grand, measuring 2 meters in length and 2.6 meters in width. Lin Yifan felt somewhat bewildered. He could only recall that after indulging in some whiskey yesterday, he felt a bit nauseous. Subsequently, Jenna drove her luxury car back to her opulent mansion. Beyond that, his memories became rather hazy. The clock's hands pointed to 7 o'clock. Lin Yifan looked up and noticed the time. Goodness, it's nearly 7 o'clock. He hurriedly got up, recalling the promise to arrive at the training facility by 7. Lin Yifan hastily rose to his feet, only to discover that the floor was strewn with an array of bunny girl decorations and garments. This sight stirred memories of the previous night within him. However, surveying the chaotic scene around him, it was evident that things had escalated rather violently. Blasted. After indulging in quite a bit of drink last night, his mind still felt somewhat foggy. It appeared that Jenna was still a tad weary. Showing no signs of awakening just yet, Lin Yifan has already set off for the Lakers' training facility. At this moment, he feels invigorated and brimming with energy. The system's restorative sleep has truly worked wonders. On his way back, Lin Yifan dialed his agent, Jia Qiong's number. As soon as old Jia answered, he launched into a rapid-fire monologue. Hey, Lin Yifan, you little rascal. You've done well for the country. How's the food treating you? What do you mean, how? I'm talking about serious matters here. Lin Yifan sensed that the back and forth was rather inconvenient. In America, it's far more suitable to drive oneself around. You've already made the entertainment headlines this early in the morning. Your photos with Kindle have even made it to the gossip trending list. Old Jia chuckled. It's just entertainment news, Lin Yifan replied. Well, then as for the best, old Jia's tone suddenly turned serious, but it's wise to steer clear of the Kardashian clan. Otherwise, it may jeopardize your career. Lin Yifan was well aware of this. However, your recent exposure has been phenomenal. Several commercial endorsements are clamoring for your attention. Lin Yifan said impatiently, You can handle it as you see fit. I need to buy a car right now. Lao Jia responded, Oh, what kind of car? Lin Yifan thought without a second glance. Old Jia, being a seasoned individual, certainly knows a thing or two about wooing women. At around 8 o'clock, Lin Yifan arrived at the entrance of the training facility. Following the recent home game against the Pelicans, the team has been granted 3 days for rest and training. Today marks a regular training day. However, such days typically do not involve an extensive training regimen. The Lakers head trainer, Roger Cho-san, approached, holding a thermos in his hand. Lin Yifan felt a twinge of curiosity. Hey, Roger, good morning. Roger nodded in response. Hey, Lin, did you sleep well last night? Sleep well? It was rather tumultuous. Nevertheless, Lin Yifan smiled and remarked, Not too shabby. What purpose does your thermos serve? Are you soaking goji berries? To his surprise, Roger nodded, revealing that he had not slept well the previous night. Roger then cast a glance at Lin Yifan, wearing the familiar expression of resignation often seen on middle-aged men, and said, Young man, you simply do not understand. He looked at Lin Yifan and added, Shall I offer you some goji berries as well? Lin Yifan quickly shook his head, expressing his lack of understanding, indicating no need for further explanation. Today, Lin Yifan's personal training regimen naturally focused on the Euro step layup. Practicing the Euro step layup? Roger Chiao was somewhat taken aback, as this move is typically associated with guards. This maneuver, initially adopted by European players during layups, has indeed spread widely throughout the NBA. The legendary Manu Ginobili was known for frequently employing the Euro step to navigate past defenders, followed by Dwayne Wade. And now James Harden is also among its practitioners. Nevertheless, it remains rare for towering players in the league to utilize this technique. Lin Yifan was determined to practice, prompting Roger Chiao-sang to first explain the essential techniques of the Euro step. The challenge of executing the Euro step lies in the high demands it places on bodily coordination and the seamless integration of the ball with the player's movements. As the ball follows the upper body, sharp directional changes must also be executed in tandem, making poor ball control likely to result in turnovers. In this regard, Lin Yifan demonstrated exceptional ball sense, with dribbling skills comparable to that of a guard. The Euro step requires remarkable speed, coordination, and agility, which is why few interior players are able to master it. However, Lin Yifan possessed outstanding speed. After concluding his explanation, Roger Chiao-sang positioned himself beneath the basket, inviting Lin Yifan to attempt the maneuver. Lin Yifan dribbled the ball from beyond the arc, suddenly accelerating. Roger Chiao-sang initially intended to defend, but was left frozen in place. Whoosh! A mesmerizing Wade-like Euro step. Wade's Euro step is indeed a variation of the traditional Euro step. Yet his rendition is characterized by greater speed and an extended stride on the second step. Moreover, it frequently incorporates deceptive passing feints and an upward arm movement for ball protection, thereby amplifying its impact. Roger Chiao-sang stood bewildered. Is this a Euro step executed by an interior player? It's utterly astonishing. Standing at approximately 1.8 meters, Roger Chiao-sang was genuinely startled by that move. A towering figure of 2.11 meters charged towards him, and this was no trivial matter. However, isn't Lin Yifan just beginning to practice the Euro step? Roger Chiao-sang observed keenly. This expansive leap bears an uncanny resemblance to the Euro step of the Flash, Dwayne Wade. Moreover, with such height and wingspan, it is far more intimidating than that of a typical guard. This undoubtedly places immense pressure on interior defenders. Is this fellow a prodigy? Roger Chiao-sang found himself momentarily rooted to the spot. At 10 in the morning, the sleepy Ingram ambled into the arena, munching on a piece of bread. With his eyes squinting, he greeted, Lin, good morning. Kuzma arrived shortly thereafter, inquiring, "Lin, why are you here so early today?" Lin Yifan was perplexed. "I actually arrived late today." Kuzma suddenly burst out from behind Inga, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable." He held up his phone, displaying a scandalous photo of Lin Yifan and Kendall Jenner. Inga, intrigued, leaned in closer to take a look. In the photo, Lin Yifan and Kendall Jenner were seated together in a striking red convertible, a red Ferrari SF90, which must be Kendall's vehicle. Kuzma then casually draped his arm around Lin Yifan's shoulder, urging, "Come on, tell us what you did last night." Lin Yifan, "I swear I did nothing." Kuzma and Ingram simultaneously made a sound of discontent. Lin Yifan picked up Kuzma's phone and scrolled through the news pages. "Look at this scandal. It consists of nothing but a single image, and there are no words. No words mean nothing at all. Who would believe that?" Kuzma immediately chimed in, "Come. Let me share my photo wall. Winnie Harlow, whom I follow, has updated her status." In an instant, Lin Yifan's interest waned. Following this, there were 4 consecutive days of training. During these 4 days, Lin Yifan earned another 4 attribute points, coupled with the 10 attribute points awarded for career achievements. He allocated all of them to his layup ability. The layup score soared from 60-90 to 74-90. Although the score remained somewhat low, Wade's signature Euro step boasts a myriad of finishing techniques. It can be executed with either the right or left hand, and can manifest as a floater or a layup. Unpredictable in nature, at this moment, Lin Yifan's proficiency with his non-dominant hand remained relatively low, and his layup ability had yet to reach a score of 80. In the face of intense defensive pressure, he might find himself at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his Euro step often allowed him to outmaneuver opponents effortlessly, leaving him with a clear path to the basket. Lin Yifan felt a tinge of anticipation for tonight's opponent. Who, pray tell, is this unfortunate soul? This evening, the home team faces the Washington Wizards. Their center is Marcin Gortat, the Polish Hammer. Chapter 68, encountering the Wizards on a 3-game winning streak. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yifan arrived at the Staples Center in his newly acquired vehicle, a custom-built Hellfire Apocalypse 6x6 pickup truck, equipped with a formidable 6.2T supercharged V8 engine producing 850 horsepower. It boasts an elevated chassis and a bespoke third axle. The truck is adorned with 6 40-inch tires mounted on 22-inch rims. Additionally, it features thermal imaging and night vision cameras, a locomotive-style horn, nitrogen equipment, and an integrated safe, all complemented by a staggering 10,000-watt sound system. Truly magnificent. Driving this beast feels akin to maneuvering a tank, raw power at its finest. Old Jia has certainly made a significant move here. Although he shelled out 250,000, the sheer thrill of commuting in such a vehicle is indescribable. One must admit, Old Jia is increasingly embodying the essence of a top-tier agent, orchestrating arrangements with remarkable precision. This modest expenditure is trivial. He has just secured an endorsement with a luxury perfume brand, along with a flurry of domestic brand endorsements, including a prominent mobile phone brand and an electronics company. It appears that numerous domestic brands aspire to make their mark on the global stage. As a phenomenon in the sports realm, your allure and visibility are undeniably immense. However, the contracts remain modest. The NBA is still a small circle, and sustained performance is crucial for garnering greater attention. The key lies in longevity, for the basketball world is rife with fleeting figures. In the past 3 days, Lin Yifan has refrained from contacting Jenna, channeling his energy into training. Meanwhile, Jenna, a renowned model, is inundated with daily engagements. The rumors surrounding their relationship have ignited considerable speculation, creating quite a stir. In reality, it was merely a shared meal, captured by paparazzi as they entered the same vehicle. Nevertheless, such tabloid news is undeniably captivating, generating substantial buzz. The Kardashian family, having risen to fame through reality television, exemplifies the adage that life imitates art, and vice versa. In both personal and professional endeavors, they undoubtedly operate with a keen sense of self-interest, and emotional manipulation is indeed their forte. Lin Yifan understood that taking things too seriously could lead to defeat. At this moment, he was fully committed to his basketball career. In the locker room before the game, Luke Walton was engaged in a confidential discussion with Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka. With a furrowed brow, Walton inquired, "Is this really feasible?" Pelinka reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, stating, "If I say it's fine, then it's fine. Jeannie has approved." The Lakers were strategizing to clear salary cap space with the intention of signing superstar players next summer. Prominent figures such as LeBron James and Kawhi Leonard would be holding player options or expiring contracts. Securing such players would allow the team to complete its rebuilding process swiftly. However, signing a superstar required clearing at least $30 million to $40 million in salary cap space. The Lakers also had a plethora of young assets, including Julius Randle, Larry Nance Jr., and Jordan Clarkson, all of whom were nearing the end of their rookie contracts. Retaining them was uncertain. So it was wiser to let them showcase their skills and trade some expiring assets early. Adding to the team's challenges was the burdensome contract given to Luol Deng, which had now become utterly worthless in trade discussions. The team was considering waiving him. Yet Deng would still receive nearly $20 million annually from the Lakers for the next few years. Prior to the game, Luke Walton announced the starting lineup: Lonzo Ball, Jordan Clarkson, Brandon Ingram, Julius Randle, and Lin Yifan. Brook Lopez, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, and Luol Deng were all given rest. This was a clear opportunity for the younger players. Upon hearing the starting arrangement, Lin Yifan was reminded of the torment of playing alongside Randle. Really? I have to share the court with Randle? He thought, realizing he would have to fend for himself. Randle glanced at Lin Yifan and warned, "Rookie, remember not to steal my rebounds." As if that were even possible. As the Lakers' starting lineup was revealed, the live stream exploded with excitement. Lakers fans were bewildered by this strategy, while Wizards fans questioned whether the Lakers felt overly confident or if the Wizards were simply too weak. Female fans expressed delight that Lin Yifan was starting, while male fans speculated about Jenna wearing Lin Yifan's jersey, confirming the previous day's rumors. Images of Lin Yifan and Jenna together began circulating, prompting fans to unite in their sentiments. Meanwhile, Lin Yifan's situation was precarious, as only Tristan Thompson could handle the Kardashian family. At the sidelines, Jenna was seen laughing and chatting with her close friend Bella Hadid, both strikingly beautiful models. However, sitting next to Jenna made Hadid seem rather ordinary. Today, Jenna sported the Lakers' white and yellow number 23 jersey, paired with a purple and gold hoodie, and her high ponytail gave her a fresh appearance, accentuating her long legs with tight white pants. This season, the Washington Wizards had started strong with 3 consecutive victories. They had invested heavily in retaining forward Otto Porter, locking in a salary cap of $106 million. Their new signings, including Jody Meeks, Tim Frazier, and Mike Scott, were minor adjustments. However, the Wizards boasted one of the league's most formidable backcourt combinations with all-star guard John Wall and Bradley Beal, complemented by the elite 3 and D player, Otto Porter. After finishing 5th in the Eastern Conference last season, they hope for even greater success this year. As TNT's Reggie Miller commented, the Lakers were playing with fire at home, suggesting they were at a disadvantage against the Wizards. His commentary partner, Chris Webber, noted it was his first time watching the Lakers this season and remarked that he barely recognized several of the players warming up. "Look at the Wizards players. They seem so relaxed, anticipating their 4th consecutive win," Miller observed, while the Lakers players appeared less than thrilled. After all, being mere trade bait was hardly a reason for joy. Amidst this, a player named Lin was generating quite a commotion. Webber exclaimed, "Lin? You don't know him?" A new wave of Linsanity is sweeping Los Angeles. Miller chuckled, pointing out fans holding signs with Chinese characters in support of Lin. He's currently the hottest topic. Webber expressed interest in interviewing Lin during the game. As the match commenced, Marcin Gortat won the tip-off. The Polish center, although a second-round pick in 2005, had solidified his position as a starter in Washington after years of hard work in the NBA. During a playoff match with the Magic, he had stepped up in Dwight Howard's absence, scoring 11 points and grabbing 15 rebounds, earning him the moniker Polish Hammer. Standing at 2.11 meters, Gortat possessed remarkable physicality, particularly in strength. Spotting Lin, who appeared rather slender, he eagerly called for the ball. From the jump ball, it was evident that Lin's leaping ability was average, and his defensive skills were questionable. Gortat made his move in the low post, easily scoring with a hook shot, while Randle chose to bypass the expected double team.